The illustrious Hung has departed, and the winds of Chu remain unkind. Darkness looms large, leaving one to ponder who might restore the balance. Let me endure the suffering for the phoenix chicks. I shall bear the infamy. The ages fade into obscurity beneath the shroud of night. This is a tale of a despicable foreigner boldly navigating the vast expanse of the heavens. Chapter 1. I am well read. Do not attempt to deceive me. In the eastern wilderness of the ancient Big Dipper, there flows an ancient river known as Angsoi. It resembles a galloping dragon, soaring into the distance, with splashes of water reflecting the grandeur of the mountains. Amidst this majestic landscape lies a young lad reclining, rod in hand, as if attempting to catch the great dragon of antiquity. A hint of imperial aura subtly manifests between his brows, exuding boundless nobility. At such a tender age, he possesses an ethereal grace that astonishes those who behold him. Naturally, this requires the overlooking of certain minor details. Brother Ife, why do you use a straight hook when fishing? A porcelain doll, exquisitely crafted, nestled nearby, inquired with curiosity. Kai Xian, it is because the fish I seek are those who are willing to take the bait. The youth named Ife replied with profound significance. Is that so? The porcelain doll appeared momentarily taken aback, a mixture of surprise and confusion evident on her face. But Brother Ife, you've been fishing for half a year now, dedicating an hour each day, yet why have you not caught a single fish until today? The depth of the youth's meaning seemed to shatter at that moment, falling like shattered glass. Yet, Jiang Ife still mustered the strength to endure. Kai Xian, you do not comprehend, he said, his expression enigmatic. For some fish, once caught, they need never worry again. Do you understand? This is called vision. Even if one were to catch thousands upon thousands of ordinary fish, what significance does that hold? Only the golden carp that leaps over the dragon gate is worthy of our pursuit as cultivators. Oh, the porcelain doll seemed to grasp only a fraction of the meaning, yet chose not to speak further. You may play by yourself for a while. The youth waved his hand, fearing further exposure to naive words that could breach his defenses. The porcelain doll obediently wandered away. However, even in the absence of an audience, the youth's lack of success remained unchanged. Fishing with a straight hook was one thing, but if he was unwilling to even use bait, how could he expect to catch any grand fish? Unless both parties harbored ulterior motives, with one willing to cast and the other to receive, only then might a legend unfold. In the end, the youth rose with a sense of discontent, neatly stowing his rod and basket, his countenance drawn as he meandered about, seeking a picturesque valley to enter. After a day of labor, Master Jiang decided to gather a handful of grass in the valley. Let be known, even a handful of grass possesses age, with medicinal properties accumulated over decades. In truth, the expansive area surrounding them belonged to an ancient sacred family. The Jiang clan considered a rather insignificant medicinal garden dedicated to supplying the initial needs of ordinary cultivators embarking on their path. Though I caught no fish, I gathered a few blades of grass. That cannot be deemed a total loss, the youth lamented, disregarding the vast area already stripped bare. Fishing is not a disgrace. As a distinguished time traveler, how could my failure to catch fish be considered a wasted endeavor? In his heart, filled with indignation, he began his return journey. Yet this time, something entirely different transpired. The youth's brow bore the flickering shadow of a divine furnace, as if issuing a warning, and it seemed poised to unleash a cataclysmic force that could upheave the very mountains and rivers. Jiang Yifei's mood was peculiar, yet his expression remained impassive, suppressing all anomalies, while simultaneously his frustration evaporated entirely. A grand fish has taken the bait. As anticipated, after walking a distance, he found himself confronted by an imposing figure beneath the brilliant sun and clear sky, a charlatan. Young man, I see your heavenly crown is full. Your bones are extraordinary. You are a promising candidate for cultivation. An elderly man with hair as white as snow intercepted the pure-hearted, innocent youth by the banks of Jiang water, thus proclaiming, "Why not join my fold, practice my great teachings, and in time, you shall undoubtedly ascend to emperor and reign over the 3,000 realms." The elder's eyes gleamed with otherworldly light as he fixated on the youthful boy's abdomen, where the essence of life resides, the very foundation for a cultivator's journey, known as the Sea of Suffering. What a perfect cauldron, the elder mused, his thoughts drifting, while beneath the depths of his gaze lay boundless malice and greed, a shadowy aura enveloping him. Is it true? Is it true? Young Jiang Yifei feigned delight, brimming with excitement. My ancestors traversed countless tribulations, overcoming myriad foes to attain the ultimate path. Could I truly stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Is it merely based on scripture? The youthful boy felt a stirring of emotions initially, but soon regained his composure, his face adorned with skepticism as he gazed intently at the elder. "I have read extensively. Do not attempt to deceive me. Even among emperors, there exists a profound distinction," the elder remarked with significant depth. "The great Emperor Hengyu, undeniably influential and awe-inspiring throughout the ages, has inscribed unparalleled scriptures. Yet, when it comes to legends, there are others who surpass him. There exists a transcendent emperor who has forged myths. Even as a mortal, he can astonish the celestial beings. By following the same path, even if one does not break free from constraints, one can still attain the utmost achievements." The elder's voice gradually ascended to an unfathomable height, imbued with an extraordinary cadence, as though he sought to enlighten the ages, a task from which even the divine could not escape. However, at a critical juncture, the boy's brow radiated light, and amidst the indistinctness, it seemed as though 9 ancient, enigmatic characters were inscribed deep within his soul, subduing eternity, impervious to all laws. Witnessing this, the elder's pupils constricted, revealing a resigned expression of undeniable realization. He reigned in his powers, concealing all malevolence deep within. "The intelligence is accurate. This child is extraordinary and holds significant regard within the Jiang family," he whispered internally, his consciousness traversing thousands of mountains and rivers, communicating with a formidable being. Naturally, that entity responded, shaking the very essence of the ancient secret realm they inhabited, dust of ages scattered throughout, where radiant divine sources occasionally crystallized, preserving the annals of history. "As far as I know, shortly after this child's birth, he stirred the foundational essence of the ancient Jiang family, granting him a prestigious status and ushering him into the ancestral temple for veneration. There must be great secrets within. Hence, I shall allow you to approach him at the opportune moment, to master the hidden truths while leveraging the resources of the Jiang family to cultivate the most exquisite furnace, thus forging the most solid foundation for our lineage's hopes, vying for the path of emperors in this life, and perhaps even achieving immortality." As he concluded, this being, reminiscent of a demonic ancestor, exhibited a hint of madness. Achieving immortality, the dream of eternal emperors and sovereigns. No matter how invincible you may be, reigning supreme, in the face of such 2 words, it remains as elusive as the moon in a well. Achieving immortality, achieving immortality. The elder's spirit was fervent, nearly beyond his control. With great effort, he managed to regain his composure, patiently coaxing the solitary potential dragon before him. In this endeavor, he felt confident, believing in his own prowess. A genius is merely a genius. If one fails to realize their potential, they ultimately cannot be deemed a true powerhouse. And he is a formidable entity. What defines a formidable entity? On the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, amidst countless sacred grounds and esteemed families, the individuals in charge are merely of this caliber. Chapter 2. I can tell at a glance that you are no good. The path of cultivation is akin to ascending a celestial ladder. From the depths of the Wheel Sea's secret realm, one embarks on a journey that traverses 4 realms, parting the sea of suffering, manifesting the well of fate, ascending the divine bridge, and stepping onto the other shore. This is merely the beginning. Beyond it lies the 5 heavens of the Tao Palace, the 4 extremes of the fourfold realms, and the 9 transformations of the Dragon-S metamorphosis, culminating ultimately in the secret realm of the immortals. One must traverse 22 minor realms to even grasp the essence of immortality, let alone aspire to greatness. In the secret realm of the immortals, once one ascends to the 2nd layer, there are 9 minor realms to conquer. With such profound cultivation, to manipulate a mere child is hardly a challenge. The elder brimmed with confidence. Indeed, were it not for the fear of the terrifying family behind the youth, he would not have needed to expend such effort. His peers, upon entering the Taishan gate, required no persuasion. Submission was inevitable. Should one be tasked with becoming a cauldron, then one must become a cauldron. How unlike this place. Here, one must deceive, must trick an 11 or 12-year-old child, which is a farcical endeavor. Fortunately, though the process is arduous, the outcome is splendid. How could a mere child outsmart an old fox? Through a series of stratagems, the youth appeared to lower his defenses, willingly inviting the wolf into his den. "Teach me, please teach me," he clamored, innocent and full of yearning. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Beneath the elder's benevolent facade lay a sense of triumph. He produced an ancient earthen jar, exuding an aura of antiquity, absorbing the essence of the surrounding world like the deepest black hole. "I shall impart to you the unparalleled technique of indestructible celestial art. Release your primordial spirit and immerse yourself in the supreme path of this world." Every word was for this moment. All right. The youth's countenance grew solemn. The 9 characters suppressing the primordial spirit on his celestial platform seemed to dim. In the next instant, the earthen jar exploded. It transformed into a radiant celestial light, exuding unparalleled might, overshadowing all surrounding brilliance, rendering the world dim in its wake. Golden raindrops cascaded, vast feathers descended, inscribing a legacy of supreme strength, embedding the wisdom and thoughts of ancient emperors into the youth's primordial spirit as if they still lived, residing within the hearts of future generations. Yet amidst this beauty, imperfections lingered, malicious prohibitions that sought to control the air, ensnaring him like a fish caught in a net. A grand scheme was afoot. The elder rejoiced, his previously concealed malice gradually surfacing, his smile turning sinister. The youth remained blissfully unaware, seemingly entranced by the profundity of the scriptures, unable to extricate himself. Marvelous, truly marvelous, the youth exclaimed, his sincerity evident as he deeply bowed to the elder, expressing his gratitude for the teachings. I, Ife, will be honored to welcome you into my Jiang family. Alas, no. The elder was momentarily taken aback, masking his revealed malice with feigned humility as an outsider. How could I step through the gates of the Jiang family? Not at all, the youth replied earnestly. Our Jiang family's tenet is to neither mistreat any good person nor let any evildoer escape. You have shown me kindness, and I must repay it. Otherwise, how can my conscience be at peace? Huh? Does the Jiang family possess such a tenet? The elder was perplexed. It did not exist before, but it has recently come to be. The youth spoke with profound meaning. However, the elder was oblivious to the subtlety, his mind clouded by the elation of a flawlessly executed plan. Perhaps I can gain even more from this. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes, his heart racing with excitement. Could the Jiang family become a new shell for my lineage? Following the youth, he stepped into the ancient sacred family that had stood for over 100,000 years in the eastern wilderness. The boundless mountains and waters formed a pure land of celestial spirits, radiating sanctity and transcendence. The residence of the young Jiang Yifei amidst this ancient sanctum was indeed remarkable, reflecting his extraordinary status. I caught a big fish. The elder's joy swelled further. He accompanied Jiang Yifei into his hall. The hall's decor was simple, even rudimentary. Aside from the central Tao platform, there lay only a hearth, upon which a few small birds circled, listless, occasionally emitting feeble sparks that ignited an eternal flame. Beyond this, all else was absent. Harsh, simple. This hardly resembled the abode of a naive, noble youth, lacking romance and vitality. It was steeped in solemnity and coldness. The elder sensed an unsettling atmosphere. He wished to retreat, to escape this place. But the next moment, buzz, the palace doors sealed, isolating them in an entirely new realm. Jiang Yifei had already approached the side of the hearth, leisurely turning to regard the elder, his gaze playful, no longer innocent. What are you planning, young man? The elder's expression shifted, attempting to parley while simultaneously trying to activate the prohibitions to regain control. Yet it was futile. A bloodstain appeared in the palm of the youth's hand, and the crimson drops fell upon the hearth. In the next instant, a wave of life surged forth, transforming the small birds into phoenixes, suddenly vibrant. The elder's vision blurred. The youth's form became indistinct, merging with the hearth, thriving together, suffering together. Naturally, the prohibitions shared in this fate, but a dreadful occurrence unfolded. As the phoenix danced and soared, all restraints dissolved into nothingness. Bold demon, the youth exclaimed. I can tell at a glance that you are no good. You think a mere sugar-coated cannonball can corrode my noble character? Watch as I consume the candy and send the cannonball back. The youth radiated brilliance, banishing his formidable foe into oblivion with a mere jest. The elder was horrified, his divine power surging, blood energy like an ocean, capable of cleaving mountains and rivers, ready to break free from this palace. Yet, it was not for lack of effort. His enemy was simply too powerful. The hearth hummed, shattering the fabric of time and space. Even if the one who summoned it lacked the strength to awaken its might, the natural vibrations summoned the myriad paths of old and new, sweeping across mountains and rivers, interacting with the hidden imperial array underground, crushing all who dared to resist. The elder roared, yet he was ensnared like a fly in amber, unable to struggle even a fraction. You are despicable. I curse you. His bitter curse brimmed with resentment. The stark contrast of being in heaven one moment and plummeting to hell the next. Calm. Jiang Yifei smiled, pressing one hand forward, pinning the elder in midair. I told you, I've read many books. Did I not warn you not to deceive me regarding the indestructible celestial art? Did you think I was unaware of who it referred to? Chapter 3. Adaptation is not chaos. The legacy of the fearsome emperor is reviled by all. Well, being reviled by all is hardly a significant matter. If the offerings are sufficient, I shall become the leader of the fearsome sect tomorrow, wholeheartedly supporting the will of the fearsome emperor. But with just one imperial scripture, do you expect me to serve as your target? Sai, vianc, ye fidamentet, is not enough. Very well. He extended his hand, resonating with the ancient divine furnace, as if it were an inexorable decree of heaven, striking toward the elder's head. Let me uncover the secrets of your lineage. Perhaps my Jiang family could reap substantial benefits? After all, your lineage, despite being reviled, has a history spanning over 200,000 years, does it not? Surely, there must be some assets. A faint smile played at the corners of Jiang Yifei's mouth as he uttered these chilling words. You shall not, the elder bellowed. In the next moment, a flicker of flame ignited from within him, carrying an extreme wave of energy. He was self-destructing. Buzz. The hearth trembled, the laws of the imperial path evolving, seeking to suppress him. Yet ultimately it fell short. In the brilliant blaze of firelight, the elder transformed, leaving nothing behind, burying all traces and clues, rendering pursuit impossible. He dared not underestimate the power and means of an imperial lineage. Those who dared to infiltrate had already prepared for their own demise. However, decisiveness prevailed. Jiang Yifei nodded, speaking softly yet without any tangible effect. I am exceptional. How could I be unaware of your intentions? With a sweep of his sleeve, he brushed away the remnants of calamity. Poor soul, you think you have come to infiltrate the Jiang family, employing deceit and manipulation to cultivate a furnace for your own lineage from this young man. Little do you know, I'm also fishing. The youth dispelled the sanguine glow from his palm, calming the agitated furnace's tumult. The might of the imperial formation faded, and amidst the humming sound, the gates of the palace began to open. Though the confrontation was brief, it was sufficient to shake this ancient sacred family to its core. In an instant, the family head and elders arrived at the scene. The ancestral imperial weapon had awakened. The elder of the Jiang family, his beard bristling with fury, demanded to know what transpired. Who dares invade? His intense rage was directed towards the potential external threats. Yet, when faced with Jiang Yifei, he displayed a demeanor of kindness. After all, this child bore an uncanny resemblance to their ancestor. The bloodline of the ancient emperor had fully revived within the descendants, akin to a scion of the empire. What a surreal circumstance! The imperial scions of the Jiang family had perished in the historical turmoil of darkness. Finally, they had awaited the reincarnation of Jiang Yifei, cherishing him like a fragile treasure, granting him every indulgence, responding to all his requests. Nothing is amiss, the young Jiang Yifei smiled, reassuring the family's elders. Having already managed the situation, they are merely audacious fools, engaging in absurd antics. In the end, I emerged unscathed and even reaped considerable benefits. He concluded decisively, allowing the numerous elders to disperse, leaving only the sacred leader of the Jiang family and a handful of resolute elders. Once the irrelevant figures departed, a whisper emerged. Things are not so simple, are they? The sacred leader of the Jiang family wore a stern expression, surveying his surroundings, sensing the pulse of the world. Realizing that these invaders were not ordinary foes, they were likely on par with him. Yet before the Hungyu furnace, they were but ants, easily turned to dust. The seventh elder spoke solemnly, expressing trust in the family's imperial weapon. Though they are mere ants, we cannot allow anyone to trample upon the Jiang family. If we lack a response, we risk losing our long-held peace. The 13th elder snorted in agreement. Indeed, as the source of all circumstances, Jiang Yifei delivered a crucial address. Although his strength was not formidable, his status was extraordinary, recognized by the Jiang family's ancestral temple. And he was one of the rare individuals capable of eliciting a response from the Hungyu furnace. Wielding the highest strategic weapon, he stood ready to press the nuclear strike button at any moment, setting him apart. Nevertheless, this matter required careful deliberation. Jiang Yifei spoke at length, while simultaneously inscribing on the blank pages of a tome crafted from celestial silver essence, wielding his divine mind as a quill, meticulously carving his thoughts. After a considerable time, he completed his work and presented the tome to the sacred leader and elders of the Jiang family for their scrutiny and study. Is this the undying heavenly art? The sacred leader's expression changed dramatically, realizing it was the legacy of the great emperor's cultivation technique. This demonstrated that even one who held the position of sacred leader must be well versed in knowledge. After all, as the spokesperson of an ancient sacred place, to possess shallow understanding and insight would be quite a disgrace. This lineage had once been eradicated due to public scorn and the obliteration of its heritage. Little did they expect that today, it had revived and flourished once more. The seventh elder's countenance shifted as he grasped the implications, looking up at Jiang Yifei. Your Highness, was it this lineage that invaded our Jiang family and attacked you? Indeed, the youth straightened his posture, commencing his deception. After all, the instigator had been obliterated. Hadn't he? With no living witnesses, he could assert whatever narrative he desired. Moreover, adaptation is not the same as fabrication. As a traveler from another realm, he played the role of a seer, aiming for a mutually beneficial outcome with the Jiang family, while merely seeking to garner a modicum of profit for himself during the process. With eloquence, Jiang Yifei recounted the events that had transpired, artfully embellished, yet retaining the core essence. The fundamental content remained unchanged. The only distinction lay in the absence of any incriminating evidence. The forces behind that individual are formidable and terrifying, Jiang Yifei murmured, enveloping his divine essence with the aura of the imperial weapon, inscribing a mark that, should the situation turn dire, would induce self-destruction, obliterating all traces of the information. He was merciless to others, and even more so to himself. Fortunately, he deftly transitioned, stating that the bloodline of the ancestors had revived within him, and his connection with the Hengyu furnace far surpassed ordinary comprehension, thus enabling him to extract fragmented information from that self-destructive divine essence at the last moment. Do not inquire further. The answer lies in the ancestral bloodline's miraculous efficacy. At that moment, the sacred leader and the gathered elders wore solemn expressions, attentively listening to the destined child who would restore the glory of the Jiang family. The traces of the Azure Emperor would obscure, and the legacy of the ruthless emperor could no longer remain dormant. They were poised to incite turmoil, obliterating an era of golden prosperity, replicating the path once tread by that great emperor. Jiang Yifei's tone was grave, resonating with many. Chapter 4. The Victor of Life. Jiang Hengyu. How dare they act so brazenly? The sacred leader of the Jiang family's gaze was icy, declaring that in this world, apart from the forbidden zones of life, there is no legacy that cannot be extinguished. One elder, however, expressed a different concern, his face etched with worry. Which supreme sacred family is merging with them? If any discord arose, even the slightest misstep could lead to a catastrophic clash of imperial weapons, resulting in calamity for all living beings upon this vast earth. It seems to be the radiant light, Jiang Yifei stated, his eyes profound. Though I lack sufficient evidence, the information I possess is fragmented, yet from the scattered pieces, the radiant light sacred land is inextricably linked to the ruthless lineage that infiltrated our Jiang family. That complicates matters. The sacred leader of the Jiang family side, the radiant light sacred land, and our Jiang family share equal standing in the eastern wilderness. Yet without decisive evidence, it will be challenging for us to rally forces against them. After all, they wielded an imperial weapon, the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron. Perhaps I am beginning to understand how the radiant light sacred land was able to forge an imperial weapon in the past, the sacred leader lamented. If effort alone sufficed, why would we need geniuses? Our Jiang family has produced saints. Are they truly in short supply? There must be unseen hands at work. The word imperial weighs heavily across the ages. Imperial weapons are the foundation upon which a sacred land endures through eternity. The Jiang family, though not weak, faced an insurmountable challenge when seeking to destroy another sacred land of equal stature. Are we to simply swallow this indignity? An elder retorted, his face ashen. Not to that extent, the sacred leader of the Jiang family replied slowly. We can spread rumors of the revival of the ruthless lineage. Many sacred families do not wish to see this lineage flourish. The ruthless lineage, which everyone despises, is no idle threat. After all, it is a true scourge. While others ascend to greatness, the prodigies of the same era often have some chance of survival, provided they are willing to set aside their competitive spirit. The ruthless emperor? All the talents who contended with this supreme figure during his era were annihilated. Better to encounter the beginning than to face the ruthless. In addition, the radiant light sacred land has made its initial moves. The Jiang family is not merely a target. We can also take action. The sacred leader of the Jiang family was now resolute in his decisions. Is Jiang still engaged in his 9th grand raid? The sacred leader remarked with a cold smile. Let us send him to cleanse the radiant light's mining regions in the northern domain, making them feel the sting for a while. In the northern region of the eastern wilderness, there exists a unique specialty known as Yuan, which has consequently fostered a distinctive industrial chain. The coexistence of sacred land agents and notorious bandits characterizes this locale. The Jiang family, a prominent clan deeply entrenched in this sacred domain, finds itself entangled in numerous intricate relations. In the early years, a remarkable master, in disagreement with the family's main lineage, defected from the Jiang family, wandering through the northern territories, claiming dominion and transforming into a formidable bandit, known as Jiang Yi. Yet, despite such turmoil, the inextricable ties of cause and effect remain, and the overarching interests of the family cannot be contravened. Otherwise, one might fear that the Jiang family sovereign would have long since intervened, wielding imperial weapons to obliterate him. Even the Northern Alliance of Bandits possesses a fragment of imperial weaponry. After all, the Jiang family is no ordinary sacred domain. Far away in the Central Plains, there lies an ancient divine dynasty intricately linked with them. Should matters deteriorate, it could summon not just one, but two imperial artifacts. This narrative, however, is lengthy, rooted in the romantic escapades of the Jiang family's ancestor, the Emperor Hengyu. In his youth, Emperor Hengyu was an extraordinary individual who befriended a remarkable figure who established a profound doctrine on the Ziwei ancient star, dubbed the teaching of human desires. The official narrative speaks of cultivating one's heart through the experiences of emotions amidst the mundane world, ultimately grasping the supreme Tao. However, in a less formal light, it veered into the realms of dual cultivation of yin and yang, provoking widespread disdain. It is indeed peculiar that Emperor Hengyu would associate with such a friend, not only forming a bond, but also forging a quasi-imperial weapon for him. Yet, this weapon was shrouded in secrecy, only to be revealed in times of dire need, raising suspicions about whether this friend was a true companion or merely a figment of the proverbial, "I have a friend." Who can say? Jiang Yifei dared not inquire or speak, harboring a twinge of envy within. To claim the title of emperor, one must emulate Hengyu. If the life of the Void Emperor epitomized the tragic heroism, then undoubtedly, the life of Emperor Hengyu signifies the epitome of success, with allies who themselves achieved imperial status. He founded two immortal clans and divine dynasties. Confronting the darkness and chaos, he struck first, penetrating the ancient Taichu mine and slaying a supreme being, departing unscathed and with great prestige. As if that were not enough, he even fished for the likes of the undying celestial emperor. Although he never caught one, it was perhaps fortunate that he did not, for his neighbor, the Grand Emperor, who had a run-in with the undying celestial emperor, met a gruesome end. His body left unrecognizable before the path to ascension. Among the emperors of the ancient era, Emperor Hengyu stood out as exceptional. The Grand Emperor met a tragic demise in his later years. The Void Emperor's life was marked by sorrow. The Chaos Emperor succumbed to madness. The Western Emperor lived a solitary existence, and the Ruthless Emperor harbored deep obsessions, while the Primordial Emperor turned his back on humanity. The Azure Emperor transcended to the realm of immortals, yet his descendants languished in decline. The world admires emperors from past and present, yet who knows the sorrows that accompany such power? In this assembly of the universe's mightiest, Emperor Hengyu appeared somewhat out of place, while others faced hardships. Why did he thrive so? As a descendant of the Jiang lineage, Jiang Yifei, an otherworldly traveler, admired the ruthless emperor's relentless pursuit of immortality, respected the boundless combat prowess of the primordial emperor, and held the Void Emperor's noble virtues in high regard. However, if he were to choose a model to emulate, it would undoubtedly be Emperor Hengyu. The youthful aspirations of Jiang Yifei were modest: to attain longevity, claim dominion, and live a life of leisure. He was candid in his self-reflection, deserving of commendation. Alas, this world is known as Zhu Tian, covering the sky. Moreover, it may be intrinsically linked to Sheng, sacred ruins. Suddenly, his dreams appeared daunting. Listening to the Jiang family's sovereign and several elders strategizing how to show the Sheikh Light sacred land its place, he found himself distractedly pondering his own circumstances. He had traversed into this realm for several years. Was it a seizing of the body, or a reincarnation that necessitated unraveling the mysteries of his past life? At his current level, he could not discern. Regardless, formidable challenges lay ahead. The impending dark turmoil 2 centuries hence, and the distant future's grand offerings to the heavens posed cruel tribulations, yet also a stage for heroes to gallop forth. But is it truly so? In recent years, Jiang Yifei has meticulously cultivated his growth, diligently gathering information, sensing a disquieting atmosphere. As a traveler who understood the script, He should have felt elated in a universe that champions the triumph of justice over evil. Darkness would inevitably be vanquished, and light would assuredly prevail. However, he gradually found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Had the future truly become clear? Did it dictate the past? For instance, if he were to pilfer something from Yi Fengchu, would he be struck down by someone from the future? If so, how then could one explain the dark turmoil? The supreme beings of the forbidden zones feasting on sentient beings? The dark turmoil is a tragic saga woven into the fabric of the covering the sky world, persisting through the ages. In the face of such bloodshed, where 9/10 of the living would be harvested, peace remained elusive. No bell rang to reverberate through time and space. As if a supreme celestial emperor had struck down the supreme beings of the forbidden zones, nor was there a cauldron to suppress the epochs, annihilating the malevolent disruptors. Or a celestial sword, a great Tao vase, to sever myriad paths, obliterating an era and entombing all darkness. Jiang Yifei has confirmed this repeatedly. In the midst of turmoil, there exists no savior. He annually pays homage at the grave of the Jiang family's imperial scion, amidst tattered garments and blood-stained weapons, a lamentation that words cannot encapsulate. Those who wish to save the world have perished, completely and utterly. No miracles were born. Look, even amidst such a brutally sanguine upheaval, if one could not secure some divine elixirs or celestial gold, would that truly be a grave issue? It should not be. Of course, if Mr. Yi were to express candidly from the lower reaches of the river of time that the dark turmoil merely resulted in the loss of 9/10 of living beings. Yet he lamented his loss of divine elixirs and celestial gold. Jiang Yifei would have nothing further to say, willingly accepting his defeat. If Yi Fengchu stated thus, what more could one say? It is akin to a shocking statement in the realm of love. You lost a leg, but she lost her love. Jiang Yifei sighed inwardly. The dark turmoil serves merely as a testament, alongside the persistent existence of the underworld. The late Master Yuan's obscured fate further corroborates the clandestine activity of the underworld. This information is significant. If only I could visit the ancient grounds of the Yao Pool. Should everything remain unchanged, and if the father of the primordial emperor still existed, that once great holy body transformed into a corpse, emerging from the coffin, then the conclusion would be clear. To unearth and desecrate the corpse of one's father. Who could accept such a fate? If I were Wuxia, even if it meant traversing time and space, I would annihilate the underworld into dust. Wuxia, your father has risen from the dead. This surge of wrath would instantaneously erupt. The primordial emperor, after all, yearns for the revival of his parents. With a heart full of filial piety, who can accept the desecration of their father's corpse? A series of information seems to validate something. Either time has yet to form a loop, the future remains undecided, and times downstream cannot interfere with the past. Or there exists a more terrifying scenario. The world of covering the sky is merely a reflection. The entire universe consists of NPCs, mere replicas, mere cutscenes. Because they are NPCs and cutscenes, there are no sacrifices, no turmoil, and even death is met with resurrection. However, since it is merely a replica, those omnipotent overseers overlooking this game likely do not care for a pile of data like divine elixirs and celestial gold, do they? It is merely a game. Would players truly concern themselves with whether their teammates are profiting from the economy? The situation is not as straightforward as it seems. The jungler frequently inhabiting the mid lane will undoubtedly drive the mid laner to madness, making offline confrontations highly probable. This is significant news indeed. Jiang Yifei can unleash his potential, provided he does not overstep boundaries. However, this also bears adverse implications, for the future remains uncertain, and there are no guarantees of victory. Death looms. The young Jiang Yifei muses self-deprecatingly. I am essentially wagering my life to validate the future. Should I perish, it would signify that in a distant future, the forces of righteousness ultimately triumphed over evil, quelling the greatest turmoil of ancient times. I would die with purpose. Yet, it is regrettable that while the old malevolent dragon has fallen, a new one has risen. They care not for the souls lost amidst the chaos of the past, treating them as mere ephemeral whispers. If I am not to be slain, then I must fight for my life. The debts of the past must be borne by the future generations. Having enjoyed the privileges of the Jiang family, I must also acknowledge the enmity forged between the eternal emperor and the ancient mine of Taichu. For my own sake, and for the sake of all beings across the universe, who else shall stand against this forbidden zone? The aspirations of youth, even when forced, remain grand. Thus, over the past 6 months, he has taken the initiative, adopting a proactive and radical stance, emulating the fishing tactics of the Eternal Emperor. And indeed, fish have taken the bait. Beginning from the sacred land of Yaoguang, this marks Jiang Yifei's imperial journey. He aims to achieve the greatest accomplishments in the shortest span of time. Yet, this is an arduous task. After all, time waits for no one. A mere 200 years remain. The journey to transcend to the North Dipper and attain immortality is limited to just over 2 centuries. Time is exceedingly brief. Even though Jiang Yifei possesses ancestral bloodline traits akin to the Eternal Emperor's offspring, 200 years is hardly sufficient. A methodical approach to cultivation may yield a peak at the great sage level, let alone the thresholds of quasi-emperors and emperors that lie above. Not to mention the suppression of dark turmoil. Merely to contend against the might of the supreme beings within the Forbidden Zone, one must at least possess the power of a perfected saint body. This is merely in the face of a single dark supreme of the Forbidden Zone. However, with the opening of the path to immortality at the North Dipper, what emerges is not just a single supreme being of the Forbidden Zone, but a veritable horde. Contemplating this, no matter how resilient Jiang Yifei's nerves may be, he cannot help but exclaim in frustration. In such circumstances, no one possesses the ability to turn the tide. Everyone must struggle. To evade, that hardly resolves the issue. After all, the Eternal Emperor has forged enmity with the ancient mind of Taichu, and the supreme beings within this Forbidden Zone would not hesitate to target the Jiang family. With the might of an emperor traversing the realms and the 6 paths, to escape to the ends of the universe, what means would one employ to flee? Moreover, although the Jiang family has decayed over the years, having weathered the storms of 100,000 years and gradually straying from their original path, producing many unworthy descendants who have committed numerous misdeeds, there still remain those of noble character who wish to stand up against the turmoil and contribute their meager strength, awakening the fragments of imperial laws within their bloodlines, allowing the ancestors who dwell within the descendants to return. Ultimately, they have indeed fulfilled their wishes. The imperial corpse of the Eternal Emperor has awakened, acquiring this ultimate law to contend against the supreme beings, ultimately seeking righteousness and obtaining it. A poignant and unspeakable grandeur. As a descendant of the bloodline, Jiang Yifei finds himself at the forefront. In the original timeline, it was the divine King Jiang Tai Su who expelled him, thus enabling Jiang Yifei to survive. Yet, how could those who remain not feel sadness and melancholy for such an outcome? Not to mention, the current Jiang Yifei is no longer the same. Chapter 6. People are distinct. I'm a noble traveler of time and space, a player of unparalleled prowess. How could I be so feeble? I yearn to accomplish great deeds. The youth's consciousness retracts, coalescing within his mind's sea, where he beholds a sacred text, a golden scripture, firmly anchored at the center of his consciousness, eternally motionless, as if embodying the highest and most ancient principles of the great Tao. The cover of the scripture bears 3 characters he does not recognize, igniting within Jiang Yifei the anguish of illiteracy. Despite exerting all his mental faculties, he struggles to turn the pages, only to find more unfamiliar characters. He has attempted to replicate them, yet no divine effect awaited him. Only after intense concentration did he become aware of a certain truth. Those characters are perpetually shifting, as if reflecting profound principles of the great Tao, presenting themselves in myriad forms at each moment. Unless one grasps the essence and traces its origins, they can only witness a single facet of the great Tao at any given time. In simpler terms, the current Jiang Yifei lacks even the qualification to interpret this scripture. Its origins remain a mystery, imperceptible to outsiders. Only when Jiang Yifei awakens to his past life does he truly behold it. Perhaps it is a great fortune that transcends time and space, or perhaps a miracle woven from the infinite universe that allows him to encounter and accompany it. This connection opens a small crack in a door for Jiang Yifei. The entire scripture, though unfathomable, contains 2 sentences he comprehends, even if he knows the outcome without understanding the reasoning behind it. In that moment of realization, he grasps 2 extraordinary abilities. Knowledge and capability converge in that instant. The way of heaven diminishes the excess to replenish the insufficient. The way of humanity diminishes the insufficient to bestow upon the excess. Simple yet profoundly intricate. With Jiang Yifei's rudimentary understanding, he perceives part of its mysteries, gaining insight into their power. Just like the way of heaven, diminishing the excess and replenishing the insufficient. This is encapsulated in a single word: balance. Life is indeed marvelous. The adage that heaven has endowed me with talents for a purpose signifies that each person possesses their own strengths. Likewise, every individual has their shortcomings. One may excel in vision, yet falter in hearing. Some may have extraordinary memory, but struggle with comprehension. Others may possess a robust physique, yet exhibit mediocrity in intellect or talent. And still, some are born with astonishing talent, yet unfortunate enough to be physically weak, making their path of cultivation arduous. The workings of heaven and earth are thus intricately delicate. This is manifested in cultivation, vividly illustrating the myriad forms of existence. Naturally, nothing in life is absolute. Take the ruthless great emperor, whose unparalleled talents allowed him to compensate for his physical shortcomings, vanquishing the exceptional talents of an entire golden era, ultimately evolving into a supreme body of chaos, even transcending the mundane to become an immortal. In contrast, there exists a primordial chaotic body, Wang Bo, the source of the ancient North Dipper star, born extraordinary with an unparalleled physique. Yet, what are his accomplishments? They remain rather ordinary and certainly not comparable to those of other chaotic bodies. It is a matter of timing and fate. However, in Zhang Yifei's case, these concepts are somewhat nuanced. He can diminish the excess to compensate for the deficiency. Both excess and deficiency are relative. As a prodigy, Zhang Yifei's innate aptitude for cultivation is naturally commendable. However, this must be measured against the standard. The gap between his current level and the foundational essence of his bloodline is as vast as heaven and earth. The potential of his body is immense. Zhang Yifei has merely scratched the surface. This represents the excess. Diminishing this excess to compensate for the deficiency in talent is sufficient to support the youth's rapid advancement in comprehension during his early cultivation. What joy it brings to truly feel the sensation of extraordinary talent. Zhang Yifei now experiences it vividly. He also comprehends the state of the ruthless great emperor in his youth. Though his physique may have been lacking, inspiration flowed ceaselessly, birthing an array of extraordinary ideas, leading to remarkable insights into cultivation and the great Tao. People are indeed different. When Zhang Yifei opened the door to a new world, he profoundly grasped this truth. The way of heaven diminishes the excess to replenish the insufficient. This ability does not primarily focus on destruction, yet it surpasses myriad techniques. During its operation, it allows Zhang Yifei to adjust his various attributes, perceiving the fundamental essence of the great Tao from different perspectives, correcting his understanding, and thereby indirectly realizing his potential ahead of time. Moreover, there exists the way of humanity. If the way of heaven emphasizes balance, then the way of humanity emphasizes extremity, diminishing the insufficient to enhance the excess, strengthening what is already advantageous to render it even more formidable. Under the operation of this mystical power, all attributes and abilities of a living being have been transformed into data, allowing for the diminishment of weaker aspects while simultaneously enhancing the already exceptional strengths, all while maintaining the most fundamental needs. This method is indeed formidable, capable of enabling an individual to perpetually transcend their limits. When combined with the harmonious principles of the celestial way, the starry path has already unfolded before Zhang Yifei, beckoning him to embark upon a daunting imperial journey. I require an invincible physique, Zhang Yifei once pondered, for in possessing such a body, he would also equate to having astonishing enlightenment and talent. What could be more fitting for him than the ruthless legacy of the chaos body? Only through this could he achieve the most extraordinary breakthroughs over the course of 2 centuries, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Supreme. As for whether comprehensively cultivating the methods of others would impede his own path, Zhang Yifei remained indifferent. His foremost concern was simply to survive. When the time came for him to enter the realm of immortals, an eternity would await him to explore and innovate. What shackles of the past could not be shattered? If one were to deliberate, the cultivation systems themselves could also be seen as shackles. Present-day cultivators traverse the secret realms of the wild emperor. Yet does this hinder their ascension? Not in the slightest. The unique characteristic of cultivation within the world of Zhu Tian is rebirth, a metamorphosis. It embodies the principle that one cannot establish without first breaking down, severing decay to usher in new life. This is not a path of irrevocable commitment, where one is trapped in a single course of action in a fantastical world. There is room for trial and error, as long as one possesses sufficient resources and time. The scheme is set in motion. A glint of determination sparkled in Zhang Yifei's eyes as he acquired swallowing heaven demon technique and indestructible heavenly art, becoming an archaeological expert, a master of shadows throughout an era. Subsequently, he planned to explore the channels of the source heavenly master, seeking to infiltrate the underworld. If he could devour the Chaos Blood Monster, a creation forged from the utmost dedication of the underworld, how many supremes could he contend with then? Dreams are beautiful, yet reality is cold. As discussions among the patriarchs and elders of the Jiang clan grew increasingly fervent, plotting 70 or 80 schemes for revenge against the Radiant Saintland, each advocating passionately for their favored plan's initiation, Jiang Yifei could not help but refocus. Chapter 7. The Study of Tombs, a Rising Star in Archaeology. Exposing the connection between the ruthless legacy and the Radiant Saintland, manufacturing a public relations offensive to compel the extreme path Saintland to join forces in suppression? No. Jiang Yifei shook his head vehemently, dismissing the idea. If they were frightened into retreating, shifting from light to darkness, where would he harvest in the future? Upon his utterance, the room fell into a profound silence. Looking at the techniques of the ruthless emperor, they are quite remarkable, Jiang Yifei remarked, expressing his desire to explore this path. Yet, how could a solitary venture compare to a collective effort? A faint smile danced upon his lips as he declared, I shall merely be the final harvester. All is my demonic progeny, culminating in my own success. At that moment, an unutterable aura of malevolence enveloped Jiang Yifei. Yifei, you must think twice, cautioned an elder gravely. You possess the Furjing, Hung Yu Sutra, yet you wish to practice the legacy of the ruthless emperor? Does that make sense? Perhaps it does not, Jiang Yifei chuckled lightly, but time waits for no one. The path to immortality is about to unfold, with merely over 200 years remaining until the timeline foretold by our ancestors. He surveyed the gathered patriarchs and elders, pondering how much further he could advance through conventional means in such a short span. Thus, he resolved to pursue extraordinary methods. Moreover, the legacy of the ruthless emperor is nothing short of astonishing. After all, in terms of achievements, this emperor quelled a realm of life that our ancestors could not. The heavenly severing mountain still bears witness to her enduring legacy. The ruthless emperor, a titan of her age, single-handedly vanquished the royal Tao fire spirit, cleaved the heavenly severing mountain with a single sword strike, transforming the ancestral land of the Holy Spirit royal clan into ruins, and obliterated a realm of life with a mere sweep of her sword. She stood alone against the remnants of the 9 great celestial sovereigns, even confronting those who still lived, single-handedly traversing the heavens and earth, establishing 9 ultimate principles that rivaled the 9 secrets. She ventured into the undying mountain, meditating beneath the ancient tea tree, where the ancient emperors dared not speak, responding only with silence. She stepped into Kunlun, the abode of immortals, shattering the immortal cauldron with a single hand, slaying myriad ancestral dragons, transcending the world, indifferent to the desires of the ginseng fruit tree, drifting away. She lived countless lives, creating the miracle of longevity, yet sought not immortality, but merely awaited the return of a certain individual in this earthly realm. All of this merely represents fragments of the ruthless emperor's life. Countless tales have dissipated into the river of time, unbeknownst to outsiders. The truth is buried in the past. Yet even these fragments are sufficient to astonish, for the life of this great emperor, fraught with controversy, is imbued with legend. Her near-immortal experiences and defiance against the heavens are innumerable. The scriptures birthed by such an emperor, though tinged with a hint of malevolence, are by no means lacking in merit. After all, how many emperors and sovereigns throughout history have been driven to madness by the mere concept of immortality? Most of the supremes lurking within the realm of life have descended into madness. In pursuit of the immortal domain, many among them have grown cold-hearted, even extinguishing their humanity, ruthlessly slaughtering living beings merely to mend the cracks in the immortal platform wrought by aging. This is a world consumed by madness. Jiang Yifei firmly believes that to overcome these supremes, who have essentially fallen into the path of demonic cultivation, one must grow in a manner even more frenzied than they. Fortuitously, the legacy of the ruthless emperor aligns perfectly with this requirement. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Yifei articulated his thoughts to the assembled patriarchs and elders, eliciting deep sighs of melancholy from the elderly. The hope of their clan, compelled by the threat of dark turmoil, was set upon a path of bloodshed and madness, while they themselves felt utterly powerless to assist. The scene was laden with unspeakable sorrow and grief. They were not even saints. What could they do? Moreover, in the presence of the supremes, even saints are mere ants. If the master wishes to tread this path, all we can offer is our support. The 7th elder sighed after a prolonged silence, before adopting a steely expression. In that case, The clan shall mobilize to investigate the intelligence of various holy lands and sects, identifying any exceptionally gifted individuals to eliminate, paving the way for the master. Zhang Yifei was momentarily taken aback, then quickly shook his head. That is unnecessary. With the Radiant Saint Land at the forefront, they will be more proactive than us. Once they have committed all manner of offenses, we shall simply reap the rewards. In the meantime, please investigate the historical records of profound cultivators from the North Dipper Ancient Star. Zhang Yifei tilted his head. I believe that with our family's heritage, having observed the rise and fall of the world for over 100,000 years, achieving this should not be overly difficult, should it? Quite easily. The Holy Lord of the Jiang clan rubbed his temples. The study of tombs is a profound discipline, a path from death to life. Our Jiang family has not lacked individuals who contemplated walking this path since ancient times. Even the remnants of our ancestors' writings contain fleeting descriptions, though none have succeeded. Someone has succeeded. Zhang Yifei's eyes glimmered with intrigue. This path is indeed arduous, yet some have achieved significant milestones. Just as our ancestors of the Jiang family successfully staged a resurrection and ventured to Earth, becoming Shun known, though the body may not be divine. If they could replicate this success 9 times, perhaps the true Hongyu Emperor would return. Setting aside other matters, this path is indeed promising, through conflict and struggle. When the time comes, one could simply lie in the tomb 9 times to attain immortality. How splendid would that be? Unfortunately, it relies too heavily on fortune. Should one be interrupted midway, all efforts would be in vain. Yet, despite its challenges, it remains a path illuminated with promise. Gao Yusheng, Tribulation Crossing, Celestial Sovereign, Nether Emperor. Duanda. Truly, some have traversed this path. Teetering between life and death, they succeeded 9 times, seizing the cosmic mysteries, ultimately transforming into an immortal being amidst the mundane. Zhang Yifei had never envisioned traversing this particular path, yet that did not preclude him from crafting a narrative around it. After all, this route was highly esteemed by numerous elderly cultivators. Perhaps in their desperation, they favored selecting auspicious burial sites for themselves, only to await resurrection. At that juncture, Zhang Yifei intended to pay a visit. Although it might seem a tad unscrupulous, in the realm of cultivation, one must not be overly fastidious. A new star in the field of archaeology was on the rise. Nevertheless, this was merely one facet of his preparations. Beyond the exploration of ancient tombs, he sought to adopt a multifaceted approach. If the ruthless lineage of the Radiant Light, sacred ground, could engage in cultivation, why should he not partake? If they could reap rewards, why should he not also harvest? Such a notion was entirely feasible. Furthermore, as Zhang Yifei pondered, a surge of murderous intent began to brew within him. The myriad races of the primordial era, with their multitude of varieties and extraordinary origins, they must surely constitute the finest nourishment, mustn't they? And were they not still slumbering? If he could enlist the aid of a saintly enforcer, covertly execute his designs, wielding the Hongyu furnace to annihilate a few ordinary ancient clans in one fell swoop, he could accomplish his tasks without a trace and still not lack for sustenance. Chapter 8. A sword aimed at radiant light. Calamity looms over the stone abode. Zhang Yifei subtly began to form the silhouette of an overarching dark hand. He had no intention of engaging in conventional affairs. While legitimate endeavors were scant, his nefarious thoughts flowed abundantly. This intelligence, not applied to righteous paths, when combined with the resources at Jiang's disposal, promised a qualitative transformation. The Jiang family possessed imperial weapons. Such strategic instruments of annihilation, if wielded effectively, could slay saints as easily as one would slaughter a dog. The myriad races of the primordial era, while boasting impressive legacies, were often merely overseen by a handful of ancestral kings. To dispatch a saint, armed with an imperial weapon, to obliterate a mere 20 or 30 clans would be no formidable task. Such conditions were also within the Jiang family's reach. Without even summoning the full might of their lineage, there existed a singular, unparalleled divine king within the Purple Mountain. Perhaps the only vexation lay in the fact that these ancient clans concealed themselves adeptly, with ancestral kings and saints within their ranks etching formation patterns. They were challenging to unearth. This necessitated the expertise of a source arts master to trace dragon veins and explore fortuitous occurrences to uncover them. However, the Purple Mountain was well equipped to resolve this dilemma. Within it lay the source heavenly book, capable of locating dragon veins. As for the notion that studying the source heavenly book would lead to untoward outcomes in old age, nonsense. If the underworld did not seek me out, I will be the one to approach it. The path to forging a chaotic body was precisely lacking the underworld's foundational contributions. This ancient life-restricting zone had no doubt seen countless graves desecrated. If one wished to find a locale that congregated the most exceptional physiques from across the universe, it would undoubtedly be the underworld. Even if they were all deceased, dining at the underworld's buffet could leave one utterly satiated. In certain respects, the underworld and the ruthless emperor's legacy formed a true match made in heaven. In comparison, the Zhang family's endeavors to excavate ancient cultivators' tombs, as proposed by various saints and elders, were but trifles. Yet, Zhang Yifei was not choosy. Anything was better than nothing. In a spirited exchange, Zhang Yifei's underground archaeological efforts gradually took shape under the guidance of a cadre of elders aged over 1,000 years. As witnesses to history, the Zhang family had observed the eastern wilderness for over 100,000 years. Should they extend familial connections and collaborate with the ancient Hua dynasty, they would gain a clearer understanding of Central State. The two great domains could sufficiently satisfy Zhang Yifei's initial cultivation needs. However, the youth harbored a tinge of concern. If he were to consume too much of the essence from those corpses, might it lead to unfavorable consequences? This could very well be the bittersweet worry that accompanies a promising future. Perhaps I should seek an immortal divine herb to neutralize this? Suddenly, Zhang Yifei appeared contemplative. Ahem. He cleared his throat, capturing the attention of the saintly elders. I wish to cultivate the undying heavenly art. This must remain a secret. Given this, we should retaliate against Radiant Light's insidious schemes. Otherwise, the sacred ground may develop unwarranted thoughts. There is no need to arrange for a major raid. Such an overt display of force could easily attract criticism. We cannot conveniently incite discord by invoking the ruthless lineage as a pretext for conflict and exposing the truth. However, even muddled accounts have their own calculations. Let us exact a minor retribution upon Radiant Light. We should not inflict pain so profound that it becomes unbearable. It must not be so insignificant that it invites scorn. There exists a prime opportunity for such an endeavor. Zhang Yifei paused the sacred city. Let us upend the stone abode of Radiant Light and plunder it thoroughly. The moment he uttered these words, it was as if the heavens had been rent asunder. This was no simple task. The Zhang family's saints were stirred. The sacred city stood as the nucleus of power in the northern region, a gathering place for the mightiest cultivators of Central State and the titans of the north. Engaging in conflict within such a realm was rather precarious, was it not? Moreover, intricate prohibitions guarded the place, making it far from easy to topple. He delicately urged caution. I think otherwise, Zhang Yifei countered. All issues stem from insufficient firepower. When the time comes, we shall summon the Hongyu furnace and unleash its ultimate power. His words sent shivers down the spines of many elders. Such an iron-fisted approach was excessively ruthless and audacious. An elder, typically a stalwart of the iron-blooded faction, faltered at this moment. Was this not a challenge to the heavens? Yet, what of it? Zhang Yifei retorted, we wield imperial weapons. We are the architects of the rules. Why should we be constrained by them? If we do not showcase our imperial weapons and awaken the fears of those ambitious souls, they might mistakenly believe that the Zhang family has withstood the test of time for over 100,000 years merely through benevolence. His tone was resolute and powerful. However, observing the hesitant expressions of the elders, he recognized that this leap was too grand, making it hard for others to accept. Thus, he took a step back. If we cannot uproot the roof, perhaps we can open a window? If you all harbor concerns, why not conceal the true essence and movements of the Hongyu furnace when the time comes? I believe that should not be too difficult, yes? Zhang Yifei inquired once more. This was not an unfounded notion. In the original text, upon the revival of a generation's divine king from the Zhang family, an unknown figure had activated a mysterious imperial weapon, brazenly striking within the sacred city, intent on slaying the divine king on the spot. This had already demonstrated that the so-called rules were mere paper cages in the presence of those who wield imperial weapons. If the Radiant Light's sacred ground could engage in such actions, could the Zhang family not do the same? If we were to topple the stone abode of Radiant Light, those unaware would remain oblivious, while the informed would certainly grasp our intentions and resolve. Zhang Yifei smiled. We possess imperial weapons and are unrelenting in their use. Should they dare to extend their hands toward my Zhang family and engage in petty schemes, we would have no qualms about declaring war. Let them understand that we are formidable and should not be trifled with. His resolve was icy, simultaneously harnessing the latent potential within his being, causing the ancestral bloodline to surge and resonate with the nearby divine furnace. Buzz. The divine furnace trembled, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the master of weapons had returned, producing a resonant sound. Instantly, the saints and elders shifted their stances. What could they do? They were powerless. With the Hongyu furnace backing him, could they possibly oppose him? Indeed, the Jiang family must not be underestimated. The saints echoed, yet, is it not somewhat radical to strike the stone abode of radiant light? Perhaps we should consider an alternative target? No alternatives, it is the stone abode. Zhang Yifei remained steadfast in his conviction. Change what? A seed of the immortal divine herb lies before us, an invaluable treasure. The act of demolishing the stone abode of radiant light is not the crux. The key is to secure this precious artifact. While others privy to the knowledge might contemplate staging a grand spectacle, masquerading as masters of source arts to draw countless spectators and then, before the public eye, gamble on stones to extract the seed of the Qilin divine herb, igniting a multitude of disputes. However, he is unlike Zhang Yifei. The moment of truth has arrived. I shall seize it directly. Chapter 9. My Empress Sister, the Wronged Relative. The objective is the elixir of immortality, while the methods employed remain open to discussion. As long as the seed of the Qilin elixir is within reach, the morality of the means becomes irrelevant. Moreover, the fewer individuals privy to this information, the better. After all, within the ancient royal lineage, there exists a faction known as the Fire Qilin Cave. If one were to investigate, it would be difficult to assert that the Qilin elixir has no connection to this lineage, and even if others deny it, that clan would likely make an effort to establish a link, presenting ancient imperial artifacts in a bid for favor. Although the original text depicts Fire Qilin Cave as adhering to regulations, and while they ardently desire the Qilin seeds, they do not resort to force. This is a gamble that cannot be taken lightly. Perhaps it is due to Yi Fan's background that the ancient royal clan finds themselves in a precarious position. After all, Yi Fan emerged from the ancient forbidden zones of the 7 great life bands. Moreover, he has consumed the sacred medicines within, surviving multiple forays unscathed. This cannot merely be attributed to luck. The more powerful the clan, the greater their reverence for the life bands. For they understand the horrific darkness that lies beneath. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, where all beings perish, the living become mere fodder, devoured by the cruelest and most merciless of forces. In the ancient era, darkness and turmoil also reigned. Ordinary ancient clans may have endured such cycles of harvest and devastation. Their civilizations obliterated countless times, lacking a deep understanding of the hidden secrets. But the royal clans? They record history. They witness it. Their ancient imperial ancestors lie dormant within the forbidden zones, awaiting the path to immortality, which simultaneously serves as a deterrent. This ensures that when other supreme beings instigate dark upheavals, they may turn a blind eye to those clans backed by powerful patrons. Yet the brutality and bloodshed of the life bands is something the ancient royal clan knows all too well. They are acutely aware that those lurking within the forbidden zones are far from amicable. The long years of waiting for the path to immortality have long since frozen their hearts. An ant scurrying within may find a slim chance of survival. But to disturb the elixir of immortality and emerge unscathed? Who would believe that one could do so without a significant background? Only the ignorant can be fearless. Clans that have never produced emperors or kings cannot fathom the depths of this abyss, even among imperial families. Those who cannot ascend to sainthood or become great saints lack the qualification to comprehend the intricacies involved. Thus, a host of powerful beings, driven mad by the desire for longevity, dare to gamble their fortunes within the life bands. It is their ignorance that grants them the audacity. Those who truly understand would not bend the knee, for they are exceptional individuals. The likes of Yi Fan, a unique case, are precisely what the ancient royal clan is reluctant to provoke lightly. They dare not wager. And in truth, they are not mistaken. Mr. Yi indeed possesses a significant background. Shrouded in heaven could very well be renamed I Have an Empress Sister, as a flower of similar ilk. Yi Fan has been designated by the ruthless emperor as his brother at this juncture. One should not speculate on the intentions of a brother complex. It is permissible for Yi Fan to be injured, but utterly unacceptable for him to perish. The Empress awaits Yi Fan's ascension to see if he can awaken the so-called memories of his past life. To this end, even the combined Dao flower has been prepared. However, as someone in the know, Zhang Yifei understands that Yi Fan is merely a flower of resemblance and is not, in fact, the brother of the ruthless emperor. Even if their appearances and physiques are identical, as revealed in the holy ruins, Yi Fan's visage has undergone transformation. He was influenced by the 3 generations copper coffin, altering his appearance to resemble that of the creator the eerie source of the plateau. He is not alone. Even the ancient Heavenly Emperor and the Jar Heavenly Emperor share this similarity. The three Heavenly Emperors bear striking resemblances. This is a most delicate matter. Consequently, at this point in time, the ruthless Emperor may be severely misled, leading to erroneous judgments. Her current strength is insufficient to penetrate the mysteries of the ages, which constitute the world's ultimate secret. In this realm, there is no reincarnation. There is only reflection. The powers of the immortal Emperor can illuminate the myriad heavens, the ages, and the mortal realm. Yet, to return to the subject, the brother of the Empress, that long-deceased holy body, naturally possesses such an appearance that it is difficult for those in the known not to be alarmed. Without the influence of the 3 generations copper coffin or the ashes jar, he naturally grew to resemble that form, which, combined with the Empress's ultimate achievements, leaves Jiang Yifei feeling suspicious. He once speculated that perhaps it is the lingering thoughts of the ultimate boss that have resonated, manifesting in this individual. After all, upon the plateau, those bizarre clans, those whose ancestral paths have reached their end, perform grand rituals to the heavens, directing their efforts toward that person, attempting to resurrect him and uncover further pathways from him. Although they have failed, one cannot dismiss the possibility that some strange changes occurred, a faint remnant truly revived, newly born, and then like a shooting star, fleetingly vanished. Yet, despite its passing, its influence lingered. An obsession with his sister transformed into a blessing, empowering the Empress, allowing her to soar higher, ultimately even gracing the path of the sacrificial way. This is not beyond possibility. One must understand that the thoughts of such a figure, even a common lotus, can be transformed into the lotus of endless reincarnation. Can the insight and talent of a ruthless emperor truly be matched by an ordinary individual? Were she even remotely human, she would not be so utterly inhuman. Many harbor deep grievances and heavy obsessions. Yet how many can achieve immortality in the mortal realm from a mere obsession? Even at her most resplendent moment in life, she single-handedly battled the 5 great ancestors and managed to take one with her, one whom the plateau could not resurrect. This is a singular instance throughout history. The past is unseen, and the future will not repeat. It is unique. It is a myth. The more Jiang Yifei contemplates, the more he finds it nuanced. The holy ruins could also be titled My Wronged Relative or The Inheritance Struggle. Just observe, throughout the narrative, how many rituals have been connected to the origins of the plateau. The 10 great ancestors were formed from ashes. The 3 great heavenly emperors were similarly influenced. Whether righteous or villainous, they cannot escape this connection. Even the likes of the primordial emperor, once a figure of grandeur who turned his back on the world, ultimately had to face the people. After all, who could have predicted that within the trio of Shrouded in Heaven, he would emerge as the least impressive? Primordial, after years of absence, how have you fallen so far? If this continues, even the Black Emperor will catch up to you. Boldly hypothesize, cautiously verify. The journey is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge in all directions. Jiang Yifei lamented the world's secrets, tightening his robe against the sweltering heat. In the blazing sun, he felt a chill as he perused the annals of time, noting that this book bore no dates. Each crooked page, inscribed with the words blood and struggle, awakened memories of sleepless nights. As he reflected on the plot until he discerned 2 words from the spaces between the lines, those were the background. Chapter 10. Can the youth endure such trials? So be it. After all, it is revenge, and the stone pavilion of the Radiant Light must face a tribulation. The holy master of the Jiang clan sighed deeply, finalizing the outcome. Though Radiant Light may be furious, she would not descend into complete madness, for the stones placed within the Holy Land Stone Pavilion are merely superficially extraordinary, yet deemed gimmicks by internal experts, designed to fool the gullible. The listed prices are exorbitantly high, but often merely inflated. The Holy Master reassured himself, seeking a way out. Indeed, this is largely the case. Who would sell good items at a loss? In most situations, buyers are not as savvy as sellers, unless they encounter unreasonable children of fortune. Typically, sellers reap substantial profits. The combined value of the stones in the Radiant Light Holy Land Stone Pavilion amounts to roughly 2 to 3 million pounds of source. Yet their actual value is not nearly as high. Mining in the quarry is conducted by ordinary cultivators or mortals, making a no-risk venture. The destruction of the Radiant Stone Workshop may have been a slap in the face, but the losses incurred were negligible for them, aligning well with our deterrent needs. Faced with a warning from an Imperial weapon, the Radiant Holy Land would undoubtedly weigh the pros and cons. At most, it would result in minor skirmishes with subordinate factions. a few casualties, and after some time, the matter would settle down. The patriarch of the Jiang family, with a rational and objective assessment, gradually came to regard the demolition of the Radiant Holy Land stone workshop as not a significant affair. Naturally, precautionary measures must still be taken. Sighing, he instructed that the family members be alerted to remain vigilant against potential retaliatory actions from the Radiant faction. Understood, an elder nodded, acknowledging the patriarch's thoughts. So it shall be. The patriarch sighed lightly, turning his gaze to Jiang Yifei. Yifei, you have chosen your own path. There is little we can say to dissuade you. We merely hope you do not forget your original intentions and are not blinded by power. Understanding the weight of these words, Yifei nodded in acceptance of the elder's counsel. That is good, the patriarch said, taking a deep breath before his expression turned cold. He addressed several elders. Proceed to arrange matters. Let the destruction of the Radiant Holy Land stone workshop serve as a clear warning to that lineage's inheritors. As you command, the elders responded in unison. I will accompany you, Jiang Yifei, said Qingying. The bloodline of our ancestors awakens within me, resonating uniquely with the Hengyu furnace, which can alleviate the pressure of your spellcasting. He smiled, somewhat inexplicably. After a moment of contemplation, the patriarch nodded in agreement. Very well. Witnessing the scene will certainly benefit your future endeavors. The Jiang family was stirred into action, a vast wave of momentum set in motion, beginning with a mere fishing expedition. Yet no one could foresee how far it would lead. That holy city would become the eye of the storm. The Northern Domain's holy city stands as a magnificent metropolis, sprawling across an unmeasurable expanse. Since records began, this city has never changed its location and has existed for an immeasurable span of time. Known as the first ancient city and the first divine city of the Northern Domain, legends tell that in the distant past, it floated in the sky. In the northern reaches of the eastern wasteland, it serves as an undeniable center, as renowned as the Taichu ancient mine. Revered as a sacred land by the inhabitants of this region, the very location exudes an aura of sanctity, infused with an abundance of spiritual energy that renders the passage of the seasons imperceptible. When the world beholds the ancient city's true visage, they are often awestruck. Its walls lie like a colossal dragon, undulating endlessly, seemingly forged from bronze, glimmering with a metallic sheen. The grand city gates rise to a height of over 100 meters, exuding an imposing grandeur that is truly breathtaking. From afar, the enormous ancient city engenders a sense of suffocating pressure. Jiang Yifei, mounted upon a divine hound and accompanied by the elite guardians of the Jiang family, paraded through the streets, stepping onto this ancient land of sanctity. Throughout this journey, everything appeared novel to him. A civilization possesses its own distinctive elegance. He inwardly sighed, quietly contrasting it with the splendor he had experienced in his past life, recognizing that each had its merits. From this day forth, I shall truly touch the pulse of this civilization, he thought, tears welling in his eyes as he liberated himself from the burdens of his rigorous studies. Yet, the youth too bore his own concerns. His physique and bloodline were esteemed, but they also carried immense expectations. Within the Jiang family, there was a plethora of knowledge to absorb. The scriptures of the ancestors, the fundamentals of cultivation, understanding various heavenly treasures, and the rudiments of myriad arts of cultivation. While he did not seek to master them all, a solid foundation was essential. Even immortals must study, he lamented, only to be met with stern admonitions from the family elder responsible for his education. Of course, they would insist. Take, for example, the most basic skill of literacy. Every era undergoes transformation, and each lineage possesses its own distinct civilization. The ways of understanding the world differ greatly, and written language is just as varied. Without literacy, even if the imperial scriptures of other lineages lay before you, you would remain unable to comprehend them, should the day come when you traverse the starry skies. Embarking on an imperial journey like our ancestors, encountering fortuitous opportunities, yet failing to understand the written word, would that not be a lamentable loss? The elder's words resonated deeply, leaving Jiang Yifei at a loss for retort, for they were indeed wise. Written language carries the weight of civilization, chronicling the insights of various lineages in their understanding of the world. It is imperative to grasp these concepts, even at the most basic level. Without it, how could one appreciate the essence of various cultures' cultivation and lay a foundation for forging one's own path in the future? The avian demon clans soar through the skies, their wings allowing them to traverse realms beyond the comprehension of mortals. The fish dragons dive into the depths of the oceans, unveiling the most profound and tranquil mysteries. These species, even when documenting their cultivation techniques, do so from their own perspectives, leading to interpretations that may elude other races. To decipher these insights requires systematic classification and comprehension, as well as familiarity with the specialized terminology, a chasm that exists between orthodox sects and independent cultivators. Such knowledge may not always prove useful, yet should the need arise, the disparity will undoubtedly widen. The Jiang family, steeped in profound scholarly heritage, emerges from a lineage of great emperors. Their ancestors have traversed the starry expanse, witnessing an abundance of wonders. All these myriad experiences have coalesced into the family's profound legacy. Immersed in this environment, Jiang Yifei found himself both passive and proactive, for the times were changing and the ancient clans were poised for resurgence. The universal written language and speech of that bygone era stood in stark contrast to the present day. Should he not grasp it in time, risking the mishandling of some treasured artifact due to illiteracy, would he not be left to weep over his misfortune? Fortunately, the benefits afforded to cultivators came into play during his studies. Cultivation unlocks various human potentials, including wisdom, memory, understanding, and perception. Jiang Yifei delved into various fields, possessing an astonishing memory that marked him as a prodigy. After years of striving, he eventually graduated by sheer fortune, seizing the opportunity to emerge amidst the tumultuous currents of the Jiang family's grand ambitions. Jiang Yifei was captivated by the novelty of everything around him, for he found himself in the most prosperous and flourishing region of the northern domain. Within the holy city, palatial structures stood side by side, ancient streets sprawled wide, with stone gambling houses, immortal towers, pleasure pavilions, the holy master's residence, and the demon king's pavilion, all exuding opulence. The mingling of mortals and cultivators filled the city, with half of its inhabitants being practitioners. In such a place, one might casually toss a stone and strike a descendant of an ancient family, or even an elder of a holy land. Overwhelmed by the sights, Jiang Yifei's eyes suddenly brightened at the sight of willows swaying, the azure lake stretching to meet the sky, bathed in the refreshing light of day, distinctly separate from the mundane world. Dragon boats and phoenix pavilions floated gracefully atop the waters, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments resounding in harmony. His heart raced with excitement, and with a lowered voice, he inquired of the elite guardian beside him, "Is this the place of indulgence within the holy city? It appears quite intriguing." The guardian hesitated, caught between words, before eventually nodding in resignation. "Yes, this is indeed the place of indulgence, known as the Miao Yuan. It is said that the holy city boasts 10 prestigious places of indulgence, and the Miao Yuan ranks among them." Jiang Yifei mused, stroking his chin with evident interest. In this life and the last, he considered himself a respectable individual, having never visited such a place. Now, witnessing such morally decadent scenes, a sense of righteous indignation surged within him, compelling him to enter and admonish the scantily clad demonesses. Jiang Yifei lifted his chin, ready to make his move. Yet before he could proceed, the guardian pulled him back, covering his face. "Young master, such indulgent melodies are not suitable for someone of your youth. To entertain such thoughts would cloud your spirit and obstruct your cultivation. Moreover, should any indiscretions occur, it could lead to undesirable rumors within the family regarding your heirs." The guardian spoke earnestly, his heart laid bare. "How could that be?" Jiang Yifei waved his sleeve dismissively. "In this golden age, every young person excels beyond measure. Which youth could resist such trials? What indulgent melodies? What lewd fantasies? The true path lies within." His voice rang with conviction, resolute and powerful, regarding the matters of lineage and bloodlines. Jiang Yifei's tone turned wistful as he expressed his doubts, pondering whether the elders of his family fervently wished for him to conquer the world. He pursued the imperial bloodline with fervor, viewing it as the foremost treasure of the Jiang clan, an invaluable rarity. What then should be done with such a precious entity? Naturally, it should be propagated. One should aim to produce a dozen or even 20. Procreation, after all, is of utmost importance. Why is it that our human race shines so brilliantly, with numerous emperors emerging? He sighed, expanding his perspective, gazing down upon the ages. Isn't it all reliant on the ability to reproduce? Which of those ancient clans can compare to our human lineage? As Jiang Yifei spoke, his spirits soared, as if he had grasped the very truths of the world. "Well said," someone nearby exclaimed, clapping fervently in applause. Chapter 11. I am called a Fei, and you may also refer to me as the Prince. Indeed, the harmony of yin and yang, the propagation of progeny, is the true lineage of our human race. It is lamentable that those esteemed families and their divine maidens remain oblivious to such profound intricacies, clinging to their own trivialities, digesting their internal matters. Oh, how tragic. A young lad, barely 14 or 15, clad in green robes, was swept up in fervent emotion, echoing Jiang Yifei's sentiments. This little brother possesses such profound insights. He truly belongs among us. The green-clad youth swayed his head, observing Jiang Yifei. Why not join my faction, become my subordinate, and together we could raid the sacred lands? Divvying up the divine maidens? Wouldn't that be splendid? Join your faction? You? Jiang Yifei scoffed, rolling his eyes. Do you think raiding sacred lands is as simple as you imagine? Are you even skilled in combat? What use is it to be formidable beneath the sage level? He scrutinized the young man, his tone laced with skepticism. Indeed, he harbored ulterior motives, aspiring to become an unparalleled schemer, wreaking havoc upon the world. The various sacred clans would eventually have to confront him, whether they were yearning for the talents they had lost or paying homage to their deceased forebears, thus concocting a chaotic elixir. Yet the Jiang clan is also one of those sacred lands. This pretentious fellow was so fixated on the divine maidens of the sacred clans that it was only a matter of time before he turned his attention toward the Jiang family. Could he endure such insolence? The green-clad youth, taken aback, realized that there was someone even more arrogant than he. He straightened up, declaring his lineage. In the northern domain, the Kulming bears my surname. Countless followers call my name. Have you heard of the great Jiang Yi? That is my grandfather. I am Jiang Huairan. And you? Which faction do you belong to? His gaze was sharp, assessing the boy before him, eager to impart a lesson on humility should he fail to provide satisfactory answers. Jiang Yifei initially paused, then burst into laughter. Ah, so you are a brother of ill repute. My apologies. I'm called a Fei, if that displeases you. Feel free to refer to me as the prince, a title I can bear. Jiang Yifei adopted an air of dignity. Jiang Huairan's eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets, as he clenched his fists, sizing up Jiang Yifei with the intent to engage in a brawl. However, someone was quicker. Hey! A robust youth stepped forth from the Jiang family's guards, striding 10 paces ahead to grasp the shoulder of a seemingly idle, burly man, yanking him off balance. Oof! The big man, indignant, glowed with energy, breaking free from his confinement, his eyes wide as he growled, Dog Dan, do you dare lay hands on your cousin? Isn't that ergo? The youth retorted, not one to back down, revealing the big man's nickname, engaging in mutual provocation. Second uncle, Jiang Huairan exclaimed, startled. What brings you here? Can I not come? Jiang Air replied with a cold chuckle, momentarily setting aside his dispute with Dog Dan. With your meager cultivation, do you dare venture out? Aren't you afraid of those shameless old geezers from the sacred clans striking you down without a second thought? Have you any idea how many foes we have among the 13 great bandits, both overt and covert? His father was concerned for him, sending me to protect you in the shadows. Jiang Air ruffled Jiang Huairan's hair, the sound echoing, clearly a strong head. Jiang Yifei observed, chuckling, relishing the scene. Second uncle, look, he is laughing. He is actually laughing. Jiang Huairan attempted to divert attention, pointing at Jiang Yifei and exclaiming, this must be because of her nickname. HM? Jiang Air's gaze sharpened as he turned to Jiang Yifei. Youngster, which branch of the Jiang family do you hail from? My father holds certain individuals in very low regard. Who instructed you to bully the small? The robust youth pulled him back. I am a bandit. A great bandit. Jiang Air laughed heartily. You dare to reason with me? Isn't that a joke? If you don't wish to reason, then what of our ancestors? An ancient figure, concealed in Jiang Yifei's shadow, materialized. He was a living relic, over 2 millennia old, having long since detached from the worldly affairs, possessing an extraordinarily high lineage. He was Jiang Yifei's guardian, regarding him as light while becoming his shadow, silently safeguarding him. 12th uncle, you have emerged from the ancestral temple. Jiang Air's demeanor immediately deflated, his anger dissipating. Ah, the living fossil chuckled. I have grown old, and death is not far off. In the twilight of my life, I wish to accompany the morning sun to witness this world one last time. As for your youthful matters, I prefer not to intervene too much. This child has captured the favor of our ancestor and is destined to lead a lineage of his own. Do not entangle him in your petty grievances, understand? The living fossil gently advised, his fists, as large as cooking pots, raised in earnest. Despite his white hair and the deep wrinkles that obscured his features, his fists remained powerful, compelling Jiang Air to reconsider his stance. What you say is true. Jiang Air mumbled, obediently retreating. Internally, he felt a pang of frustration, glancing around before heading toward a distant wine tower, evidently seeking solace in drink. The robust youth intended to follow, but hesitated, turning to gaze at Jiang Yifei. Go on. Jiang Yifei waved his hand, appearing indifferent. One cannot write two characters for Jiang without acknowledging familial ties. Though there may be separation, there will inevitably be reunion. Past grievances will eventually dissolve. In our family, fairness is paramount. He demonstrated a commendable perspective befitting a family head. The young master is wise. The young guard clasped his fists in respect before pursuing after Jiang Er. Jiang Yifei watched with a smile. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Hey, Jiang Huairan, why are you leaving? The moment Jiang Huairan had taken a few steps, he froze in place. Had the Jiang family truly undergone a transformation? In the past, they would vie fiercely for supremacy, nearly knocking each other's brains out for the position of the Holy Lord. Yet, this generation had yielded a decision so swiftly, with the elders of the ancestral temple directly designating him as the future Holy Lord. Within a grand palace, Jiang Huairan and Jiang Yifei raised their cups in camaraderie, engaging in endless conversation. My grandfather once told me that he had a brother named Jiang Zhe, a prodigy in his own right, who faced unjust treatment in the competition for the position of Holy Lord, and consumed by resentment, chose to leave, never to be heard from again. Consequently, my grandfather, in a fit of rage, defected from the Jiang family, rallying a band and becoming a great bandit. Jiang Huairan sighed. I am aware of this matter. Jiang Yifei nodded. Let it rest. I will seek justice for your lineage. Not only justice, but I will also endeavor to locate the esteemed Jiang Zhe, or perhaps his descendants, to welcome him back. Justice cannot be ignored. Apart from considerations of family fairness, it is essential because your lineage is truly remarkable. Chapter 12. All races coexist. Known as universal love. Looking back 5,000 years, one encounters the era of the divine king, Jiang Taisu, who instilled fear in the eastern wilds. Presently, we have the emergence of Jiang Tingting, possessing the same physique as the empress of the Taiyin, promising a bright future. These are all talents capable of becoming the pillars of our lineage, especially Jiang Taishu, who is of utmost importance, has struggled for thousands of years in the desolate realm of Zishan, being relentlessly forced to extract the profound attainments of ancient sages. Jiang Yifei hopes to take advantage of the situation during the slumbering period of the ancient clan to unearth a few nests of ancient clan ants and fortify himself. Some branches of his family are not acting properly, becoming hindrances rather than allies. Thus, he must mend relationships and appeal to emotions. Cultivation is indeed no trivial matter. Calculating the time, the young girl Tingting hasn't even been born yet, has she? Jiang Yifei discreetly counts on his fingers, understanding in his heart. This is fortuitous. If she has not yet been born, it means her parents are still alive, unscathed by the schemes of petty individuals, leaving behind a solitary lineage to suffer oppression. The essence of the situation dictates his thoughts. Jiang Yifei, destined to become the patriarch of the Jiang family, views the entire clan as his own possession. How could he stand idly by while his kin are bullied and harmed by outsiders? He has read the original text and feels a surge of indignation. Why should the good be oppressed and meet an untimely end? Kill. Let the heavens and earth be turned upside down. Such is Jiang Yifei's resolve. His notebook is already filled with many names, and during the interludes of his cultivation journey, he does not mind letting the blade taste blood. Let's not dwell on these matters. Jiang Huairan is unaware of the tumultuous storms that the future holds, which will arise from the thoughts of the present. He deftly sidesteps the topic that brings him displeasure and shifts to a shared interest, unwittingly discovering that the future patriarch of the Jiang family is indeed an extraordinary individual. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifei chuckles, raising an eyebrow. I am lecherous, I am honest, I deserve praise. They immediately abandon seriousness. Lecherous indeed. Is it wrong to appreciate the beauty of things? Certainly not. Jiang Yifei asserts with conviction. A man who rebuts is either hypocritical or impotent. A woman who retorts must be ugly, akin to a dog struck by a stone, barking loudly. Procreation is the foundation of a clan, the essence of creation, let alone mortals. Even immortals can bear offspring. We are the righteous path. Jiang Yifei, with fervor, expounds on his twisted reasoning, exhibiting the spirit of their ancestors. Truly, truly, Jiang Huairan praises. These words deserve to be proclaimed. They clink their cups and drink the celestial brew heartily. Jiang Huairan wipes his mouth, invigorated. I have heard that the sacred land of Yaoguang is soon to select candidates for the saintess. I wonder what kind of beauty will emerge. How do they compare to the celestial maidens of the 10 most renowned brothels in the holy city? He laughs with a hint of mischief. Having grown up in a den of thieves, he finally escaped, hoping to indulge in some revelry, and has come to this holy city to broaden his horizons. Alas! Reflecting on the large tale he drags behind him, Jiang Huairan sighs, lamenting his own plight. However, he remains optimistic. His gloom dissipates in an instant as he observes Jiang Yifei and, in comparison, chuckles, "Yifei, have you matured yet? The waters here are deep. You may not be able to navigate them." "Heh," Jiang Yifei scoffs, "it is merely a matter of time. Ambition is not confined by age. You cannot compare with me." He replies, nonchalantly, "For your aspirations are limited, your perspective so small." "Me? Limited perspective?" Jiang Huairan is taken aback, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Surely not. The matter of the sanus is just that," Jiang Yifei elaborates, "a position decided every 500 years. What significance does it hold? Merely a consumable, neither high nor low in achievement. And as for those brothels, engaged in fleshly business, indulging in flirtation is one thing, but should anything substantial occur with our appearances, we would suffer a great loss. Furthermore, you harm and harm again, like picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons." He speaks earnestly, imparting the wisdom of life, leaving the fledgling bandit in a daze. What is perspective? Our ancestors have long made it clear. Coexistence of myriad races. Do you understand what this means? Jiang Yifei, while pinching a piece of fennel bean, taps his chopsticks against his wine glass. Jiang Huairan, well-versed, fills it to the brim. It means to embrace love. Jiang Yifei drinks the celestial brew with satisfaction. Do not focus solely on the human race, the demon race, the ancient race. All are viable considerations. Consider the spirit fox clan. If they take form but only partially, sporting fox ears and a tail, their beauty is indeed captivating, is it not? Jiang Huairan is taken aback, staring at Jiang Yifei in disbelief. One cannot, at least should not. Yet soon, after envisioning the thought in his mind, he is struck by its brilliance and marvels. I concede. He sighs deeply. What a peculiar inclination. Hiss. It seems to have a certain appeal. The door to a new world opens wide for Jiang Huairan at this moment. Thus, what does the saintess matter? The notion of a saintess is inherently trivial. Jiang Yifei picks up another fennel bean, questioning what constitutes a saintess. The word saint encompasses all. The major sacred lands designate their offspring as saints, a description, a commendation of their potential, akin to the progeny of sages, with hopes of embarking on the path to sanctity. At least, that is how it began. However, times have changed. Saints, how many years has it been since they were last seen? Gradually, the titles of saint sons and saint daughters have morphed into symbols of nobility. Yet, the tides of time will inevitably revert. When that time comes, what can a saintess offer in comparison to courting a female saint, though still young? Jiang Yifei earnestly advises Jiang Huairan to strive for cultivation. MHM, MHM, MHM. Jiang Huairan nods in agreement, but as he contemplates, he slows down. If there were a female saint, how much older would she be than us? It feels like a disadvantage. TSK. Jiang Yifei shakes his head. A woman 3 years older is like a golden brick. At 30, she brings forth a kingdom. At 300, even the Saint Lord must bow his head. At 30,000, imperial weapons will feed you. At 300,000, one stands at the threshold of the immortal path. I yearn for an elder sister 30,000 years my senior. No, a young lady to take me on a flight. Yet even a sister 20,000 years older would suffice. The youthful lamentation trails off. Alas, there is indeed one such lady, but I lack any connection. I fear that if I draw too close, I might be met with a heavy slap and then cease to exist. I feel my stomach is unwell, yet no gentle. Caring sister enters my world to lower my defenses and feed me soft rice. In contrast, there exists a fortunate one who must be dealt with. I wonder if it's too late for me to get plastic surgery now. Chapter 13. The Establishment of the Divine Sect. The Sorrowful Wind Emperor. Jiang Yifei is deeply troubled. His bloodline has reverted to its ancestors, surpassing even the Emperor's son. Yet what of the Emperor's son? The world praises the Emperor's son, who knows the burdens he bears. The advantage of bloodlines makes growing to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm a matter of course. Yet progressing further becomes a formidable challenge. At that juncture, the bloodline may become a shackle, no less constraining than the burdens faced by those with perfected sacred bodies who seek to ascend to emperor status. At this moment, the blossoming of the harmonious Tao flower is the most resplendent of all. Unfortunately, such a rare beauty has already been claimed. Cursed be this era that judges by appearances. Jiang Yifei mutters about the fortunate ones, entirely overlooking that he too is a small fortunate one. It can only be said that the desires of the majority are like boulders rolling down a mountain. Once set in motion, they can hardly be halted. Even if one were to live off soft rice, it could potentially save them a millennium of effort. Jiang Yifei sighs, reflecting on the wonders of the world. Jiang Huairan, however, is free from such woes. The door to the new world has opened, and his life has been enlightened by his mentor, having yet to fully digest this revelation. How could he entertain other strange thoughts? So this is the perspective of the Crown Prince's mentor? He gazes at Jiang Yifei with immense admiration, feeling inferior, revering him as a teacher, embracing love, and conquering the mighty. From such a vantage point, indeed, what do those saintnesses amount to? In an instant, Brother Huairan finds his spirits lifted. He has transcended base interests and will henceforth dedicate his life to embodying the ideals proposed by Jiang Yifei. The more he reflects and savors, the more he wishes to applaud. Such profound truths cannot be reserved for my ears alone. I have embarked upon the path of enlightenment and cannot bear to witness my sworn brothers languishing in darkness. Jiang Huairan proclaimed with fervor upon my return. I shall spread this doctrine to Tu, the Great Mouth, and Li, the Blackwater, among others. By the way, esteemed master of the Crown Prince. His gaze turned fervent as he looked at Jiang Yifei. With our grasp of such worldly truths, can we inscribe a name for our teachings for the world to behold? Behold? Jiang Yifei internally scoffed, for he could easily envision a future where countless saints of various races, amidst the vast expanse of the northern realms and the celestial highways, pursued him relentlessly, their voices raised in fury. That pervert, we must not let him escape. Not even a stone shall be spared. To eradicate this menace would usher in peace for the grand universe. The saints on the ancient paths went mad, some even invoking the formidable quasi-emperors of the starry skies, or wielding the imperial weapons of the ancient sovereigns, united in their singular purpose to eliminate one individual. Yet that individual, while fleeing, could not resist the urge to argue. Holy Spirit, how can matters of the divine be deemed perverse? I am merely practicing the ancient emperor's philosophy of coexistence and universal love. Why the impulsiveness? I have yet to reach the point of enlightening the heavenly heartmark to transform it into a maiden, developing relationships, and yet you already seek my demise? I am wronged. Your actions impede my pursuit of truth. In the days to come, I aspire to traverse even broader realms, perhaps to discover if the peculiar race harbors any enchanting maidens. Now that would be intriguing. One moment, she may embody the spirit of a mature woman, and the next, she may manifest the heart of a lowly. There are countless charms to choose from. Jiang Yifei's brow shimmered, as if he had tapped into the ethereal insights of an emperor in his twilight, catching a glimpse of a fragment of time from a potential future, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. A mere illusion, it must be. He silently tempered his inspiration, retracting the ancestral potential coursing through his veins, returning to a state of normalcy. Otherwise, the vision was simply too terrifying. He aspired to become the Emperor Yifei, not the Emperor of Sorrow. Other matters could be debated, but to engage with the peculiar race? Their unappealing appearances would surely deter any beauty enthusiast. In truth, all issues stemmed from insufficient strength. Though his inspiration waned, its resonance lingered, like a specter hovering, as if demons whispered in his ear. If demons could assume human form, why could the peculiar not do the same? As long as I grow powerful enough to inscribe a curse upon such a race, they would inevitably transform into human-like forms. Wouldn't that solve everything? The murmurs of the abyss echoed, tugging at Jiang Yifei's noble and pure heart. It was not until someone called out to him that this state was broken, awakening Jiang Yifei from his reverie. Master of the Crown Prince? Master of the Crown Prince. Jiang Huairan shouted, his concern evident in his gaze. Are you all right, master? I am fine, truly. Jiang Yifei raised his cup, concealing his momentary lapse. What could possibly be wrong with me? Oh, as long as you are well. Jiang Huairan sighed in relief. Then, with renewed enthusiasm, asked, so, Master, have you decided on a name for the teachings? Let us call it Universal Love. Jiang Yifei responded absently. Universal Love, the sect of Universal Love. Yes, splendid. Very well. Jiang Huairan nodded vigorously, adhering to the theme while remaining forthright, weaving in the ancient emperor's universal values, albeit with slight modifications. You, Master, are the only one capable of such authoritative interpretation, possessing the unmatched resolve to establish rules. On that day, within the sacred city, the sect of Universal Love was founded. However, despite the establishment of the sect, Jiang Yifei firmly declined the title of sect leader. At such a young age, how could I bear the honor of leadership? He shook his head vigorously, striving to deflect Jiang Huairan's enthusiastic praise. If the future were to unfold as seen in the visions, it would not merely be about bringing glory to my ancestors, but rather a legacy of infamy, banishment from humanity, and a fate of forming my own race in the near future. You are the mentor, the initial advocate, Jiang Huairan declared with conviction. If you cannot assume the role of leader, who else in this world could possibly do so? No one, he articulated passionately, presenting his rationale. Zhang Yifei could not concur. For talent emerges across generations, each stronger than the last. His tone was resolute. Moreover, the universe is vast, the landscape's expansive. Who can say that no one could surpass me? In our sect of universal love, we reject the narrow-mindedness of one person ruling above all. Every member who joins my sect, embracing universal love for all races, is a brother. Each individual capable of sharing images of beauties from various races deserves a life of peace. Thus, how could distinctions be made based on status? It would be artificial to create hierarchies among us. Therefore, I cannot assume the title of leader. Chapter 14, Brotherhood and the Spoils of War. Zhang Yifei, a remarkable individual, transcended base desires, shunning vanity. Even the allure of readily available power was cast aside, as if it were refused. What is a leader but a mere title? He scorned it. Like his ancestor, the great emperor of the ever-expanding universe, who would dare to claim the title of leader? Do not tarnish my pristine reputation. At most, I have a friend. Zhang Yifei waved his sleeve, embodying integrity and virtue. Jiang Huairan's respect for him deepened. The little bandit, though born of a notorious lineage, had seen much, yet how could he compare to Zhang Yifei's depth of cunning? Ah, Brother Huairan, he scratched his head. The Northern Pole's debauches are all one family. Where is the distinction? Master of the Crown Prince, you are truly a man of integrity, making us feel ashamed, Jiang Huairan declared, his excitement mounting as he proposed that they become sworn brothers. Surprisingly, Zhang Yifei acquiesced. They shared an almost fateful connection, with fine wine and delicious food flowing freely, their conversation unceasing. In a moment of excitement, Jiang Huairan, with intoxicated eyes and slurred speech, exclaimed, Brother Ah Fei, with your esteemed position, should you not have achieved some accomplishments within your clan to roam the world, challenging the strong and showcasing our Jiang family's might? How is it you are here in the sacred city at such a young age? Ah, caught in the web, Zhang Yifei appeared entranced. Yet his heart remained tranquil as water. His countenance bore signs of inebriation, as if he had drunk to the point of oblivion. Yet he was indeed here to undertake great endeavors. Countless millions of pounds of resources. Zhang Yifei thumped the table, leaning forward in excitement, suddenly wide-eyed. Tell me, is that not monumental? So vast. Jiang Huairan, momentarily sobered, stared in disbelief. Millions of pounds? Of course. Zhang Yifei burped lightly. And this is merely the beginning. With proper management, tens of millions of pounds will be feasible. He sighed as if drifting in and out of consciousness. Were it not for the perilous nature of this venture, I would certainly invite you to join me, given our bond. At that moment, Jiang Huairan felt as if a cat's claw were scratching at his heart. Unable to sit still, he fervently pounded his chest. Oh, do not dismiss my interest in joining. Though my strength may not be impressive, I am no stranger to these paths, the underworld, with my grandfather's connections. Which notorious figure in the northern region would not grant me a modicum of respect? Jiang Huairan boasted of his familial background. No, that will not do. Zhang Yifei shook his head resolutely. This venture requires a lineage of wealth to undertake. Do you possess imperial weapons? Brother, you do not. Therefore, heed my advice. Do not interfere in these murky waters. Zhang Huairan froze. Imperial weapons? He indeed did not possess any. However, solutions are often born of human ingenuity. As long as one dares to think outside the box, there are always more solutions than obstacles. He gritted his teeth. Brother Ah Fei, do not underestimate me. Though I do not possess such a treasure, nor does my grandfather's brother, however, does have half of one. Moreover, I am acquainted with Tudababa. When the time comes, I shall recruit him into our fold, and we shall all be brothers. Matters between brothers. Are they truly matters? By fostering connections. Perhaps it will not be long before we possess half an imperial weapon to aid you, Brother of Fei, in that significant business of yours. Is it true or false? Zhang Yifei, in his youthful ignorance, was astounded by Jiang Huairan's words, left momentarily speechless. As long as your business, Brother of Fei, can yield such immense profits. Jiang Huairan, stung by that doubtful gaze, repeatedly thumped his chest to assure. Jiang Yifei felt the divine power within him surge, the effects of the wine dissipating significantly. He glanced around and suddenly waved his hand to erect formidable barriers, lest the walls have ears. The extreme Tao Holy Land is on the brink of war. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke. My Jiang family has been wronged. What? Jiang Huairan was taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of indignation. Although his lineage had long distanced itself from the Jiang family, it had been mere words after all. After all, which traitor could live so comfortably? Who could thrive as a bandit? If the Jiang family truly wished to strike hard, their ashes would have cooled long ago. Who would dare to do such a thing? Jiang Huairan pressed on. The ones who dare to provoke my Jiang family are undoubtedly from the same extreme Tao Holy Land. It was the Yaowang Holy Land that did this. Jiang Yifei spoke in a somber tone. However, the perpetrator has perished, leaving no evidence behind. My Jiang family wishes to retaliate, but is hindered by a lack of proof. But does my Jiang family require evidence? He chuckled coldly. The Hanyu furnace has not tasted blood in many years. It is time to awaken the world's reverence for my Jiang family. Hiss! Jiang Huairan inhaled sharply. This was nothing short of a sensational revelation. If it spreads, the entire eastern wilderness would tremble. So it is like this? No wonder imperial weapons are needed. Jiang Huairan swallowed hard, somewhat perplexed. But how does this relate to business? You wouldn't understand, would you? Jiang Yifei smiled. My Jiang family must retaliate against Yaowang. We will strike first in the shadows while Yaowang has numerous enterprises in the light. During our retaliation, we may as well make a profit. What's the harm? For instance, we could plunder the stone workshop of the Yaowang Holy Land, smashing all the stones and raking in hundreds of thousands of pounds of source energy. Does that count as a formidable task? And that's just the beginning. Jiang Yifei took a sip of the celestial brew. And do you know what the easiest way to amass wealth is? What is it? Jiang Huairan inquired. It's war. Jiang Yifei gently guided him. As the stone workshop of Yaowang has been demolished, can they endure such humiliation? After finally forging an imperial weapon, they will surely stir up trouble. Not to mention striking at smaller holy lands and sects. They will most likely clash with my Jiang family, leading to inevitable friction. As tensions rise, do the cultivators in the northern domain not feel a sense of urgency? A little more bloodshed to stir the nerves, each one trembling in fear, wishing to arm themselves to the teeth. If, at that moment, a mysterious force were to offer weapons and armor for sale, even at a higher price, would they not willingly purchase? Source. If one is lost, it can be regained. Life, once gone, is truly gone. Jiang Yifei spoke, his tone imbued with profound meaning. Buying various materials and spiritual herbs at low prices and selling all sorts of elixirs and treasures at high prices. Who would not indulge in such a scheme? Let us spread the word. So-and-so was slain by enemies because their opponents acquired new, powerful treasures. Chapter 15. Inviting Yaowang into the fray, the tide of the times. The greatest tragedy in this world is that there is still money, yet life has slipped away. For cultivators, source equates to money. Money is not omnipotent. There are always precious treasures that are priceless, like divine medicines and celestial gold, not something one can simply purchase. However, without money, one is utterly powerless. Most of the time, source can procure rare cultivation materials. If used wisely, it can even serve as energy to propel extreme Tao imperial weapons. Imperial weapons are paramount. With this alone, in an era where the ancient myriad races are poised to emerge, it surpasses all reasons. Compelling Jiang Yifei to drive the Jiang family's war chariot across the ancient, weathered northern domain, crushing all that stands in its path to dust. He aims to harvest the entire northern domain. Jiang Yifei took another sip of the celestial brew. Deep within his eyes lay an abyss of silence and tranquility. The ancient races are about to emerge. On this land, a tempest of blood and wind is destined to arise. He mused to himself, observing the cyclical nature of life and death. I have merely advanced a decade or two. The road to immortality is the prevailing trend of this era. The ancient races, following the footsteps of the times, are bound to become a formidable challenge for the Jiang family. After all, the Jiang family is situated in the northern domain, merely 30,000 miles from the Taichu ancient mine. Hanyu the Great is indifferent, yet he has brought great misfortune to future generations, causing them no small amount of anxiety. Fortunately, the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone either wish to preserve their dignity or disdain the Jiang family, treating them as insignificant ants, as if they do not exist. However, the King of Hell is easily provoked, yet the little ghosts are troublesome. The Taichu ancient mine, in the ancient era, is regarded as a sacred site by the great ancient races on the Big Dipper. One by one, ancient emperors, after severing their paths, have mostly fallen in a slumber within, awaiting the opening of the immortal road. Each ancient emperor is venerated by myriad races, causing countless ancient clans to bow in submission, hailing them as divine. Yet now, a faction once deemed mere fodder by humanity has established their base in this very location. Just contemplating this, Zhang Yifei could sense the impending bloodshed and immense pressure the Jiang family would face. They are a clear target. The ancient royal families, aware of the terror of the ancient emperors, may hesitate, lurking in the shadows and silence. But what if the ignorant and fearless ancient clans were to band together and charge forth? What is even more distressing is that they indeed possess a modicum of power. There are sealed saints within their ranks, brimming with vitality. This presents a monumental challenge. What is the solution? Strike first, lest one suffer later. Eliminate some ancient clans right in their territories. However, such actions are difficult to conceal completely. This necessitates a scapegoat, perhaps even a co-conspirator. Zhang Yifei contemplated for a while and found that the Yaoguang Holy Land was unexpectedly suitable. Thus, this mission of the Jiang family is to deliver a resounding slap in the face to confront the Yaoguang Holy Land, forcefully extracting the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron, drawing them into the fray of an extreme Dao Holy Land. Should they truly erupt with fury, they would fear nothing, neither heaven nor earth. In the original text, the Yaoguang Holy Land sat idly by, watching the tigers fight, while secretly striking from behind. They thrived on deceit. They lacked the courage to confront the ancient myriad races, but were bold enough to scheme against the God King Jiang Taishu. Even within the Ji family and Jiang family, where treachery abounds, they are clear on major issues. Yet the Yaoguang Holy Land? They are completely oblivious. Calculating it out, the Yaoguang Holy Land is a typical case of being adept in internal strife, but inept in external conflicts. How can this be allowed? Let them fall into the trap. Zhang Yifei, seizing the opportunity of the ruthless faction crossing boundaries, raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Smashing the stone workshop is merely the beginning. When Yaoguang gets riled up, he will compel the Jiang family to shout for the expulsion of Yaoguang. It is predictable that Yaoguang will not swallow this humiliation. After all, they are experts in internal strife. At that time, imperial weapons will likely ascend northward, leading to a true clash. During this process, calculating against the Yaoguang Holy Land. With careful foresight, if the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron tilts, it could very well obliterate some ancient clan lying in wait, leaving them to slumber eternally. Once blood is shed, retreat becomes exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the wealth of the ancient clans truly entices. Having seized a portion from Yaoguang, Zhang Yifei does not believe they can suppress their ire. The profound concern of the ancient races and the sacred lands lies within that character one. It is the apprehension that this group of individuals, devoid of martial ethics, may unite against them. A singular ancient clan? The sacred lands still entertain notions of bloodshed, arson, silencing, and plundering. With the presence of the radiant light, the Jiang family can act with composure. In due time, the northern domain may undergo a reshuffling. Certain potential traitorous forces will be inadvertently eradicated, exterminated to the last, ensuring they no longer serve as the dogs of the ancient clans. Traitors are even more despicable than enemies. This is Zhang Yifei's stance. In the past, various factions roamed the northern domain, many of which were the hidden hands of the esteemed sacred lands and families, employed to perform unsavory tasks. How many were tacitly permitted buffer sects, designated as the territorial divisions of numerous overlords. This was a necessity of the past, wherein the sacred lands wielded imperial weapons, ensuring they remained the players in this game. However, times have changed, and thus such a structure must also evolve. To eliminate the presence of traitorous guides, a thorough cleansing of the entire northern domain is imperative. Uproot those deeply entrenched dark forces, and under the gambit of imperial weapons, eradicate them completely. Those that prove intractable shall be coerced into the alliance of northern domain bandits. And within this alliance, the Jiang family has its representatives. With the development of Jiang Huairan, in the future, they shall entangle those small bandits, gradually drawing in their ancestors and forebears, compelling them to mobilize forces, utilizing a fraction of the devouring demon jar to annihilate each minor ancient clan. Zhang Yifei regards these bandits with disdain. After all, within them lie both valiant warriors who dare to wield blades against the dominance of the sacred lands, as well as scoundrels who plunder the ordinary citizens of the northern domain, committing every imaginable atrocity. Similarly, the ancient races are not paragons of virtue. Those who once bullied the human race on the northern Dipper Star, with countless blood debts, were certainly wronged. Yet the cycle of exterminating one clan after another undoubtedly allows for some to slip through the cracks. Letting the bandits deal with the ancient clans also serves the purpose of resourceful utilization. In any case, as long as the operation is executed well, it should not pose a formidable challenge. After all, the ancient clans are exceedingly affluent. Who wouldn't want to plunder them? Once a single successful instance is achieved, savoring the sweetness from the ancient clans, a continuous stream of successors will inevitably alleviate the pressure on the Jiang family. The dark curtain belonging to Jiang Yifei now envelopes the northern domain. To incite such turmoil, the waters must be stirred. Jiang Yifei calculates in his heart, recounting previous discussions, using Jiang Huairan as a mouthpiece to paint a rosy picture for him and the forces behind him, enticing them to join in the gambit. He seeks to take the lead, yet the current stakes of the Jiang family remain insufficient. In the foreseeable future, the relatives of the ancient Hua dynasty will depart, and the Ji family's factions will also unify. Perhaps the Ji family is more anxious. They possess a genuine imperial scion, bearing a blood feud with the forbidden zone of the Undying Mountain. Once the intentions of the Jiang family to slay the ancient clans, nurture the imperial scion, and acquire the flesh and blood of the ancient races are conveyed, the Ji family shall undoubtedly descend into madness. The ancient royal family possesses a few ancient imperial weapons, does it not? Among the bandits of the northern domain, a figure resembling a demon king seems to emerge. It appears I must keep a close watch on the bloodline of the Azure Emperor. The Jiang family has already commenced clandestine acquisitions of various raw materials, working overtime to produce. When the conflict arises, spreading some rumors will stir the waters, allowing them to sit back and await the harvested leaks. Let them sell their treasures at a pittance in exchange for lethal, forbidden weapons for self-preservation. However, war will ultimately pass. The key resources for cultivation will again become mainstream. At that time, we can sell at elevated prices, reaping profits from the price differences. Jiang Yifei patted Jiang Huairan on the shoulder. Brother Huairan, what do you think of this plan? Is it possible to earn 100 or 8 million pounds of essence? Impressive. Jiang Huairan was nearly left in awe. At that moment, he deeply felt that being a bandit held no future. Robbery? How many pounds of essence could one truly acquire? Nowhere near the scale of this model. Directly plundering all the cultivators in the northern domain, that's a full fleece. However, Brother Ah Fei, Jiang Huairan scratched his head. Why does this business require imperial weapons? I fail to see where they come into play. Jiang Yifei regarded him with a quizzical expression, suddenly bursting into laughter. Without imperial weapons, how are you to produce? Surely you don't intend to use fine materials to forge weapons for those leaks, do you? Isn't that it? Jiang Huairan was momentarily taken aback. Of course not. Jiang Yifei chuckled lightly. That would be too troublesome. Just take some scrap metal. Let it brush against the imperial weapons at home and absorb a hint of the essence of the extreme path. The aura of the emperor collapses all ages. Even a mere touch carries sufficient suppressive power. Is that feasible? Jiang Huairan stuttered. The aura of imperial weapons. How can mere scrap withstand that? It might not be long before it becomes obsolete. Let it become obsolete then. If it doesn't, how can we sell more? Jiang Yifei said mysteriously. Once the conflict subsides, the forbidden weapons they hold will be rendered useless, and when we reap again, they will have to buy anew. Will they fall for it? Jiang Huairan inquired. They will, because we sell at a lower price. Jiang Yifei puffed his cheeks. Those who buy will survive. Those who don't will wait to be eliminated by their adversaries. I believe the leaks will understand the stakes. They have no choice, Jiang Yifei remarked meaningfully. This is the tide of the times. It will not change due to one person's resistance. Jiang Huairan inhaled deeply, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for those cultivators. With this entire scheme, they might end up having their very marrow squeezed dry. After such tribulations, will they still be able to afford the resources for cultivation? Without essence, they can sell their labor. Jiang Yifei chuckled, indicating that this was not a concern. However, this time, no matter how Jiang Huairan probed, he remained tight-lipped. The matter was simply too difficult to articulate, unfit for public discourse. No essence? Then let us resort to tomb raiding, shall we? Archaeology. Upon returning, I shall disseminate the various grand tomb locations recorded by the family, subtly circulating that information. Let the greedy pursue this, paving a path for me. As for myself, I shall covertly acquire those grand tomb corpses at high prices. The essence shall flow abundantly from within the family. This is what is called mutual benefit. I fully comprehend now. Jiang Huairan's eyes sparkled. When the beautiful prospects unfolded, this monumental deal rendered him nearly beside himself with excitement. Whether the northern domain descends into chaos, we shall dictate. We possess strategic weapons. Why should we scrimp and save for trivial gains? Harvesting the entire world is the ambition we ought to have. He was led by Jiang Yifei into a new realm. Indeed, just so. Jiang Yifei nodded sagely, adding at last, completely eradicate any pangs of conscience. The elders in our family say that the ancient races will emerge from the depths of the earth. This is the best of times, yet also the worst of times. In such a tide of the era, all we can do is strive to become stronger at any cost. Even if our methods are radical, it would not be excessive. Ancient races? Jiang Huairan pondered. What are they? I'm not quite certain either. The elders merely say this, Jiang Yifei shrugged. They told me that this represents the great terror faced by the human race in the ancient era. Only the saints are qualified to understand it. It seemed he had said nothing, yet everything at once, leaving Jiang Huairan perplexed, intending to return and inquire with the elders at home. This was also Jiang Yifei's hope. The leader of the Northern Domain bandits, known as the Old Immortal, is a figure suspected to be a saint. Such an individual would undoubtedly possess relevant knowledge concerning the ancient clans. When he realizes the tide of the era approaches, whether actively or passively, he will inevitably tread the path Jiang Yifei wishes to see. For in that ancient era, the Northern Dipper human race shed too much blood and tears. Today, I had the fortune of meeting Brother A Fei in Master Prince, an event that I, Jiang Huairan, can only describe as the greatest blessing of my life over the past decade. My existence has irrevocably changed since this day. I am no longer the person I once was. I feel as though my horizons have been broadened, granting me the perspective to seize dominion over the world. I am eagerly anticipating my return, to guide my brothers into the fold and to uplift my elders from the quagmire of past plunder. Jiang Yifei looked at him and smiled. These expanded perspectives are but illusions. They linger merely on paper, and the sense of power they impart is deceptive. Only the purest form of violence can evoke the genuine terror that commands the world, enabling us to truly seize control. Brother Huairan, your arrival is most timely, Jiang Yifei remarked, piquing Jiang Huairan's curiosity. Stay the night with us. Oh, I am intrigued, Jiang Huairan replied. I shall present to you a grand spectacle. After this night, you will profoundly comprehend what constitutes the ultimate violence, the annihilation of all, the embodiment of total destruction. Chapter 16. The desolation of the shaking light stone workshop. Trust me, witnessing that scene will be etched in your memory for a lifetime. Jiang Yifei murmured dreamily, then rose and gestured for him to follow. Jiang Huairan's eyes widened. Then I shall gladly comply. I am eager to see what spectacle could elicit such praise from the future head of the Jiang family. You shall not be disappointed, Jiang Yifei said softly. Before long, Jiang Huairan found himself utterly captivated. As he followed Jiang Yifei through winding passages, they arrived at a secluded realm within the Jiang family's stone workshop in the Holy City. There, he beheld an object that made his legs tremble and nearly caused him to collapse. An ancient altar, marked by the passage of time, was being carefully polished by several elders, as if engaged in a sacred pilgrimage, causing resplendent runes to flicker to life. Atop the altar rested the most magnificent and hallowed weapon, shimmering through the annals of history, piercing through the darkness of eons. The Hengyu furnace. Unlike its usual stillness, today the Hengyu divine furnace radiated an aura of vitality and energy. Jiang Huairan gazed upon this treasured relic of the Jiang family. His blood surged, and his veins felt ready to burst with fervor. This, Jiang Huairan knelt, tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation, a mix of reverence and a resurgence of ancestral legacy coursing through his being. Is this the divine weapon of our forebears? Indeed, Jiang Yifei replied softly. In this moment, he remained the only one composed. Approaching the Hengyu furnace, he gently caressed the weapon, awakening the latent potential within his blood. Resonating with it, drawing infinitely closer to the bloodline of the Hengyu emperor, even this supreme furnace felt stirred, as if it had returned to the side of the one who forged it, ready to fight side by side once more. Hum! It emitted a soft hum. Instantly, Jiang Yifei felt a disorientation, as if he had transcended time, embodying the legendary Hengyu emperor standing upon the vast expanse of land, wielding the supreme furnace to deliver a cataclysmic strike that would obliterate the ancient star seas. A peerless sovereign roared, unwilling to accept defeat at this juncture. Alas! Jiang Yifei awoke from his reverie with a sigh. The dream of imperial ascendance, the dream of eternal life? He murmured, "Ah, time is the most merciless of forces. What remains after the relentless passage of time slays the passionate." Jiang Yifei raised his gaze, peering beyond this secluded realm into the vast world outside, witnessing the sun setting, the night descending, half the sky swallowed by darkness. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. "I'm still on my journey. Why burden myself with worry?" With a fierce determination, he surged forward, proclaiming, "Time does not slay me. No, it is I who shall vanquish time." The exuberance of youth coursed through him, blood pulsing with vitality, merging with the divine furnace, unleashing a blood-red beam akin to a true dragon that surged into the heavens, manifesting within the sacred city. This was Jiang Yifei's greeting to the ancient city, a warm salutation to the countless souls who had traversed its paths. "Upon my arrival, if I have committed any transgressions, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Such greetings, however, were non-existent. The terror he evoked was undeniably real. The sacred city is a most peculiar place. Should a supreme being arrive with murderous intent, the night would respond with a profound sense of foreboding, revealing itself in truth. Is Jiang Yifei a formidable force? Clearly, he does not yet qualify. However, once he is bound to the Hanyu furnace, he undoubtedly becomes a peerless powerhouse. His murderous intent is now the furnace's intent, sending tremors through the entire northern region's foremost sacred city, where countless cultivators felt an icy chill pierce through them, as if driven into their very souls. The sacred city had remained tranquil for far too long. Many had never witnessed such a spectacle. What is happening? The elders trembled, startled, having enjoyed their twilight years, engaging in games of chance or idle pursuits, now jolted from their complacency. Who dares to draw blood in the sacred city? Tension gripped the entire city. Powerful figures soared into the sky, surveying the land, issuing demands. Do you not realize that the sacred city is a sanctified domain, a place shared by numerous holy sites, clans, and dynasties? Who dares to defy such a grand decree? The world shall unite against you. The power of time is formidable. Since the era of the Azure Emperor, the dreams of the demon clans' celestial court shattered, their glory plummeting like a shooting star. The balance of power gradually restored, each faction inscribing their established rules, forming an order as undeniable as fate itself. Much like the sacred city, as a bustling marketplace, the imperial sects of Central Continent, the heavenly demon pavilion of the Southern Ridge, the holy families of Eastern Wasteland, and the golden clans of Northern Plains have all taken root here, weaving a complex web of order. Any who dare to trespass will face collective ire and punishment. Alas, times have changed. In the face of a supreme imperial weapon, such rules are fragile, utterly incapable of withstanding the test. Yet, many ancient powers remain oblivious to the impending terror. They remain confident, indeed. The dragon transformation dares to storm the Azure Emperor's tomb. The four extremes seek to claim the Azure Lotus weapon. Such audacious acts reveal their boundless audacity. Jiang Yifei, ever the mentor, has come to impart a lesson, to demonstrate the weight of the term imperial weapon. His consciousness melded with the Hongyu furnace. He pierced through the ancient mountains and rivers with a mere thought, casting his gaze over the entirety of the sacred city. As night fully enveloped the land, he became accustomed to this unique perspective, a privilege of the bloodline returnee. In a shaking lightstone workshop, he disregarded the incessant clamoring of the insects in the skies above the sacred city, instead focusing his gaze on the intended target of this journey. Here, a vague whisper reverberated throughout the sacred city. In that moment, all living beings felt a surge of profound terror. Those soaring cultivators plummeted to the ground like birds with broken wings, helplessly struggling. An unimaginable majesty enveloped the entire city, one that none could resist. Many collapsed simultaneously, succumbing to the overwhelming presence. This was an unparalleled domain of the great Tao, seemingly suppressing the four corners of the world, stalling the flow of time itself. Numerous cultivators trembled in their souls, succumbing involuntarily to reverence, as if before a deity, filled with an innate awe. The might of the ultimate path. Countless individuals were left in shock, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word, while many elders trembled in silence. The supreme grace of ancient emperors could be glimpsed through this very moment. This is merely their weaponry. Under the hand of a boy whose bloodline has reverted to its ancestral roots, it is merely a manifestation of awakened spirituality, yet has not truly struck. Otherwise, the very heavens and earth would surely be shattered, and the vast oceans would be evaporated. Which esteemed friend from the sacred land of extreme Tao dares to jest with me so? The powerful guardian of the shaking lightstone workshop finally managed to utter, "Quickly cease your divine powers." Alas, no one heeded his plea. Jiang Yifei found himself in a unique state, akin to a deity surveying the earth, presiding over the rise and fall of humanity. His countenance remained serene as he stood upon the altar, a divine platform constructed from dragon crystal stone, adorned with intricate blood patterns that emitted a strange resonance, deeply attuned to the spirituality of the weaponry, invigorating them. Simultaneously, ancient and arcane runes began to materialize from a void, concealing an essence reminiscent of the celestial furnace, the immortal divine energy of phoenix blood and red gold. A veil of obscurity, designed to bewilder the senses, allowing the ignorant masses to remain blissfully unaware. Thus, the denizens of the divine city could only sense an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, unable to grasp the unique resonance and aura. However, no matter how well concealed, the might of an imperial weapon is sufficient to dominate the contemporary world. Jiang Yifei lifted the celestial furnace with both hands, its mouth wide open, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, seizing the brilliance of the stars. In an instant, spiritual energy surged like an ocean, engulfing the entire divine city. While the starry river of the nine heavens cascaded down, colorful lights illuminating the sky, making this ancient holy city momentarily reminiscent of a bygone era of splendor. Yet beneath this breathtaking spectacle lay an abyss of terror. The entire city was engulfed in fear, for the pressure was too immense for anyone to bear lightly. Descend. A voice from the ancient times reverberated through the heavens and earth, the world-shaking power bursting forth like mercury spilled upon the ground, sweeping across the entire holy city. Like a withering reed, it obliterated countless formations hidden beneath the city, striking directly at the shaking light sacred land stone workshop. No, within the workshop, the guardian of shaking light let out a furious roar, desperately resisting, activating the protective formations inscribed by ancient saints of the shaking light sacred land, their power unparalleled. Boom! A miniature sun rose, and 108 divine rings manifested, an inscrutable divine technique, a legacy of the shaking light sacred land, inscribed here, creating a tidal wave of holy light that surged and swelled, resembling a divine realm. However, when the imperial weapon turned to slaughter, the ocean of sacred light flickered like a candle flame under the eternal stars, weak, insignificant, and utterly vulnerable. Buzz! A force of reality cleaved open a chaotic, nebulous microcosm, the breath of primordial chaos crushing the ocean of sacred light. The resisting guardian of the shaking lightstone workshop, at this moment, resembled an insect trapped in amber, suspended in the void, awaiting its demise. Yet he was unwilling to accept this fate. His flesh burned with fervor, the celestial platform shimmering brilliantly. The guardian of shaking light understood that this was a matter of life and death, and thus, without hesitation, the ancient Saint S formations erupted. The serpent-like patterns spread across the heavens and earth, and a dark little cauldron surged forth from his sea of suffering, merging with him, momentarily emanating the aura of an ancient emperor. The treasured artifact of the shaking light sacred land, a replica of the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron. Once tempered by the emperor's cauldron, it intertwined the Tao and principles, possessing unfathomable might. Had it not been for the duty of guarding the stone workshop, he would have never possessed such a treasure. After all, the workshop must also remain vigilant against malevolent visitors who might steal away good fortune. Would business still thrive under such circumstances? Yet today, the true villain had arrived. This was no longer a matter of business. It was a matter of survival. Boom! The little cauldron erupted in flames, resembling the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron of a shaking light sacred land descending upon them, suppressing mountains and rivers, sweeping across the ages. Roar! 9 great dragons roared, shattering ancient structures into ruins, indiscriminately bringing calamity upon countless innocents, especially those patrons at the shaking lightstone workshop, who had lingered late into the night. Entranced by the gamble of stones, they suffered the worst fate, vanishing from existence. Unexpected, yet within reason. The parties involved were too preoccupied to consider others. The guardian of the shaking lightstone workshop could only think of carving out a bloody path. Cough! In the secret realm of heaven and earth, Jiang Yifei coughed lightly, his complexion paling, the hand that held the celestial furnace trembling as if he had battled for 3 days and nights, utterly drained of divine power. Indeed, I am currently unfit to wield an imperial weapon. He sighed softly, filled with a sense of helplessness and confusion. It made no sense. during the time of the great moon princess, Ji Haoyue, while wielding the Ji family's void mirror. She had run rampant and even robbed the Qinglian imperial weapon without breaking a sweat. Why then was he so fatigued? Assist the crown prince. At this critical juncture, several powerful figures from the Jiang family joined forces, their divine power surging like an ocean, flowing entirely into Jiang Yifei. Simultaneously, others recited ancient sacrificial verses, infusing this realm with the sound of primordial rites, echoing as if transmitted from ancient times. In an instant, Jiang Yifei felt revitalized. The pressure dissipated, and he exhaled deeply, lightly tapping his finger upon the celestial furnace. Boom! Light, endless light. It engulfed the starry sky, drowning the world. Crack! The little cauldron that had opened a rift in the heavens shattered into powder in an instant. Along with it, the resisting guardian of shaking light was obliterated into a handful of ash. Yet this was not the conclusion. Boom! The ancient saint's formations were obliterated, and the ancient holy city of the stone workshop, which had endured for countless millennia, was utterly flattened beneath the overwhelming imperial might. Once a divine land, adorned with countless wonders, it was rendered naught but an illusion in this moment. Buzz! The earth split asunder. The entire holy city trembled. This was the residual might of the imperial weapon, rending mountains and rivers, severing countless ley lines. Splash! The essence of the dragon veins surged skyward, tinged with bloodlight. The dragon veins were wounded. In the aftermath, some locals were left with headaches. However, none of this concerned Jiang Yifei any longer. He had acquired what he desired. At the moment before the shaking light sacred land stone workshop was raised, beneath the endless sea of celestial light, the heavenly stone garden of the shaking light sacred land was uprooted 3 zhang deep. Whether it was a celestial grave or a demonic womb, it all fell into Jiang Yifei's possession, becoming his private treasure. Hence, why gamble on stones? The aftermath is too troublesome. Jiang Yifei gazed at the materials collected within the celestial furnace, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was a most delightful affair to seize them directly. Having finished the battle, he concluded his work. He shook the divine furnace again, transmitting his thoughts. In the next moment, starlight exploded across the heavens. The essence surged and roared, erasing all traces. Even the celestial mechanics master would be rendered ineffective. Chapter 17. Jiang Yifei. Trust me, you will not be mistaken. Kill and set fire. Sever the celestial mechanics. Jiang Yifei engaged in such dealings for the first time, yet he did so with remarkable proficiency, thus revealing a glimpse of the future. The aftermath of the imperial might wreaked havoc throughout the entire holy city, stirring chaos all around. Ancient buildings crumbled, and many pedestrians and cultivators were injured. Fortunately, he retained a flicker of compassion, managing the celestial furnace adequately. There were injuries, yet no fatalities. Of course, this did not apply to the area surrounding the shaking lightstone workshop. There, replicas of forbidden devices clashed with imperial weapons, leaving nothing alive, all reduced to calamity-laden soil. Even the earth was pierced, and the dragon vein territory beneath the holy city erupted with a dazzling yet desolate light. Amidst this scene of devastation, the divine might of the celestial furnace waned. Jiang Yifei severed the flow of divine power, a single thought calming the ancestral imperial weapon, allowing the deity to once again descend into a tranquil slumber. Only the portion of the heavenly stone garden of the shaking light sacred land, uprooted 3 zhang deep, remained to testify to the monumental events that had just transpired. Cough. Jiang Yifei coughed lightly, and after the passionate slaughter, he was left with a profound sense of emptiness. It felt as though every ounce of his being had been drained, leaving him utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, despite such circumstances, none dared to underestimate him. After all, the formidable might of the Hongyu furnace was truly resplendent. The powerful beings present bowed in reverence, none daring to meet his gaze. Having committed acts of murder and arson, it was now time for a hasty retreat. Jiang Yifei's pallid visage belied the fierce brilliance in his eyes. It was a performance, one that required the complete activation of the domain gate for an expeditious return. Indeed, immediately, a proficient expert in formations stepped forward, manipulating the Xianyu platform to establish coordinates that pointed directly to the heart of the Jiang family estate. Brother Huiran, our meeting today feels belated, yet alas, with the tempest approaching, tranquility eludes us, and we must await our next encounter. He spoke thusly to Jiang Huiran before taking his leave. No waities, no waities. Jiang Huiran replied, somewhat reserved, his voice hoarse. On this day, he had first undergone a baptism of intellect, then bore witness to a cataclysmic event up close. His worldview had been shattered, and the years of his life felt like a mere dream. Awakening from this reverie, his heart was a tumult of thoughts, an indescribable complexity of shock, envy, and admiration, for they shared the same bloodline. Yet, the matters concerning my master, the crown prince, take precedence. How could I possibly hinder you? Jiang Huairan insisted repeatedly, adding, moreover, I must depart swiftly. The holy city has become a place of strife. Although young, he was astute. The commotion caused by the Hengyu furnace had embarrassed Yao Wang. Could this sacred place remain stable? He felt compelled to wield his family's imperial weaponry. As a descendant of a notorious bandit, he sensed the necessity to tread carefully. Otherwise, he might be obliterated by Yao Wang's imperial weaponry, and that would be a senseless demise. Until we meet again, let us drink and revel. Jiang Yifei smiled and gestured, as a mighty cultivator manipulated celestial forces to escort them out of this diminutive secret realm. The moment Jiang Huairan exited, he bolted away, his fleeing posture betraying a trained finesse. Your Highness, that lad knows far too much, an elder murmured in council. Is it appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Jiang Yifei waved his hand dismissively, stepping into the domain gate, and in a whirl of celestial rotation, traversed hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. One moment he was in the holy city, and the next he had returned to the Jiang family. The mighty beings guarding him followed closely, eager to hear the future evaluations of the Jiang family's future sovereign. Even if he was still immature, his grandfather would certainly comprehend. Besides, if he were to speak carelessly, what would it matter? Our mission was inherently one of vengeance. Vengeance against Yao Wang, who dared to extend its hand into the Jiang family. Are we afraid of the holy land of Yao Wang discovering the true culprit? Not in the slightest. Everyone was well aware, yet reluctant to expose certain underlying truths. Jiang Yifei spoke with indifference, his perception of the situation remarkably clear. Even if everything were to be laid bare, should the holy land of Yao Wang dare to encroach upon the Jiang family, they would be met with retribution. Such a response would be entirely justified. Moreover, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, distinctions of strength and weakness often blur the lines of reason. Just like in an era of darkness and chaos, who could reason with the supreme beings emerging from the forbidden zones? Would they even listen? At such times, only power could command respect. Furthermore, the foundation of Yao Wang itself was not untainted. They were merely a shell propped up by ruthless men. And it was not the Jiang family who felt the strain, but rather Yao Wang. I instructed that sworn brother to return precisely to serve as a messenger. Jiang Yifei spoke nonchalantly as he entered the ancestral temple of the Jiang family, a place where intricate formations intertwined with the mysteries of ultimate paths. This was the Imperial Formation. He retrieved the stone from the Yao Wang quarry that had been buried 3 yards deep within the Hengyu furnace. Constrained and suppressed by the formations in the Jiang family ancestral temple, a spring of clear water surged forth from the void, suspending the hard-earned spoils in midair. The Jiang family's sovereign, already waiting, nodded in acknowledgement and accepted the Hengyu furnace. Jiang Yifei's actions concluded, yet the performance of the Jiang family was just beginning. As a significant landowner in the northern domain of the East Wilderness, witnessing unfamiliar imperial weaponry rampaging through the holy city, it was only reasonable to brandish their own imperial weapons to instill fear in the vile. Boom! Amidst the blinding celestial radiance, the Jiang family's sovereign, accompanied by a cadre of elders and powerful beings, surged forth with a murderous intent. Simultaneously, the imperial formation below the Jiang family activated, transforming into an impregnable fortress to withstand the impending storm. The bandits of the northern domain, regardless of their nature, held the qualification to speak once they wielded imperial weapons. Jiang Yifei remained composed within the Jiang family, indifferent to the turmoil outside. I am determined to follow the path of the ruthless emperor. That half-formed devouring demon jar must be scrutinized. I will leave Jiang Huairan behind to convey goodwill to Jiang Yi and gradually plot my course. Achieving my desires should not prove overly challenging. Jiang Yifei elucidated his intentions while rubbing his hands together, casting his gaze toward the numerous spoils, brimming with impatience. Unfortunately, could Jiang Yi, who had rebelled against the family years ago, truly adhere to his Highness' will? An elder lamented. Nothing is impossible. Jiang Yifei listened, suddenly feigning a solemn frown, contemplating for a moment before softly stating, previously, I resonated deeply with the Hengyu furnace, awakening my bloodline to its utmost potential. Through the power of the imperial weapons, I sensed something profoundly significant, perhaps a person or object of great ancestry. Huh? The elder looked bewildered. Such a thing existed? Indeed. Jiang Yifei replied, wide-eyed as he fabricated a tale. The elders exchanged glances, perhaps due to the bloodline connection. My bloodline is closest to that of our ancestors. Perhaps this is why some subtle changes occurred. He continued, in the aftermath, I shall follow those sensations and embark on a journey. Your Highness, you have just stirred the heavens outside, an elder, a living fossil, quietly reminded him. Yet I feel those sensations hold great importance. Jiang Yifei's expression turned grave. Bloodlines never deceive. Very well. The elder's demeanor shifted to solemnity. We shall pledge to protect your highness at all costs. Much obliged, Jiang Yifei nodded in satisfaction. One must dare to speak, and one must dare to believe. Do not inquire. Should you question, it is merely the return of our bloodline. I, Jiang Yifei, am the most illustrious in the entire Jiang family. If you cannot sense it, it is because your bloodlines are impure, incapable of comprehending the will of our ancestors' divine weapons. The plan is in motion. Jiang Yifei's heart brimmed with unbounded joy. The Li Fire Divine Furnace. Jiang Taishu. The Li Fire Divine Furnace is manageable. But Jiang Taishu presents a challenge. Nevertheless, no matter how arduous, it must be addressed. Jiang Taishu has returned. Jiang, he must still run errands before his ancestors. Alas, Zishan. He felt a headache coming on. However, such headaches arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Jiang Yifei extracted a small knife and began to slice through the stone materials from the suspended quarry in the ancestral temple, initiating a blind box unveiling. Of course, this was for the elders. Jiang Yifei, however, was well aware of the weighty treasures contained within. His first target was the demon embryo. This stone was extraordinary, spherical in shape, perfectly crafted by nature, with a diameter of about 1.5 meters. One could feel a hint of warmth upon touching it. Several elder guardians of the ancestral temple observed nearby, murmuring among themselves. This stone was once placed in Yaoguang's celestial stone garden, priced at 500,000 pounds of source energy, but alas, it was rejected by a master of source techniques. Who would have thought it remains unsold to this day? Alas, I was once tempted to purchase it. However, my spouse was quite strict, and I ultimately could not acquire it. Little did I anticipate that today I would fulfill that desire and witness what lies within. Even 2,000 or 3,000-year-old living fossils have experienced the passing of youth. Jiang Yifei ignored their incessant chatter, glanced at the stone, and with a swift motion of his knife, sliced through the extraordinary stone that had absorbed countless celestial essences. Crack! A radiant purple light burst forth, revealing a divine source the size of a bowl. It was supposed to be golden, yet due to the rare treasures within, it shimmered a brilliant purple, dazzling to behold. Threads of purple mist spread forth, imbued with spiritual essence, exuding a sacred aura as though it could purify both body and soul. The elders present were utterly astonished, feeling a surge of vitality emanating from the miraculous entity within the divine source. Its unparalleled life force, merely existing and being in close proximity, momentarily rejuvenated their weary bodies, allowing them a fleeting taste of youth. This realization struck them. It was an unparalleled treasure. A Qilin? Exclaimed one of the living fossils. No, it should be a legendary divine herb, the elixir long sought after by ancient emperors. Another elder corrected, clearly more learned. An immortal elixir. The elders in the ancestral temple widened their eyes in disbelief, each one consumed by madness. Who would have thought such a precious gem lay hidden within the rock quarry of the radiant light? The living fossils gazed fervently at the small purple Qilin within the divine source, lamenting that it was not a fully formed entity, merely a seed. Indeed, such a pity. Someone echoed, and then abruptly changed the tone. But wait, if it were a fully developed divine herb, we would never have a chance to witness it. They can soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, thriving in realms of pure creation, rather than being unearthed from stone by us. This sentiment garnered much agreement. This divine herb, having transformed into a seed, must have endured dreadful tribulations in the past, lamented one elder. Since ancient times, divine herbs have been exceedingly rare, scarcely found throughout the cosmos. They offer the opportunity for the mightiest of beings, whose lifespans have dwindled, to be reborn. Even ancient emperors yearn for them, let alone other cultivators of lesser ranks, thus earning the title of the most precious sacred objects in existence. Almost every divine herb is unique, making it nearly impossible to find another identical specimen, underscoring its value and sanctity. Each herb is practically irreplaceable. If destroyed, it signifies an eternal absence from the world. Hence, they are revered as supreme, divine treasures. Naturally, the immortal elixirs are unparalleled, capable of communication. When faced with destruction, they can escape, soaring through the skies. Even more astonishingly, they sometimes undergo a process of rebirth, condensing into a single seed that breaks free, seeking out more suitable soil for growth. This seed pulsated with a vigorous life force. If planted in the right celestial soil, it would undoubtedly thrive. An elder opined, gradually becoming breathless. Under normal circumstances, an immortal elixir takes thousands of years to mature. Harvesting it could extend the life of my Jiang family's prodigy, allowing us to walk the path of emperors for generations to come. Who knows, perhaps one day we might witness the rise of a great emperor. The elders buzzed with fervent discussions, envisioning a bright future. In light of this, our venture into the rock quarry of the Radiant Light was indeed worthwhile. Zhang Yifei seized the opportunity to interject. Absolutely, worth every bit. The living fossils cheered, proclaiming their prince's brilliance. The rock quarry of the Radiant Light deserves 1,000 cuts. Some elders, normally of a peaceful disposition, transformed into staunch warriors at that moment, rallying around Zhang Yifei. Embracing his vision, they resolutely supported his position, recognizing him as the true master of the Jiang family. As for the so-called Saint Lord of the Jiang family, what was that worth? Has he made any contributions? Can he compare to our prince, who has returned to the bloodline? One elder spat vehemently. Had our prince been born 5,000 years earlier, we would have long since declared war on the Radiant Light. Zhang Yifei surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Excellent. The hearts of the people are malleable. His first extraction of the Qilin divine herb was for what purpose? To win their hearts. For it must be noted that previously, despite his noble status due to his ancestral bloodline, he had single-handedly pulled the Jiang family onto the chariot of resistance against the Radiant Light, which had undoubtedly sparked murmurs of dissent among some. After all, it was a matter of life and death. But now, everything had changed. The emergence of the seed of the Qilin immortal elixir had united the elder generation of masters in the ancestral temple firmly around Zhang Yifei. From this moment forth, there would be no dissent. The entire Jiang family would have but one faction, one voice. This seed of the immortal elixir would unequivocally remain with them, let alone be returned to the Radiant Light. Thus, only one path remained for them. A smirk danced upon Zhang Yifei's lips as he set the plan into motion. Ready to fight to the bitter end. The entire Jiang family, therefore, stirred into action. No compromise, they would stand firm. The Saint Lord of the Jiang family, enveloped in a cascade of flowing light, received urgent news from the family, learning of the latest and most critical developments, his lips twitching in response. He raised his head to gaze upon the fiercely imposing figure of the Saint Lord of the Radiant Light across from him, the black cauldron hovering ominously above, exuding an aura of unmatched might, the chill in his eyes seemingly capable of freezing the entire holy city. Heaven have mercy, they had cut off their own retreat. The Jiang family's Saint Lord rubbed his brow, resigning himself to the path of darkness ahead. Chapter 18. The Wrath of Radiant Light. The Emergence of the Imperial Weapon. Amidst the ruins of the rock quarry of the Radiant Light, a figure shrouded in 108 radiant halos stood in the void, surrounded by myriad otherworldly phenomena. Resembling a divine king descending to the mortal realm, or the heavenly path gazing down upon the mundane world. This was the Saint Lord of the Radiant Light. In the moments following the cataclysmic upheaval within the holy city, news of the destruction of the stone quarry reached the Radiant Light, stirring the ire of its Saint Lord. He was engulfed in an uncontrollable fury, summoning the imperial weapon of the Holy Land, the legendary black gold cauldron adorned with dragon patterns. The Radiant Light lacks an emperor. The birth of the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron is steeped in countless legends, regarded as one of the most astonishing miracles of the world. 50,000 years of prayers, 50,000 years of prostration, the sacrifices of ancient sages could not bring it to fruition. On that stormy night, amidst thunder and lightning, no one knew what transpired. It became an imperial weapon of unparalleled might in a single night. The eternal mystery remains unsolved. It is the most incredible weapon, rivaling any ancient imperial weapon or divine artifact, even possessing unique advantages. This is the widely acknowledged and whispered mystery among people. At this moment, the ancient cauldron hovered above the Saint Lord of the Radiant Light, oscillating gently, its surface adorned with ancient dragon patterns, surrounded by chaotic mist, exuding an air of enigma. Who did this? The Saint Lord of the Radiant Light's voice was icy, filled with a chilling intensity. Are you seeking to establish an unending vendetta against Radiant Light? His emotions surged as he paid homage to the fallen elders and disciples of radiant light within the stone quarry, the pent-up rage erupting like a volcano. Just then, an oblivious elder soared into the heavens, speaking loudly, "O Saint Lord of Radiant Light, please accept my condolences." Boom! The Saint Lord of the Radiant Light cast a cold glance, and suddenly, several black dragons erupted from the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron, their imperial might surging forth, shattering the void, killing anything they touched. Blood blossoms erupted in the sky, and those elder figures were annihilated without a trace. The cultivators within the holy city were seized by terror at that moment, no longer daring to utter a word, lest they provoke the nearly maddened Radiant Light. "It seems I have made a misstep," the Saint Lord of the Radiant Light spoke in a chilling tone, having inadvertently slain several esteemed elders. "I beseech their respective holy families to accept my condolences." This was both a release of pent-up fury and a warning. At this juncture, the Radiant Light had abandoned reason. Several powerful figures of the Radiant Light stepped forward simultaneously, their divine powers surging mightily, assisting the Saint Lord as the dragon-patterned black gold imperial cauldron unleashed a beam of black gold celestial light, piercing through the heavens, striking into the ancient star sea. The sheer force of it shook the heavens and the earth, reverberating through the ages, as if an emperor were awakening, standing vividly before the world, causing all to tremble. As the celestial light reached its zenith, it suddenly erupted, cascading downwards in threads of luminous streams, enveloping the entire holy city. Wave after wave of ripples spread throughout the holy city, transforming into enigmatic dragon patterns, coiling like black dragons, the powerful and thriving energy akin to an ocean. At this moment, the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron became the most resplendent entity in the holy city. Thousands of black dragons erupted from the cauldron, only their tails remaining inside, transforming the ancient and weathered holy city into a sacred land of soaring dragons. Likewise, it became a cursed ground. No one could hope to escape. Seal the city. Search. The Saint Lord of the Radiant Light gritted his teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. Turn this realm upside down for me. Let me discern which sacred ground has forged such a profound enmity with the Glimmering Radiance sect. The Glimmering Radiance sacred land is in turmoil. It is understandable. The stone archway of the sacred land has been violently obliterated, reduced to ruins. This is not merely a matter of loss, but one of dignity. The cultivators within the sacred city, each of them empathetic to the sentiments of the Glimmering Radiance sect at this moment, perhaps due to the explosive power emanating from the spiraling black dragons in the heavens, allowing them to deeply grasp the essence of the word heart. Everyone understands. At this moment, anyone who dares to step forth will face the wrath of the Glimmering Radiance sect, unless, of course, a similarly esteemed sect or family intervenes. Alas, with a soft sigh, the patriarch of the Zhang family observed quietly for a while, a contemplative expression occasionally flickering across his face, and after a brief moment of subtle mental fluctuation, he finally chose to intervene. Buzz! The void roared as if a tattered cloth was violently shaken. The pattern dominated by the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron was disrupted. The cultivators of the sacred city, already beleaguered, braced themselves for a second wave of oppression as they looked up to behold crimson clouds soaring, phoenix songs resonating, as if a divine phoenix was reborn from flames, soaring across the vast expanse. A tremendous pressure enveloped the entire city once more, rendering all unable to resist, collapsing to the ground. An ancient divine furnace materialized amidst the collective gaze, returning to its former grounds. However, this time it was brought in by the patriarch of the Jiang family from outside the sacred city. The Jiang family. The Glimmering Radiance sect's master's eyes were icy. "Do you intend to hinder me? Or are you the orchestrators of this affair?" With each word, the murderous intent in his tone intensified. The friends of the Glimmering Radiance sect exchanged glances. The Jiang family patriarch shook his head, speaking gently. "What would my Jiang family gain from destroying the stone archway? Between our two families, there have been no grievances in the past, nor any animosities recently. How could we possibly undertake such a reckless act?" His reasoning was sound. Without enmity, such an act would be unthinkable. Yet, should there be any grudges, crossing boundaries would certainly warrant a different discussion. "I merely wish to advise my fellow cultivator not to let anger cloud your judgment," the Jiang family patriarch calmly stated. "Within this sacred city, there is more than just the business of the Glimmering Radiance sect. Should any issues arise, it would be difficult for all parties involved." "Are you accusing me?" The master of the Glimmering Radiance sect stared at the Jiang family patriarch for a long while before finally managing a cold smile. "Dari?" The Jiang family patriarch chuckled lightly, My friend is clearly in a state of agitation. How could I presume to accuse you? It's merely that the sacred city lies in the northern region, and my Jiang family is a significant landholder in this area. I merely wish to voice my thoughts on the matter. With a meaningful tone, the Jiang family patriarch added, the sacred city is vast, filled with a motley of individuals. Unearthing some unsavory enterprises would not bode well for anyone. Furthermore, this northern dipper is home to numerous imperial weapons, sacred lands, families, and dynasties. Not merely the glimmering radiance sect. Indeed, a figure emerged, standing high above, holding an ancient mirror that shimmered with resplendent light, as overwhelming divine might surged forth, creating a sanctified space amidst the confrontation between the black dragon and the fiery phoenix, merging with the void, impervious to calamity. The Ji family patriarch wielded an imperial weapon, the void imperial mirror. The Ji family has also arrived. The expression of the glimmering radiance sect's master remained inscrutable. Such a significant matter. How could I possibly refrain from attending? The Ji family patriarch remarked, my friend from the glimmering radiance sect, please temper your fervor. Oomph. The glimmering radiance sect's master huffed coldly. At this moment, he found himself in a precarious position. Anger could not be consumed as sustenance, especially as the situation escalated further. As three imperial weapons stood in a stalemate, subtly constraining one another, someone ascended into the sky. It was an elder, exuding authority, if not for the several red lip prints adorning his face. Moreover, the location from which he arrived was rather delicate, a renowned establishment within the sacred city. Is that not an old sovereign of the ancient Hua dynasty? An onlooker, well-versed in celestial and terrestrial matters, exclaimed, astonished. Who would have thought, though aged? His spirit remains unyielding. The ascendant elder's form momentarily stiffened. However, he ultimately steeled himself, feigning a semblance of rising fury. Glimmering radiance sect. The elder gritted his teeth. I acknowledge your dragon-patterned black gold cauldron is indeed remarkable. Yet, in this world, imperial weapons are neither scarce nor abundant. I urge you to think carefully before proceeding. As a former sovereign of the ancient Hua dynasty, his words carried significant weight. In that instant, they became the straw that tipped the scales. The waters of the sacred city were indeed too deep. The lesser sects beneath the esteemed sacred lands dared not speak loudly for fear of alarming the higher powers. Yet, following a moment of shock, the actual imperial clans, each possessing formidable prowess stationed within the sacred city, took to the skies, expressing sympathy for the plight of the glimmering radiance sect, while subtly offering counsel, inquiring if all was well. The master of the glimmering radiance sect finally suppressed the fury in his heart. The waters of the sacred city ran too deep. Amongst its brothels, various illicit enterprises thrived, along with an array of underground markets, intelligence organizations, and even strongholds for assassins. These shadowy industries make it challenging to ascertain how many of them were covertly orchestrated by esteemed sacred lands. Cloaked in disguises, they sought to stifle the seeds of competition, or perhaps to stealthily pillage talents from the territories governed by other sacred families, engaging in the trade of lives. Cultivators are indeed human. Where there are people, there are undercurrents. Such undercurrents, shrouded in darkness, are not easily unveiled, unless the glimmering radiance sect disregards all caution and directly strikes down the imperial weapons to attain peace in the mortal realm. Yet, this is evidently impossible. After all, this sacred land is not without its own blemishes. Deep within lies a profound malevolence, harboring the terrifying philosophies of the great emperor of the First Era, who devoured the heavens and earth. Since so many fellow cultivators have spoken thus, we shall refrain from searching the sacred city. The master of the glimmering radiance sect said softly, however, this matter will not conclude here. My glimmering radiance sect shall undoubtedly uncover the truth and ensure the perpetrator faces retribution. Very well. Numerous imperial clans express their agreement, unperturbed. The innocent have nothing to fear. If it was not their own doing, why should they be anxious? On the contrary, they watched the unfolding drama with great interest. The Jiang family patriarch, flowing with the current, murmured to himself, the true spectacle has only just begun. The upheaval in the sacred city stirred countless onlookers. Three imperial weapons emerged together. Who has witnessed such a scene before? After the imperial weapons dispersed, the sacred city erupted in fervor, with all conversing animatedly. For several consecutive days, the city was enveloped in tempestuous rumors. Some claimed a new imperial weapon had emerged, announcing its existence to the world by obliterating the glimmering radiance sect. Others suggested it was merely a dog-eat-dog scenario among esteemed sacred lands, a calculated retaliation against the glimmering radiant sect. Chapter 19. Dynasty, Ancient Clan. Hear me out, thank you. The multitude of opinions seemed to hold some merit, yet no one could persuade another. Supporters of the dog-eat-dog faction proliferated various conspiracy theories, with rumors swirling that it was indeed the doing of the four great dynasties of the central continent. Their reasoning was substantial. It was rumored that the path to immortality would soon open in the eastern wilderness, merely a few hundred years away. The immortal divine dynasty, with their ancient ancestors, had calculated the precise time and place. Now, these dynasties, eager for ascension, aimed to seize the opportunity to invade the eastern wilderness upon the path's opening, thus brazenly launching an invasion. All their actions were solely to secure the most advantageous locations. Naturally, the esteemed sacred lands of the eastern wilderness would not permit such encroachments. Thus, one of the immortal dynasties took the initiative to strike first, demolishing the glimmering radiant sect's stone archway, delivering a resounding slap to the face of this esteemed sacred land, igniting turmoil among the forces of the eastern wilderness. Did you witness the overwhelming pressure that night? It was capable of suppressing the 3 realms and 6 paths, seemingly the imperial weapon, the ninely map of the ninely dynasty. Rumors, rising from unknown origins, once set in motion, could not be quelled. With eloquence and conviction, the discourse captivated countless adherents. Aside from the moment one closes their eyes and then opens them again, suddenly transitioning from spectator to performer in the ninely dynasty, an elderly emperor in the sacred city vociferously denounced the absurdities, vowing to ensure that the purveyors of baseless rumors meet a grim fate. Everything seemed remarkably justifiable. After all, the stakes were exceedingly high. The path to immortality, which cultivator, in the dead of night, has not dreamt of transcending to divinity? The mere mention of this keyword instantly catapulted the topic into trending discussions, poised to dominate the charts. Besides the ever-fluctuating protagonist engaged in nefarious deeds, oscillating between the ninely divine dynasty and the great Xia dynasty, the remaining details remained tantalizingly ambiguous, stirring excitement and trepidation. Particularly noteworthy was the demise of a diviner, who, in a reckless pursuit of knowledge, perished by lightning that very night, uttering the word immortal in his dying breaths. Reaching an apex of revelation, there indeed existed a kernel of truth. At the very least, it was not a figment of imagination, from nothingness to existence. Furthermore, an elder from the Jiang family, whose heart remained youthful despite his years, inadvertently divulged several insights while discussing the profound principles of yin and yang harmony with a fair maiden at the Miaoyu monastery. The path to immortality is indeed a tangible pursuit. Gazing across the northern Dipper, one can discern the multitude of supreme, sacred locales and illustrious families they harbor. Each ancient emperor, descending from the profoundest reaches of the cosmos, established dynasties and clans. Surely there must be profound significance in their endeavors. This elder, having indulged excessively in drink, carelessly let slip the secrets of bygone eras. Have you observed the grand tapestry of the northern Dipper? Have you noted? Among the 5 realms, only the central continent and the eastern wasteland boast the highest concentration of supreme imperial weapons. The forbidden zones of life are even more prevalent in the eastern wasteland. The most recent emperor, the unparalleled Qing Di of the demon race, was known to have resided in the eastern wasteland, intent on establishing a demon court. A venerable figure from the Jiang family connected far too many intricate details. Upon deeper reflection, many matters grow increasingly unsettling. Under the weight of suspicion and paranoia, the imagination spirals into terrifying realms. Moreover, all of this is veritable. The most deceptive means of manipulation often involve truths spoken sincerely. The public, manipulated by the tides of opinion, finds it challenging to escape such pitfalls. For indeed, the path to immortality has manifested in the eastern wasteland. With merely 200 years remaining, Jiang Yifei even asserted that he could provide a more specific location, right at the minuscule site of the ancient Forbidden Land. Years ago, the Tianxian Sacred Land launched an offensive against the ancient Forbidden Land, believing in their righteousness. Yet they were both right and wrong. The location was accurate, yet the timing was awry. The gravest error lay in their insufficient power. Thus, the entire sacred land collapsed, imperial weapons shattered, and extraordinary individuals perished, becoming a tragic saga. The pursuit of immortality, a lifelong aspiration of countless cultivators across the celestial expanse, fueled by fervor and fraught with suffering. At this moment, the populace of the northern Dipper ancient star has leapt into this abyss, especially the four great immortal dynasties of the central continent, who find calamity descending upon them unexpectedly. Gradually, they began to perceive that the gaze of the master and elders of the Yaoguang sacred land no longer held the same warmth. Fortunately, while the experts of the four immortal dynasties found themselves in dire straits, rumors of new imperial weapons surged, trending on the charts, offering them a reprieve. Everyone prioritized harmony. The human race should not harbor suspicions against its own. An elder, whose ancestors once frequented the Qishir mansion, fervently urged all major sacred lands to remain calm, cautioning against rash actions that might unwittingly benefit the potential schemers lurking in the shadows, suspected remnants of ancient beings sealed away until now. On that day, I stood in the sacred city, personally witnessing the venerable elder, leaning on his cane, stroking his beard, while I also heard several enigmatic phrases uttered by the orchestrator of that supreme imperial weapon. He proclaimed such words that elicited nods of agreement from numerous cultivators. Indeed, it was so. I too heard it. The elder spoke wisely. Various witnesses emerged. Even material evidence surfaced. Some cultivators extracted memories, inscribing them onto mystical jade tablets, disseminating them far and wide, allowing others to relive that fateful night in a daze. On that night, Jiang Yifei harmonized with the Hengyu furnace, uttering several powerful statements. Now, those words have resurfaced. My family's scholarly lineage, though I have not lived up to its legacy, boasts ancestors who studied at the Qishir mansion, specializing in the languages and scripts of various clans and eras. The elder took great pride in recounting his ancestry. The Qishir mansion? Could it be the legendary Qishir mansion that opens once every 10,000 years? Those unacquainted were bewildered, yet those in the know began to pay homage. It was indeed remarkable, for only the most exceptional could gain entry to the Qishir mansion. Too kind, too kind. The elder sighed, reminiscing that his ancestor, in his time, could be considered a minor prodigy. Alas, his ambitions lay not in cultivation. He was enamored with archaeology, neglecting his training, ultimately passing away before reaching 1,500 years of age. He left behind some records about the ancient era, serving as a final testament to his life. Today, upon inquiry, I unexpectedly deciphered the arcane language spoken by that unknown master of the sacred city, rumored to originate from the primordial times. He presented evidence that reverberated across the realms. Soon, scholars delved into ancient texts, verifying these overlooked aspects, naturally unknown to the masses. However, not all secrets lie buried. The venerable sacred families with their long-standing traditions often possess some sealed records. It is indeed true. A living fossil from the Ji family emerged from the ancestral shrine, validating the elder's claims. Consequently, the great sacred lands of the eastern wasteland were thrown into turmoil. At this juncture, the ancient Hua dynasty made a resplendent entrance. As an elder emperor vividly portrayed for the world a radiant yet bloody epic for humanity. The primordial era, of course, the era itself is of little consequence. What truly matters is that during that time, there existed imperial weapons, or rather, ancient royal artifacts. Chapter 20. Mastering a foreign language is truly vital. The imperial weapon that obliterated the stone pavilion of the Yaoguang sacred land. Could it possibly belong to another supreme sacred land? Perhaps it is the ancient royal weapon of a formidable royal lineage from the primordial age. For instance, the fabled Qilin clan is said to wield the ancient royal weapon, the Qilin staff. Additionally, the awe-inspiring War Saint Emperor of the late primordial years, belonging to the War Saint Ape clan, possessed an ancient royal artifact known as the Immortal Iron Rod. Furthermore, the Golden Clan is rumored to wield a golden cudgel said to have the power to strike down immortals. Lastly, the Divine Silkworm clan produced a divine emperor who forged a divine garment. The splendor of the primordial era does not pale in comparison to the brilliance of the ancient epic. Emperors and kings, passing the torch through generations, claimed dominion over the vast cosmos. The stone pavilion of the Yaoguang sacred land was shattered. Who knows whose ire it inadvertently provoked? For example, the stone pavilion may have housed ancient royal members sealed within stone, displayed like exhibits in a stone garden. Should anyone with unrefined sight penetrate the stone skin and gaze upon the divine essence, the ancient royals within would find themselves utterly exposed, stripped of dignity. As the ages rolled on, what a humiliation it must have been if the elders of those royal lines discovered the ancient royal weapons smashing the stone pavilion of Yaoguang. Would that not be justifiable? Can Yaoguang guarantee that no mishap occurred within? Rumors surged like tidal waves incessantly. In this regard, the Yaoguang sacred land dared not guarantee anything. They wished to dismiss the notion as impossible. However, a diviner met an untimely death during a calculation, having inadvertently breached a taboo. Perhaps, indeed, there exist ancient royal members, blood relatives of the ancient royals, mysteriously intertwined with the supreme imperial weapons. Consequently, the Yaowang's sacred land fell silent for an extended period. The silence of Yaowang stirred up tremendous waves among the various sacred families. Silence, at times, serves as a form of response. Did beings from before the primordial age truly emerge? Or are these royal lineages akin to the imperial clan of our human race? Many cultivators were left astounded, sensing a shift in the tides. The era has transformed. The elder, fervently advocating for the validation of the ancient divine tongue, proclaimed, "We must adopt a proactive and positive outlook on this era. Mastering a foreign language is of paramount importance. Now, with my family's esteemed reputation, originating from the Chishire Mansion, we are a trustworthy source. Comprehensive instruction and unwavering support await those eager to learn. No need for the exorbitant price of 998. Merely 198 pounds of knowledge. The divine language shall be yours to master. Esteemed mentors, seize this opportunity. In the absence of chance, forge your own destiny." He has rejuvenated his life anew. While his discourse is filled with pacifism, his heart harbors personal ambitions. However, the wealth he has earned through his own merit renders any criticism moot. It can only be said that mastering a foreign tongue is indeed of paramount importance. Encountering foreign friends allows for delightful exchanges. The tempestuous storms outside have ensnared countless cultivators, dragging them into the abyss. While the young mastermind Jiang Yifei reflects on the stark reality of truth woven into the fabric of grand deception. After extracting the seeds of the immortal divine medicine, he entrusted them to the living relics of the ancestral temple, who, despite their advanced years, busily scoured the earth for the sacred soil and divine springs to revive these seeds. As for himself, he joyfully assumed the role of a hands-off manager, exploiting the labor of the Jiang family, extracting surplus value, and remarkably, the elder workers willingly complied. What defines a great entrepreneur? This exemplifies it. With leisure time on his hands, he awaited an auspicious day, then eagerly prepared to cleave the extraordinary stone he had pilfered from the shaking Lightstone workshop. This peculiar stone, towering over 2 meters and resembling an ancient tomb, bore the marks of time, fitting its name perfectly. As Jiang Yifei struck the stone, a blinding divine light surged forth, exuding a sacred aura. A golden being emerged from the shattered ancient tomb. His presence was extraordinary, radiating a fierce martial spirit, as if ready to shatter the heavens. Yet, in contrast to his indomitable spirit, he stood diminutive, less than 5 feet tall. His form was human, adorned with a shimmering coat of golden fur, exuding an aura of superiority that announced his dominance. This was an innate pressure, akin to a sovereign standing at the pinnacle of existence, surveying the realms with disdain. His eyes shone with golden brilliance, fierce as a blazing flame. The battle sage, the last ancient emperor of primordial times, the child of the battle sage emperor. Boom! Jiang Yifei faced him, his blood surging uncontrollably, as fragments of the great emperor Hung Yu's laws awakened within him. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Yifei transformed, as if the great emperor Hung Yu had traversed time and space to stand there, grasping the mandate of heaven. Buzz! The countenance of the holy prince trembled, his posture straightened, as an ancient imperial majesty subtly awakened from the depths of his bloodline, confronting Jiang Yifei. Rumblings echoed around them, as the very heavens and earth trembled in response. Historically, emperors seldom encountered one another. One lived while the other had perished. It was challenging for their most glorious peaks to intersect, rendering the true strengths and weaknesses of many imperial eras a profound mystery. Of course, exceptions abound. Figures such as the imperial sovereign, the undying, the Nether Emperor, and others undoubtedly surpassed the ordinary emperors. But beyond that, in the void of Hung Yu, who is weak and who is strong? In the dance of the sun and moon, who reigns supreme? An abundance of enigmas remains unsolved. Each imperial figure possesses boundless confidence. When 2 invincible beings manifest in ancient history, perhaps only a duel could determine their rightful place. Alas, reality does not permit such confrontations. At this moment, bloodlines come into play. The offspring of ancient emperors, the bloodlines of great emperors, inherit their will and laws, fighting on behalf of their forebears. This may be a unique form of contention. In this instant, the Holy Prince and Jiang Yifei stood opposite one another, one an offspring of an ancient emperor, the other a bloodline returning to its roots. This revelation would inevitably stir a tempest. However, they ultimately harmonized to quell the clash of their auras. The Holy Prince surveyed his surroundings, where traces of the great emperor's array flickered, sealing heaven and earth, rendering the path to heaven impassable and the entrance to the earth non-existent. He fell silent. Jiang Yifei lamented the disparity in cultivation. He was still young, having only trained for a few years, unable to rival the monkey across from him, whose realm surpassed the celestial platform. Otherwise, he would surely have tested his mettle. Yet, he remained confident that the day of competing at the same level was not far off. After all, he too was a participant in this extraordinary journey. Jiang Yifei was a young man with dreams. Not to mention, he aspired to rival the Emperor of the Wasteland, achieving supremacy before the age of 50, breaking a 500-year curse. 100 years seemed feasible, right? If not, 200 would suffice. No more. Or else he might end up as mere ashes in the hands of the Supreme of the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 21. The Human Race. It is not that I look down upon anyone present. The clash of energies subsided, and after weighing each other, the man and the monkey chose to coexist peacefully. The Holy Prince stammered, his eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. He gazed at Jiang Yifei, then at the imperial array manifesting around them, his thoughts swirling. What was it like to step outside, only to discover one was surrounded by landmines? Thus, even without a single word of threat from Jiang Yifei, the Holy Prince was inclined to avoid conflict, seeking to transform hostility into harmony. This was not fear, but rather a recognition that allowing trivial disputes to escalate into bloodshed, putting his life at stake, was far too trivial. The Battle Sage Monkey clan was sparse in numbers, struggling to propagate. Their entire lineage was fiercely combative, yet their survival to this day indicated their ability to adapt and not merely engage in slaughter. Otherwise, they would have been eradicated in ancient times. During the mythological era of the myriad clan struggle, the most potent bloodlines banded together. Even the Kunlun lineage had seen many formidable clans submerged in the sands of time, reduced to mere remnants. The renowned Battle Sage Monkey? The Holy Prince pursued the spirit of battle, and Jiang Yifei was willing to extend corresponding goodwill. It was an honor. Fortunately. While he was not a golden-haired monkey, he was also not among the raucous monkeys of a May mountain, so they could still engage in pleasant conversation. With a wave of his hand, the imperial array gradually faded, restoring peace and tranquility to the Jiang ancestral temple. Jiang Yifei smiled, reminiscent of the wolf in Little Red Riding Hood, eager to deceive the little monkey who had lost his father before the age of 3 and, aside from his racial inheritance, possessed nothing but confusion, sealed for 1,000,000 years. The youthful Holy Prince appeared to Jiang Yifei as though his face was inscribed with the words naive and easily fooled. In society, one deceives such youthful monkeys. Perhaps due to his many schemes, the Holy Prince's golden fur stood on end in fright. Jiang Yifei observed, silently controlling his expression, "You have traveled from afar. We have traversed the vast expanse of time only to meet today, a miracle beneath the passage of years. Therefore, let us sit for a while, and allow me to welcome you, my friend." Jiang Yifei proposed. The Holy Prince blinked, nodding in agreement. Jiang Yifei chuckled, with a few commands. By the time the Holy Prince regained his senses, he found himself seated at the banquet alongside Jiang Yifei. Any initial awkwardness dissipated beneath several cups of monkey wine produced by the Demon Clan, and the Holy Prince gradually opened his heart. "Your bloodline is extraordinary. To stand against me, you must surely be a descendant of that ancient emperor from the end of primordial times. Yes?" Jiang Yifei took a sip of wine. "The name of the Battle Sage Emperor is one I have heard. He was said to be a supreme ruler destined to transcend the mortal realm." "Indeed, the Battle Sage Emperor is my father," the Holy Prince replied, his emotions a mixture of pride and sorrow. Having a father who was an invincible ruler of heaven and earth was undoubtedly a source of pride. Yet, lamentably, in the Holy Prince's memories, his father had passed away too early. Before he had even turned 3, his father had departed from this world, leaving only a faint trace in his recollections. In a certain sense, he is an exceedingly forlorn ancient prince. While other ancient princes and princesses spent their formative years in the company of their fathers, cherishing beautiful memories, the Holy Prince, owing to the late procreation of the Battle Saint Emperor, was only a prince for less than 3 years. Soon after, he was engulfed in the great turmoil at the end of the ancient era, witnessing the downfall of the order established by the Battle Saint Emperor, which was ultimately shattered by a host of ancient royal families. In dire circumstances, even the betrothed brother of the Battle Saint Emperor could not protect his fiancée. who was tragically slain before the ancient mind of Taichu. In the end, the Holy Prince, in a state of confusion, entered the divine source, traversing through time to arrive in this era. A poignant poem aptly encapsulates this journey, chasing immortals and paths through countless autumns, stars fall and moons wither. A heart heavy with sorrow, a slumber spanning eons, emperors have fallen. Where shall one wander in this crumbled ancient world? Has the ancient era truly drawn to a close? The Holy Prince, disoriented in this unfamiliar land, sought to inquire about the distance of time. Moreover, with his lineage being of the human race, could it be that an invincible ruler once reigned supreme across this vast expanse? Turning his attention from his sorrowful past, the Holy Prince focused on Jiang Yifei, a human of seemingly modest strength, yet shrouded in mystery. The presence of extreme formations and the lingering aura of imperial weapons here piqued his interest. In the ancient era, even the Beidou ancient star harbored humans, albeit in scarce numbers and of diminutive prowess. Their only distinctive trait was their human form. This fact greatly intrigued various ancient clans. For in the ancient era, only beings reaching the pinnacle of existence could assume human form, a manifestation of invincibility, emblematic of kingship, reverently worshipped by all who encountered them. However, the inexplicable emergence of humans shattered this norm. They were born in such a manner, astonishing all races. Initially, other races quaked at the sight of so many humanoid beings. But upon discovering their inherent weakness, they gradually relaxed. Consequently, some factions insisted that the advent of humanity was a humiliation to the ancient kings, seeking to eradicate all humans. Though peculiar, such sentiments are not entirely incomprehensible. After all, some individuals labor their entire lives in Rome to achieve greatness, while humans, in their frailty, are born into such a state. How many could maintain a balanced perspective? Furthermore, a malign disposition may lead to the torment of humans, akin to the torment of the strong, perhaps yielding a perverse gratification. In the vast wilderness, one encounters all manners of beings. The human race itself is a tapestry of eccentricities and diverse personalities. And given the universe's wondrous intricacies, it is entirely normal for some races born from the cosmic fabric to exhibit extreme tendencies. Naturally, not all ancient beings are malicious. Some possess discernment and, with the intervention of powerful races, safeguarded humanity, ensuring its survival. In this process, the struggle of humanity itself is indispensable. Although inherently weak, humans possess boundless potential for growth. Once mutated, they may unleash a frenzied transformation. The myriad of cosmic physiques is vast, with humans comprising a significant portion. There are countless forms, from the undying golden body to the celestial tyrant body, the solar body, the lunar body, the divine monarch body, the burning heaven battle body, the supreme immortal body, and the primal Tao embryo. So many in number. Many of these physiques, upon reaching their zenith, can stand alongside the 9 transformations divine silkworm. Yet ultimately, they are not imperial. This constitutes a formidable chasm. Yet, in this moment, the Holy Prince personally sensed the profound essence akin to that of his father. Indeed, a true monarch has emerged from the human race. A prince sat before him. Responding to the Holy Prince's curiosity, Jiang Yifei spoke with a somber tone. Ah, the ancient era, a name now steeped in antiquity. Roughly calculated, it has been at least 1,000,000 years since. 1,000,000 years left the Holy Prince in a daze. Before he could fully comprehend the enormity of time's relentless passage, Jiang Yifei continued. Moreover, the times have changed. The failure of the Battle Saint Emperor to transcend into an immortal has drastically altered the cosmic landscape. The paths have transformed, ushering in a new chapter in history. Following the ancient era, we now enter the era of the wild antiquity. And in this age, our human race has produced not just one, but multiple emperors who dominate the universe. Indeed, times have changed. We no longer refer to them as monarchs, but as emperors. The human emperors. At that moment, Jiang Yifei's countenance assumed an unprecedented gravity and solemnity, akin to that of a supreme deity, with the ancient emperors manifesting their majesty through him. To quell turmoil, stabilize the land, suppress all injustices, and protect myriad races. I possess a volume titled A Brief History of the Wild Antiquity. Holy Prince, you may peruse it, and perhaps gain a clearer understanding of this epic. Jiang Yifei produced a meticulously translated tome, presenting it to the Holy Prince. The Holy Prince accepted it, diligently flipping through its pages, gradually revealing an expression of profound incredulity. Indeed, any ancient prince in attendance would likely exhibit a similar countenance. For the human race of the wild antiquity had unleashed a frenzy across the vast universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Particularly in the recent hundreds of thousands of years, one human emperor after another had emerged, instilling terror. Amitabha, the Great Emperor, Feathered Ascension Emperor, Sky-Eating Emperor, Western Sovereign Emperor, Eternal Universe Emperor, Void Emperor, Chaotic Antiquity Emperor, Supreme Emperor. What the so-called ancient royal families. The human race boldly declared, it is not out of disdain for any clan. I speak candidly. Those present are, but refuse. Chapter 22. The Primordial Imperial Court, a model for life. In the era of wild antiquity, the human emperors. The Holy Prince concluded the book, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions, unable to find tranquility. He had not anticipated that after countless eons, the human race would flourish to such an extent, overshadowing all other races. The Holy Prince marveled at the fact that merely the number of path seekers from a single race could nearly rival the multitude of ancient emperors born in the ancient era. Such a staggering revelation would render even an ancient prince pale with shock. Moreover, he harbored a flicker of unease. The path to emperorship is fraught with adversaries. With emperors come their heirs, just as in the ancient era. So many human emperors. How many heirs must they have produced? While the Holy Prince possessed an indomitable spirit, instilled with the teachings of the Battle Saint Emperor, who encouraged him to venture forth. Though he received no tangible wealth, he was bestowed an entire world in spirit. He would not succumb to arrogance or ignore reality. Should he one day tread the path of an emperor, facing a cadre of opposing heirs, he might find himself utterly overwhelmed. Ah, the heirs, Zhang Yifei sighed. The era of wild antiquity is both the finest and most daunting period for our human race. Just within the Beidou, there are 7 life prohibitions. To quell the dark turmoil, I cannot speak for other imperial clans, but I know that the heirs of the Zhang family have perished amidst the chaos, striving to revive the legacy left by our ancestors in battle against the supremacy of the life prohibitions. The 7 life prohibitions. The Holy Prince furrowed his brow. Reflecting upon his memories, when I was not sealed, there were not this many prohibitions. It seems to have increased significantly. To his astonishment, this era harbors such a multitude. The Holy Prince, with a serious demeanor, recounted what he once knew. The forbidden lands of wild antiquity and the undying mountain had not been mentioned during his time in the ancient era. He hypothesized that these must have formed later as formidable prohibitions. The ancient mine of Taichu, once the supreme sanctum of ancient races, was accessible only to the mightiest ancient emperors and powerful clan leaders in those bygone epochs. Back then, it was not regarded as a life prohibition, the Holy Prince asserted. Organizing his thoughts, more accurately, it should have been considered a supreme sanctum for mediating relations among the great clans. During special periods, royal family members and the most elite rulers could enter to pay homage. I once heard my mother speak of it, the Holy Prince recalled, evoking memories of a grand and ancient era's core. Zhang Yifei, upon hearing this, instantly comprehended. Is this not akin to the United Nations? No. Perhaps a more formidable entity could be considered a semi-finished celestial realm. However, it lacks a governing leader, an immortal sovereign. Thus, is it akin to a House of Representatives? Zhang Yifei pondered, unexpectedly yet logically. In this moment, he comprehended much. Today's Taichu Forbidden Zone, in the ancient era, should be referred to as the Taichu Royal Court of myriad races. Unlike the celestial realm established by the Emperor of Heaven, this royal court is bound by the bloodlines of various races, each forming their own powerful factions, creating a loose alliance that supports and executes the will of ancient emperors who lie dormant within. If the Emperor's celestial realm represents unification, wherein he alone reigns supreme over all spirits and deities, viewing all races as largely undistinguished, where even the Kunlun immortal clan was reduced to mere remnants, it follows that the divine organization continues this ethos, traversing the universe to gather exceptional talents, not targeting any specific race. In the ancient era, successive ancient emperors became advocates of racialism, establishing an order under the watchful gaze of the Supreme being slumbering in the primordial ancient minds, where those possessing innate bloodline strength held superiority. The ancient emperors, though they may have sacrificed themselves, largely endured, no longer needing to roam the cosmos for sustenance. After abdicating their thrones, their love for the cosmos and its inhabitants could not be deemed grand, yet they harbored little prejudice, still uttering the slogan of coexistence among races. Until one fateful day, an ancient emperor who had attained enlightenment long ago could no longer endure, emerging from the primordial ancient minds to commence a bloody feast. Consequently, the once loose alliance fractured, never to be restored. Thus, the ancient era came to a definitive end. The primordial ancient minds transformed, evolving into the present Taichu forbidden zone. The span of the ancient era extended for at least several million years. Thus, figures like the Qilin Emperor and the 10,000 Dragons Emperor, who attained enlightenment later, managed to self-seal until the future path to immortality unfolded. Yet, some ancient emperors from earlier periods could not withstand the passage of a million years, compelled to emerge and feast for survival. This departure was irreversible, resulting in the division of the supreme beings within the primordial ancient minds, leading them to the divine ruins. The immortal ridge and the sea of reincarnation. The undying mountain forbidden zone also emerged as a consequence of this. A realization dawned upon Jiang Yifei. In the ancient era, who was the earliest ancient emperor? It was the undying heavenly emperor. The undying heavenly emperor is a figure mythologized through the ages, the pioneer of the ancient era. He established a supreme divine dynasty known as the Undying Divine Dynasty, rivaling the Emperor of Heaven's unparalleled celestial realm. However, it was not entirely so. Compared to the Emperor's overwhelming might, which forged the path to immortality, this Emperor received external support, wielding the immortal bell of the Kunlun remnants. Thus, he ultimately established a divine dynasty, but refrained from declaring it a celestial realm. As a true phoenix, a visitor from the immortal realm, his bloodline indeed surpassed all races in this universe devoid of immortality. He established an era characterized by a system based on race and bloodline supremacy. The influence of the undying heavenly emperor was profound. Throughout the ancient era, countless races counted him as a follower. Even the young battle saint emperor once revered him. He himself did not sacrifice, yet he had an avatar forged from belief, the undying Taoist, who enacted his will, observing one generation of aspirants after another, waiting for signs of those who might live to the third life. And when they bore the essence of immortality within, he would strike, seizing their immortal essence, allowing his true self to undergo rebirth. But where would this undying Taoist initially lurk? Most likely within the primordial ancient minds, infiltrating the ranks of the ancient emperors, directly or indirectly manipulating the era, coldly observing the world, gathering information on countless aspirants. Thus, the undying heavenly emperor, as the architect of the ancient era, managed to maintain his influence throughout an entire epoch, until the battle saint emperor uncovered the conspiracy and disrupted the dojo. During this time, the lunar emperor met his demise on the path to immortality. The solar saint emperor was devoured, leaving behind only a human skin, while countless divine battles raged, with supremes falling on the battlefield. Who benefited from this? The undying heavenly emperor. He bathed in imperial blood and was reborn. In that moment, Jiang Yifei was profoundly shaken. If this were indeed the case, then the undying heavenly emperor could be regarded as the finest exemplar on his path of shadowy influence. Chapter 23. A Tremor of Rage. When will honest individuals rise? The undying heavenly emperor, controlling the entirety of the ancient era, became an unfathomable shadow. In fact, this is widely acknowledged. In the original timeline, chaos erupted on the northern Dipper path to immortality, with light and dark supremes affirming it as the greatest conspirator of antiquity. Clearly, the more one plays with schemes, the sooner they will be exposed. Who among the emperors is simple to become? For a moment, one might be deceived, but they cannot remain in ignorance forever. However, the process of revealing the truth often accompanies the fall of supreme beings, the solar saint emperor, the lunar emperor, the battle saint emperor, and others. Rarely could anyone escape the snare in the ancient era. No, that is not right. There were indeed those who escaped. The divine emperor, Jiang Yifei, recalled an ancient emperor, an idol of his own, who had stealthily lurked until they nearly reached the level of quasi-immortal emperor. I shall refer to them as the mightiest underground operative. The methods of the divine emperor left Jiang Yifei in awe. In the ancient era, perhaps only this emperor truly emerged from the trap set by the undying heavenly emperor. The divine silkworm's 10 transformations resonated through the ages, establishing the divine emperor's unparalleled renown. Yet, the world remained unaware that this emperor, aside from possessing unparalleled power, also harbored a meticulous mind. He had not perished, yet claimed to be dead, entombing himself within a coffin. So be it, entombed he was. The coffin he chose was none other than the ancient divine coffin. The ancient divine coffin does not enter the earth, nor does it dwell in the mortal realm. It is interred in the heavens. What does this signify? It indicates being placed beyond the celestial dome, buried in the desolate universe, journeying through eternal darkness and solitude. Kulme, undying heavenly emperor. Let us engage in a game of hide and seek. Can you guess? Will you be able to uncover my corpse? And should it happen, if the undying heavenly emperor truly possesses the fortune to find it, perhaps at the moment he opens the coffin, it would be the divine emperor resurrecting on the spot, unleashing a peak strike with all his might. This kind of scheme feels oddly familiar. Zhang Yifei mused. The series of actions by the divine emperor subtly hinted at the cunning nature of this ancient emperor. Moreover, intriguingly, during the late ancient era, the Battle Saint Ape clan nearly merged with the divine Silkworm lineage. The Battle Saint Emperor, for his own younger brother, sought a union with the divine Silkworm clan, arranging for the Battle Saint King to marry the divine Silkworm princess, one who ultimately toppled the undying heavenly emperor's dojo, one who feigned death to evade the harvest of the undying heavenly emperor. I find it hard to believe that there isn't some hidden agenda at play here. Perhaps this is a reenactment of the collapse of the emperor's celestial realm at the end of the mythological age, the Battle Saint Emperor, akin to the undying heavenly emperor of yore. Alas, though the events are similar, the outcomes differ. Did the Battle Saint Emperor transform into a war immortal? No, it was to become a war immortal phoenix, to battle to madness, to rebel against the heavens. Should he truly manage to slay the undying heavenly emperor, the Battle Saint Emperor might achieve the utmost elevation, not merely becoming a war immortal, but at the very least, living another life. Yet, from the outcome, he failed. The order he established was likewise purged. After the Battle Saint Emperor's demise, chaos erupted across the realm. The divine Silkworm princess was impaled before the primordial ancient mines, and the Battle Saint King was compelled to journey westward. Nevertheless, this sacrifice was undoubtedly of great worth. The undying emperor, despite his formidable presence, found himself under the scrutiny of ancient monarchs who harbored deep suspicions about him, leading to a pervasive wariness of his terrifying capabilities. Nevertheless, the undying emperor possessed extraordinary means. When the Taichu ancient mine became untenable, he forged a path into the forbidden territory of Undying Mountain. He donned a new guise and continued his machinations. Thus, when the Eternal Emperor decided to fish with a piece of Phoenix blood-red gold, he chose the Taichu ancient mine as his destination. He had not erred in location, merely in timing. The Undying Sage had long departed, having established the Undying Mountain. If he intended to fish, or rather, to ensnare the Undying Emperor, he ought to have ventured to Undying Mountain instead. Fortunately, he did not, for had he done so, he might have found himself on his knees. In that era, the Undying Sage did not encounter the Primordial Emperor, who was known for his overwhelming prowess. As Zhang Yifei pondered, a wave of unease washed over him. Alas, what had happened to his invincible spirit? Why were there so many treacherous and cunning old foxes, those scheming emperors? The Emperor of the Realms was refining the dual realms. The Undying plotted against all sovereigns, and the Divine Emperor lay in his coffin, feigning resurrection. As for the Primordial Emperor in his twilight years, he had taken in a stray dog, which ultimately shaped his character. The essence of the creature mirrored its master, who would believe he was a legitimate individual. The calamity-transcending Celestial worked covertly, while the Yi clan's Celestial Emperor dug graves for others. Good heavens! The genuine emperors and ancient sovereigns had either perished or retreated into seclusion, leaving behind only those whose cunning and treachery transformed them into celestial emperors and heavenly monarchs. Such individuals achieving immortality, was it truly legitimate? Zhang Yifei felt a pang of sorrow for the emperors and monarchs of yore. What a world this is! Is it not an affront to the honest? Without a bit of caution, even those endowed with extraordinary talent and insight are not exempt from calamity. There are emperors ready to refine one in a cauldron, undying beings poised to ambush, and calamity-transcending celestials who would not spare the dead, seeking to unearth their graves. Should the virtuous emperors learn the truth, they would likely tremble with rage, breaking into a cold sweat, their hands and feet icy. Must the honest be bullied? They ought to be protected. Zhang Yifei sighed deeply, troubled by the state of the world. With a villain like him, it might suffice. Otherwise, the prevalence of deceit would lead to overwhelming pressure. Though he, Zhang Yifei, was cunning, digging pitfalls and burying others, aspiring to become an unparalleled mastermind, he recognized his profound affection for this world, wishing for all beings in the universe to possess kindness. Alas, the myriad sentiments within him congealed into a single sigh. This left the Holy Prince, who had been narrating tales of ancient elegance, perplexed unaware of which of his words had stirred such a profound reaction in his newfound friend. The matters of antiquity are but remnants of the past. The illustrious figures of yore are now but shadows of today. Jiang Yifei mused. The ancient emperors, in their pursuit of the path to immortality, established the Taichu court of multitudes, only to ultimately descend into the realm of the forbidden. All this transpired because of the two words, path to immortality. Yet today, the dawn of this path has finally emerged. However, before embarking on this path, I wonder if my fellow cultivator would be interested in engaging in a grand venture with me? A grand venture? What do you have in mind? The Holy Prince inquired with curiosity. I have listened to your narrative and feel sympathy for the plight of your lineage. Jiang Yifei replied with an enigmatic tone. The hurried conclusion of the ancient era. Do you truly comprehend the myriad causations at play? I have but one question. Jiang Yifei raised a finger. Do you wish to exact revenge? If possible, the Holy Prince's eyes gleamed with golden light, fluctuating with emotion. That would be ideal. However, I am unable, and I lack knowledge of the events of that time. The Holy Prince lamented. Perhaps you do not understand, but there are those who do. Jiang Yifei responded. Chapter 24. The Victorious Buddha, Seeking Scriptures from the West. Who? The Holy Prince's eyes sparkled with intensity. Could there be someone who comprehends the past? Might it be a figure sealed away from my era? Quite possibly. Jiang Yifei nodded. Do you know who the current foremost expert of this era is? And where he resides? He retrieved a volume titled Chronicles of the Primordial Age, flipping to a page detailing the lineage of the Buddha. In the northern Dipper, on the vast expanse of the western desert, lies Mount Sumeru, home to the Amida Buddha Emperor. He is the victorious Buddha of the Buddhist sect. Jiang Yifei elaborated, revealing the existence of this extraordinary figure. This is not a secret. Anyone who inquires outside would soon learn of it. He continued, though he concealed certain details. Jiang Yifei felt no concern regarding the Holy Prince's verification, for the truths he spoke were indeed authentic. Yet, this was merely a superficial understanding of the uninitiated. The depths behind it were anything but ordinary. According to our investigation from the sacred land of extreme Tao, the origins of this victorious Buddha remain a mystery. He was a latecomer, drawn into the Buddha's teachings, with his prior life shrouded in obscurity. Moreover, he possesses unparalleled celestial abilities, embodying the core scriptures of ancient emperors, mastering supreme techniques of annihilation. This is substantiated by his defeat of a formidable Buddha known as the Great Ancient Buddha of the Buddha sect. Rumor has it that he was a great sage. What an astonishing tale. Jiang Yifei marveled, noting the audacity of an outsider who overcame a figure steeped in the legacy of the Amida Buddha Emperor. If one were to consider the wrath of this great ancient Buddha, who might draw forth the Buddha's divine weapon to confront him, it would surely be a legendary spectacle. Jiang Yifei shook his head, acknowledging the legendary nature of these events. However, they unfolded in reality. Now, with the knowledge of your lineage, and reflecting on the title of that new Buddha, victorious in battle, I suddenly grasped something profound. Jiang Yifei exchanged a knowing glance with the monkey. The victorious in battle. The Holy Prince's eyes widened in realization, his fists clenched in excitement. That could be my uncle. Is that so? Jiang Yifei responded, his expression one of affirmation. When did this happen? The Holy Prince pressed. Approximately 2,000 years ago, Jiang Yifei mused, providing an approximate timeline. Is there still news regarding this victorious Buddha? The Holy Prince appeared anxious. Uncertain, but he should still be alive, Jiang Yifei pondered. It is said that this victorious Buddha has been in seclusion at an ancient temple on Mount Sumeru for many years. The specifics are difficult for outsiders to ascertain. Yet it seems unlikely that any misfortune has befallen him. Otherwise, there would undoubtedly be significant upheaval in the personnel on Mount Sumeru, with previously suppressed sects resurfacing. He offered a reassuring response to the Holy Prince. If he truly is my uncle, I must go meet him. The Holy Prince inhaled deeply. If you succeed, I too would wish to pay my respects to this esteemed elder. Jiang Yifei smiled. As members of the imperial lineage, perhaps we can forge an alliance. Why are you so eager for this? The Holy Prince inquired. Is it merely to avenge the victorious sacred ape clan? Surely there is more to it. He posed several sensitive questions. The path to immortality is about to open. Jiang Yifei skillfully persuaded the young monkey, his tone grave. The ancient races will return, stepping in rhythm with the tides of time. Yet, this is the most challenging era for our human race. The Azure Emperor has passed away, and the remnants of the Tao have suppressed the world for 10 millennia. Jiang Yifei sighed. If only the cosmos were better, at least the impact would be less severe. Yet, here in the northern Dipper, it is the land where emperors have passed. The myriad paths of heaven and earth have been affected, rendering the pursuit of greatness arduous. To achieve sanctification, or even to slay the Tao and become a king, is fraught with insurmountable difficulties. The Tao is obstructed and suppressed. How then can one sever the path? Jiang Yifei lamented for humanity, his heart heavy with concern. He was deeply invested in the fate of his people. As the ancient races emerge, our human race lacks top-tier combat strength. In desperate circumstances, our only recourse may be to summon the ancient saints sealed away by the great emperors of old. The incompetence of the descendants burdens the ancestors. The Holy Prince was taken aback, beginning to comprehend Jiang Yifei's plight. I cannot abide such a fate, Jiang Yifei suddenly declared with fervor. I will take the initiative. His expression was solemn as he declared, I must preemptively suppress that ancient clan from the primordial era, known for their brutal and bloody targeting of the human race. This endeavor necessitates a companion well-versed in the intricacies of that epic. So, am I the friend you have chosen? The Holy Prince's lips twitched, exclaiming, You are urging me to betray my faction. Is not the enemy of my enemy a friend? Jiang Yifei retorted. You are in such a dire predicament as a prince of the ancient lineage, lacking followers, a cave abode, or even ancient royal soldiers. Is this not a consequence of being targeted by others? Do you dare wager that those who obliterated the lineage of the Battle Saint Emperor, crossing over 1,000,000 years, would spare clan now? Do you dare risk that they would not eradicate you completely, leaving no trace behind? Jiang Yifei scoffed. They will not let you escape. Abandon your illusions and prepare for combat. Rather than passively endure strikes, it is far more prudent to take the initiative. Each of his words resonated like the tolling of a great bell, reverberating within the heart of the Holy Prince. After a prolonged silence, the Holy Prince finally spoke. You make a valid point, nodding hesitantly. But might such actions not be deemed somewhat unscrupulous? As long as our plans are sufficiently meticulous. With no one outside our two lineages aware, who would dare call you unscrupulous? Jiang Yifei's voice was almost intoxicating, ensnaring the young prince in a web of vengeance. A justified pursuit indeed. You seek justice for your father, while I seek retribution for the fallen of the human race from the primordial era. This is the noble way to avenge, and 1,000,000 years is not too late. Justice. The Holy Prince's wavering heart gradually found its calm. Clearly, he had made a decision. Very well, I shall seek out my uncle and confirm our alliance. Might you provide me with a map of the Western Desert? No problem. Jiang Yifei nodded, giving the appropriate orders. Soon, the desired items were delivered. He entrusted them to the Holy Prince and expounded upon many common knowledge of this era, ensnaring the young prince in a myriad of schemes. In the haze of confusion, the young prince was gradually assimilated, ultimately even persuaded to pledge allegiance. Sensing the moment was ripe, Jiang Yifei set the Holy Prince upon the path towards the Western Desert. Dear brother, as you venture to the Western Desert, with mountains high and waters deep, and the roads treacherous in the darkness, please exercise utmost caution. Jiang Yifei bid farewell to the Holy Prince, filled with emotion. After all, in these times, it was rare to encounter such a gullible prince. Chapter 25, Buddha Emperor, Silkworm Monarch, Devourer of Heaven. Can it be done? Shortly after the Holy Prince departed, an old man in gray robes emerged from the shadows. Will the division of the ancient clans and the instigation of internal strife within the Battle Saint Emperor's lineage truly proceed as planned? The elder inquired, filled with doubt. Success would be delightful. Failure would be inconsequential, Jiang Yifei replied with a smile. Can you deny that this unfortunate ancient prince harbors a degree of resentment? Moreover, my actions cannot be deemed instigation. I am merely a participant in this web of fate. The principle of eradicating threats at their roots remains unchanged across epochs. Jiang Yifei stated solemnly, how could the enemies of the Battle Saint Emperor allow an ancient prince to flourish? Kill. The news of the Battle Saint's failure and his subsequent transcendence at the end of the primordial era, without entering the realm of life, had shattered many taboos among the knowledgeable ancient clans. If one could act without arousing suspicion, who would not be tempted to slay an ancient prince, seize his fortune, and inherit his legacy? I too am tempted, Jiang Yifei murmured. He truly felt the allure. Jiang Yifei aspired to tread the path of the ruthless emperor. Yet the tantalizing feast lay before him. He struggled to suppress the impulse to seize its essence, a challenge indeed. But why, your highness? The elder hesitated to ask. I wish to borrow the path of the Devourer of Heaven. I seek to dominate my own path rather than be dominated by it. Only then might I one day escape the shackles of that great emperor's way, Jiang Yifei asserted. My body is honest, yet my heart is obstinate. Moreover, The moment this monkey appears, his royal blood surges, surely attracting the attention of the Battle Saint Emperor and the ancient royal soldiers, leaving a mark. It may be easy to kill a monkey, but should a blow return to my doorstep, it would be far from delightful. The Battle Saint Buddha is not yet dead. The elder fell silent. This, indeed, was characteristic of his highness. While he seemed timid, he was, in truth, eager to incite chaos, daring to wield imperial weapons to shatter the shaking Lightstone workshop and provoke turmoil in the northern domain. Yet conversely, observe how he released the monkey back into the mountains, even managing to restrain his greed. That such a significant ancient prince was spared, not suppressed or devoured, suggested that the Battle Saint Buddha might not descend, and His Highness's plans could face obstacles, the elder cautioned. The methods of the Buddhist sect are enigmatic. Having spent 2,000 years on Mount Shumi, who knows if he has not been transformed? The Buddhist sect is not benevolent. The elder harbored profound trepidation toward the Buddhist sect. In truth, the sect possessed such qualifications, for the methods established by the Amitabha emperor were exceedingly detested. Although this emperor had never shed blood upon the path, never slain a rival, he engaged in salvation. Many prodigies from various races were absorbed into his teachings. Even after his death, the scriptures he left behind held a certain mystique. Numerous formidable experts, having comprehended his texts and doctrines, willingly joined the Buddhist sect, including many great saints and quasi-emperors. Such a Buddhist sect, having not been eradicated by the myriad races of the cosmos, only attests to its genuine strength. It should not be said that Jiang Yifei returned to the ancestral temple. He had cut open many remarkable stones, yet one conspicuous stone remained uncut. That was the blood sacrifice platform. It also sealed the present Battle Saint Buddha, the former fiancée of the Battle Saint King, a female saint of the divine Silkworm clan. Jiang Yifei gazed at the blood sacrifice platform, his eyes deep with contemplation. I still possess a few cards to play. Should it come to pass, he would have no choice but to enlist the divine Silkworm princess in grand endeavors. However, this princess of the divine Silkworm clan was marked by enmity. In the twilight of the primordial era, she was slain before the ancient minds of the primordial dawn by a great saint. That was the Kuan Zhou Great Saint, one of the radical representatives among the ancient races. Moreover, there were greater forces pulling the strings behind the scenes. The reasoning was straightforward. Would a great saint dare provoke an ancient clan? Did he possess the capability? The divine Silkworm clan was not without its ancient royal soldiers. Furthermore, with so few pure-blooded divine silkworms, each was almost a notable figure in the clan, a prince or princess who could, in times of crisis, summon the protection of the divine emperor's battle attire. Yet, such a princess was so brutally slain, it was as if Jiang Taishu had been abruptly extinguished, leaving the Jiang clan without any response. How could this be possible? Surely, there would be madness, a frenzy, and the clan would summon imperial weapons to take action. And if Jiang Taishu were wounded but not dead, trapped in some location, let's not speak of it. He would immediately seek out assistance, wielding imperial weapons. In the original timeline, the Jiang clan had indeed acted thus. 5 imperial weapons were enough to raise the Purple Mountain. The Jiang clan behaved this way. The ancient clans would do no differently. There was not a single coward among them. Yet, the divine Silkworm princess was still so decisively killed. To put it plainly, the ancient soldiers of the divine Silkworm clan must have been restrained at that time, rendering them incapable of rescuing her. This was a conflict among the ancient clans. Perhaps, it was even a test from the undying emperor against the ancient lineage of the divine Silkworm. The celestial iron staff was powerless. The divine emperor's attire could not be divided between 2 ancient soldiers, all dimmed in comparison. Thus, the divine Silkworm princess met her end with such fluidity. Yet she died, but not entirely. Was this not a stroke of luck? In a state of blood sacrifice, she was fortuitously sealed by the divine source, slipping through the corridors of time. This tactic of feigned death to evade calamity indeed evokes a sense of déjà vu. Doubt lingers. Did the ancient emperor of the divine Silkworm act in secrecy to preserve the life of the divine Silkworm princess? In the midst of the ancient emperor's intricate games, Jiang Yifei pondered the hidden truths and began to grasp some understanding. However, he recognized that such knowledge would bear little fruit, as the prerequisites for participation were exceedingly high. Even if he wished to save the divine Silkworm princess, he would require divine medicinal fruits. This matter would be better left to the great fighting Buddha to manage. After all, he himself lacked such elixirs. The Jiang family's foundation boasted the presence of a great sage. Alas, time was not on their side, and they could merely cling to survival. If only he possessed a single divine medicinal fruit, he would immediately enable the family's great sage to be reborn. Enough of this. Jiang Yifei collected his thoughts and inquired about the situation of the ancestor sent to the Taishan sect. No news had yet returned, the elder replied. But in the next instant, a radiant beam of light, undeterred by layers of arrayed barriers, surged forth. The elder stepped forward to intercept the luminous beam, which unveiled a vision that elucidated the situation. Your Highness, the mission has been fulfilled. A solemn elder in azure robes appeared within the image. The swallowing heaven devil art has been retrieved from the Taishan sect. Excellent. Jiang Yifei smiled. Indeed, today was a fortuitous day. Chapter 26. You all acted me? The ancient and venerable Jiang family, a supreme lineage, had successfully gathered the complete arsenal of the ruthless emperor's techniques, expressing profound gratitude for the substantial gifts bestowed by their ally, Yao Guang. Yet, amidst the joy, sorrow also reigned. This time, the Jiang family's assault on Yao Guang inadvertently caught the Taishan sect in the crossfire. The Star Peak, one of the top 3 lineages among the 108 traditions of the Taishan sect, drew its power from the boundless cosmos, allowing practitioners to cultivate to the pinnacle and even communicate with the stars, drawing their radiance into their being to attain an unparalleled immortal physique, unmatched in combat prowess. However, on this fateful day, calamity befell this esteemed lineage. An unknown masked master, exuding an aura of ancient frailty, infiltrated their domain with a singular focus, targeting not the master of Star Peak, but rather the progeny of the Star Peak master, seemingly intent on obliteration. The master of Star Peak, filled with rage, fought back. He was an extraordinary figure, possessing profound cultivation that transcended the ordinary, and with the extraordinary powers of Star Peak. He could summon vast starry light from the heavens, amplifying his strength. Yet, in the face of such an unexpected calamity, his resistance proved insufficient. The masked master was overwhelmingly powerful, wielding numerous forbidden artifacts and ruthlessly employing sacred powders of saintly transformation, reminiscent of the unknown imperial formations. In the blink of an eye, the master of Star Peak suffered a devastating defeat, and his child was also caught in the ensuing chaos. At the critical moment, a mysterious expert emerged, forming a grand seal of protection, attempting to render aid. This act resembled the legendary guardians, safeguarding a mere child prodigy named Hua Yunfei. An endless black hole manifested, tearing the heavens apart, only to be followed by a cascade of radiant feathers, as if celestial beings were ascending. Countless wondrous techniques unfolded, showcasing unparalleled might. Yet, alas, the masked master exhibited no sense of martial virtue. An overwhelming sacred might erupted from within him. The ancient artifacts of the saints, though concealed from view, retained an unfathomable power. Even if diminished in their physical form, the sacred nature of these weapons created an insurmountable chasm for any cultivator beneath the saintly realm. Historically, who could transcend this divide, save for the youthful sovereigns? When a brilliant light shot forth, the black hole was breached, the ascendant radiance shattered, the heavens fractured, and the Star Peak sank, as the enigmatic guardian perished on the spot. In the ensuing chaos, the masked master's hand descended, and the child prodigy, Hua Yunfei, vanished, leaving behind only a rain of withering blood. Countless cultivators of Star Peak witnessed this horrific scene. The master of Star Peak was consumed by an overwhelming fury and grief, yet found himself powerless to intervene. Even when he resorted to a blood sacrifice of his soul and essence to summon forth Star Peak's treasured inheritance, the stars flickered, radiant as the sun, representing a true transformation of the celestial bodies. As that star shifted, it appeared as though the world itself was being forged anew, a colossal star filling the skies, as if arriving from a distant cosmic realm, with a singular celestial body ruling the heavens. However, the masked master moved as if unimpeded by any barriers. The sacred weapons within him resonated, shattering the void, allowing him to depart effortlessly, leaving behind a desolate Star Peak. This day marked a profound tragedy for the Taishan sect. The master of Star Peak seemed to age hundreds of years in an instant, his hair turning white, his visage withered. He staggered through the Taishan sect like a forlorn, sorrowful wolf. Ultimately, with a mournful howl, he vanished into the boundless wilderness. Young man, do not be afraid. I am not a villain, Jiang Yifei remarked, assuming a different demeanor as he conversed with the living scripture. Overcome with excitement, he momentarily spoke without filter, revealing his true intentions. However, he quickly corrected himself. I'm not a bad person. I wish to rescue you from the depths of suffering. freeing you from the shackles of an inescapable fate. For this, I merely seek a modest compensation from you, nothing more." He rubbed his hands together and addressed a strikingly handsome youth, more beautiful than any girl. This was Hua Yunfei, who had ostensibly perished before the eyes of many. In truth, death was but an illusion. Furthermore, the fierce battle between the masked master and the master of Star Peak was merely a performance. Perhaps the only truth lay in the tragic demise of the ruthless lineage's expert, who served as Hua Yunfei's guardian, ensuring that the chosen fish would not escape the net of destiny. He had been portrayed as suffering, executed on the spot by Jiang Yifei's dispatched living fossil, dying with dignity. The master of Star Peak was unable to arrive in time for rescue. The protective formations of the sect were rendered ineffective, and the Star Peak crumbled into ruins. These were merely his sacrifices, allowing him to die in peace without the fear of resurrection. Aside from this, both sides took what they needed. The Jiang family acquired the Swallowing Heaven Devil art, along with a series of forbidden techniques initiated by the ruthless emperor, while the master of Star Peak unlocked the shackles on his child, even if it required a feigned death to escape, with the hope of living on under a new guise. This was not a particularly fair transaction, but the Jiang family's overwhelming dominance left Star Peak with no room to refuse. Surely, you would not want the world to discover your child's practice of devil arts? The Jiang family's living fossil inquired amicably. The sacred land of Yaoguang could impose its will upon the unwilling. What could the Jiang family not accomplish? Naturally, the Star Peak acquiesced. Thus, the living scripture was taken away to the Jiang family. The young boy found himself powerless to resist, akin to being chosen as a sacrificial offering to achieve the status of Yaoguang's holy child. His spiritual consciousness was bound by restrictions inscribed with imperial weapons to remain by Jiang Yifei's side, as the guardian, the living fossil, whispered words to prevent any leakage of the scripture. Yet, this was not a challenge for us. Hearing the words of the living fossil, Hua Yunfei suddenly raised his head. This statement awakened haunting memories of his past. When he was 5 years old, terrifying figures had sought him out, forcing him into a fate of becoming a furnace. He vividly remembered the helplessness of his youth, while another child of the same age, radiant and wise, became the inheritor of the indomitable celestial arts. From that moment, his destiny was sealed. He had contemplated escape, yet fear held him captive, for to do so would endanger his sect. The entire Taishian Star Peak was insufficient to withstand their wrath. Until today, another dark hand extended towards him. He closed his eyes, but sensed, from the depths of his heart, an indomitable sun descending, enveloping his figure. It was blinding yet warm. "Thank you, dear friends, for rescuing my child," lamented the master of Star Peak, traversing mountains and rivers to confront the orchestrator of this tragic charade. "Let's speak amicably." Jiang Yifei set down the scalding scripture, his eyes wide as he spoke unfounded words. "In this realm of humanity, our organization exists to take people's wealth and alleviate their misfortunes. Therefore, my friend from the Taishian sect, let us settle the final payment." Chapter 27. The Clumsy Peak, Nirvana, and Reconstruction. The final payment. The Lord of Xingfeng stood in stunned silence, glancing up at the brilliantly shining Hengyu furnace, absorbing the notorious name of the assassin organization, the realm of humanity. Such blatant nonsense left him astounded. Yet what could he do? He could only acquiesce. Could the formidable Yaoguang eliminate his entire family, yet the Jiang clan be exempt? As a friend of the Jiang clan, I, the Lord of Xingfeng, am indeed willing to engage in honest trade. He took a deep breath, resolving to pay the price. He gritted his teeth, considering it a necessary sacrifice for averting disaster. Though the Jiang clan's motives were clearly self-serving, aiming solely for the devouring heaven demonic art, they ultimately eradicated a hidden threat for Xingfeng, diverting the gaze of the ruthless lineage from the Yaoguang Holy Land. His own child would no longer be ensnared in a deadly trap. For both personal and public reasons, he was willing to bear this cost. In the past, he had loathed himself deeply. His child had been ensnared by invisible hands, a testament to a father's impotence, unable to protect his child's tender years, blind to the child's desires, and oblivious to their wounds and sorrows, until the Jiang clan came knocking, piercing through all veils, and offered him a chance for redemption, merely requiring him to partake in a performance. The friends of Xingfeng were indeed wise. Jiang Yifei smiled. "I have heard that among the 108 peaks of the Taishian sect, one peak is particularly legendary, known as the Clumsy Peak. This lineage possesses unparalleled divine arts. Can you bring it to me?" The Lord of Xingfeng hesitated. "The inheritance of Clumsy Peak has long since been severed. 500 years ago, I might have had some means, but today, I am truly powerless." He sighed, wishing to settle the final payment, yet finding himself utterly unable. Reflecting on the past, the Lord of Xingfeng recounted, once clumsy peak of the Taishan sect basked in glory, a pinnacle of greatness. However, 5 centuries ago, its master perished in a clash with an elder from the Yaoguang Holy Land, leading to the near extinction of its lineage. Losing even the legendary celestial arts once thought to be among the 9 mysteries. It seems that our Taishan sect was chosen as the vessel for the demonic embryo. Perhaps a remnant of that ancient event. Jiang Yifei nodded in agreement, surmising that the elder who perished in that mutual destruction was indeed a significant figure from the ruthless faction within the Yaoguang Holy Land. This was a matter of doctrinal consequence. The ruthless emperor had once confronted the creators of the 9 mysteries, forging his unique divine arts that purportedly rivaled the 9 mysteries. Perhaps this was now manifesting itself, as the inheritor of the Ji character mystery ultimately met a tragic end. Otherwise, it would have been expected to shine brilliantly. Much like Jiang Taishu of Yur, who dominated the world with the character Do, unrivaled for 5 millennia. Certainly, it is not the arts that hold power, but the individuals wielding them. Otherwise, the great Xia divine dynasty of Zhongzhou would be in an uproar. The Yaoguang Holy Land's nefarious deeds have irked even our assassin organization. Jiang Yifei lamented, but such is the way of the extreme Holy Lands. They may stab each other in the back, yet they maintain a united front against the lesser sections. People perish, yet legacies endure. Does the legacy of clumsy Peak not exist through written records and symbols? He remained undeterred, fixated on the Ji character mystery. Is it truly absent? The Lord of Xingfeng hesitated. Among the 108 main peaks of the Taishan sect, the inheritance has never truly ceased, for each peak serves as a living scripture. Though fallen into decline for centuries, even millennia, one day they shall rise again, and the scripture shall manifest, reviving the legacy. If that is the case, why bother inscribing new texts for dissemination? The Lord of Xingfeng shook his head. He asserted that those with sufficient wisdom and insight would naturally glean the scriptures from the various main peaks of the Taishan sect. However, for those lacking intelligence, even if the unparalleled celestial arts were placed before them, they would lack the ability to cultivate them, merely squandering resources. Nonetheless, given the importance of such a legacy, could there not be a clandestine backup or record? Jiang Yifei pondered. What if one day we provoke an extreme holy land and are obliterated by imperial weapons? Would it not sever the lineage? Upon hearing this, the Lord of Xingfeng's demeanor tightened. Was this a threat? Surely it had to be. Upon my return, I shall diligently search for all ancestral manuscripts and peruse ancient texts, he vowed, to see if the forebears of Clumsy Peak left behind any records of other secret arts. However, I will require time. Time, indeed, Jiang Yifei regarded him, raising an eyebrow. Very well, I can afford to wait. Upon your return, ensure you keep a close watch on Clumsy Peak. Report any anomalies or suspicious individuals every 3 days. I trust this will not be difficult. He smiled, his hand brushing the Hanyu furnace. It is not difficult, sighed the Lord of Xingfeng, but as for the Yaoguang side, Yaoguang, you need not worry. Jiang Yifei replied nonchalantly. They will have neither the time nor the inclination to focus on you. Take your child and depart. I hope that one day you can bring me good news. The Lord of Xingfeng, filled with gratitude, took his leave, accompanied by Huyan Fei, the child who had escaped the currents of fate. He altered the child's features and donned a mask. Perhaps, in the future, one less underground worker would emerge, replaced by a musician, playing celestial melodies that resonate through the realm of humanity. Yet, all of this was merely a trivial episode in Jiang Yifei's life. He had acquired the devouring heaven demonic art, completing the formidable set of techniques of the ruthless emperor, and the path ahead was now illuminated. Your Highness, have you made a definitive decision? Inquired an ancient relic. Indeed, Jiang Yifei nodded, that monkey is ensnared in the game, with no autonomy. And what of me? Am I not similarly bound? In that moment, he longed for his ancestors to have chosen self-immolation, entering the realm of life's prohibitions. He sighed. The elder was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Jiang Yifei refrained from further blasphemous remarks and shifted the conversation. Have the seeds of the Qilin divine herb been planted? He inquired. The family has fully unleashed its resources, extracting the accumulated divine spring to prepare conditions for the seed's germination. The elder replied, his face etched with worry. But can only ensure its sprouting. We cannot expect fruit. That is of little consequence. As long as it can sprout, Jiang Yifei remarked calmly. Ancient corpses, divine herbs. Life and death. I exist in the cycle of reincarnation. I shall undergo nirvana and reconstruct my foundation with the devouring heaven demonic art. All major matters of the Jiang clan shall be entrusted to you. Do not allow the Yaoguang to settle peacefully, understand? They shall not find peace. I assure you. The ancient relic responded. Chapter 28. Once you ignored me. Today you cannot reach me. Within a sacred expanse, ancient imperial formations were woven, inscribed with the marks of time's passage. Jiang Yifei traversed this hallowed ground, where veins of the earth intertwined beneath his feet, resembling swimming dragons, seemingly alive, connecting with the cosmic principles, drawing the essence of creation to this place, which echoed back to the primordial age. At the center of this divine land lay a silver stone, no larger than a basin, yet it was extraordinary, coalescing countless strands of chaotic energy, brimming with vibrant life. The silver light, though not blindingly radiant, captivated the gaze of all who entered this sacred soil, simply because it was so remarkable. It inhaled and exhaled the cosmic rivers, like a living being, imbued with formidable life force, causing the entire sacred ground to rise and fall in synchrony, traversing time and connecting with the divine. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate patterns etched upon this wondrous stone, concealing the secrets of great existence. This is a manifestation of innate talent, a creation of the cosmos, already a treasure of the utmost value. Moreover, in the course of time, it has been meticulously sculpted by an unparalleled deity, enlightening 9 orifices akin to the 9 apertures of a human being, thereby fully awakening the formidable power of life. In an even more distant epoch, this pure land, this divine stone, united as one, could be regarded as the pinnacle of fortuitous grounds outside the realm of life as restrictions. Ascending to the starry heavens and descending to the vast earth's veins, it amalgamates the primordial life force, nurturing beings, alleviating the wear of the wheel of life, and extending longevity. It enlightens flora, nurturing spiritual medicines that traverse 80,000 cycles of spring and autumn, becoming the sovereign of healing herbs. This is the most significant heritage of the Jiang family. Within the Yaoqi, there exists an ancient peach tree, indeed the progeny of the true immortal peach, possessing extraordinary medicinal properties. The peaches it bears can grant 500 years of life to powerful cultivators. The Jiang family is not to be underestimated. After all, their ancestors once flourished. During the zenith of the Emperor Hengyu, they could forge weapons in the primordial ancient mine and effortlessly slay a supreme being. It must be noted that the supreme of the life-restricted zone is, for the pinnacle of emperors, the ideal target for hunting and gathering treasures. Consider this. They once dominated the universe for an era, ruling over the heart of heaven for at least 20,000 years. How many fine treasures must they have amassed? Ultimately, however, in their old age, they sever their own paths, their Tao fruits incomplete, no longer at their peak. Money is abundant. The people are weak. To slay such formidable foes results in an abundance of treasures. Perhaps this was the thought of Emperor Hengyu. Thus, in the primordial ancient mine, he killed a supreme being. And what transpired? Rare local specialties of the primordial ancient mine were unearthed. Even the materials for the imperial weapons of the ancient Hua dynasty were no longer a concern. Those local specialties remained with the Jiang family. The primordial life stone. Jiang Yifei approached with a hint of regret. This divine stone, although still radiant and releasing unparalleled life energy, had ultimately endured an exceedingly long passage of time. Even with the means of an emperor nurturing it, alas, the descendants have not lived up to expectations. In recent millennia, no cultivator worthy of the title of emperor has emerged to restore the methods left by their ancestors. Time is a ruthless blade. The formations have deteriorated under the weight of time, and the divine energy of the primordial life stone has waned significantly compared to its past perfection. The surrounding small garden of spiritual herbs can no longer replicate the glory of the ancient era, which once boasted a symbiosis of 7 or 8 medicinal kings. Today, the size of the herb garden has shrunk by more than half, not to mention the absence of true medicinal kings, with only 4 precious herbs nearing that level remaining. To take others' wealth and mitigate their disasters, Jiang Yifei seemed to murmur, as if transcending time, making a vow to the ancient ancestors of the Jiang family to revive its glory, an obligation we cannot shirk. After a long sigh, he retrieved a series of prepared items. Water from the immortal pool, acquired during the Jiang family's amicable relations with the Yaoqi. Various earth spirit milks gathered from their travels in the era of the saints, supremely precious divine earth, and powdered essence ground from divine sources. Countless precious treasures were ground and spread at the very center of this pure land. As the formations shifted and creation descended, The life energy of the primordial life stone was unleashed, momentarily imbued with the sacred essence of the primordial genesis. Once everything was in place, Jiang Yifei solemnly planted the supreme treasure, the seed of the immortal Qilin, which he had procured by smashing the rock of radiance. Perhaps sensing the conducive environment for growth, this tiny purple Qilin trembled. Crack! The sound of the divine source cracking echoed, as the seed of the divine medicine truly manifested in the world. Roots extended, anchoring themselves in the artificially created divine soil, initiating a new life of rebirth. A resplendent brilliance erupted, and in a fleeting moment, a sacred and radiant Qilin appeared, traversing the vast river of time, reincarnating in the mortal realm, in new life. The immortal divine medicine, an embodiment of the Tao fruit after the death of an immortal king. Jiang Yifei softly spoke, seated beside the divine medicine, witnessing the myriad mysteries of its rebirth. Etched into his heart, he gradually adjusted his breathing, abandoning the nearly instinctual habits cultivated through the Hongyu Sutra, and instead actively aligned with the pulsation of the divine medicine's awakening, harmonizing with heaven and earth, and coexisting with all beings. Slowly, his spirit became tranquil and void, his entire being merging with the reborn Qilin divine medicine. Since ancient times, there have been practitioners who emphasize the unity of heaven and man. Today, Jiang Yifei embodies the unity of man and medicine. The great Tao is formless, nurturing heaven and earth. The great Tao is unfeeling, governing the sun and moon. The great Tao is nameless, fostering all things. Jiang Yifei subtly comprehended the profound truths of existence and growth through the divine medicine, grasping the most magnificent and sacred momentum, resonating deep within his soul, leading to a renewed perception of cultivation, rebirth through the new. Under such an awakening, Jiang Yifei's body radiated light. He must sever himself. He must illuminate the path. He seeks to pursue the road of the merciless emperor amidst the most arduous beginnings. What bloodlines? What physique? To him, they are as mere refuse. A boost, grant me clarity. Infuse me with wisdom and understanding. Jiang Yifei declared softly, effortlessly severing himself. The divinity within his bloodline vanished in that moment, transformed. The fragments of the ancient emperor's imperial Tao laws all coalesced into light, adhering to the vast and exalted principles of heaven, diminishing the excess to replenish the insufficient, cultivating the wisdom and insight of youth. Until he no longer required the enhancement of wisdom, everything would then be returned, reverting to its original state. A life of external enhancement is thus so monotonous and bland. After a series of fluid maneuvers, Jiang Yifei became a waste. His physique mediocre, his bloodline lacking, he became akin to the waste of the merciless emperor in his youth. His foundation weakened, his once unparalleled cultivation within the Four Extremes' secret realm crumbled like a leaky water tank, collapsing everywhere. His body no longer resonated with the universe, and the essence of heaven and earth no longer approached him eagerly. Instead, it became the aloof goddess that the youth could not aspire to. How painfully realistic. Chapter 29. Jiang Yifei. No one understands the merciless better than I do. What does it feel like to be a waste? At this moment, Jiang Yifei clearly comprehended. Yet, he became an entirely new genius, not in body, but in soul, in wisdom and insight. The potential of an imperial son was entirely transformed, all points allocated to intelligence. A photographic memory became the basic skill, while the ability to draw inferences was trivial. Jiang Yifei glanced at the patterns on the primordial life stone, and inadvertently, based on his past experiences and various cultivation knowledge, he drafted a nascent scripture, delving into the essence of life to reach the pinnacle. Perhaps not inferior to the healing divine art of the word secret among the 9 secrets. He also caught a glimpse of the formations engraved by Emperor Hongyu in the Pure Land, and in an instant he experienced a profound stirring. Comprehending the ultimate principles governing the cosmos, the Tao of the universe, that grand and exalted momentum, could at this moment be deconstructed by him in a clever manner, then reassembled into an unparalleled killing array, annihilating all foes. The word secret, rumored to be the supreme secret of formation, is yearned for by all, yet at this moment, Jiang Yifei felt an inexplicable confidence within him, asserting that he need not emulate the ancients. He would surpass them. My soul shines, and my wisdom soars. The youth spoke softly, grasping his own state. It was not akin to the innate Tao embryo's affinity with heaven and earth, with a capacity for comprehension merely increased. That was but a quantitative change. Yet I, have broadened my thoughts, transformed my mental pathways. Most practitioners of the Tao merely add. They add 1, then 2, then 3, until they reach 100. Those with superior physiques max out at formidable computational power. The mediocres still count on their fingers, laboriously calculating how much 5 plus 1 is, while the physically gifted have already calculated to 10, a testament to their enhanced computational ability. And what of Zhang Yifei now? He seemed to forge a new path, employing a single formula to encompass the entire system. As if one has suddenly realized that 1 plus 100 equals 101, and 2 plus 99 also equals 101, employing a leap of thought to discover commonalities, effortlessly drawing inferences from one example to another. Once a single path is illuminated, myriad paths become clear. This represents the most precious flash of insight. Perhaps, in rapid calculations, such individuals may not surpass those formidable geniuses adept in mental arithmetic. Yet, when all have reached their zenith, the scene transforms dramatically, with one side decisively overpowering the other. Cultivation is not merely about engaging in conflicts or enduring a series of life's examinations. What use is it to be a mere problem solver, achieving rapid results? If one merely becomes a practitioner of exercises, what advantage is there in defeating adversaries and seizing prize after prize in competitions? Scientific research is not a contest. To reach the pinnacle of excellence requires a leap in thought, shattering all constraints and crafting one's own mythos. At this moment, Zhang Yifei felt he truly understood the Supreme Empress, grasping her essence. This transcends notions of love, hatred, or obsession with transcendence. It is simply a meeting of minds, a resonance between two scholarly titans transcending time and space. Such individuals regard the so-called youthful supremes merely as raucous monkeys, leaping about, fighting, and instigating trouble. The learned do not disdain the ignorant. They simply overlook them, for there is little to be gained from interaction, which would be futile. Indeed, the disparity in intellect between individuals may be greater than that between man and dog. Zhang Yifei sighed softly. Maintaining such wisdom and insight, he revisited the text, swallowing the heavens and indestructible heavenly art, and everything suddenly appeared different. So it is, in a fleeting moment, he grasped the overarching principles of both scriptures and comprehended the thought process behind the creation of the ruthless emperor's techniques. Why, at the culmination of the ruthless emperor's cultivation, does it evolve into the chaotic body? Why did the underworld, emulating her path, laboriously excavate graves, only to yield unsatisfactory results, creating a chaotic blood monstrosity of middling quality? Those in the underworld, Zhang Yifei smirked, embodying the essence of the Dragon King and the spirit of the God of War. A group of academic underachievers, even copying homework. They still managed to err, though currently, he may not be able to defeat any supreme being from the Forbidden Zones. And even a saint could scatter him across the northern dipper with a mere breath. He still stood upon the high ground of intellect, gazing down upon the powerful. He may not excel in combat, yet he could confidently survey from above. Critiquing the inefficacy of refrigeration does not necessitate one being an inventor of refrigerators. He may not excel in fighting, but he certainly excels at engaging in intellectual debate. The Empress has uncovered the common thread that binds the myriad paths of this universe. Zhang Yifei scoured the scriptures. The so-called devouring of myriad bloodlines and various physiques was merely superficial. Bloodlines and physiques are tangible manifestations of the myriad principles of the universe. To discover them, edit them, and render them into data, transforming them into specific numbers within one's self-awareness. Then, one seeks to verify the greatest common divisor and deduce the least common multiple. This is simply my personal understanding translated into words. Perhaps the Empress has her own lexicon? Is the all-encompassing chaos synonymous with the primordial unity? Yet, despite differing terminologies, the essence remains singular. Let me examine her divine arts. The myriad transformations of the sacred formula, the flight of immortals? How does the sacred formula transform the extraordinary into the mundane? It is merely a matter of cutting to the root. All divine arts are but expressions of the Tao. Once the common foundation is dismantled, the structure collapses, leading to a defeat without battle. The power of flight of immortals breaks the limits of the human body, offering a reverse explanation of interconnected principles. All of these are merely the Empress's comprehensive interpretation of cultivation. It is not confined to a singular path, but encapsulates the 3,000 paths, utilizing extraordinary wisdom to identify commonalities and elevate understanding. The devouring of bloodlines is merely a tool in this process, the simplest of tools. Given the opportunity, One might forego bloodlines entirely and directly refine various cosmic wonders, such as the Primordial Life Stone or Destiny Rock. Jiang Yifei glanced at the Primordial Life Stone. This is a prime material. According to his calculations, after undergoing a series of methods, this stone could also serve as a form of physique, refined into the body. After all, bloodlines, at their core, are merely a fragment of divinity combined with the grand principles of heaven and earth. Nothing more. Everything in the universe resides within the Tao. However, the ideal is beautiful, while reality is stark. The Ruthless Emperor is a generation of scholarly genius, while Jiang Yifei has temporarily ascended to such heights. The two scholars, observing the current cosmic era, simultaneously made analogous choices. Never mind. There are no resources at home to indulge in such extravagant cultivation methods. The bloodline and physique approach will suffice. It is economical, inexpensive, and conveniently accessible. With limited funding and energy, what else can one do? One must make do. Digging graves is merely that. No shame in it. At worst, one could adopt a more palatable title. Archaeologist. Chapter 30. Mind. I have learned. Body. You jest. Archaeology. Gravedigging. Tomb. Excavation. In search of the ancient prodigies buried long ago. Refining their essence to forge a bridge to touch the true myriad paths of heaven and earth is the most economical tool. Other wondrous materials cannot achieve this, such as the Primordial Life Stone, which evolves primordial vitality, revealing the roots of the universe. However, they're exceedingly rare, existing only by chance. How could they compare to bloodline physiques? Living, breathing chives. Each golden age represents a bountiful harvest of chives for practitioners of swallowing the heavens. The chives stand tall, thriving, merely awaiting the great hand to wield the sickle and make a sweeping cut. Done. Harvesting one after another source of physique, refining it into the body through intricate processes, gradually becomes the key to unraveling the compressed files of the myriad paths, which, after complex editing, ultimately transforms into an all-encompassing supreme physique, the chaotic body. This is what is termed swallowing the heavens. Yet, the physique derived in such a manner is merely a program formed postnatally, riddled with countless flaws. The program may run, but it falters at the slightest touch. At this juncture, supreme talent is required to systematize the organization, to construct from a lofty perspective, simplifying complexity, annotating and translating, crafting a monumental work titled From Novice to Burial, the Programmer's Journey, also known as Indestructible Heavenly Art. Thus, it is understandable that Indestructible Heavenly Art overcomes swallowing the heavens. The former masters all the flaws of the latter's program. To invade is to seize the highest administrative privileges, rendering all firewalls non-existent, while the latter stands before the former as if naked. Of course, the culmination of Indestructible Heavenly Art is also inseparable from the contributions of swallowing the heavens. It is swallowing the heavens that has laid the foundation through its arduous labor, editing a comprehensive set of programs and tools to unlock the primordial essence of heaven and earth, allowing the mortal body to truly achieve a counteroffensive against the supreme physique. Both are indispensable. When they unite, they establish the foundation for an unparalleled empress, worthy of reverence for eternity, validating her brilliance and transcendence. There is no need to step into extraordinary realms, nor to undergo the baptism of imperial blood for rebirth. It is simply a matter of soaring into immortality amidst the mundane. Even the indomitable eternal emperor, before the primordial emperor had taken but a few steps, could obliterate the great emperor, yet refrain from striking against the empress, who remained secluded in the ancient forbidden land, as if she were invisible. This is indeed a remarkable occurrence. After all, this empress has strolled through the mountain of immortality, taking a few steps before the immortal Taoist, sighing in invincibility beneath the tree of enlightenment, awaiting another peerless figure, the primordial emperor, who would not appear until hundreds of thousands of years later. Yet, the primordial emperor's moment of bravado was fleeting. Thereafter, he faced a grueling 2,000 years of stalemate with the eternal emperor, finally unable to endure any longer. I ventured into the extraordinary realm in search of immortality. Otherwise, with the obscure intricacies involving the primordial emperor and the eternal immortal king of the ancient celestial era, he could well engage in arduous cultivation amidst the mortal realm, living countless lives anew. Among the trio of the Zhu Tian, the achievements of the primordial emperor paled in comparison to his companions, casting doubt on his influence in this regard, as he had never attained immortality in the mortal realm across 9 lifetimes. To truly transcend the mundane and attain immortality, one must create miracles from the impossible. To establish oneself in the path of sacrifice, and even beyond it, requires the utmost resolute courage, accompanied by personal practice, risking everything to emerge anew. The Empress's talents are rare throughout the ages, undeniably impressive. Zhang Yifei, a fellow academic luminary, holds her in high regard, feeling a kinship with her brilliance, while also indulging in self-praise. I, Zhang Yifei, possess the essence of the Empress, he exclaims, brimming with pride, feeling an inexhaustible swell of confidence at this moment. Upon grasping the profound truths of the Empress's cultivation path, he senses that no obstacle in this world is insurmountable. He embarks on his own cultivation journey, aiming to create wonders. One by one, jade vials are retrieved, and the seals of myriad Tao patterns disintegrate, revealing the treasures concealed within, radiating brilliant light. These are orbs of energy, imbued with immense potential, occasionally sparking with divine brilliance, connecting with the celestial to manifest extraordinary phenomena. All of this originates from the essence that the Jiang family hastily gathered for him. With the backing of a supreme, sacred land, such audacity is possible. A multitude of ancestral relics, the venerable elders, collectively awakened in the dead of night, orchestrating a series of activities reminiscent of the Tomb Raider chronicles in the Eastern Wilds. The intricacies of the process are indeed difficult to articulate. Ultimately, before Zhang Yifei, they materialize as various bottles and jars, meticulously refined to eliminate the internal stench of decay, transforming the family's imperial weapon, the cosmic furnace, into an unfortunate cremation device. One wonders if the future Emperor Hengyu, upon learning of such actions taken by his descendants, would experience a headache, a truly monumental filial piety. However, considering the neighboring Ji family's capability to seize the four extremes imperial weapons, this endeavor hardly seems remarkable. This is merely the beginning. Zhang Yifei employs the secret techniques recorded in the Devouring the Heavens demon art, refining the essence to gain insight. As brilliant rays of light and fragments of the great Tao's laws flutter from the essence, transforming into symbols that imprint themselves upon his very being. Boom! His figure becomes resplendent, remaining motionless. Gradually his true form blurs, as if morphing into a grand Taoist vessel. The vessel is profound, akin to an immortal cauldron, containing his own essence within, isolating him from the external world. Only the laws of the great Tao that resonate with the refined essence can permeate the vessel, cascading into the Tao like light, illuminating the young man's brow. Through the divine platform of the primordial spirit, traversing the spine's great dragon, penetrating the 5 organ palaces, ultimately crashing against the wheel of life amidst the sea of suffering, stirring tumultuous waves. The external essence, refined through flesh and blood, melds into radiant clouds, transforming into divine dawn. Every drop of blood becomes a rune, resembling an eternal divine furnace, emitting immeasurable light, nourishing the self, sublimating the foundation, and strengthening the true self. At this moment, Zhang Yifei's pores expand. Each drop of blood transforms into a divine essence, exuding divine radiance. Within him sit countless deities in meditation. The radiance appears dazzling, seemingly connecting into a vast expanse of stars, densely packed, shining like constellations in the celestial dome, as the deities recite scriptures in unison, resonating through the ages. This is an immensely sacred spectacle, a manifestation of Zhang Yifei's co-cultivation of the indestructible heavenly art. Simultaneously, beneath the sacredness lies a demonic aspect. The peculiarities of the Devouring the Heavens demon art. Buzz. The sea of suffering boils. Despite the refinement of external essence, it remains estranged, bearing the spiritual imprints of deceased beings, clashing and colliding with the true self, stirring turbulence amidst the sea of suffering, unleashing a torrent of deathly energy. As the dead energy surges, Zhang Yifei's currently inadequate physique struggles to maintain balance, akin to a severely disabled patient bedridden, unable to stabilize his cultivation state. Zhang Yifei's countenance suddenly darkens. His mind asserts that he has succeeded, yet his body retorts, "You are mistaken." Chapter 31. 3 Scriptures, Transcendence in a Mortal Realm. The clash of essences, the tumult of the sea of suffering. Continuing to cultivate yields diminishing returns, with scarcely a tenth of the efforts bearing fruit. Where lies the issue? Faced with obstacles in his cultivation journey, Zhang Yifei halts to reflect earnestly. Within his sea of consciousness, myriad divine lights shimmer, and his unparalleled talents operate. In this world, there exists no obstacle he cannot overcome. Soon, he captures a spark of inspiration, forming a conjecture. The dissolution of my essence is inevitable. Jiang Yifei ponders deeply, recognizing that the turmoil within the sea of suffering is merely superficial. A being's essence harbors an overwhelming multitude of complexities that even the cosmic furnace cannot fully purify. The supreme of the life forbidden zone incites dark upheavals solely to absorb the quintessential life force of the universe's beings. Even with their transcendent Tao practices, they cannot completely eradicate traces. How much less can I, in my current feeble state? He sighs. In the future, a fully realized Titan will fall, standing alongside the supreme of the forbidden zone, devouring all beings. The blood-soaked final breaths of a formidable holy body, with acute spiritual perception, will bear witness to the Titan's condition, hearing the wails of countless souls upon its celestial platform. Even the pinnacle of strength is thus impacted. The devouring the heavens demon art, in refining the essence, demands far more. The essence of the self becomes tainted by the external, resulting in consequences beyond imagination. For the essence is the greatest pillar of existence, from which the foundation of the self extends. I meld with the heavens and the myriad paths, establishing my Tao self. Now, as I invite external essence in, it alters this Tao self, leading it to tilt, to deviate, thus giving rise to backlash. Furthermore, this is merely one aspect. Beyond the Tao self, the original self, and the dissipated self are all interfered with. It is akin to the dissipated self. In the Zhu Tian universe, there are whispered tales of similar blossoms, with the essence being paramount. There exist countless people who bear striking resemblances. Amid such circumstances, how can one speak of similar blossoms? Only the essence matters. Now, the essence of the deceased beings is consumed. This seems to spell annihilation, yet it also resembles reincarnation. Cultivating the demonic art. The dissipated self undergoes transformation. The past self experiences changes, while the future self remains shrouded in the cosmos, obscuring the present self. How can one escape calamity? The sea of suffering churns, filled with deathly energy. This is both rejection and a being's self-preservation, a manifestation of the original self's quest for survival. Mortal organs deteriorate. Even when replaced with others, they might still be influenced by their predecessors, subtly altering one's character. How much more so the essence of a person? Jiang Yifei calms his mind, revisiting the devouring the heavens demon art, yielding further insights. Practicing this art results in a gradual transformation of appearance and demeanor, increasingly radiant. Akin to a divine being. Is this a positive development? No, he exclaims with a sigh. The transformation of the original self heralds great tribulation. The pitfalls within the devouring the heavens demon art are far greater than anticipated. He flips to the back of the scripture, where numerous ancient prescriptions are recorded, serving as supplementary materials for the devouring the heavens demon art. The scriptures mention that practicing this art invites celestial retribution when consuming another's essence, necessitating the use of these ancient prescriptions for harmonization. The devil lies in the details. Without first-hand experience, how could one comprehend the unpredictability of such retribution? Jiang Yifei scrutinizes the text, discerning the emphasis on balance. The prescriptions focus on transforming oneself, while simultaneously harmonizing and refining the essence absorbed into the body, diminishing its aggressiveness. Safeguarding the true self, and seeking equilibrium amidst various essences, all while maintaining independence. It appears unobtrusive, yet in reality, it endures numerous tribulations within, solvable only by one of supreme wisdom. Treading on myriad paths, the chaotic body is not easily attained. The further one progresses, the more perilous it becomes. One can envision that when this art reaches its pinnacle, the convergence of myriad essences within will collectively assail the original self. Jiang Yifei's gaze shone brilliantly, his eyes sparkling like stars. If I were to falter, my true self would indeed descend into oblivion, left with a chaotic form, yet devoid of my original spirit. What that moment would entail remained unclear to Jiang Yifei. He merely harbored a vague premonition that once his true self succumbed, it might ignite a tumultuous battle within him. Akin to nurturing a fierce creature, cultivating the strongest will to become the master of his own vessel. The greatest hope chosen by the line of the fierce son of light. After he had consumed 6,400 types of primal sources, he dared not proceed further. In an epiphany, Jiang Yifei suddenly comprehended the plight of that unfortunate child. He could empathize, he could understand. He was unable to press onward, nor did he dare to delve deeper, for he might not endure to the point of 1,000 types of primal sources. Unable to maintain the equilibrium necessary to grasp a glimmer of life, and thus, his true self would have already sunk into the abyss. He could only seek a battle, using Yi Fan's hand to shatter the demonic body, striving to be reborn through death. Yet, regrettably, he ultimately admitted that he could not escape the shackles of the fierce emperor. This was not merely a question of his personal inadequacy. It was also due to the perhaps insufficient legacy left by the fierce emperor in the mortal realm. The world believed that the indestructible heavenly art could transcend tribulations, utilizing the demonic body to nurture the divine fetus, escaping calamities while discarding the perils of demonic arts, cleverly evading dangers while reaping benefits. However, had the threats truly been eradicated? I gazed into the abyss, and the abyss gazed back at me. The divine fetus's transcendence might not have fully accomplished its purpose. There were still troubles ahead. Jiang Yifei's eyes sparkled with brilliance as myriad thoughts flooded his mind. The fierce emperor resided in the ancient Forbidden Land. It was in a state of disarray, lost in a haze with rare moments of clarity. The only entity connected to her, who was fully aware, was a unique existence, the little girl. This was the embodiment of the fierce emperor's Tao fruit, a reflection of her childhood. She wandered through the mortal realm, having endured great suffering, a replica of the trials faced by the young empress, eternally roaming the outside world. As if embodying the flaws of the fierce emperor's Tao fruit, time had stood still for her, preserving the most genuine and unadulterated self of the empress before she embarked on her cultivation journey. Now, contemplating, Jiang Yifei perceived this little girl as a guiding beacon, destined to lead the muddled and lost empress through her transformation, perpetually safeguarding her original intent. The original intent. This was of utmost significance. Amidst the convergence of myriad primal sources and the countless deaths of the self, within the intricate entanglement of martial force and conquest, only by remaining true to one's original intent could one achieve a lasting path beneath the empress's feet. Damn it, Jiang Yifei uttered with a sigh. At this moment, as he scrutinized the empress's cultivation techniques, his lips twitched. A gaping chasm. A scripture was missing. This scripture ought to be penned by the little girl, outlining the red dust immortal scripture, beginning with the devouring of the heavens, culminating in indestructibility, and ultimately, through the mortal realm in search of the Tao. Witnessing the essence of the Tao, one could only attain the fruits of goodness through the trials of the red dust. 3 scriptures. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets myriad beings. Perhaps this constituted completeness. Chapter 32. May your cremation yield relics. Yet, such circumstances were all the more intriguing. Jiang Yifei's gaze became clear and spirited. With a lofty perspective, as he looked back, an unprecedented confidence surged within him to break free from the shackles of the empress's path. She had guided him through every potential pitfall. He stood upon her shoulders. He clenched his fists lightly, filled with determination. The fierce emperor experienced the extraordinary throughout her life, her achievements testifying to her profound essence. Yet, the myriad obstacles she encountered were equally real. She forged a path through demonic arts, capable of rapid ascension, attaining the pinnacle and securing an imperial position. Yet, as the Tao reaches a peak, so too does the demonic path. Without supreme wisdom, immense fortitude, and great fortune, achieving perfection remains elusive. The indestructible heavenly art severs the demonic body. The red dust immortal scripture severs the demonic heart. She left behind the heaven-devouring demonic art and the indestructible heavenly art, yet did not bequeath the 3rd scripture. Perhaps this was due to her own entrapment within the circumstances, unable to attend to the matter further. Or perhaps it was a deliberate act to leave enough ambiguity for future generations to forge their own keys to transcendence, paving a path distinct from her own. Only those capable of achieving such feats are worthy of standing alongside her. Otherwise, they would merely be inferior versions of herself, laboring in vain. The empress's intentions were intricate. As a demonic sovereign who had never married and bore no offspring, why would she pass down such 2 scriptures? They were, after all, the most perilous of burdens. Throughout her journey, she had slain a golden age, annihilating all the prodigies of that era, accumulating countless debts of blood and enmity. While she thrived, it mattered little. Yet, when she vanishes, a reckoning would inevitably follow, targeting her successors. In truth, her legacy had indeed been battered, her heaven-devouring demonic jar lost, and the remnants of her lineage required a new vessel to flourish. She must have hoped to waver in her decision, ultimately passing down these 2 scriptures while leaving ample suspense. The empress was not incapable of reasoning. Otherwise, how could the imperial cauldron of the radiant light sacred land have been forged? It seemed as though she had relinquished control, allowing her legacy to be ravaged, even losing the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Yet it also appeared she had been monitoring the situation, witnessing her lineage approaching demise, while refining a cauldron to ensure that her Tao could continue to flourish. Her actions were contradictory and complex, akin to bequeathing her thoughts, awaiting a kindred spirit to emerge. Much like the former emperor of the Wild Heavens, who, despite having established a cultivation system with 6 great secret realms, ultimately allowed only 5 to be disseminated throughout the world. The final 6th secret realm remained undisclosed, not due to secrecy, but in the hope that future generations would carve out their own paths distinct from his. The path ahead was illuminated, yet how was he to traverse it? The third scripture remained elusive, its words hidden, knowing full well there were pitfalls to navigate. Jiang Yifei pondered deeply. At this moment, his intellect was fully awakened, a tempest of thoughts swirling within him. He recognized that his understanding of the eternal universe scripture paled in comparison to his insights into the Empress's cultivation path. He had to concede that, compared to the eternal universe scripture, the heaven-devouring demonic art evidently resonated more with him, offering greater challenges. A multitude of thoughts cascaded through Jiang Yifei's mind, inspiration flowing from the accumulated wisdom of this world and the myriad experiences of his past life. His fingers danced upon the ground, sketching and drafting various divine arts. Although these techniques were rudimentary, lacking the lethal prowess found in ancient scriptures, let alone the forbidden chapters of ancient emperors, they nonetheless possessed unique glimmers of brilliance. During this process, Jiang Yifei's eyes deepened, resembling 2 boundless black holes. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, staring at the heavens. What lies at the end of one's constitution and bloodline? It is this very realm. The cosmic creation flows, giving rise to various constitutions. Could the chaotic form be born of serendipity? Thus, could I not be reborn? To directly invade the foundational logic of the universe, deceiving the heavens and creation, conjuring a chaotic form into existence? An audacious thought sparked within Jiang Yifei. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing his own proposal. It was unfeasible. To touch the fundamental logic of the universe, one must possess the key, which would most suitably be various bloodlines and constitutions. Would this not lead him down the same old path of the heaven-devouring demonic art, failing to address the fundamental dilemma? He felt a twinge of regret. Yet, despite its impracticality, he diligently recorded this line of thought, for even if it could not yield ancient scriptures, it might evolve into an unparalleled method, rivaling the myriad transformation techniques and the power of ascension. The heaven-devouring demonic art culminates in the supreme demonic body, fierce against others, yet even fiercer against oneself, bearing the burdens of one's tribulations, etc. Suddenly, Jiang Yifei's expression grew peculiar, resolving to become the new generation of demonic sovereigns. Since he embraced the demonic path, how could he not engage with the Buddha? The primal sources he devoured were difficult to rid of the marks of predecessors. Hence, what of salvation? The Buddhist path. A seasoned expert in salvation, even the heretics must tread carefully. For the true self, those external primal sources, which once bore his essence, were heretical. To tame the heretical? The Buddhist path was well versed in this. However, before long, Jiang Yifei's countenance darkened once more. He acted swiftly, perusing ancient texts, yet failed to uncover the coveted secret art he sought. The inheritance remained incomplete. The sacred land of Yaoguang exhibited a lamentable lack of sincerity in its attempts to deceive me, this feeble, helpless, and pitiable child, offering nothing but a single tome of the undying heavenly art, while withholding any semblance of forbidden techniques. Allah, my Du Shenju, he lamented. The Du Shenju, a supreme technique conceived by the merciless emperor during his reign as the heavenly emperor of Nanling. It is said that this art is extraordinary, capable of converting all worldly kings, transforming a person with ulterior motives into a devoted guardian of the mountain gate, an act of unparalleled defiance against the heavens. Furthermore, it does not manipulate consciousness, but rather approaches from the depths of one's heart, allowing everything to unfold naturally, a genuine transformation, rather than seizing control of one's will. The fact that such divine art originated from the hands of the merciless emperor seems somewhat absurd. During the reign of the empress, were there any kings left in the world? They were all devoured clean, and even if there were, what use would they be to the empress? When the royal Tao fire spirit emerged, she disdainfully refused to subdue it, effortlessly obliterating it with a single strike. Thus, employing it externally is utterly impossible. Excluding all conceivable impossibilities, I am left as the final target. To transform the divine within oneself, to purify the true self, to unify the essence, and to eliminate the demonic heart. Clearly, the effects are evident, yet the hidden dangers remain unexorcised. Nevertheless, this avenue merits consideration, for his expression turned peculiar, and the path to the Buddhist realm beckoned. Jiang Yifei suddenly pondered a rather subtle question. The Buddhist realm has transformed various races cultivators, leading many prodigies to suffer dire fates. If, upon their demise, they were to produce relics, would it not imply that if these relics were refined by him, it would amount to consuming one source after another? It is said that relics are the remnants that can only be produced when great virtuous Buddhas enter nirvana. Jiang Yifei suddenly bowed in reverence to the West, honoring Mount Shumi, engaging in fervent prayer. May the Buddhist realm's denizens, in the process of cremation, inevitably produce relics. Chapter 33. He transforms into the heavenly demon. The thousand-change sacred art. The cremation must yield relics. For the cultivators of the Buddhist realm, this is a blessing, although it may sound somewhat peculiar. Coming from a cultivator contemplating the devouring heavenly demon art, the scene is indeed strange. If the great virtuous monks were to know that a later generation would utilize their relics to attain supreme heavenly arts and confront the encroaching darkness, they would likely agree with great generosity, wouldn't they? Jiang Yifei scratched his head, sincerely hoping that the ancient Buddhas of Mount Shumi would possess an open-minded spirit, embodying the fearless essence of the Buddha who sacrificed his flesh to feed an eagle, thus paving the way for this new demon emperor's journey. As a great demon of a generation, how could he refrain from devouring the Buddha? Moreover, this is called resource conservation. The future path to immortality may be both right and wrong. The right time, the right place, yet the correct person was never awaited. The Buddhist realm, with its accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years, a convergence of boundless faith, forged the golden body of Amitabha Buddha to strike the path to immortality. Yet the ultimate outcome was tragically dismal, leaving scarcely a soul alive. Only a demon-slaying staff remains, wilting amidst the chaos. Such waste. Jiang Yifei felt a profound sorrow over this, deeply believing that the virtue of diligence and frugality must be upheld during this process. To excavate thousands of relics from various races' adherents to the Buddhist realm would assist him in mastering unparalleled demonic arts. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the potential within this endeavor. After all, in this era, monkeys dominate Mount Shumi. How fortuitous. He had recently released a monkey. Moreover, they had sworn brotherhood, sending it to the West to fetch scriptures. With this connection, wouldn't it be splendid to navigate through back channels, enabling Jiang Yifei to embark on underground archaeological work in the Western Desert? Within Mount Shumi, there already existed a victorious Buddha, adding another great, free-spirited demon or the ancestor of the formless demon should pose no problem, right? Jiang Yifei rubbed his hands together, hoping that the Holy Prince would have smooth sailing, leading to mutual joy. He sincerely wished for the eternal friendship between the two imperial lineages, as long as he could infiltrate the Buddhist realm. The cultivation of the devouring heavenly demon art would allow him to accelerate rapidly towards the finish line. Of course, that finish line could either be the pinnacle of resplendent achievement or the descent into disarray and collapse. The further one travels along the path of the devouring heavenly demon art, the more ferocious the demonic tribulations one must confront. In the face of the demonic body and heart, how can a true self maintain a pure land? Jiang Yifei had previously been engulfed in confusion. Yet when he recalled the Buddhist realm and contemplated its principles, he engaged in deep reflection, experiencing an epiphany. This realization became uncontrollable. Above the heavens and below, I alone am supreme. He walked 7 steps in all directions, a radiant glow of enlightenment illuminating his face. A myriad of sources entered his being. How could I falter amidst their contention? In the grand dream of reincarnation, I embody countless races, ever-changing, to affirm my existence. Jiang Yifei's demonic path began to sprout at this moment. It is not about mastery, but digestion, no longer excavating, but performing. Unlike the merciless emperor, she is about transformation, severance, shedding one life after another, buried within coffins, seeking the singular truth. He intends to reverse this approach, transforming every consumed source into a means of enlightenment, stealing heaven and changing the day, cycling through life and death, embodying myriad spirits, seeking the unchanging within change, affirming my existence. With his thoughts set, he sat cross-legged, unleashing his unparalleled talent to create the embryonic form of a divine art. The thousand-changed sacred art. This technique is merely in its infancy, rife with numerous flaws. Yet, it harbors many brilliant points, holding Jiang Yifei's aspirations to one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the myriad transformation sacred arts, perhaps even surpassing them. Buzz. The heavens and the earth became enveloped in a haze. Violet mist shimmered, and ethereal energies wafted, emanating from the divine Qilin medicine and the primordial fate stone. In this moment, they resonated, exhaling essence that flowed toward Jiang Yifei. Clang! Divine runes danced, emerging from the depths of youthful tribulations, fracturing inch by inch, coalescing into profound and inscrutable characters. The eternal secret powers surged, parasitic, immortal, enduring, transforming myriad Tao rhythms, weaving into a seed of the Tao, evolving within the void. The Tao seed, embodying divine runes, attracted a wisp of the Qilin's immortal medicine's resurgent breath, absorbing a hint of the primordial fate stone's life-giving essence, inscribing rudimentary Tao patterns, arranging the devouring heavenly demon art, the undying heavenly art, and the eternal universe sutra into a total of 27 imperial characters, amalgamated into one. Such conditions are exceedingly rare. How many cultivators throughout history have been blessed with such fortune? Commencing with the accompaniment of a divine medicine and with the guiding presence of an unparalleled precious mineral. One could forge such a Tao seed, and this is merely the beginning. As the Tao seed shone, a jade vial exploded, releasing the essence of a fallen hero from the past, shrouding this realm in brilliance, sparkling with the charm of ascension. This was the remnant of a transcended being from 50,000 years ago, transcending to the heavens, shedding the old body. This is a rare constitution, appearing perhaps once in 10,000 years, renowned as the unparalleled transcendent king body. This constitution is formidable, possessing advantages that no king can rival. Enduring cultivation. It undergoes a transformation akin to a divine pupa, breaking free from its cocoon. With each breakthrough into a grand secret realm, one can unlock a divine chamber within the body, harboring boundless potential, transforming the Tao into immortality. Such cultivators are destined not to be ordinary. They will become legendary figures. The transcendent being from 50,000 years ago was precisely such a figure. He shone brightly, basked in glory, and made a significant name for himself in his time. Yet, ultimately, he too met his end, as time's blade cleaved through the proud, and even the great emperors of antiquity could not escape entirely, let alone a transcendent being. He contended for the Tao against the flow of time, yet ultimately succumbed, his once brilliant life now rendered void. In his final moments, all he could choose was to be buried within the profoundly mysterious dragon vein of the Qinling Mountains, hoping for rebirth after death. Alas, he failed, and his corpse decayed. Regrettably, at present, the Jiang family's dedicated archaeological team has unearthed ancient texts, bringing forth relics from the past. Over the span of 50 millennia, even the remains of a sage would succumb to decay. Thus, the body of the ascended monarch has dwindled to mere remnants of its original essence, refined by the celestial furnace into a radiant aura of transcendence. Jiang Yifei harnessed his magical prowess to draw forth this luminescence, which was resplendent, embodying the marvel of ascension. However, beneath its brilliance, discerning cultivators could sense a pervasive aura of death. Should one delve deeper, it might even transcend time, revealing the grandeur of the long-lost deceased. One wonders, in the distant future, will a similar blossom emerge? With a sigh, Jiang Yifei quelled his distractions. The seed of the Tao took flight, merging with the transcendent glow, and together they plunged into the sea of suffering. Boom! The sea roiled, the stagnant aura surged, and the earlier anomalies re-emerged, signaling the impact on his true self. Now, activate the enhancement. At this moment, Jiang Yifei's heart, once desolate, was reborn. It was akin to a cycle of reincarnation, a fresh awakening altering his innate talents. His intellect slightly diminished, yet he experienced a remarkable affinity with the profound truths of ascension and transformation, aligning him with the ascended monarch's constitution. Jiang Yifei's aura transformed, as if he were embodying the essence of the departed, much like a flower blooming anew. Boom! The transcendent glow roared, lost in its own brilliance. Lacking a mind, how could it ponder complex matters? Everything adhered to instinct, revolving in accordance with the immutable cosmic order. Jiang Yifei was changing, resonating with the ethereal light. Even though he was but an imitation, the myriad transformations of this sacred technique bore numerous flaws. Deceiving for a fleeting moment was not insurmountable. Amidst the cacophony of the myriad paths, the transcendent light enveloped him, shrouding his form in the mists of time. Buzz. Faintly, Jiang Yifei's 5 divine treasures resonated amidst the tumult. His Tao palace loomed like the heavens, manifesting 5 peaks, sensing an inexplicable presence engaging in a Zen chant. An ancient sacrificial melody slicing through time and space, drifting forth as if reconnecting a long-broken path that departed me. Yet, this was not the true essence of Jiang Yifei's past self. Rather, it was a guise, a ruse to beguile the essence of the ascended monarch's source, to dismantle its defenses. In this delicate interplay, the seed of the Tao took root. It was resplendent, akin to the thoughts of ethereal spirits, amalgamating the mysteries of life's great creation, enriched with divine herbs and celestial stones. Yet beneath its pristine facade lay a kernel of true demonic nature. At the moment of Jiang Yifei's transformation, he deceived the transcendent light, pilfering a modicum of true essence, which took root and sprouted. A nascent, illusory sapling began to grow. It was ephemeral, nebulous, unreal, nourished by the source of the ascended monarch, blossoming into Jiang Yifei's personal Tao tree. In the future, it might even bear a fruit of Tao. Using illusions to mold a genuine yield was an act of seizing the cosmos's essence, a method of appropriating the universe's quintessence. This was profoundly astonishing. Naturally, this path would not be easy. The false remains false. One may deceive for a moment, but not for eternity. Jiang Yifei's nascent sacred technique merely marked the initial step, falling short of transcending the demonic tribulations. To invert the real and the illusory, to cultivate truth through deception, and achieve true perfection, one indispensable condition must be to surpass the masters of the essence he has consumed, understanding the nature of the Constitution better than they. An imitation must surpass the original. This is unfathomable. Any constitution capable of grasping fundamental mysteries could become a formidable master. Not to mention the existence of sacred bodies and tyrannical physiques, which upon achieving completeness could contend with the supreme beings of forbidden zones. Moreover, Jiang Yifei's ambition encompasses 10,000 constitutions, a fantastical notion, yet he harbors ample confidence. To thrive through battle, to assimilate and enact, this is the path I must tread. Jiang Yifei's gaze shimmered. The diminutive Tao tree quivered, descending upon his wheel of life, alongside the bewildered essence of the ascended monarch. Lying quietly within the boundless sea of suffering, submissively absorbing Jiang Yifei's aura. Excellent. He rose, his eyes sparkling with vitality, forming seals that resonated with the Tao tree within him. In the next moment, he transformed entirely. His essence shifted, his visage altered, his physique evolved. His aura changed. Everything metamorphosed into the youthful form of the ascended monarch of yore. The sacred technique of infinite transformations, truly a marvel of endless change. Chapter 34. The Demon Emperor of Murder and Arson. All races revering Jiang the Celestial. Who am I? Who is me? Jiang Yifei withdrew a feather duster from his sleeve, waving it with a flourish, resting it upon his other arm, exuding an air of ethereal grace, as if transcending the earthly realm. The young ascended monarch stood forth. If an ancient relic, having traversed the Eons, were to witness this scene, it would be hard not to feel a dissonance in time. My sacred technique of infinite transformations can be deemed the supreme method of murder and arson. He reveled in his own delight, adjusting his attire, daydreaming of the future. The lives taken were by the hand of the ascended monarch. What concern is it of Jiang Yifei, Jiang the Celestial? It is well known that Jiang the Celestial lived a life of integrity, enduring life and death to quell the darkness. Could such a person truly be the capricious demon of infinite transformations? Those passers-by, no matter how they spout their truisms, the Jiang family shall hold you accountable. A smirk played upon Jiang Yifei's lips. The demon emperor of murder and arson, all races revering Jiang the Celestial. What an intriguing future awaits. However, this bliss was short-lived. Before Jiang Yifei could take 2 steps, the Tao tree upon the wheel of life seemed unable to bear its weight, withering away. The already unreal form becoming even more nebulous, a wisp of true essence seemingly on the verge of vanishing, to be corrected by the genuine essence of the ascended monarch. Shedding its disguise, reluctantly, he had to withdraw his facade, restoring his original truth, calming the turmoil of the ascended monarch's essence. The sacred technique I have crafted is ultimately but a nascent form, far from perfection. Jiang Yifei sighed, to emulate the great cycle of heaven and earth, employing the wondrous methods of life and death, decay, and rebirth to alter the heavens, I have merely taken the first steps. Fallen petals are not devoid of sentiment. They transform into spring mud to nurture flowers. The old has passed, yet within the rules of the cosmic cycle, new life is born. This is a material cycle. Yet, the essence involves too much. At present, he must yield results in the shortest time, compressing a lengthy timeline, compounded by Jiang Yifei's personal pressures. Even with his astonishing talent, he barely treads this path. There lies a long road ahead, awaiting him. I still need to draw more wisdom from predecessors, deconstruct the mysteries of the universe, the profundities of essence. However, regardless of the circumstances, I have ultimately taken the first step that belongs to me. Jiang Yifei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He was content, for when he activated his enhancement once more, integrating all his resources, reassigning attributes, he found himself incrementally stronger than before. Even if this increase was subtle, nearly imperceptible, yet it undeniably existed. Whence does it originate? It is precisely from the Tao tree's pilfering of the ascended monarch's essence. This slight augmentation is negligible. However, should the day come when Jiang Yifei fully digests the essence of the ascended monarch, or adds hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of essence trees within him, how formidable would he become? Once the snowball begins to roll, it becomes unstoppable both above and below. Jiang Yifei clenched his fists at this moment. He felt fearless in the face of the impending turmoil. I am the myth born for cultivation, destined to face tribulations. 30 emperors of antiquity? Who dares claim invincibility? Who dares speak of being undefeated? Only I, Jiang the Celestial. At the end of the path to immortality, shall all heavens and earth bow before me. What significance do life as forbidden zones hold? What do ancient emperors matter? His gaze shone bright. On the road to immortality, my word is law. Who dares defy? I shall sever their ears, and then make them pick their ears up. At this very moment, he felt liberated from the burdens that had once weighed heavily upon him. His heart surged with an overwhelming fervor. Jiang Yifei suddenly found himself captivated by the pursuit of cultivation, for he recognized that with diligence, rewards were inevitable. The notion that hard work yields results sounds deceptively simple, yet the execution of such a principle is fraught with challenges. Only children dare to dream such dreams. True adults seldom indulge in such fantasies. However, for Jiang Yifei, it was a palpable reality. Authentic, affirmative feedback ignited the spirit of this young dreamer, bestowing upon him unparalleled joy. In an instant, he was filled with an exuberance that left no room for procrastination. At this juncture, the trivialities of worldly existence and the vicissitudes of the external realm ceased to hold any significance for him. He yearned only to immerse himself entirely in the art of cultivation, leading a life of simplicity and diligence, counting his gains daily, content to remain secluded until the end of time without a hint of irritation. This was his desire, and it was also his action, with a steadfast focus. Amidst the ever-shifting tides, Jiang Yifei's innate talents began to evolve. This time, he brushed against death, sought tranquility, embraced the essence of the departed, and explored the ultimate fate of the world. Boom! The miasma of death enveloped the heavens, and from it surged forth the essence of a unique physique, materializing as a river of the yellow springs in the void. The king of the underworld physique, a constitution that embodies death itself. In many ancient stars, beings possessing such a physique are typically referred to as reapers or guides. The overwhelming aura of death cast a pall over this once pure land, affecting many precious herbs cultivated therein. Yet, Jiang Yifei radiated a warm and inviting presence, effortlessly captivating the heart of this essence of the king of the underworld, drawing it near without harm. And upon succumbing to sweet words, it even surrendered its first offering. With the first, the second, and the third could not be far behind. Could they? Jiang Yifei's notorious exploits were swiftly advancing. He cared little for the affections of the other. He sought only the physical. Naturally, to avoid an untimely demise at the hands of a metaphorical axe, he still had to maintain appearances. Only when he had thoroughly indulged would his true nature be revealed, allowing him to nonchalantly declare a peaceful parting. A master of time management, he danced on countless vessels, yet it was merely a facade. To develop genuine emotions was out of the question. That would lead to losing his true self and stepping into the abyss of matrimony, an irretrievable fate. He aimed to engage in countless romances, thus uncovering his authentic self and becoming the greatest love expert in history. Ultimately, he would announce his lifelong affection for the entity he had nurtured into a chaotic form. The innocent childhood love could not compete with a fortuitous encounter, nor could it rival the bonds forged through cultivation. Jiang Yifei set aside the revival of the bloodline of Emperor Hengyu, embracing instead the embrace of the ruthless emperor. For in the end, he sought to carve his own path. He was thoroughly unrepentant. When the essence of the king of the underworld fell for Jiang Yifei's deceptive words and descended into the sea of suffering, an extraordinary phenomenon of the yellow springs manifested behind him, rendering him akin to an unparalleled ghostly emperor. The yellow springs existed, or as the azure sky. In an instant, another essence began to rise. The azure sky, according to ancient lore, is the first layer of heaven in Taoism, where azure mists fill the expanse, thus earning the name azure sky for such a physique, naturally possessing unparalleled distinction. Yet, despite its illustrious past, it had now become the sustenance for the youth's growth. As the Taoist tree swayed, a vast expanse of azure clouds gradually took shape amidst the sea of suffering, grand and boundless, resplendent in its beauty. The azure sky was present, and the stars began to twinkle. One star after another adorned the heavens above the sea of suffering. Another Taoist tree was planted, crystallizing the ephemeral dreams of time. Radiance illuminated the world. The Tao of heaven was in my possession. The source of the radiant physique was also digested. This was a formidable constitution. In the legends of the Eastern Wasteland, it could stand alongside the God-King physique, proclaiming the union of light and divinity. The Tao of heaven was mine. Of course, how much of this was mere exaggeration and embellishment is another matter entirely. All four extremes could seize imperial artifacts, so it was best taken with a grain of salt. Yet, it must be said that light is always endearing, especially in the face of darkness. When the light shone forth, a golden edge adorned the sea of suffering, radiant and dazzling, dispelling the shadows. Devouring, digesting, the cycle continued unabated. One wondrous physique after another returned to the sea of suffering. They coalesced into the Taoist tree, transforming into extraordinary phenomena, each radiating its own brilliance. With so many vessels to manage, Jiang Yifei had to take charge himself. How to navigate relationships, how to manage time, and create a harmonious and stable harem was an intricate science. Coincidentally, Jiang Yifei possessed an unparalleled talent for this very discipline. Like the ruthless emperor, he was well suited for this endeavor. As time passed, traversing through countless days and nights, his sea of suffering began to shift with the increasing essence. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as if all things were evolving. There were sun and moon, stars, azure skies, yellow springs, earth, mountains, rivers, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, as well as the myriad forms of life. Jiang Yifei immersed himself in the profound depths of cultivation. The essence was the distillation of the great principles of heaven and earth, now unfurling within his sea of suffering, establishing a subtle connection with it. Through this connection, he touched upon the most fundamental truths of the universe, undergoing a continuous baptism by the grand forces. Jiang Yifei felt as if he had arrived at the world's edge, standing at the inception of the river of time, where stars filled the sky one moment and the firmament lay desolate the next. The sea of suffering, now tinged with chaotic hues, transformed endlessly. One moment the galaxy spanned the heavens, the next the skies fell silent. Growth and decay, prosperity and extinction, all intertwined, perpetually cycling through one another. At times, the heavens and earth combined to give birth to myriad beings, while at others, the universe lay dormant, all spirits silenced. As the myriad pathways recombined and rearranged, evolving the endless mysteries of the great principles. And as the sea of suffering transformed, Jiang Yifei could sense his body responding, as if countless hidden treasures within his flesh were being touched, subtly awakening, releasing boundless potential and divine abilities. The powers that could move mountains, fill seas, grasp the moon, and pluck the stars, the spiritual awareness of heavenly sight and hearing, the instincts to attract fortune and avert disaster, and so on, were not yet accessible. Yet they left behind a seed, promising a bright future. In a daze, Jiang Yifei gained profound insights regarding the essence of the great principles and the system of cultivation. He attained a revolutionary understanding. As a seed, the human body harbors infinite potential. It is merely that these potentials have been sealed behind countless portals. When these portals swing wide, every cultivator could wield boundless power, possessing innumerable divine abilities, transforming the impossible into the possible, crafting myths and miracles. This was the understanding of cultivation that the Emperor of the Desolate Sky had inscribed within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a legacy for future generations. In this instant, Jiang Yifei suddenly turned back, pondering and contemplating. Might those peculiar physiques, the true essence of bloodlines, be opening portions of these portals within ordinary mortals, revealing mere cracks? And could the forces flowing forth from these portals naturally coalesce into a grand formation, resonating with one another, manifesting as inherent divine phenomena? The so-called excavation of the potential of physiques by the world, was it not about completely opening these doors of potential, transforming the mere glimpses into full access, and shifting from passive use of divine abilities to comprehending the mysteries of the grand formation? When countless doors are opened and utilized, could they not combine to form a supreme divine ability, even if only in embryonic form, thus becoming the chaotic physique? Amidst his deep immersion in cultivation, Jiang Yifei's burgeoning talents and insights surged forth, illuminating a path for the future. These inspirations may never be utilized, yet once they are, they will play a crucial role in Jiang Yifei's journey to forge his own path in cultivation. At times, a millennium of arduous training pales in comparison to a moment of enlightenment. Time flowed inexorably in the realm of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, countless days and nights had passed, and gradually, strands of chaotic energy began to flow through his very blood. The cultivation of the devouring heaven demon technique is racing forward on the expressway toward a minor achievement. Jiang Yifei has reforged his foundation through this arcane art and infused it with his own creativity, rendering it enigmatic and unfathomable. No one can predict the heights he will ultimately attain. However, at this moment, his practice must reach a pause. For as he habitually prepared to open the jade vial and release the primordial essence, he found it empty. There was no primordial essence left. Jiang Yifei awakened from the profound realm of Tao, filled with a deep sense of regret, akin to an insatiable internet addict lamenting the depletion of his data. A quick calculation revealed the passage of 3 years during which he had refined over 200 types of primordial essence. Rising to his feet, he felt the chaotic resonance of Tao surging around him, harmonizing with myriad paths. If one were to consider, refining 10,000 types of primordial essence would require no less than 150 years. But that is of little concern. Jiang Yifei stretched his body, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. This was a manifestation of pure power, capable of subtly shaking the void. A magnificent body was being molded. His physical form was immensely formidable, instilling awe and envy even in the most powerful of sovereigns. Moreover, Jiang Yifei possessed not only a robust physique, but an understanding of the great Tao that was as profound as the ocean. He was ever-changing, in harmony with hundreds of types of primordial essence. Despite some shortcomings in his approach, he had feasted on the fruits of experience, having traversed a myriad of realms. Within the 3,000 great Taos, he had acquired unique insights. Perhaps the depth of his understanding could be debated, but in terms of breadth, it was undoubtedly rare in the world. Even should an eminent figure arrive to discourse with him on profound matters, he would not shy away. He could eloquently traverse topics from the cosmos to the passage of time, from celestial bodies to the intricacies of causality, captivating his audience to the point of bewilderment. As he expanded his form, Jiang Yifei's shape morphed infinitely. The number of primordial essences he had refined permitted him an equal number of transformations, each extraordinary and not easily discernible by the average observer. My divine powers are beginning to take shape. It is time for me to unleash chaos upon the world. Chapter 35. Companions are rivals. Practice is the sole standard for verifying truth. To truly perfect a divine art, one must inevitably endure myriad trials. Kill, burn. In this world known as devouring heaven, where beings and souls alike are enveloped, the essence of action is succinctly encapsulated in a single word. Through slaughter, one hones oneself. Through fire, one plunders, seizing the fortunes of others to elevate oneself, ultimately forging an unparalleled emperor. This has been the tradition of emperors and powerful figures throughout the ages. Furthermore, Jiang Yifei, with his supreme demonic arts, is in dire need of exceptional primordial essences. Coincidentally, with the decline of the Azure Emperor Tao, the path to immortality is about to open, heralding a true golden era where myriad physiques will emerge. Even the most elite of chaotic bodies and innate sacred bodies are now ripe for the conditions of emergence. While he has indeed focused on his archaeological pursuits, he does not hesitate to eliminate those so-called prodigies who obstruct his path, treating them as mere after-dinner sweets. Jiang Yifei nonchalantly emerged from his 3-year seclusion. With each step he took, his aura transformed. The once naive perception he held of others began to fade, gradually reverting to a more simplistic mindset. Correspondingly, his bloodline began to awaken, the divine essence of the Emperor Hengyu resurfacing within him. Compared to several years prior, it appeared he had advanced further. Within the depths of his circulating blood, the fragmented ultimate laws began to glow faintly, activating in clusters, hinting at a trend of completion. Even if this trend is minuscule, it is nonetheless significant. Zhang Yifei was no longer merely a prince with a revived bloodline. He was destined to evolve into the imperial body of the Emperor Hengyu. Of course, this would be a matter for many years hence. As his bloodline revived and divine essence rekindled, Zhang Yifei strode with an air of authority, returning to the ancestral temple of the Zhang family as their prince. Family ties ultimately hold greater weight. Even though the youth made groundbreaking advancements in the devouring heaven demon technique and carved an extraordinary path, how could he explain this to the venerable elders of the family? It would be futile, like speaking different languages. Moreover, the affinity of the Hengyu furnace toward him is undoubtedly rooted in his bloodline, is it not? Although the green plum did not rival the force of fate, and Hengyu suffered a grievous defeat at the hands of the Empress, he must still cherish the time spent with the green plum, for it has given him so much. Yet, despite the green plum's grand family legacy, myriad troubles abound. Just as Zhang Yifei confidently took his seat at the head of the Zhang family ancestral temple and resonated with the Hengyu furnace, prompting the family elders to submit to him willingly, he received a shocking piece of news. Someone was undermining his path. What did you say? Zhang Yifei erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table, flames of rage flickering in his eyes. Who dares? At present, the details remain unclear, but an elder stood up, braving the pressure. Our Zhang family has formed an archaeological team based on ancient texts, exploring famous mountains and rivers, and it was going quite smoothly. However, recently, we have encountered significant troubles. He explained, it is not that the Zhang family is not making an effort, but someone is scheming behind the scenes. Repeatedly, others have outpaced them. The elder's complexion darkened. 90% of tombs are empty. Could it be that the information is too outdated, and in the passage of time, someone has already dug them up? A living fossil raised a question. Impossible. The elder decisively refuted, addressing the many gazes upon him. According to the feng shui master and sourcebook experts, every tomb buried by a powerful figure possesses its unique fortune. Over time, it gradually forms a certain momentum. If the tomb is breached and the feng shui disrupted, that momentum will disperse, but will not vanish instantaneously. There is a process. Those skilled in this art can deduce the time of the tomb's breach based on the residual momentum, and it is all very recent, very recent. Thus, those who act swiftly have been confirmed without a doubt. The elder sighed. He did not wish for this to happen, but events have transpired as they have. What could he do? He felt utterly despondent. How outrageous! How dare someone disturb the peace of the departed, committing such heinous acts of tomb robbing and desecration? An elder with silver hair in the ancestral temple coldly snorted. We vow not to coexist with such scoundrels. His voice resonated with righteous indignation. Instantly, a chorus of outrage echoed in agreement. Zhang Yifei twitched at the corners of his mouth, feeling an impulse to bury his face in his hands. After all, the Zhang family was engaged in similar activities. How could they maintain such lofty ideals? But then he reconsidered. If he aspired to become the second demon emperor after the ruthless one, did he really need to concern himself with these trifles? It seemed unnecessary indeed. With this line of thought, Zhang Yifei immediately regained his composure. I am unashamed, and I am proud. Can we trace the whereabouts of those who acted first? A living fossil inquired. The elder responsible for overseeing the archaeological efforts of the Zhang family shook his head in resignation. The opposing party was highly professional, extremely professional. He emphasized again the disciples we have nurtured in the specialized art of feng shui tombs, upon observing the residual traces, expressed their admiration for how the opposing party breached the tomb, subdued the Eons spirits, declaring them to be from a completely different realm. Yet when we attempted to deduce their origins, we were obstructed. Even the celestial mechanics master we invited was struck by lightning, indicating that the opposing party possesses a treasure that can interfere with the heavenly secrets. If that is the case, we absolutely cannot let them go free. An elder, trembling and stammering, declared, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling brilliance. Whether or not the figures opposing the Zhang family are known, they must be dealt with. Allowing such individuals to continue their activities, how can the Zhang family proceed with their archaeological endeavors? And what of the prince's cultivation? Exactly. The many elders voiced their indignation. Their collective was stirring a tremendous tempest within the hall. Each of them, seasoned and wise, had lived long enough that their very eyelashes seemed weary. One voice after another, they quickly devised some cunning stratagems, baiting and luring, inciting chaos, and so forth. Particularly, the sacred ground of the shaking light. An elder unearthed ancient texts, verifying the suspected tomb of a legendary shaking light sage, proposing to discreetly spread rumors, inciting the denizens of shaking light to confront those brazen enough to trespass upon the Jiang family's archaeological endeavors. This met with unanimous approval from the gathered living fossils. Over the past 3 years, the enmity between the Jiang family and the Radiant Light Holy Land has deepened significantly. The dragon-patterned black gold cauldron has journeyed north and is now stationed there permanently. Jiang Yifei raised an eyebrow. He had maintained a silence thus far, his expression subtle, harboring doubts about whether that enigmatic archaeological expert might be a rogue heavenly sovereign. Regarding that rotund figure, he felt both apprehensive of his background, fearing an inadvertent misstep, and intensely tempted to strike a few blows against the gluttonous devil cauldron, which he found exceedingly enticing. Amidst this emotional turmoil, he chose his words carefully. However, upon hearing of the unusual movements from the Radiant Light Holy Land and the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron displaying its might, he could not help but be stirred. Chapter 36, Cleansing, Stand-in. Indeed, the expression of the Jiang family's sovereign was grave. Although the Radiant Light Holy Land appeared amicable on the surface, there had been no shortage of friction behind the scenes. Several of the Jiang family's subordinate factions had mysteriously vanished on dark, stormy nights, wiped out by an unknown force. The perpetrators had executed their deeds with utmost precision, leaving no survivors. The sovereign scoffed coldly, yet his demeanor betrayed a lack of restraint, revealing the telltale signs of an imperial weapon's destructive aftermath. Subsequently, the Radiant Light Holy Land issued a series of announcements, expressing profound sorrow for the Jiang family's plight and warning the entire eastern wilderness of the resurgence of ancient races. They claimed that their deployment of imperial weapons to the north was solely for the defense of humanity's dignity and status in the northern territory against formidable foes, with no ulterior motives. Listening to the sovereign's remarks, many ancient figures present could not suppress their laughter, a mirthful yet unsettling sound. The shameless denizens of the Radiant Light Holy Land could not conjure a more convincing pretext? They chuckled derisively. It seemed that Jiang Yifei, weighing in at 300 pounds, shared a wry smile. This was just as well. They were laughing heartily now, waving banners to uphold peace, while the ancient royal families prepared to make their moves. They should be careful not to weep later. The youth's expression was one of amusement. He had never witnessed such eagerness to take the blame. Yet, it was an intriguing web of deception. Had they truly found a way to implicate them? Jiang Yifei felt a flicker of curiosity, though they had never intended to evade responsibility. A confrontation with the Radiant Light was inevitable, and they planned to outmaneuver them, becoming the vanguard in their skirmishes with the ancient royal families. After all, who could overlook the destruction of the Taishan sect? The revival of ancient races had ravaged the Radiant Light's stone workshop, but they could not simply brush aside the massacre of the alchemical furnaces used for cultivating the gluttonous devil arts. The Radiant Light held no evidence to implicate the Jiang family. Even if they did, they could not make it known, leaving only suspicion. However, for the extreme path holy lands and aristocratic families like theirs, mere suspicion was sufficient. Under normal circumstances, if the Radiant Light harbored suspicions, they would have summoned imperial weapons to obliterate their adversaries, even if the Radiant Light was in the wrong. The essence of cultivation is to transcend reason. If one cannot resolve a problem, how could they eliminate those who create problems? Yet, the Jiang family was too formidable. Their status matched that of the Radiant Light Holy Land, forcing the latter to adopt a circuitous approach, publicly maintaining cordiality while covertly striking. For the past few years, every day in the Northern Territory seemed to be filled with revelry. The Jiang sovereign sighed, yet at night, the glimmer of blades and the flow of rivers of blood had become a norm. Had lives been lost among the Jiang family's subordinate factions? Jiang Yifei's gaze flickered. He had no taste for unprofitable ventures. Still, the sovereign nodded in agreement. The demise of some mediocre cultivators had effectively cleansed the Jiang family, ridding them of a few pests. Moreover, the Radiant Light Holy Land had not gained any advantages. Their retaliatory measures had been equally matched. Aside from their respective losses, the Jiang family had profited handsomely. The Jiang sovereign lamented that they had come prepared, manipulating the market for cultivation resources and weaponry, capitalizing on price fluctuations to yield substantial gains. Over 30 million pounds of source energy. This did not even account for certain resources that were valuable yet scarce. He raised 3 fingers, quite satisfied. Those smaller holy lands and rogue cultivators were still quite lucrative. Were these funds willingly spent by them? Jiang Yifei raised an eyebrow, concerned for the mental and physical well-being of the many cultivators in the Northern Territory, hoping they would commend the Jiang family, the great merchant, with favorable reviews. However, the Jiang sovereign asserted that positive reviews were inevitable and negative feedback did not exist, because those who wished to voice complaints had all perished. The arms trade operates in such a manner. If the weaponry is inferior, it is 99% likely that it was the opposing side that obliterated them. Yet they still wish to lodge complaints with the arms company? Even if they could find them, the Jiang family polished their own Hengyu furnace, urging clients to cool down and reorganize their thoughts. Dear customer, please leave a good review. If not, I'll make you regret it. Some lesser holy lands and small families who failed to recognize the situation and lacked discernment were eradicated by the Jiang family. The Jiang sovereign smiled. Yet the public announcement stated that investigations revealed it was the work of ancient creatures. The Radiant Light's stone workshop was destroyed, and the Jiang family subordinates suffered a bloody purge. It would not be unusual to obliterate a group of holy lands and families in return, would it? The sovereign spoke with an official tone, clearly not delivering a righteous statement. Nevertheless, Jiang Yifei found himself fond of such family representatives, knowing their rogue nature reassured him. In this lifetime, he would consume everything except for losses. It seemed that after filtering through, the remaining forces in the Northern Territory would be quite compliant. Jiang Yifei drummed his fingers on the table. The smaller holy lands of the north had been sufficiently tamed. Yet the sovereign shook his head, mentioning that some of the more respectable ones appeared honest on the surface, but were engaged in covert maneuvers behind the scenes. Alas, the sovereign sighed. In this age of hardship following the passing of the Azure Emperor, even kings find it difficult to rise, let alone achieve sanctity. In days gone by, extreme path families like the Jiang family, or dynasties, were often protected by ancient saints. Who would dare defy them? Those holy lands. Holy lands. They are merely the doctrines established by saints. How could they compare to the Jiang family? The pinnacle of cultivation for those in holy lands merely scratches the surface of the Jiang family's peak achievements. Yet, the blade of destiny is sharp, and the path of the Big Dipper is arduous. Originally, Jiang family cultivators could score 150 points, yet the highest score on the exam was only 60 points. To raise their scores further was not impossible, but the difficulty had skyrocketed. One would need to possess the potential to ascend to the imperial level. This was utterly vexing. As the mainstream of the Big Dipper ancient stars comprised powerful beings, the Jiang family found themselves entangled, needing to exercise caution against being overwhelmed by the swarm of ants. The times have changed. The Jiang sovereign shook his head. For now, the Jiang family could not afford to conduct a thorough reckoning, so they would permit their adversaries to frolic for a few more days. Once you have grown stronger, Yifei, he looked at him with earnest anticipation. Your bloodline will return to its ancestral roots, and achieving kingship and sanctity will be as effortless as raising a hand. The trials of this arduous era shall not impede you. There have been precedents. The Jiang family once produced an imperial offspring who safeguarded all races against the chaos of darkness. When was that? It was during the arduous era following the fall of the great emperor. Otherwise, why would one need to risk their life, leading to their ultimate demise in the desolate universe? Rest assured, I shall not disappoint the ancestors of the Jiang family. Jiang Yifei nodded with a smile. Furthermore, while it is true that the era has changed, it will inevitably revert. As for those scheming Holy Land families, his eyes sparkled as he extended his hand. Provide me with a list of names. I shall erase them. It's high time I see some blood. The few ancient figures present were taken aback, contemplating their capabilities. No worries, Jiang Yifei laughed heartily. Besides the Amitabha Great Emperor, who has path to emperorship wasn't forged through bloodshed. It is merely a matter of time. If I do not seize this opportunity to gain experience, I will undoubtedly be flustered in the vast cosmos later on. I am confident that even ordinary powerful beings cannot harm me. Even if they cannot overpower me, I can still flee and summon imperial weapons. Given this, let us indulge in some thrilling escapades. The youth's spirit was vibrant. To not engage in reckless abandon would be to squander the unparalleled talents that birthed the sacred law of the 1,000 transformations. Let's create some chaos. It must be done. With that, the Jiang sovereign shook his head and listed names: the Hall of Illusions, the Five Elements Palace, and others, each occupying their own realms while feigning deference to the Jiang family. Splendid. Jiang Yifei carefully stored his thoughts and then unexpectedly posed an irrelevant question. Over the years, the Jiang family has been attentive to the various sacred lands. Do any of them boast exceptional celestial seedlings? The Holy Lord, perceptive to the nuances of the conversation, confirmed that indeed there are such prodigies. In the radiant light, sacred land, it is rumored that a youth, akin to a divine progeny, has gradually distinguished himself. In the purple mansion, sacred land, whispers speak of a young girl, surrounded by a rising purple aura amidst the sea of suffering, where profound chants resound within the Tao Palace, shrouded in mystery. Among the current generation of the Ji family, a being of divine physique has emerged. The Holy Lord of the Jiang family elaborated. This is undeniably a golden age, brimming with countless celestial seedlings. Jiang Yifei diligently noted these details, as they could serve as nourishment for his ambitions. The dark desires within him stirred. What if I eliminate them, then transform and infiltrate, perusing the ancient scriptures of the great sacred lands to extract their essence and broaden my horizons? Chapter 37. Temptation and Trials. Jiang Yifei pioneered the 1,000 Transformations sacred art, a method of unparalleled adaptability. It could be wielded for lethal purposes, and it was equally feasible to assume the guise of another, allowing him to brazenly enter the various sacred lands. The mere thought of this sent his Tao heart racing. This technique surpassed any method of altering the heavens and the earth, for it represents a transformation from the very source, blurring the line between authenticity and illusion. However, although the source is capable of change, the essence of the ancient scriptures remains exceedingly difficult to counterfeit, even if they cannot rival imperial scriptures. They are nonetheless the legacy of saints, possessing unique characteristics. He found himself in a quandary. The disciples of those sacred lands, steeped in ancient scriptures for years, have their cultivation etched into their very bones, establishing their own methodologies. Even if I can disguise myself seamlessly, my everyday behavior may not be flawless. As the saying goes, painting a tiger's skin is easier than depicting its bones. It seems I ought to create a new esoteric method, a comprehensive framework for the ancient scriptures of the world, formless and intangible, yet capable of mastering all methods in existence, allowing me to mimic others with remarkable accuracy. Jiang Yifei's mind whirled with thoughts as he pursued the celestial seedling roster from the Holy Lord of the Jiang family. His quest did not end there. He also requested a general description of the various sacred land scriptures and techniques. The Holy Lord, puzzled by his intentions, acquiesced. While specific scriptures were unavailable over the years, the eastern wilderness has not been peaceful. Numerous sacred lands have engaged in friction and conflict, with the Jiang family actively participating, gaining insights through their confrontations, thus accumulating a wealth of understanding. This peripheral knowledge proved to be quite beneficial for Jiang Yifei. Yet, as their negotiation drew to a close, the Holy Lord of the Jiang family hesitated, seemingly on the verge of expressing something. What do you wish to say? Speak freely, Jiang Yifei urged, furrowing his brows. There is another celestial seedling within the Jiang family. The Holy Lord of the Jiang family began, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. The Jiang family rules the northern domain, presiding over hundreds, even thousands of ancient nations that revere us as their sovereigns. He did not directly disclose his concerns, but instead took a roundabout approach. Within these ancient nations, aside from the royal families, who are of our bloodline, our connections are relatively limited. However, we do not overlook the talents among the common folk, regularly absorbing and nurturing them. The Holy Lord of the Jiang family continued. Aside from our own bloodline, we have vassals selected from the ruled ancient nations. The world is inherently unequal. The disparity in intelligence among individuals can be greater than that between man and dog. Yet, there's also a semblance of fairness. Time? Everyone has the same amount of time in a day. Accomplishing one task means foregoing another. However, the astute always find ways to exploit time, such as through division of labor. The Jiang family cannot undertake every task solely with our kin. For instance, tasks such as cannon fodder or cultivating spiritual herbs and training ancient beasts, which lack creativity and growth potential, are outsourced. Meanwhile, our own cultivators either strive diligently or delve deeply into various fields, becoming distinguished among their peers. This can be seen as a form of parasitism or exploitation. Of course, the Jiang family provides opportunities for those selected elites to embark on their cultivation journeys, imparting our ancient scriptures, which are not inferior to those of ordinary sacred lands. Genuine geniuses can seize this opportunity to carve their path to greatness or even ascend to sanctity. Should such exceptional individuals arise, the Jiang family would fully absorb them into our ranks, granting them the Jiang surname, with marriage as a timeless strategy. As long as the imperial weapons endure, we need not fear upheaval. no one can instigate chaos. Time will wear down all, ultimately becoming the foundation of the Jiang family's legacy. The Jiang family has employed such methods for many years. In truth, it is exceedingly difficult for mortals to stand out, without the struggles of their ancestors to become emperors. To optimize their bloodlines and pass them down, it is immensely challenging for successors to rise. Those who do manage to ascend often possess extraordinary advantages, typically in their constitution. 5,000 years ago, the Jiang family produced a divine king, Jiang Taishu, who was invincible throughout the eastern wilderness and even made a name for himself in the central continent. What was the source of his divine physique's bloodline? It was due to one of Jiang Taishu's ancestors marrying a divine being. Thus, the essence of the divine physique began to flow through this lineage. And on rare occasions, it may awaken, resulting in great fortune. The Jiang family has stood upon this land for over 100,000, even 200,000 years, relying not solely on imperial weapons and scriptures, but also on the inherent depth of their physiques, which remains silent yet undeniable. Even a single manifestation of its potential in the distant future could prove to be a pivotal turning point. So, have I stumbled upon a treasure? Jiang Yifei listened with keen interest as the Holy Lord of the Jiang family recounted the family's enduring, albeit morally ambiguous, methods. Grasping the essence of what lay beneath, had they uncovered a genius? Indeed, the Holy Lord sighed. One of the ancient nations under my governance has established a 9-tiered ladder trial, assessing suitable youths every decade to identify talents. Typically, no remarkable individuals emerge, but the so-called 9-tiered ladder trial allows those who ascend even one tier to begin their cultivation. Ascending to the 3rd tier signifies a minor genius, while reaching the 7th tier earns one the title of an extraordinary genius, worthy of recognition by esteemed sacred lands such as the Taishan sect and designated for focused cultivation. As for reaching the 9th tier, only those with royal physiques can achieve such a feat. Once they mature, they could gain renown across a domain. This time, someone has ascended to the 9th tier. The Holy Lord of the Jiang family revealed, at merely 7 or 8 years of age, they are an orphan. I brought them back to the Jiang family and set them on the path of cultivation. Recently, they have made some progress, confirming their divine physique. As he spoke, the Holy Lord sighed. This child is so unfortunate. The crown prince of the Jiang family has now firmly established his primary path, delving deeper into the devouring heaven demon art. What options does he have? People are not wood or stone. Who could be devoid of feelings? The Holy Lord lamented. Having raised this child for several years, not merely as a ward, but as a mentor-student relationship. If the family's imperial scion were to consume this child, how could one not feel sorrow? He had previously wished to evade this issue, to sidestep it entirely. Yet, he ultimately found it impossible to escape. Oh, is that so? Jiang Yifei's interest was piqued. A divine physique, you say? Bring them here, let me have a look. The Holy Lord of the Jiang family fell into a brief silence before summoning an elder and issuing instructions. Soon, a timid young girl was brought forth. Jiang Yifei's eyes brightened as he examined her closely, and with a decisive nod, he proclaimed, "Let us nurture her. Continue nurturing her." A divine physique, you say? That is no great concern. There are many fallen divine physiques across the eastern wilderness. With diligence and discovery, one can always unearth something worthwhile. There is no need to burden this young girl. Moreover, she is still quite young. Who knows what a bright future she may hold? It is worth anticipating. His unexpected defense of the little girl drew the attention of several esteemed elders. The older generation exchanged glances, quickly comprehending the situation, and each revealed expressions of understanding. The young master has grown. An ancient relic expressed its contentment. Perhaps soon, the bloodline closest to our ancestors would re-emerge, infusing our clan with newfound vitality. Indeed, the elders unanimously concurred. Such a result is not too shabby for a divine physique. It is quite a commendable constitution. The elders, like grass swaying in the wind, yielded to the will of His Highness the Crown Prince, while the patriarch of the Jiang family secretly let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Yifei, facing the teasing smiles of the elders, remained unfazed. His skin was as thick as a mountain, impervious even to imperial weapons. He was destined to become the demon emperor. Why should he concern himself too much? The young girl, blissfully unaware, was led away. Thereafter, she would undergo exceptional training, destined to become the pillar of the Jiang family in the public eye. Meanwhile, Jiang Yifei had trials of his own to face. As the Hongyu furnace was activated, an overwhelming aura swept through, elongating the fabric of time and space within the ancestral temple. The vaulted ceiling of the hall ascended infinitely. The solemn earth stretched endlessly. gradually revealing ancient scars, remnants of blades and spears. Here, the ancestral temple had transformed into a battlefield, imbued with the remnants of primordial energy. The great Emperor Hengyu had ravaged the primal ancient mine, slaying a former ancient sovereign, and brought forth too many treasures. Over the years, I have diligently honed my skills, feeling a significant progress, yet unaware of the realm I have reached. Jiang Yifei rose, stretching his physique, with blazing divine flames igniting in his eyes, as if he had rekindled the epics of antiquity. I humbly request the elders to impart their wisdom. He raised a hand, manifesting a realm within his palm, a condensation of the myriad visions from his arduous journey through the sea of suffering, as if he had plucked the weight of ancient eras from the very fabric of time. Let me behold the essence of this era's mainstream, what caliber it truly possesses. He boldly issued a challenge, drawing the attention of many elders and living fossils. They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Very well. An elder stood, laughing heartily. Your Highness, in my youth, I too was a paragon of this eastern wilderness. Allow me to spar with you. Let me witness the prowess of a true son of the Emperor in battle. To what extent can it drive me to despair? This elder, though aged, retained a youthful spirit. Amidst laughter, he stepped onto the battle platform, unleashing a blaze capable of annihilating worlds. Chapter 38. I shall conquer 10. The unparalleled sacred arts evolved, belonging to the secret transmissions of ancient emperors. Even when suppressing his realm, its might remained boundless. Flames engulfed heaven and earth, illuminating the void, occasionally accompanied by the sound of phoenix cries, resonating with the world's rhythm, causing all phenomena to collapse into ash. Jiang Yifei beheld this spectacle, and suddenly turned his head, attuning himself to the melody of the cosmos. All earthly sights seemed to dissolve into an intricate tapestry of notes, echoing the most melodious celestial harmonies. Yet the elder's divine technique disrupted the balance of the universe, akin to a jarring noise amidst the celestial symphony, cacophonous and overwhelming. As the echoes of the Tao resonated, Jiang Yifei understood, moving with the fluidity of flowing water. Within his fingertips surged divine power, plucking the strings of the Tao, slicing through the eternal flames as skillfully as a butcher cleaving through meat. The elder's astonishing divine technique faltered at that moment, attempting to merge with the Tao, only to find the entirety of the universe at odds with him, every aspect seeming to conspire against him, ultimately missing Jiang Yifei, rendering his lethal arts void. The elder, perplexed, continued his divine maneuvers, stepping forth with each footfall, weaving Tao patterns in the void, forming a net of order, showcasing the power of tangible laws. The laws surged, suddenly intensifying, transforming into a furnace, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire universe, refining it to ashes. Yet, as divine flames arose, the youth within the furnace transformed into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing without a trace, a semblance both real and illusory, like a fleeting dream. Where's his true self? The elder's heart raced with alarm. He turned abruptly to see Jiang Yifei, already extending a hand toward him, silently, without a hint of hostility. He sought to act, but it was too late. Every movement seemed to unfold within the youth's foresight, leaving him feeling utterly exposed, as if stripped bare. Every flow of divine power slipping past the opponent's gaze. The elder, attempting to raise a hand, was met with a strike that struck his forearm, causing his formidable physique to tremble, his bones aching painfully. He sought to retreat, to create distance, yet Jiang Yifei's hand rested upon his shoulder, with a deft pull. Their powers clashed, causing half of his body to wail, joints cracking, flesh tearing. A torrent of divine power erupted, shattering the void in all directions, striving to break free from the shackles. The elder achieved his desire, yet the toll upon him was greater. In that moment of surging divine power, Jiang Yifei had already withdrawn, his fingers poised like a sword, his form akin to flowing light, striking his chest. Just as the old power waned and the new had yet to solidify, his divine energy lay vacant, the rhythm of movement collapsing, everything thrown into chaos. The elder had no choice but to retreat at any cost. Yet at that moment, Jiang Yifei pursued him relentlessly. Each instant of combat, the youth's strategies appeared scattered, yet they always landed precisely, unpredictable and wondrous. From start to finish, he was the one delivering blows, never once on the receiving end. This was a one-sided thrashing. The elder, filled with enthusiasm, proclaimed himself a once great paragon, yet in this clash of equals, he faced utter defeat. In truth, had he not suppressed his realm. His formidable physique might have led to his demise within just a few exchanges. Oh, the observing elders were moved, whispering in hushed tones. Such exquisite techniques seemed to belong to a battle-hardened warrior. Indeed, not a single ounce of excess power, nor a fraction less, eliciting admiration. Resonating with the essence of killing intent, perfectly calibrated, revealing the truth within simplicity, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. This was a shared consensus. The world is rife with mediocrity, merely chasing after more potent scriptures, more resplendent divine arts, believing that this is the path to superior slaughter. A living fossil spoke, stroking his beard, satisfaction clear upon his countenance as he praised Jiang Yifei, yet lamented the profound misunderstanding. Why complicate killing? Slaughter is merely a result. Its essence, fundamentally, is the Tao. Since it is the Tao, there are no distinctions of high or low. No matter how profound the divine arts, they must strike the opponent to manifest their efficacy. This requires mastery and understanding of the intervals, time, space, the interplay of Tao and Tao. Heaven and humanity intertwining at this moment, being one, yet also myriad. His Highness has grasped the intervals, standing invincible from the outset. Young Shichi dares to engage him at the same realm. That is akin to courting death. The living fossil provided the answer, declaring the final victor. This battle need not be observed further. As far as I know, Your Highness has seldom encountered bloodshed, has he not? Another ancient relic remarked, marveling at the innate talent displayed despite a lifetime devoid of combat. Many have spent their lives in slaughter, yet few attain such a level. A sense of reverence welled within him. It is said that the path to imperial supremacy is paved with the finest of lives. With only a handful from each era capable of ascending that path, perhaps only such combat talent could endure the trials of slaughter. Persisting through confrontations with contemporaries and evading the hunts of the elder generation, ultimately transcending. Was this the youthful splendor of our ancestors? Being on par is synonymous with invincibility, rendering defeat impossible. The ancient relic's spirit calmed considerably. In his youth, he too was a luminary of the eastern wilderness. He had once dreamed that, had it not been for the misfortunes of his time and the constraints of the Azure Emperor's path, which had already been claimed by another, would he have been able to traverse the starry skies, step onto the imperial path, and contend with prodigies from various ancient stars, soaring forward, ultimately achieving the supreme imperial road, earning an unrivaled name throughout his lifetime? Now, witnessing the performance of a young prince firsthand, he understood. With his limited combat talent, it was fortunate he never set foot on the imperial path. Otherwise, his ashes might have been scattered in some forgotten corner. How could he have lived to this day? The patriarch of the Jiang family and the elders were horrified, relieved that such a formidable opponent was not among their ranks. Jiang Yifei, amidst the battle, found himself invigorated, a lively and energetic sandbag. The elder, taking on the role of his opponent, struggles valiantly, yet every effort proves futile, leaving him dumbfounded from the relentless blows. It is not that his nearly 2 millennia of cultivation and combat experience are lacking. Rather, it is that Jiang Yifei does not adhere to the norms of humanity. Talent. You have matured into a capable individual. Move on your own. How could players relying solely on sheer effort in the game Shrouded Sky ever hope to rival those who exploit pay-to-win mechanics and cheat? At this moment, perhaps the young era of the Fighting Saint Emperor would stand before Jiang Yifei, and even in a battle of equals, he would likely receive a couple of solid slaps. Talent rise. Unleash all your combat prowess. Thus, the instinct for battle surged within him, a true path of sincerity, granting him foresight. The art of slaughter, unparalleled, revealed countless vulnerabilities before Jiang Yifei. He reveled in the thrill of the fight, while the elder was reduced to a state of despair. I sensed that when the day of dark turmoil arrives, as long as my cultivation keeps pace, I could take on at least 3 supreme beings from the forbidden zones. Jiang Yifei's aspirations inflated. No, I shall set a modest goal. I shall defeat 10. Chapter 39. To live is to output. Suppressing turmoil requires more than mere high cultivation. One must possess the ability to fight. The more adept the saint is in battle, the greater the potential to pierce through the oppressive darkness of the long night. Your Highness, the elder, who had been unilaterally dominated in his battle with Jiang Yifei, could no longer contain himself and submitted a request. May I elevate my realm? I have lost in a battle of equals. He sighed, not harboring much resentment, acknowledging that perhaps Your Highness possessed a talent suited for the unexpected battle techniques of the Void Emperor lineage, which are difficult to defend against. In a moment of nostalgia, the elder recalled his past. Though he was once a star in the eastern wilderness, there were others who stood alongside him, belonging to the esteemed Ji family. The ancestors of the Ji family were the Void Emperor, who attained enlightenment through the boundless void. A most enigmatic feat, this emperor's life was filled with endless bloodshed and chaos. The golden age of the perfected holy bodies had passed. The 9 holy bodies had become mere legends, and the vast universe lacked imperial-level combat power. Only the Void Emperor emerged, facing the ruthless emperors and the peak combat power of humanity, such as the 9 holy bodies, the Eternal Universe Emperor, and the Western Emperor, who were perpetually thwarting the life Forbidden Zone Supremes, finally clearing the enormous boulders blocking their paths and allowing darkness to envelop the heavens and the earth. It was during this time that the Void Emperor arose, surprising all the Supremes who viewed the universe's sentient beings as mere fodder. Lacking a renowned physique, he nonetheless, under the watchful eyes of the life Forbidden Zones, slew one Supreme after another, even inscribing formations into the Immortal Mountain, coercing the Supremes of this lineage to vow that if the immortal path remained closed, they would not emerge. In his final moments, he laid traps, feigning death to lure the Supremes of the Sea of Reincarnation into action, capturing 2 in one fell swoop. The splendor before his demise directly led both Supremes to their journey into the unknown. The Void Emperor, who lived only one lifetime, could be considered a novice among emperors and kings, yet he created miracles, relying on his ordinary physique to slaughter 4 or 5 supreme beings. Thanks to his mastery of the transcendent art of the void, elusive as a ghost, the Ji family inherited this emperor's legacy. Among them, the truly outstanding warriors were all formidable, mastering the essence of the void to perfection. To face them, one must always be prepared to defend from all sides, as their unpredictability is beyond comprehension. Elevate my realm? Very well. Zhang Yifei concluded his warm-up and sought to undertake a challenging endeavor. However, he was somewhat skeptical of the evaluation of his own talents. The Void Emperor? Indeed, a myth of an era, worthy of admiration. Zhang Yifei chuckled softly. Yet the mysteries of space do not satisfy my needs. If only time could be involved, that would be truly fulfilling. Whoever masters time holds absolute initiative, able to strike whenever they wish, depart at will, and restrain the short-lived. He mused. Reflecting on the original timeline, Mr. Yi Fan advanced steadily, relying heavily on the secret of the Xing character. This truly is the ultimate art of killing and destruction, capable of both offense and retreat. Otherwise, with Mr. Feng Chao's calamity-inducing physique, he would have been taken down by unscrupulous elder masters at any moment. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of the holy body could he contend against those who forced him into passive defense. And that was only the carefree celestial lord who created the Xing character secret. Unmatched in speed, dominating the 4 corners of the universe, anyone who approached would be overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. Ultimately, had it not been for the use of cheats, nurturing the myriad scriptures to evolve the mysteries of chaos for defense, he would have been slain long ago. The truth is, the Xing character secret is eternally divine. When this divine ability evolves to its utmost, it can even unleash the light of time, severing the lifespans and years of opponents, striking down those who cling to life in desperation. The Supremes within the Forbidden Zones must concede that should they face him, they would be met with the calamity of demise, easily subduing Imperial-level Supremes. This is the dream technique that resides in Zhang Yifei's heart. Regrettably, he knows where this technique is concealed, yet he dares not approach it for the time being. After all, that place is the Immortal Mountain, the sacred ground of the immortal Taoist. Even if the primordial emperor were to strike with all his might, suppressing the divine list, and the immortal Taoist were to perish on the spot, the frail carcass of a dead camel still outweighs a horse. Zhang Yifei has not forgotten how joyous the Eternal Universe Emperor was when fishing back in the day. If pressed, I shall create my own methods. The youth brimmed with vitality. Nothing is insurmountable in this world, save for the existence of those who cheat. Time, the elder lamented. Speaking of this realm inevitably brings to mind a lineage that seemingly mastered related techniques. It was a killer divine dynasty, possessing a supreme divine skill, unmatched in speed, capable of disregarding numerous prohibitive formations, impervious to imperial rays. Relying on this, they flourished, daring even to proclaim themselves as the heavenly court, instilling fear in many holy lands. At their most arrogant, they repeatedly invaded the holy lands and families, decapitating their targets. For many factions, that period was the darkest, with countless holy lands reshuffled. This was too much, breaking the rules. The elder stretched his body, his divine power gradually swelling, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the four extremes secret realm, soaring into the dragon transformation secret realm. He trembled, as if a great dragon were awakening within his spine, soaring to the ninth heaven, gazing down upon the vast mortal world. Other killer divine dynasties could not possibly chase their targets into their homes. A basic sense of security remained, yet the heavenly court was far too ruthless. Jiang Yifei nodded, agreeing with the sentiments expressed. It is akin to ghostly harassment. Indeed, one can empathize. However, when others employ the blanket ceiling technique, curling up into a ball, hiding beneath their covers, pleading for mercy, is it not excessive to then pull back their covers and slay them? This is outrageous. Humans and ghosts must not coexist. Indeed, it is far too heinous. The elder remarked lightly. They remain unaware, truly believing themselves to be formidable figures. In the end, not content with oppressing ordinary holy lands, they even placed the blade to the throats of the supreme beings of the extreme path. Thus, everyone had no choice but to unite and collectively demand their demise. However, in that battle, the killer divine dynasty was obliterated, yet regrettably, they were unable to obtain that supreme sacred technique, a great pity. The elder sighed for otherwise. Your Highness could have practiced this method now, advancing in combat prowess, and, more importantly, in safety. Speed is eternally the safeguard of life. To live is to have a future. Otherwise, there will always be those who attempt to oppress the gifted. Just like this. As his words fell, the elder's cultivation surged to the ninth layer of the dragon transformation, his divine power vast, his prohibitive laws extraordinary, unleashing the most ferocious assault. Chapter 40. End of the law, extreme path, a thought blossoms. Boom! The ancient seal of the imprint materialized, presenting a colossal furnace. Unmatched divine power, surging and sweeping across the entire battlefield, enveloping all evading spaces. This is an endeavor of the most magnificent and grandiose kind, aimed at dismantling all forms of deception. In this moment, all anticipatory calculations seem to falter, for this is an indiscriminate assault, the most saturated barrage imaginable. If Jiang Yifei showcases extraordinary tactical finesse in maneuvering, then this elder employs the most crude and straightforward method, a relentless bombardment. The very heavens and earth appear destined for refinement, as a vast domain unfurls before him. The monumental fluctuations of divine power render the void tangible, pursuing every suspicious tremor with a ruthlessness that would rather slay 1,000 innocents than let a single foe escape. This unrestrained display evokes envy in Jiang Yifei. This time, he finds himself unable to evade. A direct confrontation is imperative, an opportunity to experience the true essence of defiance against the odds, striking at the strong with his own frailty. Yet he is unafraid. Transformation. With a single step, Jiang Yifei causes the very heavens and earth to tremble. The sacred art of transformation. He unleashes this divine technique, which possesses the remarkable ability to usurp the very fabric of creation, rendering any secret art mundane. It is the ultimate conversion of the extraordinary into decay, terrifying in its profundity. This is a miraculous technique birthed by the ruthless emperor, endowed with unimaginable power, capable of infinitely diminishing an opponent's combat prowess and subduing all divine arts to the realm of the ordinary. At this moment, the essence of the universe flows forth like an immense river, boundless and encompassing the 8 realms. Yet beneath this step, it seems to strike at the very heart of destiny, as if casting a stone into the waters, obstructing the flow of creation. Boom! The domain quakes violently, the core under assault, stirring the elder amidst the battle. Is this indeed the forbidden technique of the ruthless emperor? Truly remarkable. He sighs, now fully aware of its extraordinary nature. Within the operation of divine powers, every facet reveals vulnerabilities, preventing perfection and significantly reducing their might. The expansion of the domain arises from personal insights resonating with and invading the world. But at this moment, the rhythm of the heavens and earth has shifted. Can the domain remain intact? Jiang Yifei proves with undeniable evidence. It cannot. In the fleeting moment of vulnerability, he penetrates the core, shattering layer upon layer of defenses, intent on engaging in a physical clash. The physical form, this is his forte. The elder's expression turns grave. He suppresses with a high realm, evolving the domain, sealing time and space. Yet he is shaken by the supreme technique of transformation, renowned for its unparalleled might. This is not without reason. It is the crystallization of an unparalleled empress's efforts. However, after his initial astonishment, he regains his composure. If this were all, it would be far from sufficient. Your Highness, take heed, he exclaims. The greatest distinction between the imperial scriptures and ordinary scriptures lies herein. Upon finishing his words, his divine power shifts, the divine furnace dissipates. Yet it seems to endure eternally, suppressing myriad paths, transcending his own being. The previously shattered domain now seeks to mend, operating in a manner that perhaps only varies in the heart of heaven. My heart is the heart of heaven and earth. The ancient emperors, with a single decree, commanded the submission of myriad paths. Hence they are called the ultimate way. He proclaims loudly amid the slaughter. These are experiences steeped in blood from prodigious talents and exceptional individuals who, although promising contenders for the throne, ultimately falter due to insufficient understanding, leading to their blood staining the imperial path and their souls returning to the cosmos. Life is singular. Fallen prodigies remain mere prodigies, not true powerhouses. They have shattered the barriers of the heavens and earth, forcefully affirming their paths, commanding the heart of heaven itself. Ordinary cultivators spend their entire lives in pursuit of the truths of the universe. Thus, by breaking the constant, one can achieve merit and forge legends. Yet, the ancient emperors had transcendent insights, enabling their scriptures to inherently surpass common logic, requiring no adherence to myriad paths, thus naturally commanding the world. In our battle at the same realm, Your Highness, you are indeed stronger, yet my current realm surpasses yours. My path commands the world. In a cycle of mutual generation and restraint, this is both a vulnerability and a trap. With his words, the divine power shifts suddenly, commanding the world, harmonizing myriad paths. Indeed, beneath the sacred art of transformation, the miraculous is rendered mundane. The fabric of creation is severed, and all laws descend into the commonplace. The end of the law. Yet in this moment, while the riverbed may be blocked, each droplet of water is compelled by a decree, breaking free from the ordinary. The ancient emperors, in their respective reigns, grasped the greatest truths. They embodied virtue and celestial principles. Boom! Amidst the vast flames, as Zhang Yifei plunges into the domain, he realizes the environment has transformed. A colossal fire phoenix rises amidst destruction and brilliance, soaring and swooping down. Before the fire phoenix arrives, the youth feels every inch of his blood and bone igniting, as if they are to be refined. Even his soul feels the scorching heat, his spirit bones trembling. The cosmic divine technique, the forbidden chapters, slay both the flesh and the primordial spirit. The physical form is crucial. The mightiest cultivators possess the strongest physiques, which form a foundation for further advancement. The elder's tone remains steady, yet he warns, Your Highness, remember that the physical form is not omnipotent. Without sufficient realm and divine power, even the most supreme physique can be refined and subdued. This is the purest form of coercion by strength. Your Highness must not underestimate any extreme path inheritance in the world. The elder's voice becomes increasingly distant. The resonance of the great path reverberates. The fire phoenix dances long. As the heavens and earth rise high, transforming into a furnace of the mundane, only Zhang Yifei remains ensnared within, akin to the legendary monkey within the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Old Lord. Yet that monkey did not perish. Thus, neither shall he. Enlightened, Zhang Yifei nods thoughtfully, yet remains unperturbed. One hand unfurls the sacred art of transformation, while the other morphs, conjuring the art of blossoming thoughts. With a single thought, blossoms bloom, reigning over all. In this moment, amidst the inferno ignited by the fire phoenix, an endless rain of flowers cascades down, each translucent petal descending from the heavens, each inscribed with the imprints of the great path, capable of severing mountains. It is a scene of exquisite beauty. Zhang Yifei, dividing into multitudes, stand upon petals, presenting himself as an ethereal being. Each blossom embodies the flower of understanding, with over 200 petals imbued with extraordinary insights, the essence of his being invoking the celestial, prompting the heavens to bestow the light of the great path, transforming into a breathtaking slaughter. Countless beams of path light converge, resembling a divine waterfall, obliterating the mortal realm. In this moment, what was once a world engulfed in flames suddenly transforms into a resplendent spectacle, illuminating the heavens and earth with brilliance. A thought blooms. The marks of the great path descend, obliterating all obstructions, erasing the traces of the path. And this is not the conclusion. When Zhang Yifei unites his hands, Merging the sacred art of transformation with the art of blossoming thoughts, they intertwine into an even more intricate seal. The sacred art of transformation interferes with the fabric of creation, while the art of blossoming thoughts draws forth the light of the great path. They seem to counter each other, yet suddenly reveal a profound synergy, stealing heaven and changing day, moving flowers and connecting wood. That which the sacred art of transformation severs, disrupts, and diverts in the fabric of creation is guided toward the blossoming thoughts, with both complementing each other, escalating battle prowess. Just like the 9 secrets, operating simultaneously, yields unfathomable compatibility. The unity of the 9 secrets is the pinnacle of divine arts. This is unexpected, yet entirely reasonable. For when the ruthless emperor established numerous secret techniques, it was to counter the 9 secrets. If the 9 secrets can unify, so too can the empress's forbidden techniques. However, this demands keen insight and mastery over divine powers. Each combination is akin to extracting chestnuts from the fire, capturing fleeting moments, seeking ephemeral nodes. Otherwise, the interference may prove counterproductive, making it wiser to wield them separately for a solid combat foundation. Ultimately, if optimization falters, a single thought can lead to either heaven or hell, unsuitable for the ordinary mediocre. But this does not daunt Jiang Yifei. He may lack accumulation, yet he possesses acute wit. When the fabric of creation merges with the light of the great path, everything here becomes hazy, imbued with an ethereal aura that confounds the senses, whether this realm is mortal or celestial, until a fire phoenix swoops down, shattering the beautiful scene, revealing the fiercest of battles. The phoenix, often regarded by the world as a symbol of beauty and auspiciousness, now reveals only ominous signs. It seems to validate an ancient legend, one of the 10 calamities associated with the phoenix. With a resounding cry, the fire phoenix soars, its countless fiery feathers dancing in the air, colliding with a myriad of petals, unleashing an unparalleled brilliance amidst the brutal clash, reminiscent of a true, celestial being transcending to the heavens. Engaged in a bloody battle with the oldest of spiritual entities. Chapter 41. Ascendant Immortal, Heaven-Slaying, Divine Being. The fire phoenix ascends, embodying the essence of a true immortal. A cataclysmic collision erupts, as the endless fire feathers confront boundless celestial blossoms, akin to a needle piercing through the chaff, igniting a dazzling display of slaughter. Boom! The void trembles at this moment, rippling as if on the brink of shattering. The spectator, an ancient relic of the Jiang family, gasps in astonishment, unable to contain the shock within. Is this the formidable might of the bloodline's ancestral progeny? Such combat prowess is truly astonishing. Not only him, but even the other elders of the Jiang family are equally moved. Yet, alas, despite traversing 8 minor realms in defiance of the Tao, there remains an insurmountable chasm. The ancient relic laments, noting that the power employed by the Reckless 17 is at the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation. Though Yifei possesses remarkable talent and battles at the 8th Prohibition, he is still far from contending with cultivators at the 4th or 5th level of the Dragon Transformation. As his regretful words echo, the fire phoenix erupts forth, its fire feathers relentless and unstoppable. In that moment, the sky full of petals is annihilated, and the transcendent immortal descends into the mortal realm, leaving only its true essence, stepping upon a petal marked with the seal of chaos. The fire phoenix emits a long cry, descending to quash all, rendering the 10 directions silent, destined for obliteration, to become a land of misfortune. Is the disparity so vast? Jiang Yifei finds himself at a disadvantage, yet remains unperturbed, his eyes radiating an extraordinary light. As countless petals are severed, the avatar accompanying him also withers. Yet this is not the conclusion. While the path is extinguished, his heart remains steadfast, like a true immortal observing the cyclical nature of the mortal realm, coldly witnessing the myriad causes and effects of the world receding from him. Each avatar represents a cause and effect, and in this instant, all are severed, as if the burdens of the world have been cast aside, giving rise to clarity that illuminates the myriad mountains. Ascendant Immortal, the sacred techniques of the myriad transformations unfold. The holy art of blooming flowers dissipates. They vanish not into oblivion, but return to the self, culminating in a transcendent, unique immortal form. This is the Ascendant Immortal art. Upon its manifestation, the heavens are awash in myriad hues, akin to someone ascending amidst the clouds, unleashing a slaughterous power that transcends human limits. With a cry, The fire phoenix wields its divine powers, sensing an impending crisis. Its wings suddenly converge, transforming into a celestial blade, embodying the will of the Tao, capable of cleaving through all realms. This is an unparalleled force, birthed from the profound methods of the great Emperor Hengyu, inspired by the path of a formidable adversary. After attaining enlightenment, this great emperor explored many ancient secrets, tracing the vicissitudes of time. It is arduous for later generations to discern his origins. Yet it is undeniable that he left an indelible mark on the ancient star of Ziwei. Even without mentioning whether the ancestral master Desire on Ziwei was indeed a friend of his, he remains inextricably linked to the star. Even his Tao partner emerged from the lineage of the Empress of the Dark Moon, and a trace of her bloodline resides within the Jiang family, albeit minuscule. The governing model of the Jiang family closely mirrors that of the Empress of the Dark Moon, drawing talents from outside the family to enrich their lineage and expand their heritage. However, such a model, devoid of imperial weapons, risks sowing the seeds of calamity, leading to potential upheaval. After Eons, the grand teachings of the Empress of the Dark Moon fell to ruin, usurped by foreign clans, eradicating the imperial bloodline on Ziwei. Yet, another embodiment of the Empress of the Dark Moon was born within the Jiang family. The divine consciousness of the emperor awakened, and before his demise, he met with her, bequeathing his final teachings. Perhaps the path to immortality is merely a glimmer of hope. What could be more hopeful than witnessing blood coursing through one's veins, vibrant and full of life? Perhaps I have glimpsed the path to immortality, encapsulated in hope. The emperor acknowledged this, sealing it with the mark of the bloodline's heirs. The emperor has passed, yet the Tao endures through the ages. But how did the Empress of the Dark Moon meet her demise? She fell upon the path to immortality, betrayed by others. Moreover, aside from the misfortune that befell the Empress of the Dark Moon, the Sun Saint Emperor also met a tragic end, his body utterly devoured, leaving behind only a remnant of skin. The ancient star of Ziwei saw the dismal conclusion of its two great emperors. The great Emperor Hengyu, also of human descent and intricately linked to Ziwei, returned to his homeland to pay homage to his predecessors, sensing something amiss. How could he not be enraged? As a sovereign of the great cosmos, when he seeks to uncover the truth of a matter, few secrets remain hidden. The undying heavenly emperor emerges from the shadows, and the great Emperor Hengyu identifies the true culprit. Once the adversary is ascertained, the pursuit of knowledge follows, delving into their legends. After all, the undying heavenly emperor was once revered by myriad races, a reputation that instills terror. Even the most confident successors would not be blindly overconfident. Unfortunately, the great Emperor Hengyu's lifetime passed without capturing the great fish. Yet he left behind numerous insights, evolving them into profound methods, hoping that future generations would carry on his will, seeking justice for the departed emperors and reckoning with the undying heavenly emperor. However, the undying heavenly emperor remains elusive. While Jiang Yifei, of the bloodline's ancestral return, finds himself the first to experience targeted treatment, the fire phoenix unleashes its fury, the celestial blade cleaving through the mortal realm, as if the heavens themselves were descending to enact retribution, severing the thread of immortality. The fate of the mortal realm trembles under such a brilliant strike. Faced with such a dazzling blade, Jiang Yifei lets out a soft sigh. He feels an overwhelming sense of entrapment. Yet, in this dire moment, his innate combat intuition ignites, surpassing all limits, seeking survival amidst death. Perhaps I can approach it this way. Suddenly, Jiang Yifei is struck by inspiration. In the next instant, his gaze transforms, imbued with a unique aura. The mortal realm becomes a crucible, reshaping existence. He cleaves the Tao, having already shattered the limits of the human form. The ascendant immortal art erupts with boundless divine might. Advancing further at this very moment, Jiang Yifei's combat prowess soars to its pinnacle. Colorful auras burst forth, enveloping his form, morphing into thousands of celestial blades that dance alongside the youthful immortal. These celestial blades take on various forms. Some resemble dragons, others phoenixes, some transform into cheilants, while others embody the fierce roar of the white tiger. Yet, it seems as though an immortal domain has manifested, where he reigns supreme, with myriad celestial spirits bowing in submission. Each strike is cataclysmic, cleaving through the heavens and earth, annihilating all that comes into contact. This is a peerless secret technique, rivaling the most profound secrets of the Nine Mysteries, a forbidden art of the Empress, aptly named as such, for it is terrifying beyond measure, the path of severing the heavens. a comprehensive enhancement of offensive power, control, and spiritual might, rendering an individual immensely formidable. With each attribute elevated to its utmost, the slaughterous power intensifies, and in this moment, Zhang Yifei stands at the zenith of his existence. Yet, his heart remains tranquil, akin to a still well. The ancient Tao like a bright moon spilling its radiance within, pure and transcendent. Internally calm, externally dynamic, his physical form and spirit synchronize, achieving a perfect harmony. Even discrepancies are rectified, bolstering weaknesses and achieving the most harmonious divine posture. Ultimately, within an everlasting and resplendent immortal light, he vanishes, dissolving into the ether. When he reappears, he has already evaded the most ferocious edge of the blade, instead stepping upon its surface, exerting a forceful tremor, causing the fire phoenix to shatter, the celestial blade to break, and the Tao to be severed. Chapter 42 I, representing the young talents. The fire phoenix explodes. In the void, countless brilliant flames cascade down, resembling the very blood of the phoenix. Traversing through the rain of fire, passing through the phoenix's blood, Zhang Yifei's form becomes a dreamlike illusion, unfathomable to spirits. His current state is peculiar, a perfect mastery of his body's myriad potentials, merged into a singular force, poised for slaughter. It is hard not to evoke the legendary divine prohibition, a stepping stone for prodigies and exceptional individuals on their journey to the ultimate realm. However, Zhang Yifei is acutely aware that he is not the true divine prohibition. Rather, it would be more accurate to prefix it with the term pseudo. Compared to ordinary beings, he possesses an additional platform. With this platform, he can harness and unleash all the latent potential and resources within himself. We'll have a corporeal form that is excessively strong while the primordial spirit is feeble, rendering perfect mastery unattainable. Then, let us diminish the corporeal endowment and transfer some to the primordial spirit. The interaction between heaven and man, the vast universe influencing the small body, time rotating, the wheel of life being etched. At this moment, I am not the same as the last. My intentions cannot be seamless and consistent, leading and mastering the fading self. The true self, the way of the self. Then augment the talent of time and complement it with the specialty of will, with great force to fly. Nothing in this world is insurmountable, as long as one is willing to exploit the system. Once the cheat is in place, the divine prohibition can indeed be manifested. Yet, such a divine prohibition is inherently hollow. For typically, to truly ascend to such a level, one must endure the myriad tribulations and trials that would astonish ordinary folk. 99% of effort. Countless blood and fire forge the body and refine the spirit. The physique is tempered to the utmost sensitivity, and under the pressure of innumerable life and death situations, various doors of potential are unlocked, elevating instinct to an almost ethereal level, not quite divine consciousness, yet surpassing it. The spirit is honed to the pinnacle, unwavering, unflinching before the collapse of mountains, unperturbed amidst the myriad manifestations of heaven and earth. An ultimate will, one might even say obsessive, to the point of madness. Akin to views on reincarnation, some individuals outright deny the existence of rebirth and cycles, only revering the present life, firmly believing that invincibility in this lifetime is the crux of all existence, disregarding everything else. Even if reincarnation were indeed real, such individuals would remain skeptical, as their resolute determination, founded upon this belief, would be steadfast, and should it waver, their world would crumble. The corporeal form communicates with the divine, transcendent yet enigmatic. The will remains singular, embodying the essence of the heart. This necessitates countless trials of blood and fire, experiencing the inexhaustible complexities of the mortal realm, enduring the tests of will. Achieving such a state, when both elements converge, combined with one's own path, fulfills the requirement of 99% effort to step into the divine prohibition. The final 1%, however, relies on talent. Some individuals may toil their entire lives, yet lack that spark of genius, ultimately finding themselves halted at the threshold. However, Zhang Yifei is not deficient in such talent. Whatever type of talent he desires, he can manifest. He actively shapes a pseudo-divine prohibition, integrating all talents and orchestrating them to perfection, striking in unison with heaven and man. Resonating with the Tao, at this moment, his combat prowess transcends common understanding, shattering the fire phoenix with ease. But the designation of pseudo indicates an inherent flaw. It is not the genuine insights of the individual, but rather the fruits of deception, necessitating the constant expenditure of immense mental energy to maintain such a state. The influence of heaven and earth on the human form varies with each passing moment, thus preventing those yet to attain the imperial status from permanently residing in the divine prohibition, as they cannot grasp the ever-changing myriad paths. Nonetheless, each instance of entering the divine prohibition is a form of enjoyment, a reward earned through arduous trials and tribulations, akin to a seasoned driver reveling in the exhilaration of cruising on their beloved motorcycle. For those who resort to deception, they should not dwell too much on the intricacies. Lacking the requisite hardware, every step becomes a shortcut, akin to a novice taking to the road. Caution against accidents is advised. A moment's carelessness, and one might misapply the brakes as if they were the windshield wipers, teetering on the brink of life and death, with the heavens retaliating and external enemies lurking ominously, leading one to contemplate their own demise. Yet this thrill is intoxicating. I revel in excitement. Zhang Yifei's dark heart thrums with a hint of joy. As a man who aspires to tread upon myriad paths, having already shed so many physiques, what harm is there in adding another named divine prohibition to his inventory? The outpour of mental energy, the harmonious dance of various wondrous techniques. Each moment of conquest is exquisitely sublime. The myriad transformations of the sacred decree, the flight of the celestial beings, a single thought blooms, cleaving a path through the heavens, shattering the order forged by the constant universe scripture. No longer able to suppress him, the elders opposing him turn pale, their lips twitching in disbelief, questioning their own existence. The scion of their clan, returning to ancestral bloodlines, employs the imperial scriptures of another clan, violently shattering the path established by their forebears. What an egregious act of betraying one's master. No, at this juncture, he is merely on the path of annihilating his ancestors. He has yet to reach the stage of betraying his master. After all, Zhang Yifei has switched allegiances, and now his teachings should be attributed to the ruthless emperor. He currently lacks the ability to bully the empress, his teacher. The scion's valor elicits a sigh from the elder, who reflects, "In my youth, I had boasted of my superiority over my peers, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth." The 17th elder murmurs, "Yet, our Zhang family's lineage is not inferior. The 8 divine sacred arts can vanquish all foes, standing as the highest taboo." The elder extends his limbs, and in that moment, they radiate light, resonating with the supreme sound of the Tao, communicating with the grand principles of heaven and earth. In the depths of the void, something is touched, causing the universe to tremble. The Lord of Heaven, the heavens roar, the myriad paths of the cosmos resonate, descending with extraordinary brilliance, manifesting wondrous phenomena, surging throughout this realm. The Lord of Earth, the ground quakes, the Earth's energy surges forth, embodying profound virtue, standing tall and unwavering, embodying the utmost strength. The Lord of Shadows, the power of the great universe's Eons stirs, dark mists roiling, enveloping the area, annihilating all life, extinguishing all laws. The Lord of Light, a radiant beam, eternally blossoms. That is the sacred power of the sun, igniting all existence, the epitome of light and sanctity. The Lord of the stars sparkle brilliantly, manifesting in the skies, encircling the singular great sun, dazzling and resplendent, illuminating the mortal realm. The Lord of the Moon, the gentle moonlight spreads across the ages, waxing and waning. The passage of time, the lords of the 4 seasons, the interplay of yin and yang, the cycles of life and death, transforms the mortal realm, termed the 4 seasons. Spring giving birth to summer, autumn harvesting, and winter storing, the profound principles of the rise and fall of all things. The Lord of Arms, the final resounding cry echoes, invoking the name of arms, transforming into a nexus, connecting heaven, earth, sun, moon, yin, yang, and the 4 seasons, evolving into Tao patterns inscribed upon the elder's limbs, forging him into the mightiest weapon of slaughter. These 8 lords, also known as the 8 gods, represent the ultimate martial art of slaughter created by the Emperor of the Constant Universe in his later years, termed the 8 divine sacred arts. He commands the myriad paths of heaven and earth, inscribing them upon his limbs, recording the sun, moon, yin, and yang, transforming the 4 seasons of heaven and earth, forging himself into the most formidable weapon of slaughter. It delves into the mysteries of the yin and the sun, a culmination of his later achievements, undoubtedly embodying thoughts of merging yin and sun, evolving chaos. After all, the Emperor of the Constant Universe was deeply entangled with the Z-Way star, making it challenging not to gain profound insights into the paths of those two sovereigns. Yet, from the results, he did not attain the chaotic body through this postnatal cultivation, disproving the assertion that one could become a sovereign of the world through the simultaneous cultivation of yin and sun. Nevertheless, the lifetime of research and dedication from an emperor, transforming into a sacred art of slaughter, is also awe-inspiringly terrifying. At this moment, a cultivator at the 9th level of the dragon transformation employs this technique, causing the very heavens to tremble beneath him, wielding an unstoppable, omnipotent force. A pair of hands, infused with demonic might, evolves into 8 forms of supreme power, seemingly capturing the forces of the sun, moon, yin, yang, and the 4 seasons of heaven and earth, merging them into a magnificent force capable of shattering all, fracturing the very fabric of a battlefield, descending upon Zhang Yifei with the intent to annihilate. Zhang Yifei's heart stirs with trepidation. He concedes that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. This elder from the Zhang family has lived many years, though his achievements may be modest. His deep study of ancestral sacred arts is not to be trifled with. His cultivation realm manifests at the 9th level of dragon transformation, yet he is no mere novice. Once he employs the most profound chapters of the imperial scriptures he has studied, he would certainly possess 5 or 6 prohibitions to contend against such a character. Even an 8th level prodigy of dragon transformation would be utterly vanquished. Boom! He dares not let his guard down for a moment. Chaos unfurls behind him, quickly transforming into a vast expanse of heaven and earth, with over 200 Tao trees dancing in concert, each exerting power, resonating in unison. Each Tao tree embodies a unique essence of vitality, and in this moment, it dances, drawing upon the formidable power of the vast cosmos, layering it upon itself, transcending into ethereal realms, radiating brilliance, and amidst the myriad phenomena of the azure heavens and the yellow springs, the stars and the sky, Zhang Yifei appears as both divine and demonic. With the aid of 8 deities, I wield the sacred techniques of myriad transformations, unlocking the art of harmonious dominion over my grand harem. Oh, are my wings. 200 pairs of wings flutter in unison, manifesting the might of the Sea King's path. As a man of boundless love, how could my physique be lacking? I must be robust, resilient, and powerful. Boom! Zhang Yifei's primordial spirit reverberates, sensing an unseen connection. As over 200 sources elevate the banner of harmony, numerous gateways within him seem to open in an instant, and the Tao power surging forth sublimates the very essence of his life. Should he pause to investigate, he would undoubtedly discover that within his blood, 5-colored radiance briefly flickers and vanishes. Bang! Zhang Yifei ascends skyward, bolstered by countless loving wings, his physical form at its zenith, unleashing a fist that shatters the Tao. His fist, shrouded in chaotic energy, strikes against the vast hands of the heavens, blood erupting forth. Yet it ultimately rends apart the colossal grasp that seeks to cover the world. Hurry! The elder exclaims, unable to contain his excitement and astonishment. Despite exerting all his strength within the dragon transformation secret realm, he could not achieve an overwhelming victory, leaving him utterly astounded. Unbelievable! While he cannot crush his opponent, he can maneuver, evade, and survive, thus ensuring a future. Yet, the elder remains oblivious to the fact that with this punch, Zhang Yifei nears the brink of exhaustion. No matter how formidable the Sea King or the Master of Time Management, mobilizing so many wings simultaneously presents a perilous gamble. To navigate this intricate web, balancing relationships and maintaining a delicate distance, managing various degrees of tension, has nearly drained all his mental fortitude. He can barely maintain the facade of a pseudo-deity, struggling to withdraw from the fray. However, the elder is unaware, truly believing that His Highness wields unparalleled power, dominating both the heavens and the earth. Your Highness, he declares, the dragon transformation secret realm is no longer an insurmountable chasm for you. Even if you face defeat, a path to survival remains. Next comes the immortal platform's secret realm. As his words fall, the great dragon within him ascends, shattering numerous barriers to reach the immortal platform. The immortal platform, the last secret realm known to the cultivators of the heavens. Riding the dragon along the spine, he reaches the immortal platform, surveying the surrounding mountains diminished to mere insignificance. This is a sanctified land, a supreme repository of immortality, brimming with boundless potential. It stands in stark contrast to the previous 4 realms, embodying a fundamental distinction. This secret realm is exceedingly arduous, Each step forward is akin to ascending a layer of heaven, with immense disparities in strength between levels. Transitioning from one layer to another is akin to crossing a vast chasm, exceedingly difficult to achieve, illustrating just how challenging cultivation within the immortal platform Secret Realm truly is. It can be said that the distance between each layer in this last secret realm is equivalent to that of an entire major secret realm from before. Naturally, the magnitude of strength gained corresponds to the difficulty of such ascension, even if it is merely the first layer of the immortal platform. Upon entering this realm, the power of one's consciousness will manifest extraordinary utility, fully unlocking the potential within the human body, leading to a transformative enhancement in combat prowess. Your Highness, please savor this experience. This time, it is no longer merely a pair of hands. Just a single hand envelopes the heavens, severing all avenues of retreat. How shall your Highness respond this time? As the colossal hand emerges, the elder harbors expectations, hoping the young man can continue to create miracles. In the fierce competition for imperial supremacy, many individuals and factions have wagered too much. Some cannot afford to lose, thus shamelessly bullying the weak and committing acts of tyranny against the talented. Every emperor, in their youth, has faced bullying from older, more powerful figures. How to break free from the deadly machinations of such individuals is a conundrum you must contemplate. Though the Jiang family is strong and can protect you temporarily, it cannot shield you for a lifetime. Throughout history, the path of extremes has never lacked succession. As long as three great imperial lineages emerge, the Jiang family, alongside the ancient Huahua dynasty, will be rendered powerless. At that moment, you will have to rely solely on yourself, forging a path to survival without the protection of your background. This is the elder's earnest hope, even if he harbors little optimism. He is prepared to withdraw at any moment to conclude this trial. Yet, Jiang Yifei's heart is brimming with unspoken words. Internally, he is a tempest of chaos, his grand harem in disarray, while externally, he possesses lethal techniques capable of sealing the heavens and earth. The oppression of the older generation upon the younger talents is vividly displayed here. Jiang Yifei trembles with rage, cold sweat beading on his brow in the sweltering heat, his hands and feet icy. Can this world be salvaged? How can we young prodigies grow to meet your satisfaction, you old geezers? Tears stream down his face uncontrollably as the oppressive atmosphere fills the world, suffocating the young generation. When will they truly rise? Damn it, I'm flipping the table. I'm done. Jiang Yifei cries out, the divine power within him surging. In the four extremes secret realm, the gateways to his sealed potential along the path of cultivation begin to open, everything unfolding naturally. The heaven-swallowing demon technique is advancing. In the next moment, the elder's anticipated expression turns a shade of green. Chapter 43. Desolation. The absence of heavenly tribulations is detrimental to the youth's struggle. Amidst his green visage, hints of darkness flicker. After another fleeting moment, the darkness dissipates, leaving only pallor. The once imposing figure of the hand overshadowing the heavens recedes. And the 17th elder of the Jiang family no longer feigns bravado. He dares not maintain his pretense. Without further ado, he bolts, instantly shifting dozens or even hundreds of miles away. His unparalleled speed elicits admiration. His frantic demeanor vividly illustrates the vast potential of humanity when pressed. One often surpasses their limits. In truth, it is not only he who feels this urgency. When Jiang Yifei, the prince of the Jiang family, declares his intent to flip the table and demonstrates this with decisive action. His cultivation surging and divine power resonating as he seeks to affirm his Tao fruit against the vast cosmos. The elder council, who had been watching with glee, each one bolts in fear. They scatter like startled bees, some take to the sky, others burrow underground, while those with a bit more cunning cast out a mysterious jade platform to traverse the void. Those with injured legs, unable to flee swiftly, must reluctantly summon the treasured artifacts they have cultivated over many years, forging steadfast defenses. It cannot be said they are cowardly. After all, anyone, unless they are masochist, would recoil at the sight of an impending tempest of thunder and lightning, surging forth from the void, overwhelming the vast expanse, as electric dragons dance and thunderous seas erupt. All will be gripped by fear. Heavenly tribulation? Heavenly tribulation. After fleeing a considerable distance, the weary elders regroup, pointing and whispering in astonishment. In the distance, the roar of countless thunders fills the air, wild electric dragons swirl, and a vast sea of thunder cascades down, engulfing Jiang Yifei's figure. The Four Extremes secret realm begins to undergo heavenly tribulation, a recreation of the splendor of the ancestors of the Hanyu during their youth. This is a trial from the heavens, capable of tempering the most solid foundation in remarkable individuals. Of course, one must survive the tribulations to reap the benefits. Otherwise, one could perish and cease to exist. His Highness should have no issues. His combat strength is formidable. An elder strokes his beard, pondering if he cannot withstand this. How many throughout history have ever survived heavenly tribulations? Yet he just engaged in a fierce battle without respite. Is he truly in the right condition? The patriarch of the Jiang family harbors concerns. If His Highness falters, we too have no viable options. An elder shakes his head. In this era, heavenly tribulations have become legendary. Yet the records left by our ancestors are quite clear. Unless there exists a tribulation evading formation or a secret treasure established by a great emperor, outsiders cannot intervene during heavenly tribulations. Otherwise, it would provoke even greater calamities corresponding to the intruder's cultivation realm. Your Highness is still in the secret realm of the Four Poles. This calamity of heavenly tribulation is so formidable that if we powerful beings were to approach, what could possibly ensue? Indeed, the root of all this, Elder 17, now returns with great difficulty from strategic retreat, darkened by the remnants of Thunder's wrath. He is filled with trepidation, and suddenly I begin to comprehend why many ancient emperors, during their youth, who were universally opposed, managed to endure until they matured and achieved prominence. The elder exhales deeply the heavenly tribulation. If one adeptly utilizes this method and seizes the moment, perhaps it could easily ensnare and annihilate the older generation of formidable beings, shattering an entire lineage of doctrines. Upon uttering these words, apart from the distant thunderous sea, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Many powerful elders exchanged peculiar glances. They were inclined to refute, yet suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. Although the tactic may have its drawbacks, it undeniably possesses a modicum of efficacy. The elder of the Jiang family chuckled, for indeed, in this vast universe, it still favors the extraordinary, granting them the most substantial support. What is the greatest backing in this world? It is heaven itself. Under the heavenly tribulation, all beings are equal. However, some voice skepticism. Elder 9 gazed at the heavenly tribulation destined for Jiang Yifei, his expression uncertain and perplexed. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that this tribulation seems poised to extinguish our prince. He pointed out the blind spot, causing the crowd to take notice. Meanwhile, amidst the thunderous sea, the table-flipping youth was already feeling overwhelmed. The thrill of overturning tables was fleeting, but as the thunderbolts descended, he realized that events were unfolding somewhat differently than he had anticipated. Boom! The heavenly tribulation descended, initially erupting with a cacophony of sound, the world ablaze with brilliance. As blazing lightning danced wildly, each bolt of thunder resembled an ancient divine mountain, crashing down upon Jiang Yifei. The youth, just having emerged from a fierce battle, emitted a muffled groan, staggering as his garments were shredded, entering a state of disarray. His crystalline form, bathed in thunder, remained unscathed. Evidently, this kind of thunder could not harm him. His physique was far too formidable, with the resurgence of his bloodline, manifesting imperial essence. Coupled with the cultivation of the devouring demon technique and the baptism of various royal body sources, the level of his life subtly transcended. Even powerful beings would find it daunting to compete with him physically. Is that all? Jiang Yifei steadied himself, recalibrating his state, replenishing the mental energy he had previously expended. His innate talent assured him that as long as he wasn't struck down instantaneously, unable even to react, he could continually patch his losses, repair damages, and restore to his peak state. Crack! A precious herb was crushed, transforming into pure essence, filling the void within him, restoring his condition to its fullest, invigorating him to face the tribulation. However, after the initial probing thunderstorm, a true tempest of fury descended, prompting him to reconsider his earlier assessment. The mountains of thunder, continuous and unyielding, transformed into ridges, as if the heavens themselves wielded a whip, drawn from the very essence of the universe. In an instant, Jiang Yifei found himself ensnared in a predicament. At that moment, he felt as if he were confronting a tide of overwhelming forces, an alliance of countless experts unleashing lethal strikes against him. The ocean of lightning, boundless and radiant, surged like a tempest, shattering all, resplendent beyond measure. Jiang Yifei beheld a world awash in purple hues. Boom! The The thunder roared, nearly shattering eardrums and obliterating souls, a continuous cacophony that resonated through the heavens, as if the Milky Way itself were cascading down, with myriad stars plummeting. The void was shattered, in ruins, yet it would soon be submerged again, as the brilliance of the thunder, blindingly bright, filled every inch of space, seeking to refine all into ash. Kill! Jiang Yifei, unwilling to succumb passively, rose once more, ascending towards the heavens. A thought blossomed, reigning supreme over the world. The 10,000 transformations, sacred art, celestial ascendancy, various divine powers manifested, wreaking havoc and obliteration, each showcasing their might. The youth was not one to be picky. Even though he had just committed an act of treachery against his own masters, he now shamelessly approached. 8 divine, sacred laws, 8 deities, 8 supreme powers, now manifested upon Jiang Yifei, transforming his very being into a weapon, shattering a mountain formed of thunderous divine peaks. Facing the tribulation, not a shameful affair. It is widely acknowledged that the Jiang family's eternal universe scripture, in its study of the secret realm of the 4 poles, is unparalleled. To confront the thunderous tribulation of the secret realm of the 4 poles with this is indeed a harmonious match. Rumble. In the realm governed by thunder, a distinct hue emerged at that moment. Resplendent flowers of the Tao imprinted upon the void, the light of celestial feathers scattering throughout the world. The sun, moon, and stars manifested, altering the flow of time, embodying the seasons. Heaven and earth converged anew, the creations of the sun and moon inscribing the laws of the universe. Under the myriad techniques of destruction, a portion of the thunderous sea was shattered, the internal order of the heavenly tribulation fragmented and difficult to reassemble. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yifei formed seals with his hands, the precious vase seal. Buzz. The unparalleled seal drew strands of Tao light from the heavens, forging a precious vase above his head, shimmering with dark light, flowing with the essence of the Tao, appearing ancient and natural. The vase, simple in design, resembled a vessel of the Tao, seemingly capable of suppressing all realms, shrouded in profound mystery. The Tao precious vase. This was a manifestation of his understanding of the devouring demon technique to a significant degree, allowing him to forge a vessel of the Tao, capable of devouring all things, resolving conflicts, and gathering immense essence to enhance himself. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled in unison, the Tao descending, each law intertwining with the vase, dissipating the tribulations. Even the vast thunder was consumed, refined into the purest divine energy. Within its obliteration lay the seeds of new life, mysterious and unfathomable, flowing into Jiang Yifei's being, cleansing the potential doors within him that had been reopened, gradually widening the portals that had merely been ajar, deeply releasing latent abilities. Such an approach, utilizing thunder to temper oneself, is an immense opportunity. In ordinary times, to push open the grand doors requires one to evolve profound methods, to open yin and yang, and to manifest creations to yield results. People only recognize that the extraordinary and the gifted can transcend several minor realms, even if it is just a few. Under normal circumstances, the limit is 8. Yet, what is the essence of this limitation? Are the gifted and extraordinary merely individuals with a few extra heads? Or few extra eyes? What grants them the ability to distance themselves from ordinary practitioners? Everyone is experiencing life and cultivation for the first time. Why are this small group of people so unique? Once, Jiang Yifei was somewhat perplexed. At this moment, having endured fierce battles and the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, he suddenly grasped the truth. What is the essence of the heavenly law? Is it the 5 great secret realms? No, that is merely superficial. The true core lies in the myriad doors of potential within one's body. The elevation of cultivation is never simply the accumulation of divine power. If it were so, there wouldn't be so many old practitioners who, having lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, still struggle to attain the achievements of a formidable being. The essence of all cultivation is merely to open doors. Doors are omnipresent. The 5 great secret realms are merely a collection of significant portions. Their orderly combination forms the various secret realms. To progress and enhance one's cultivation within these realms, one must open doors. Merely accumulating magical and divine power is futile. Once enough doors are opened, cultivation can advance. Naturally, even if the same number of portals are opened, the disparities in combat power can be vast, as the core lies in the degree of door opening. Some merely crack open a seam, while others completely thrust the portals open, allowing the light of potential to shine forth. The extent of this door opening determines the vast differences in combat prowess. One student may be mediocre, achieving only passing grades through rote memorization, while another is a genius, excelling in competitions and earning accolades, even though they have acquired the same knowledge. The application and manifestation of that knowledge are worlds apart. Can one claim that they belong to the same grade? Certainly not. Yet, can one assert that they truly represent a singular category of individuals? Again, no. Thus, they can only be distinguished by the forbidden numbers. After all, cultivation aims to resolve tangible issues. The realm of cultivation merely provides a foundation. How that foundation is utilized ultimately depends on the individual. Of course, the realm itself is not without significance. A well-grounded university student, despite being 9 grades apart, could easily dominate a primary school student. This gives rise to another question. Can one exploit the forbidden numbers? The answer is an unequivocal yes. Much like the 9 secrets, which stand upon the shoulders of predecessors, one can amalgamate various elements to easily grasp the 8 forbidden. This is the quintessential problem-solving formula, a product of extracurricular tutoring. While I may not comprehend the rationale behind such a mindset, I can certainly apply the formula. The ingenious methods that predecessors utilized to unlock the doors to potential enable even the most mediocre individuals to unleash their latent capabilities. Defying the odds in a brief span of time. Such paragons of the 8 forbidden can indeed be artificially cultivated. However, when the divine powers cease, everything reverts to its original form. Moreover, there exists an even greater divine barrier that prevents such formulaic practitioners from advancing. Only those who genuinely comprehend the mysteries of the body, who diligently excavate their inner potential through their own efforts, can forcefully open the doors to celestial treasures with a mere strike, thereby qualifying as true prodigies. As they advance further, even if they do not maintain divine barriers, they will still achieve remarkable accomplishments, thereby entering the realm of forbidden domains. The techniques birthed within these forbidden realms often serve as the embryonic forms of imperial arts that will be manifested post-enlightenment, encapsulating countless efforts and dedication. Such techniques possess immense destructive power, rivaling that of divine barriers. The practice of the celestial veil is fundamentally rooted in these simple truths. Alas, while understanding is easy, execution is arduous. To pry open the portals to potential is an endeavor fraught with challenges, not something an average cultivator can delve into. It ultimately relies on heavenly tribulations. For that once mischievous child grew through the tempering of heavenly tribulations. The path he forged, the methods he created, the most accurate solutions were derived from harnessing thunder, finding rebirth amid destruction, and creating miracles. Chapter 44. Do you realize you have broken the law? The Emperor of Chaos achieved unparalleled accomplishments. To grasp the essence of the celestial veil and to pinpoint its core, which remains unchanged amidst myriad transformations. Later generations have a shortcut to trace back to the path of its growth. The Emperor of the Wild, in his youth, comprehended the primal truth and embarked on the journey from the most fundamental principles of the universe, cultivating the treasures of the Kunpeng, the techniques of the Thunder Emperor, the grass character sword technique, and the true Phoenix treasure art, among others, the 10 ferocious secret arts. During this period, he ignited the flames of the 3,000 avenues to refine himself, cultivating celestial energy, shaping an indestructible ancient body through ancient scriptures, and delving into the pool of thunder amidst heavenly tribulations. He became a seed, evolving the embryonic form of the celestial veil. He transformed into the Emperor of Reversal, achieving transcendent enlightenment in the mundane world. He traversed the cycles of reincarnation between life and death. This generation's Emperor created countless myths, thus achieving the unparalleled status of the Wild Emperor. Those who hear of him can only express admiration and emotion. Following their reflections, ambitious cultivators will explore the evolution of his strength, for all of these elements are the resources from which the Wild Emperor crafted the celestial veil, hidden deep within the annals of time, with a profound understanding of the Emperor's thoughts and emotions during the creation of his methods. How could one not soar to great heights? Mastering such hidden pathways renders any divine barrier or forbidden realm as mere trifles. Is it not wiser to traverse the river alongside those who have already succeeded, rather than recklessly stumbling about? Yet, the average individual finds it challenging. They remain unaware of the profound foundations that the child, once fond of beast's milk, relied upon to create the contemporary system of secret realm cultivation, leaving them to ponder and struggle, ultimately resulting in expressions of bewilderment. But Jiang Yifei is different. He is truly in the know. Though his current strength may not seem formidable, in terms of vision and ambition, he surpasses the 30 emperors of the ancient past. At this moment, he integrates the thunder tribulation into his being, cleansing himself, corresponding to the invaluable information within his memories, and soon he comprehends the various subtleties. The heavenly tribulation is the key. The era has ultimately transformed. In the era of chaos, even amidst invasions, there remained countless celestial treasures, including the 10 ferocious bloodlines rivaling celestial kings and various divine medicines, all capable of enriching the foundation of prodigies. In contrast, today, the heavenly slasher's blade not only severs the threads of immortality, but also diminishes the levels of various treasures, lacking the precious artifacts of the era of chaos for cleansing. Cultivators of the celestial veil stagger through every step, each laden with hardship. Is the path of becoming a seed in the 5 great secret realms an easy one? It is exceedingly difficult. To unlock and delve into one's potential, one must comprehend the universe, using divine intent to interpret the mechanisms of creation, thereby cleaving open the sealed doors of celestial treasures within. This process is unbearably slow. Fortunately, the profound duality of creation and destruction contained within the thunder provides the most fitting treasure to pry open the doors to one's potential, serving as the most universally applicable resource for elevation in the current decaying cultivation environment of the vast universe. Upon realizing this, Jiang Yifei consciously seized the opportunity presented by the thunder, swiftly attaining an extraordinary understanding, drawing nearer to the essence of thunder, and perceiving the profound truths of life and death. The duality of creation and destruction became clear to him. He whispered, bathing in the sea of thunder, his form becoming ever more resplendent and extraordinary. The great Tao's treasure vessel refined its essence, the door to potential inhaling and exhaling creation, and his formidable primordial spirit divided into yin and yang, evolving life and death, bestowing upon him an immortal charm that adapts to the vicissitudes of life. Jiang Yifei sensed a premonition. As he continues down this path, even if one day he forgets all the secret techniques, losing the powerful physique granted by ancestral bloodlines, and his entire being becomes ordinary, he will still easily stand within the domain of the 8 forbidden. A mere strike could transcend 8 minor realms in conquest. This is the correct path. Thus, the ordinary body is the truest. It allows one to see oneself clearly, rather than being ensnared by the illusions of physique, which can lead to an unconscious erosion of foundation, ultimately becoming a shackle. Relying solely on physique and secret techniques to achieve the 8 forbidden, no matter how powerful, is ultimately illusory. The ordinary body, through self-exploration of potential, even if it possesses only the 2nd or 3rd forbidden, is genuine. At this moment, Jiang Yifei experienced enlightenment. His mind tranquil, reveling in the ecstasy of transcending into immortality. He walks the correct path. What reason is there not to feel joy? Yet soon, his expression drastically changed. Boom! The sea of thunder underwent a transformation. Unbeknownst to him, a disquieting, chaotic aura flowed through the thunderous waves, rising and falling with the tides. These auras were not merely 1 or 2, but dozens. When the evolution of the heavenly tribulation reached a certain threshold, they struck. Swish! One of the chaotic auras brushed against the great Tao's treasure vessel, and this weighty artifact, forged from countless orders, instantly disintegrated, lacking even the ability to resist. This chaotic aura seemed to be a natural nemesis to all orders, capable of obliterating all regulations and dissolving all laws. Buzz! Jiang Yifei's heart raced. Alarms rang in his mind as various divine techniques erupted forth, striving to carve out a path. However, the formidable killing techniques that could have swept across the world encountered unprecedented setbacks here. Except for the secret techniques that bolstered his state, all other divine powers were suppressed and diminished. Furthermore, as Jiang Yifei unleashed his attacks, those chaotic auras, akin to a cat drawn by the scent of blood, were irresistibly attracted, one after another, manifesting the primordial essence of creation and surrounding Jiang Yifei, transforming the void into a cauldron, encasing him within. This was a terrifying scene. The entire domain was immobilized, a small world was being born, and Jiang Yifei stood within, like a deity executing the mission of creating heaven and earth. This sacred moment was simultaneously awe-inspiring and horrifying. Since the dawn of creation, it has been through self-sacrifice that the universe was perfected. At this moment, Jiang Yifei felt an overwhelming urge to transcend within this miniature realm. The heavenly tribulation serves as a pivotal nexus, linking the small cosmos with the vast universe, refining him, allowing him to ascend, and returning to the cycle of material existence in the celestial realms. Your Highness, be cautious. This is the chaotic transcendence tribulation. Sensing the impending peril, an ancient being, a living fossil, bellowed decisively, proclaiming that it could dismantle all laws, slay the very essence of the extraordinary, dissipate latent potential, and advised against confronting the tribulation with mere flesh. Instead, one should employ extraordinary artifacts that endure, leveraging their immortal resonance for protection. This is an incredibly perilous tribulation. In an instant, from the depths of Jiang Yifei's sea of suffering, a crimson divine furnace soared into the air, accompanied by the faint sound of phoenix cries that reverberated through the 10 directions. The divine furnace, forged from phoenix blood and crimson gold, bore a striking resemblance to the Jiang family Hengyu furnace, evidently modeled after its specifications. As the beacon of hope for the Jiang clan in this era, Jiang Yifei received unparalleled treatment. He need not contend like ordinary cultivators. With mere intent, all resources within the family were made available to him, including materials for forging. Drawing upon nearly 200,000 years of the Jiang family's accumulation, exchanges with other sacred grounds, and even clandestine machinations, the youth was ultimately provided with the celestial gold necessary to forge a divine weapon. This is known as the heavenly and earthly furnace. The heavens and earth serve as the furnace, while creation is the craftsman. Yin and yang are the charcoal, while all things are the copper. This embodies Jiang Yifei's aspirations, to utilize the heavens and earth as a furnace to forge an unparalleled Tao fruit. At this moment, it soared forth, the immortal properties of the celestial gold, providing him with a protective barrier against the encroaching essence of the tribulation within this small realm. Boom! Chaotic energies surged, interspersed with thunder, striking the heavenly and earthly furnace, producing a resounding echo capable of shattering the 10 directions of the cosmos. The divine furnace trembled precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, a phoenix danced upon its surface, the profound essence of phoenix blood and crimson gold subtly evolving, exhibiting a remarkable ability for self-repair, akin to a true phoenix capable of rebirth. The heavenly and earthly furnace withstood this onslaught of chaotic thunder. But this was far from a conclusion. On the contrary, the true spectacle was only beginning, as if in synchrony with the first chaotic thunderbolt striking. A multitude of subsequent chaotic thunderbolts followed suit, contracting the evolving realm and erupting with the might to obliterate all, as if heralding Jiang Yifei's funeral. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation raged with unparalleled ferocity. The sea of thunder surged violently, intent on achieving its goal in one fell swoop. It was ferociously ruthless, seemingly intent on utterly annihilating Jiang Yifei, transcending mere trial and entering the realm of destruction, as if he had committed some heinous act against the heavens, violating celestial regulations. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation, with such numerous chaotic thunderbolts. An elder of the Jiang family trembled, lamenting in the annals of our ancestors. Never has a descendant of the Jiang family faced such a fate. Is it the heavens that seek to obliterate our clan, extinguishing all hope? It is not a matter of the imperial scion. Rather, it is the consequence of the swallowing the heavens demonic technique. Another elder spoke in a heavy tone. Legends say that due to the overwhelming demonic nature of this technique, the world becomes a cauldron, capable of devouring the essence of any strong individual. To strengthen oneself through such means, achieving great success becomes arduous. Yet, the world maintains balance. Thus, each ascension incurs devastating divine retribution, as if the heavens yearn to reduce one to ashes for the sake of this path. The journey is fraught with peril, a near-death experience. Only those who astonish the world may hope to survive. Bah, the heavens! The previous elder spat in disdain. What nonsensical reasoning! The supreme beings in the forbidden zone unleash dark chaos, feasting upon millions of lives, yet the heavens do not descend to smite them. Our Jiang family, having awaited a glimmer of hope, is now met with such a cataclysm. I am filled with rage. His indignation was palpable. However, faced with the current predicament, he could only watch in despair, praying that the youth would emerge unscathed from the tribulation. Meanwhile, amidst this catastrophe, Jiang Yifei confronted the dire situation with an unwavering heart. His true form had already merged into the heavenly and earthly furnace, which expanded, creating a space within the realm of destruction to seek a glimmer of life. He rejected the notion of the heavens maintaining balance, deeming it mere folly of the ignorant. Employing various divine abilities to protect himself, he exchanged myriad secret techniques. At last, upon the manifestation of a certain sacred law, the sea of thunder trembled, as if ensnared in a web of logical chaos, lost within the judgment of order. This was the Thousand Transformations sacred law. As he became ever more unpredictable, manifesting numerous facades, the heavenly tribulation was also affected, although the chaotic thunderbolts continued to descend. They did so with a delay, granting him a moment of respite. He had unraveled the enigma. Jiang Yifei felt as if the snow of June had fallen upon him. An unjust burden. At that moment, it seemed as though the heavenly tribulation loomed high above, pointing an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "Young man, you have committed an offense. Do you understand?" "Oh, heavens, what a foolish judgment," echoed Jiang Yifei's indignant voice from within the furnace. He had never anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament, battling against the heavenly tribulation merely for existing as a mother, and not just any mother, but one with over 200 offspring, a most egregious circumstance warranting severe punishment. The severity of the tribulation's judgment upon its targets was indeed profound. At this moment, Jiang Yifei felt as though he were a congregation of over 200 sovereign bodies, collectively facing this tribulation, a truly harrowing ordeal. Compared to the ruthless emperor of old, he was even more burdened. For while the female emperor had devoured her foes, intensifying her tribulations, she did not face the same dire fate as Jiang Yifei, who was now forced to navigate through the tumultuous path of metamorphosis in a far more merciless manner. This was an outright attempt to obliterate him. Even through the divine furnace, the onslaught threatened to annihilate him. The youth defiantly raised a middle finger towards the heavens, embarking on a desperate quest for survival. The Thousand Transformations sacred art unfolded in its entirety at that moment. Confronting the heavens in direct conflict was futile. He could only adapt, relying on the ephemeral transformations of his essence to influence the tribulation's judgment, desperately grasping for a breath of life. Ultimately, driven by desperation, Jiang Yifei's insights surged like a tide, continually refining and elevating this exquisite technique, achieving extraordinary progress. No longer limited to the essence of devouring, he began to emulate the forms of others, disguising himself as those who had perished, adopting their appearances, and seeking exhilarating experiences. Instead, he endeavored to transform the heavens and earth to metamorphose into the very materials birthed from the vast universe. Like grass and wood, like water and fire, like mountains and stones, he ceased to be a living being, but rather became mere matter. Once he assumed the form of matter, would the heavenly tribulation still target him? He sought to escape the judgment of the heavens, to become a lawless rogue, Jiang San. In a fleeting moment, he succeeded, transforming into a bolt of lightning. This could be likened to a seasoned physician emerging from a long illness, joining the fray after enduring countless strikes. At the moment of his successful metamorphosis into thunder, the very fabric of the world seemed to freeze. Jiang Yifei felt himself harmonizing with the entire sea of thunder. He was one, yet also myriad, embodying the will of the heavenly tribulation, the Tao of heaven, aloof and indifferent, unaffected by material joys or sorrows. Yet, within this paradoxical state, Jiang Yifei grasped a thread of mystery, and as he plummeted, he instinctively seized a chaotic thunderbolt, merging with it. This was a mere instinctual action, executed with such familiarity that it felt as though it was etched into his very being. When he revealed his true form once more, the chaotic thunderbolts that had sought to refine him had diminished by one. The missing bolt was now suppressed within him, as he defiantly thought, "You can't defeat dozens of us, yet you think to overpower me alone?" Within him, thunder roared, chaotic energies dissipated, dissolving Jiang Yifei's essence, yet simultaneously becoming his sustenance, unlocking potential and enhancing his very nature. Jiang Yifei savored the sweetness of this newfound power. However, when he beheld the evolution of the tribulation, his countenance turned pale with fury as that chaotic thunderbolt vanished. The residual lightning had failed to be entirely refined, restraining his vigor, while formidable adversaries lurked menacingly. What choice did he have but to fight back? With a resounding roar, he charged forward like an indomitable warrior, steering the divine furnace deep into the heart of the tribulation. One bolt after another, the thunder was inexplicably devoured, until 9 chaotic thunderbolts were surreptitiously seized, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble as the tribulation began to dissipate. 9 was the ultimate limit. Heaven was not devoid of compassion. There always remained a glimmer of hope. By unraveling the 9 chaotic thunderbolts, Zhang Yifei had successfully transcended this trial. Yet, his condition was far from favorable. A charred and withered body plummeted from the celestial heights, exuding an aura of desolation and tragedy. Quick, quick, quick! In the distance, the elders of the Zhang family could no longer contain their anxious hearts and rushed forth, bearing various precious medicines, spiritual elixirs, and divine springs, ready for immediate rescue. Your Highness, an elder cried sorrowfully, are you all right? Amidst the tribulation's debris, Zhang Yifei's lifeless eyes, akin to those of dead fish, fixated upon the firmament, tremblingly raising a finger. The elders' hearts tightened in unison. Damn it, I will remember this first encounter. Zhang Yifei's eyes glimmered with a strange light that was thoroughly unsettling. I shall not forget this grudge. Your name is inscribed in my ledger of vengeance. Rest assured, I will repay this insult in kind. You strike me once, and I shall return the favor when I achieve my full potential. After uttering these words with great effort, Zhang Yifei's head drooped, falling silent. The remaining elders wailed in despair, hurling precious medicines and divine springs upon him as if they were of no cost. Quick, quick! His Highness has been struck senseless by the tribulation. We must save him. 8th Elder, why aren't you using your sacred herbal technique to heal His Highness? Lift him up. We must take him to the Hungyu furnace for recuperation. The ancestral imperial weapon possesses spirit and must have a way. In a frenzy, the elders united in their efforts to rescue the unconscious Zhang Yifei, hoping to bring him back. After all, if his mind were intact, how could he have uttered such words? The young man's first thunder tribulation, witnessed by so many, came to an end. As for whether the trial could be deemed a success, that was left for him to assess. Brother Yifei, what have you become? Upon returning to his long-absent birthplace, the Saint Prince of the Western Heavens, leaning on a cane with a solemn expression and one arm in a sling, was undoubtedly astonished. The past is too painful to recall. Zhang Yifei spoke with a heavy tone. I had forgotten. The times have changed. With the advent of the vast network era, every detail was meticulously documented, and every action was laid bare. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip away. Standing at 8 feet tall, Zhang Yifei's face was etched with the weariness of time, far exceeding the youthful appearance of the 5-foot-tall Saint Prince. The Saint Prince, bewildered, had gained some understanding of human sentiments after years of external training, realizing that at this moment, his sworn brother did not require consolation, merely an attentive ear. He settled down, seized a fruit platter from the table, and began to nibble. I once had over 200 wings, each capable of soaring peacefully, Zhang Yifei lamented. Yet, a single command to investigate my connections exposed all my wings, forcing me to endure the harshest scrutiny. Fortunately, at that time they were all kin, and we merely exchanged smiles to pass through. If it had been in front of outsiders, would I not have faced public humiliation? I might have even perished. The sorrow in Zhang Yifei's silhouette was palpable. Crack. The monkey, munching on a melon, remained nonchalant, acting as a faithful listener. So what should I do? Zhang Yifei asked with an air of melancholy. The Saint Prince, taken aback, was at a loss for how to respond. He could not answer. The monkey's mind was solely focused on his staff, and with someone like Zhang Yifei, their thought processes were worlds apart. The Saint Prince scratched his head, recalling his recent experiences on Mount Shumi, and pretended to clasp his hands in a mock gesture, suggesting it was better to let go. He was merely spouting nonsense. The ties of the mortal realm have been severed. We shall meet on the path to immortality. The Saint Prince mimicked his uncle, the Fighting Buddha. As he sat quietly before the blue lamp, his imitation remarkably accurate. The mortal realm. Zhang Yifei suddenly grasped. Indeed, the mortal realm. His gaze gradually brightened, exuding an enigmatic light that sent shivers down the Saint Prince's spine, as if confronting an unspeakable and ultimate distortion. Universal love is a significant issue. If I continue down this path, I shall inevitably face disaster. Yet to love each and every one, to experience new love, does that pose a problem? No, it does not. Zhang Yifei mused. Even if I were to unite with someone, should separation be desired, it merely requires a fair division of assets to sever the ties. Even if heaven and earth have their responses, what of it? Suddenly, he smiled, plucking a mandala flower from the table beside him. I shall enter the Buddhist path. Absolutely not. The Saint Prince leaped up in alarm, wishing he could retract his previous words. He was unaware of what profound realization Zhang Yifei had drawn from his statement. But the monkey comprehended that if Zhang Yifei were to renounce his path and enter Buddhism, he, as the catalyst for this event, would surely face the wrath of the Zhang family, who would stop at nothing to eliminate him. The Buddhist realm is no sanctuary. The Saint Prince earnestly cautioned. That cursed place, I went once and have no desire to return. The energy there's overwhelmingly dense, filled with a terrifying power of enlightenment. At times, I even suspect that my uncle has fallen victim to a scheme orchestrated by the Buddhist sect. As the monkey spoke, his eyes widened with barely concealed fury. I invited him to descend the mountain and confront the traitors who disrupted the order established by the late emperor. Yet he refused. The depths of the Buddhist realm are unfathomable. Do not tread lightly. The Saint Prince's expression was grave. Zhang Yifei was the first individual he encountered after crossing from the ancient era into this desolate post-ancient age, and he was, in fact, his first friend. He did not wish for this friend to unwittingly lose his fundamental self. I shall enter the Buddhist path. Zhang Yifei reiterated. The Saint Prince frowned. Which Buddha do you intend to follow? I shall dismantle it. The joyful Zen, the Buddha of childbirth, Zhang Yifei replied calmly. Yet the entire atmosphere twisted with the weight of his words. The monkey gaped, suddenly feeling his own innocence. Chapter 45, Astonishment. The Saint Prince fell silent, channeling his frustration into the fruit platter, vowing to deplete the Jiang family's resources today. His emotions were wounded. The brilliance of his friend, whose intellect was unmatched, left him feeling drained. Earlier, he had worried that Zhang Yifei had delved into Buddhist scriptures and was influenced by thoughts of conversion. Yet now it seemed such a person would likely overwhelm the Buddhist realm, even if sent there. The Buddhist sect possesses neither joyful Zen nor Buddha of childbirth. After some contemplation, the monkey advised Zhang Yifei to abandon this pursuit. Who said that? I refuse to believe it. Zhang Yifei set down the mandala flower he held, speaking with conviction. Have you heard of Miaoyu Temple? What, you haven't? Young monkey, could it be that you're still a virgin? He gazed down at the shaking head of the monkey. His tone enigmatic, his gaze peculiar, letting out a click of his tongue. Swish. The Saint Prince's face flushed crimson, infuriated. Grind, grind. He ground his teeth, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yifei, pulling out a staff with a swift motion, his demeanor menacing. You, Zhang, say that again. When it came to the art of provocation, Zhang Yifei had evidently mastered it, effortlessly riling up the monkey. However, after observing the monkey's cultivation level, which appeared at least that of a formidable being, much stronger than when first hewn from stone, he suspected the monkey had secretly taken lessons from the fighting Buddha. Zhang Yifei, glancing at his own cultivation at the third level of the Four Extremes secret realm, resolved to heed his heart's counsel and refrain from teasing the single-minded monkey any further. Ah, such is the plight of the vibrant and flourishing. The youthful heart, burdened with sorrow, contemplated. If I so desired, the maidens of the Jiang family, seeking to borrow my essence, could form a queue stretching to the very gates of their estate, indulging in nightly revelries that would never repeat, thereby sparing the single souls from undue provocation. Though his thoughts wandered into the realm of the licentious, he maintained an outward demeanor of utmost seriousness, for the Miaoyu Monastery was one of the 10 renowned establishments of pleasure in the sacred city of the northern domain. Zhang Yifei elucidated to the holy prince, unveiling certain sordid undercurrents of society. He spoke vividly, interspersing his narrative with snippets of risque literature, vividly conveying to the young monkey the intriguing mysteries of yin and yang and the art of procreation, an elaboration that could fill volumes. Zhang Yifei endeavored to enlighten the holy prince, filling the gaps in his education. The young monkey had never encountered such revelations before. After all, he had been sealed within the divine source at a tender age, merely 3 years old. At that age, he had lost his father and faced immense upheaval, slumbering through the passage of time within the source. Even upon awakening and cultivating within, where had he been? In the stone workshop of the shaking, light, sacred land. Despite gleaning some external information through the stone, it was merely the ramblings of a cadre of seasoned gamblers. And while they were indeed gamblers, they were also prominent figures within the major sacred lands. Who would dare venture into the stone workshop without sufficient wealth? The industry of stone gambling had long since evolved into an elite club for the elderly. Most of the aged cultivators cared too much for their reputations to engage in discussions of such lewd literature in public. When he was finally extricated by Zhang Yifei and set upon the path to find his kin, he had little time to spare, his focus solely on locating his uncle. The monkey's education in matters of intimacy was woefully lacking. In this moment, Zhang Yifei took it upon himself to enlighten him, presenting a risque, illustrated booklet laid out before them. Zhang Yifei gestured animatedly, while the holy prince maintained an aloof expression, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity. Do not inquire about the origins of the booklet. Suffice it to say, life among the people of the Northern Dipper ancient star is vibrant and diverse. Where there is demand, creation follows. One need only recall Jiang Yifei's previous life, which was not devoid of works like Jinping, Mei, and a plethora of erotic art. Cultivators wield power, and power is a form of productivity. Though conflicts occasionally arise, certain aspects of spiritual civilization have developed in surprising ways. The art of illusion is eternal. More fantastical than a spring dream, it can immerse one in a virtual reality that feels utterly real, a commendable feat. The celestial maidens of the Yao Pool express boundless indignation regarding this matter. Some exploit their visages, employing head-swapping techniques, and use illusions to create art that circulates covertly among the upper echelons of many sacred lands, fetching exorbitant prices. Who among them has not yearned for an unattainable goddess? While the world is aware that the Northern Dipper ancient star is home to the assassin divine dynasty, which dominates the darkest of trades, few realize that a similar organization once thrived in the realm of the licentious. Yet, it was periodically dismantled under the auspices of the Yao Pool sacred land. Situated on the eastern wilderness, the Yao Pool holds the Pan Tao festival at intervals, commanding respect from many sacred lands. Whenever significant matters arise, resolutions are sought at the Yao Pool. Can it truly be sustained merely by imperial might? No, it is underpinned by blood. The renown of their martial prowess was forged through conflict, while the art industry suffered the most brutal of slaughters. However, uprooting the roots of such vices is a formidable task. The resurgence of past evils is commonplace. At this moment, Jiang Yifei retrieved such educational materials to impart a lesson to the young monkey, who found it difficult to lower his pride. The Miaoyu Monastery offers high-end services. As long as the source is abundant, even the allure of uniformed temptresses is not beyond reach. Jiang Yifei mumbled, donning white silk to embody a saintly maiden or celestial being, and when garbed in monk's robes, shedding worldly concerns, she becomes a nun. They understand perfectly. Moreover, they are worth every coin of their service. After changing attire, it was not merely a semblance. There was indeed an otherworldly grace. Jiang Yifei stroked his chin, recalling an uncle of his, rather unrefined, deeply engrossed in the Miaoyu Monastery, where he engaged in profound discussions and unearthed numerous insights. This lineage of cultivation initially grasped the ancient Taoist dual cultivation techniques. Yet, a millennium ago, they acquired another esoteric text, rumored to have originated from the Western Desert, a Buddhist scripture remarkably suited to their environment. In the present day, they adeptly blend Buddhist and Taoist practices, achieving a marvelous state that enables them to provide such exceptional services. Taoist fairies and heavenly maidens of the Buddhist realm. How delightful! Jiang Yifei exchanged a knowing glance with the monkey. The monkey's lips twitched, feeling as though he had gained considerable knowledge. He had matured, lost his innocence. Thus, it appears that the Buddhist practices of the Western Desert are not so pure after all. Jiang Yifei mused, there must certainly be elements of joyous Zen. Yet, one must understand, the essence of Buddhism hinges on the duality of thought. A single notion can lead one to enlightenment or to demonic paths. They excel in guiding and establishing teachings, adept at wielding influence over minds. If one harbors ulterior motives, unable to see beauty as mere transience, failing to comprehend that form is emptiness and emptiness is form, it becomes all too easy to be ensnared by worldly desires, succumbing to greed and lust. The very disciples who are guided often believe they owe everything to their teachings. The entirety of the Western Desert lies under the sway of Buddhism. How many demonic figures cloaked in monks' robes might that conceal? Is a troubling thought. Jiang Yifei chuckled. The holy prince remained silent. You are well aware of this, yet still venture forth? After a lengthy pause, the monkey inquired, precisely because of this. I am compelled to go. Jiang Yifei replied with a smile. I am not there to reform Buddhism. I seek to reap the benefits. The greater the internal corruption, the more advantageous it is for me, is it not? Upon stating this, he sighed, lamenting the will of the heavens, which harshly targeted the nefarious, proving unfriendly to those like the Sea King. I must part amicably, ensuring that those wings are sent off one by one. Jiang Yifei muttered incomprehensible phrases to the holy prince. Someone has stepped into my footprints and directly conceived, acquiring the essence I command. Can this truly be a case of swapping heaven and earth, crossing the sea? This is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Can the dim-witted judges of heavenly tribulations see through it? Alas, such thoughts are vexing. Jiang Yifei held a deep resentment towards the tribulations of heaven. His rise was due to the ever-changing sacred laws, yet it was also his downfall. The very nature of transformation, while capable of augmenting the essence, could also lead to misjudgment by the heavenly tribulations. Each trial grows increasingly perilous, and this trend will only intensify. Presently, over 200 royal bodies are undergoing tribulations together. What of the future? Perhaps thousands of royal bodies shall face tribulations in unison, turning countless starry rivers to ash. The present sufferings may yield future achievements. This, in a sense, is fair. To urge Zhang Yifei to relinquish his pursuits is to deny his desires for the myriad benefits he has amassed. He must tread this dark path to its conclusion. Desperation breeds innovation. He sought inspiration far and wide, discovering that Buddhism resonated remarkably with his intentions. The relics are but a mere mention. The collective wisdom is nothing short of dazzling. On the path to immortality, the accumulated faith of countless souls in the Western desert over the years has birthed a formidable embodiment of belief, rivaling even that of the Amitabha Buddha. Moreover, the true path of faith and power is laden with infinite mysteries. It is not merely a one-sided plunder. There exists a reciprocal relationship. The faithful worship the Buddha, offering pure energy, and upon receiving this, the Buddha nurtures them, fortifying their spirits and souls. This back and forth is mutually beneficial. Zhang Yifei found this model enticing and resolved to borrow from it for his endeavors. He is, after all, a kind-hearted individual. Thus, providing a little more nurturing in return seems reasonable, does it not? Bestowing a child upon each devout female worshipper is hardly excessive. These children, born with royal bodies, are sought after by many. A new life, infused with the essence I have consumed. One day, I shall be both the one and the multitude. Through the means of divorce, assets may be divided and the reckoning of heavenly tribulations evaded, while utilizing other contractual agreements to achieve covert control. No matter how formidable the capital, it will suffer immeasurably under the onslaught of the will of tribulation, enduring untold hardships. However, when one submerges beneath the surface and employs various contractual agreements to seize control, one can indeed become a formidable force that influences the rise and fall of eras. Joyous Zen, the Buddha of childbearing. Buddhism is an essential destination for Zhang Yifei. And now, it is the opportune moment. The uncle of my sworn brother is the top authority there. Can there be a more solid connection? The Holy Prince, upon realizing Zhang Yifei's determination, felt overwhelmed. Grasping his head, he was beset by worry. After a considerable time, he reluctantly resolved, "Since you are so resolute in your desire to draw from the essence of Buddhism to complete yourself, I shall speak with my uncle on your behalf. However, I must forewarn you." The monkey spoke earnestly. "The waters of Buddhism run exceedingly deep. My uncle currently presides over the great Thunder Sound Temple. Having subdued the ancient Moko Buddha, his power and status are highly esteemed, yet it is difficult to say that he holds absolute authority. Undoubtedly, there exist factions of opposition lurking in the shadows. These individuals may falter in their endeavors, but are adept at causing failures. As an outsider, navigating freely and effortlessly will be quite challenging. That is of no consequence," Zhang Yifei replied with a smile. "I have no desire for power within Buddhism. If the victorious fighting Buddha can assign me a position in the Sutra Repository or the Relic Pagoda, even as a mere caretaker, I would be thoroughly satisfied. As for being an outsider, what outsider? I am clearly one of their own." Suddenly, Zhang Yifei exclaimed a Buddhist chant, transforming into a small novice monk. The monkey gaped in astonishment. He scrutinized the youth thoroughly, but found no flaws. The novice bore the essence of Buddhism, with an aura of serene purity emanating from his core, evidently embodying a form that resonates with the teachings of Buddhist scriptures. In the ordinary temples scattered across the Western desert, such a person would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy worthy of cultivation. The holy prince, solemn and intense, gazed with eyes that sparkled like gold. Under his keen perception, he sensed a subtle discrepancy. If he could perceive it, how could an ordinary person ever hope to discern any flaws? Unbelievable. The monkey sighed deeply. Zhang Yifei remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. The essence of this royal body was, in fact, a formidable Buddhist adept slain by an ancient ancestor of the Jiang clan, buried casually at that time. Over 10,000 years later, it had resurfaced, excavated by later generations. There exists a connection to Buddhism, albeit a tenuous one. Falsehoods cannot deceive the discerning. To deceive, one must wield truth. Amitabha, he declared, "In the realm of Buddhism, I shall be known as Jiang San, the three representing the myriad of life." Zhang Yifei articulated his aspirations, expressing his intent to send forth 1,000 children while simultaneously becoming the most audacious outlaw in history. As a disciple with the essence of Buddhism, It is only reasonable to be welcomed into the great thunder sound temple atop Mount Sumeru, is it not? He nodded at the monkey, acknowledging, yet this is still insufficient. Should you stray and genuinely convert to Buddhism, it poses a dilemma. He feared that the pretense might unwittingly become reality. I have my countermeasures. You need not worry. Jiang Yifei reassured him calmly. If I were to falter, the Jiang clan would not place the blame upon you, my brother. Very well, the Holy Prince sighed. Since you are so insistent, I shall assist you in communicating with my uncle. However, my uncle's state seems peculiar. He appears to have grown indifferent to the past and desires, leaving me uncertain. This indeed posed a complication. Jiang Yifei pondered for a moment and then issued a command for the clan elders to retrieve a partially shattered stone from the secret vault, within which lay a divine essence and a young girl, pierced by a rusted spear, seemingly long deceased. Do you recognize this person? Jiang Yifei inquired, pointing at the girl. The Holy Prince initially expressed confusion, but his expression shifted dramatically. And he sprang to his feet, his gaze ablaze, utterly beside himself. Chapter 46. Inviting you into the trap. Strategy for the Purple Mountain. At that moment, Jiang Yifei revealed a peculiar source nearly 2 meters high, its pure power swirling, encasing a purple-haired maiden of unparalleled beauty, seemingly in a deep slumber. Yet, tragically, an extraordinary divine spear pierced through the essence, protruding at the tip, having impaled her heart, extinguishing all life within her and leaving only a shell behind. Confronted with this scene, the Holy Prince could no longer maintain his composure, forgetting the trivial concerns of impoverishing the Jiang family. Compared to the fleeting jests of friends, the appearance of this girl was a cataclysmic revelation. The monkey unveiled his fiery eyes, fixated on the sorrowful, purple-haired maiden within the divine essence, especially her visage, draining his mental faculties to summon ancient memories from the depths of his consciousness. She had visited him frequently as a child, teasing him through the narratives of others. He had come to understand their relationship, until the day the heavens fell. The victorious fighting emperor's battle against the immortal failed, leading to his demise. The entire ancient era concluded, plunging the Beidou lands into utter chaos. It was rumored that his aunt was slain amidst the turmoil, and what followed, he remained oblivious. For at that time, he was sealed within the divine essence, trapped in a state of ignorance and lethargy, drifting through time into the era following the desolation. But today, can you tell me how she came to be here? The monkey's voice was heavy with difficulty. A mere trifle, Jiang Yifei replied with a glimmer in his eyes. She was sealed within the divine essence, which itself was hidden within the stone. The stone, you see, was excavated from the ancient primordial mine, said to be akin to a temple. You know, our human race has quite the penchant for gambling on stones. Every sacred ground relishes the opportunity to pan for gold at the ancient primordial mine, perhaps out of ignorance or fearlessness. Jiang Yifei chuckled. Indeed, our human race has given rise to emperors through the ages, propping up a realm that instills dread in the supreme beings and their vassals within the ancient primordial mine, compelling them to overlook the antics of insignificant mosquitoes. Alas, one must not forget the well-digger after quenching their thirst. The Holy Prince's gaze momentarily lost focus. Indeed, the hall where the myriad races once convened was a temple. In the twilight of the ancient era, my father sat in meditation, and the imperial path ceased to exist, plunging the world into disarray. To maintain stability in Beidou, each race undoubtedly held meetings there to re-establish the order for the next 10,000 years. Regrettably, it seems that negotiations fell through, leading to the horrific bloodshed that ensued. The monkey stood in stunned silence. My aunt was the representative of the divine Silkworm Ridge royal family, and she vanished without a trace. Only now does her corpse see the light of day. A tear glimmered briefly in the corner of his eye. Jiang Yifei observed from the side, keenly noticing that the fluffy paw of this ancient royal offspring had unconsciously tightened into a fist. A silent yet fierce-killing intent spread throughout the realm. This was hardly surprising. The Holy Prince had been sealed within the divine essence since the age of 3, a time when one craves affection the most. Yet he had been severed from his era and kin. This represented a fundamental deficiency in familial nurturing, a plight shared, to varying degrees, by many ancient princes and princesses. They forsook everything, forgetting their kin and genuine emotions, embarking on the path to transcendence. Should they succeed, all would be well, but if they failed, the psychological toll could be insurmountable. It would have been better to perish in the ancient era. Many individuals, the more they lack something, the more they cherish it. The Holy Prince, with his father departed, was left with but an uncle for companionship, one might as well consider him an orphan. Now, to showcase the seemingly deceased quasi-ant. To provoke the soul, the fury of certain individuals is likely to ignite in an instant. Thank you, monkey, for reluctantly turning around, managing to force a grimace towards Jiang Yifei. In your ancient parlance, the corpse of a revered ancestor equates to that of a saint, rich in treasures from head to toe. Even in the primordial era, discovering the remains of an ancestral king would prompt a brutal dismemberment to extract every last ounce of value, unless they were of one's own bloodline. Yet, you have preserved it entirely. How about this? Name your price, monkey, and I shall purchase it, then give her a proper burial. Jiang Yifei's expression morphed into one of peculiarity. Brother, do you possess any wealth? He gazed at the monkey, recalling that he had claimed his father left him no material fortune, only priceless spiritual treasures, urging him to venture forth, to ascend the starry seas and traverse the 9 hells, to carve out his own domain. The holy prince nearly lost his composure upon hearing this. Indeed, as Jiang Yifei stated, he was utterly impoverished. He lacked even the celestial gold to forge his own weapon, having to make do with mere divine iron. Jiang Yifei relished the expression of shock on the monkey's face, feeling the resentment towards the fruit platter dissipate. The exquisite platter prepared by the Jiang family to receive the ancient prince was quite costly, and he himself had refrained from indulging too much, only to have it squandered by the monkey. At this moment, he shifted his tone, questioning why one would bury a person who is not truly dead. Not dead? The holy prince paused, his mind racing with surprise. Are you certain? Of course, I am certain. Jiang Yifei nodded. My Jiang family is not composed of benevolent souls. A complete body of a saint? How could we possibly let it slip away? Just as you mentioned, to skin and dismantle, maximizing its utility is the norm. The fact that she has not been treated thus is simply indicative of her not being entirely dead. Jiang Yifei waved his hand, and suddenly a divine furnace materialized, gliding through the air with an air of majesty. This is the Hongyu furnace. Ever since the emergence of Jiang Yifei, a descendant of the bloodline, a kindred essence stirred the long-slumbering divinity of the Hongyu furnace, making it increasingly lively. Holding the divine furnace, Jiang Yifei invoked his grand charisma, backed by the authority of an imperial weapon, brimming with credibility. The divinity of our ancestor's imperial weapon informs me that this ancestral king has not fully perished. She resides in a state of nirvana, neither alive nor dead. Moreover, her original essence is formidable, undoubtedly among the pinnacle of physiques in existence. Thus, my Jiang family must handle this matter with utmost care. Without a background, the standard procedure would be to skin and dismantle, irrespective of her state of nirvana. His words were cold, yet the monkey found nothing amiss. The Battle-Saint Emperor once advocated for the coexistence of myriad races, suggesting that whatever was lacking was precisely what ought to be promoted, revealing the disharmony among the myriad races during the primordial age. If she has a background, then careful handling is indeed warranted. Jiang Yifei smiled. If we were to recklessly meddle and inadvertently cause the living to perish, would that not breed a deep-seated enmity? The Jiang family is unafraid of enmity, yet we prefer not to forge meaningless hostilities. Hence, I am here to consult you, an expert of the ancients. To my surprise, I find that there exists a connection with your lineage of the battle sage apes. Is that so? Is that so? This is good, this is good. The holy prince, in his excitement, became somewhat incoherent, pacing restlessly, eager to reach out and touch, yet fearful of disturbing something, hesitant to act impulsively. Will her nirvana be successful? He pondered, cautiously inquiring. Quite elusive, Jiang Yifei replied, as this is not a spontaneous, prepared nirvana, but rather a forced one, occurring on the precipice between life and death. Perhaps assistance is required, such as divine herbs or the medicine king, to aid her recovery. Jiang Yifei elucidated. My Jiang family has struggled through the arduous times following the demise of the primordial emperor at Zishan, exhausting much of our resources. We cannot readily produce precious herbs at this moment. Otherwise, we would indeed be inclined to forge a benevolent bond. Unlike now, we can only maintain this state, wary of taking action. His tone was deliberate, conveying both the Jiang family's amicable disposition and subtly sowing the seeds of persuasion. This discourse was not merely directed at the holy prince, but intended for the formidable battle Buddha behind him. Otherwise, he would not have explicitly referenced the primordial emperor or Zishan. Zishan, what a place! It was once the domain of the undying emperor and later the stronghold of the primordial emperor. 2 millennia ago, when the battle sage king emerged, he journeyed to Zishan. Clearly, in a certain sense, The pillar of the battle sage, Apes, has not forgotten his brother's adversary, harboring animosity towards the undying emperor. Thus, upon his emergence, he made a beeline for Zishan, possibly even brandishing a celestial iron staff. However, times have changed. The minions of the undying emperor have been suppressed, and Zishan has shifted ownership. When the battle sage king came knocking, he encountered Zhu Tian, a devotee of the primordial emperor, and a conflict ensued. Zhu Tian was defeated. Consequently, the battle sage king plucked 3 medicine kings and departed. Zishan is quite affluent. 3 medicine kings pose no significant threat. After all, not to mention the medicine kings. Even the mature, undying divine herbs, Zishan possesses a singular divine phoenix undying herb. Now, with the divine silkworm princess in a precarious state, desperately in need of both medicine kings and divine herbs for salvation, will the battle Buddha lend aid? He will, for Zishan is an excellent location. Jiang Yifei could also apply to accompany him, riding the winds of fortune, paving the way to rescue Jiang Taishu, their family's saint. Jiang San, as he is known, lacks the audacity to venture alone into Zishan, fearing a repeat of past mistakes, lacking the protagonist's fortune of Yi Fengchu, lest he be cut down by the lurking minions of the undying emperor, which would be an unjust demise. Yet, under the guise of the monkey's influence, he still felt quite capable. What if the battle sage king remains indifferent, completely disinterested in rescuing the divine silkworm princess? Not lending aid is an option too. Jiang Yifei's eyes sparkled. If the old monkey does not assist, can I not acquire the address of the divine silkworm ridge? Deliver the divine silkworm princess there, allowing the 2 imperial clans to sit down, fostering friendship and forming alliances, borrowing their ancient royal weapons. I shall also sacrifice some semblance of allure, blocking the successor of the Azure Emperor and unearthing the Azure Lotus imperial weapon. With the 9th great bandit Jiang immobilized, I can procure half of the sky-eating demon cauldron. At that time, with the ancient Hua ruler and Hengyu furnace in place, we shall possess 4.5 imperial weapons. Zishan will have to be forced open. A fierce determination surged within him. The era of the ancient clan's resurgence is imminent. The Jiang family must have a vibrant saint to preside over matters. With a saint and imperial weapons, they can become players dividing interests. After all, the Jiang family is a large clan. In this regard, Jiang Yifei envied the holy prince, who could feed himself and his entire family. The young monkey, oblivious to the youthful concerns, boldly proclaimed, "If we cannot resolve this issue, then leave it to my uncle. It is only right for my uncle to save my quasi-aunt." I am indeed curious to see if he has truly lost his wits. The monkey slammed the table, grinding his teeth, declaring that if he were truly foolish, he would summon the ancient imperial weapons of his father to administer a wake-up call. The holy prince, however, was even more radical than Jiang Yifei. He even proposed the hypothetical of betraying his kin and striking his uncle. I shall set off for Mount Shumi at once. The monkey was resolute. Rushing to summon him down, he stormed out, and Jiang Yifei attempted to dissuade him. "Wait, are you not taking your aunt with you?" "No." The monkey shook his head. "It is not safe with me. If anything were to happen on the way, I could never forgive myself. Please keep her safe with the Jiang family for a while longer." "Very well, very well." Jiang Yifei smiled, calling upon the Hengyu furnace, swallowing the divine essence, and specifically preparing a small chamber for the divine silkworm princess. "We are sworn brothers. Your aunt is also my aunt. As long as the Jiang family remains intact and the Hengyu furnace unscathed, our aunt shall certainly be safe. Rest assured, my friend, you may go." "All right." The holy prince, with a fierce determination, burst forth from the Jiang family's gates. However, it was not long before he returned. "What happened?" Jiang Yifei inquired, puzzled. "This time," the monkey declared, "is unlike the previous occasions. I am pressed for time and shall not trek to the western desert on foot." "What the domain gate? Does your Jiang family possess a direct passage to the western desert?" Walking there felt utterly foolish to the monkey. "Regrettably, we do not have a domain gate to the western desert," Jiang Yifei replied with a shake of his head. "However, my family does possess a domain gate leading directly to the ancient Hua divine dynasty in Central Continent. From there, all 4 divine dynasties maintain connections, allowing you to traverse to the Great Xia divine dynasty. Upon reaching the Great Xia, you can then book a flight to the western desert. The Great Xia has provisions for such travel." Jiang Yifei continued, "A few years ago, a princess of the Great Xia was born amidst the flowering of Buddhism, thus establishing ties with the western desert. With my Jiang family's token, you can obtain a transit permit upon arrival at the Hua divine dynasty. The Great Xia will grant you favor." The monkey set forth as instructed. Once the holy prince departed, Zhang Yifei's expression turned grave. His expedition to the western desert was imperative, yet the depths of Buddhism instilled a sense of dread within him. Despite his grandstanding before the holy prince, he harbored no illusions of invincibility. Rescuing the divine Silkworm Princess would earn him a favor from the Buddha of battle, granting him passage into the depths of Shumi Mountain. However, how to address the peril of being converted? After a moment of contemplation, a figure emerged from behind him, radiating a pure and sacred aura. Go! Zhang Yifei commanded without turning. Find the Lihua sect, annihilate them, and reclaim our family's treasured artifact. Chapter 47. The Four Extremes Approve the Emperor's Armament. Who can equal me? Zhang Yifei awaited the arrival of an ancient legend within the Jiang family. Yet, his hand had already reached out. He conjured a secret method, manifesting a divine avatar, emerging from the Dao Palace's secret realm, taking on one of his wings, soaring through the heavens, traversing the 10 directions. With a cackling sound, this avatar revealed Zhang Yifei's true nature, emitting an eerie laughter that made the youth, who remained with his back turned, twitch in embarrassment as he pondered the matter of silencing witnesses. Fortunately, the avatar was perceptive. Fear not, my lord. Not a single soul from the Lihua sect shall remain alive. This was a promise from Jiang San. With a whoosh, a fierce wind swept him away, transforming him into a dark cloud that surged out of the hall. He swept through the Jiang family's treasury, retrieving a chariot once wielded by a notorious demon of the northern domain, then burst into the sacred grounds where various rare beasts were nurtured, demanding the young ones prepare 1,000 great sun fire crows. Black ones. Bring me only the black ones. Jiang San commanded. I do not want the red ones. The elder guarding the beast garden, with a grim countenance, stifled the impulse to unleash a volley of reprimands. There were only red ones, and no black ones. Then dye them black. Jiang San boldly insisted. The elder, filled with helplessness and despair, ultimately relented. Thus 1,000 pitch-black great sun fire crows emerged, harnessed to the chariot, soaring into the 9 heavens. They crossed the domain gate, heading towards the direction of Zishan, pursuing the location of the Lihua sect. 2 grand banners rose high upon the chariot, exuding an imposing presence. Unmatched demon ancestor, supreme over all eternity, together with the rallying cries of the 1,000 fire crows. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. The dark, fiery clouds raced across the land, seemingly eager to engulf all in hatred. Yet, regrettably, it seemed no one wished to take the lead. After all, the display was evidently formidable and not to be trifled with. Why invite trouble? Jiang San felt a wave of disappointment, sighing as he drew nearer to his destination. The eastern desolation and northern domain sprawled vast and endless, capable of harboring countless beings and sections. Even the sacred lands contained 2. What need is there to mention lesser factions? The Lihua sect was but an inconsequential speck among them. To what extent? The Jiang family had not even recorded them at the outset. This was only natural. One could not expect the Jiang family to catalog a sect that had established its doctrines merely 1,000 or 1,800 years ago, whose sect leaders were only as strong as the Dao Palace's secret realm. Moreover, what was the theme of the northern domain? Chaos. The great sacred lands and families contended fiercely for resources, while various monsters and bandits ran rampant. Constantly, lesser factions were being reshuffled. In such circumstances, who would expend effort to compile data, diligently noting those transient sects? After painstakingly organizing information, it would quickly become outdated, rendered useless. Who would die in vain for that? Until now, the Jiang family had stirred the chaos of the northern domain, cleansing various weaklings and traitors, only then directing their gaze towards the foundational order, compiling a list. The Lihua sect had finally entered the purview of the prominent figures within the Jiang family. This was the source of their misfortune, as the Jiang family's prince had long sought them out. Boom! A cataclysmic radiance erupted, as dark demonic flames engulfed the mountain gate of the Lihua sect, shattering and collapsing it. Even though Jiang San, as an avatar, possessed only the cultivation of the Four Extremes secret realm, he was synonymous with invincibility against such a mountain gate. Who dares to infringe upon our sect? The elders of the Lihua sect soared into the sky, wielding divine rainbows, staring in horror at the self-proclaimed demon ancestor's chariot, which loomed over the heavens, becoming the sovereign of this realm. So, it is the Lihua sect. Jiang San boomed, his voice distorting and layering, a cacophony of old men, children, men, and women intertwining. Akin to malevolent insects burrowing into one's eardrums, tearing and consuming, inciting madness, revealing the essence of the demon ancestor. The elders and disciples of the Li Hua sect could not withstand the weight of this wicked power. They crumbled before battle, plummeting from the heights, crying out in despair upon the earth. Jiangxin felt little sympathy for them. The land of the northern domain was saturated with blood and chaos. In the struggle for resources, many sects masqueraded as legitimate, only to transform into bandits behind closed doors, plundering villages. Which village dared to refuse? They would be slaughtered until the villagers trembled in fear, willingly offering tributes. Surrender the Li Hua divine furnace, Jiangxin intoned, stoking the malevolent thoughts of the Li Hua sect's elders and disciples. The more heinous the individual, the easier they succumbed to such sorcery, reflecting the methods once inflicted upon their victims back upon themselves. They trembled, they lamented. Only a handful managed to struggle. And those were the cultivators of the Dao Palace secret realm, a conscious act of control and leniency from Jiangxin. Impossible. A white-haired elder bellowed. He was the supreme elder of the Li Hua sect. The divine furnace is our sect's most treasured artifact. How can it be seized by outsiders? Jiangxin's gaze fell upon him, instilling a sense of impending doom, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was fracturing, threatening to bury him beneath the weight of the world. Just a glance was nearly enough to rend his being asunder. Thus, he acted from his heart. However, if you wish to offer some of your ancestral relics for our sect to honor and worship day and night, praising the boundless Tao, the divine furnace may serve as a tribute. Please, graciously accept our request, the supreme elder hastily proposed. Ha ha ha. Jiangxin laughed, nearly losing his sanity. You dare to bargain with me? What is your identity? What is my status? You would use my ancestors' relics to negotiate? Who bestowed upon you the qualifications and audacity? He abruptly rose, extending a hand, crashing down with an earth-shattering force. Boom! The heavens darkened, as if a demon ancestor were forcefully pushing against the entirety of the world, causing mountains and rivers to tremble. In response, the supreme elder of the Li Hua sect roared, to seize our sect's treasured artifact. How can the Li Hua sect continue to stand upon this sacred ground? Without our deterrent artifacts, shall we not be at the mercy of others? If that is the case, let us engage in battle. Disciples, heed my command, form the formation. The supreme elder bellowed, employing divine techniques as mountains manifested, cradled in his embrace, ready to confront the hand descending from the heavens. Simultaneously, the disciples struggled to activate the remnants of their sect's grand formation, transforming it into a torrent of divine power, shattering mountains and rivers. Jiangxin said coldly, his expression unwavering, as the shadow of the demonic hand descended. Rumble. The mountains shattered, the rivers of divine power collapsed, and everything appeared so fragile, akin to delicate porcelain. Only a colossal hand loomed over the heavens and the earth, utterly unstoppable, until it collided with a finely crafted bronze furnace. At the critical juncture of life and death, the elder of the Li Hua sect opened his mouth and expelled a radiant bronze cauldron. Initially a mere inch in height, it glimmered with brilliance, expanding swiftly, blocking the descending demonic hand in the void. A resounding clash echoed through the ages as the celestial hand struck the bronze furnace, producing a sound akin to the great bell reverberating through the cosmos. Unscathed by Jiangxin's assault, the furnace continued to grow, standing tall amidst the heavens and earth, exuding an aura of eternal imperishability. The elder of the Li Hua sect was filled with elation, vindicated in his belief in the might of the sect's treasured artifact against a formidable adversary. Observing the spectacle, Jiangxin was not angered. Rather, he silently encircled the Li Hua divine furnace, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Various sacred techniques echoed against the bronze furnace, creating a resonant vibration that reverberated through the universe. The furnace, growing stronger in the face of adversity, radiated brilliance under Jiangxin's relentless blows, remaining indestructible and expanding further, with a sound akin to a volcanic eruption building up. Suddenly, the furnace lid burst open, flames soaring to the heavens, a fierce blaze engulfing all. Yet, Jiangxin remained undeterred, advancing fearlessly into the inferno, unleashing his divine techniques upon the bronze furnace, leaving a colossal imprint. The elder of the Li Hua sect was struck with terror as he felt a piercing pain in his primordial spirit. His control over the Li Hua divine furnace was waning, gradually slipping away from him. No, the elder howled, expending all his power to ignite the furnace as offensive. Instantly, a phoenix soared from the cauldron, its fiery wings igniting the sky, heralding its arrival with a majestic cry, its divine feathers shimmering. casting a sweeping aura across the mountains and rivers. Ha ha ha! Jiang San laughed heartily, standing his ground as the fiery onslaught struck him, unyielding and resolute. In the end, he felt a profound sense of triumph. I possess the majesty of an emperor. In the Four Extremes' secret realm, I grasp the imperial weapon barehanded. Throughout history, who can rival me? He proclaimed, brimming with youthful arrogance, his demonic nature unfurling with exuberance. Though he boasted, it was not mere self-aggrandizement. The Lihua divine furnace was forged by the great Emperor Hung Yu since his youth and set aside only after he ascended to greatness. It bore witness to the emperor's glory, accompanying him step by step to the pinnacle. It was indeed a cherished artifact. Had the materials been adequate, it could have transformed into an imperial weapon. Yet intriguingly, the great Emperor Hung Yu later discovered a substantial piece of phoenix blood gold, but chose not to refine it into the Lihua divine furnace, opting instead to forge a new furnace, the Hung Yu furnace. It's hard not to associate this with the notion of casting aside what was once cherished. Today, the Lihua divine furnace had also fallen into decline. The secret realm of the Dao Palace could command it, while Jiang San, within the Four Extremes' secret realm, brazenly contended with an imperial weapon, an absurdity indeed. This was partly due to the loss of divine essence. Why are divine materials, such as the 9 divine golds and the primordial essence, so precious? It is because they contain an immortal Taoist resonance, crafted into weapons that can endure through the ages, imperishable for millions of years, thus deemed as treasures of the world. Ordinary materials, deprived of their master's refining and nurturing, gradually lose their essence and can no longer wield their former might. Even quasi-imperial weapons, inscribed with imperial patterns, fall prey to this fate. After achieving a significant milestone, Jiang San willingly drew forth his own blood. He was a unique existence, molded by primordial energy reminiscent of a deity, yet within him, a drop of true blood from Jiang Yifei lay dormant. At that moment, the true blood dripped down, rolling onto the Lihua divine furnace. Instantly, the elder of the Lihua sect was horrified to realize he had completely lost control, the imprint of his primordial spirit on the furnace being incinerated. In the next instant, an overwhelming blaze surged forth from the divine cauldron. A deity, long dormant within the furnace, sensing the familiar essence of its former master, was stirred to awaken. Boom! The heavens and earth collapsed. The supreme flames obliterated eternity, all things in the world shattering like fragile bubbles, crumbling and wilting. In this moment, Jiang San was uncharacteristically humble, no longer exuding the arrogance of a demonic lord, but rather bowing his head in earnestness. If he was so subdued, one could only imagine the trembling of the fiery crows, who dared not flap their wings even once more. In truth, had Jiang San not tethered them with his own essence, the divinity of the Lihua divine furnace might have regarded them as enemies, leading to their demise in the engulfing flames. The Lihua sect stood as testament to this. In the blaze of the awakening quasi-imperial weapon, the entire sect was silently extinguished within the celestial flames, reduced to scorched earth. The annihilation was executed with such casualness and absurdity. However, soon the deity of the Lihua divine furnace, having regained its long-lost power, began to gather its might. An endless flow of celestial flames returning to the bronze furnace from all directions. It calmed the tumult, restoring tranquility and harmony, now imbued with an air of ancient wisdom, as if it could suppress the heavens for eternity. The deity of the Lihua divine furnace stirred its consciousness, connecting with Jiang San, inquiring about the current state of the Northern Dipper, having slumbered for far too long. Jiang San dutifully reported, speaking of the Jiang family as prosperity, the ancient mines of Taichu, and the uninitiated path to immortality, among other matters. He was obedient, lacking the earlier bravado of grasping a quasi-imperial weapon barehanded. They conversed harmoniously, until after a while, a terrifying force descended upon the scorched earth. Though the Lihua divine furnace was no longer at its peak, the essence it had displayed in that fleeting moment was still of quasi-imperial caliber, sensed most acutely by the powerful. At that moment, individuals arrived, guided by the resonance, accompanied by several companions. Leading them was a monkey, an old monkey. One hand wielded a celestial iron staff, while the other held a demon-slaying pestle, clad in golden armor, exuding an unmatched will to conquer the heavens and subdue the underworld. The fighting Buddha, how swiftly he had arrived. The holy prince followed closely behind, panting heavily, appearing less like a monkey and more like a hound. Jiang San glanced sideways, inwardly scoffing. Some monkeys, despite claiming to have moved on, were quicker than anyone upon hearing news of their fiancé's demise. Had they truly let go, or had they not? He murmured to himself, then transformed into a beam of light, charging towards a youth. His true self had also arrived. Not only had he arrived, but he also bore the Hung Yu furnace. Moreover, beside him stood a regal figure draped in a dragon robe, radiating authority, gripping a celestial ruler capable of extinguishing the ancient star sea. The emperor of the ancient Hua dynasty had come, having summoned the imperial weapon of his dynasty. Buzz! The Li Hua divine furnace emitted a jubilant hum and surged forward. The Hung Yu furnace, the ancient ruler, and the Li Hua furnace resonated, encircling Jiang Yifei, accentuating his extraordinary presence. As if a great ancient emperor had descended across the ages, the fighting Buddha regarded him with scrutiny, pondering whether this was the last resort of the human emperor to quell the dark turmoil. Chapter 48. Pressing the king of beginningless, trapping the god of the Azure Emperor. The art of fishing still relies on the present. Indeed, the heavens and earth rumbled, myriad paths resonated, and Jiang Yifei spoke, imbued with immense authority. It was difficult to discern whether it was he speaking or the will of the Hung Yu furnace and ancient ruler resonating through him, manifesting through the imperial bloodline of the descendant. He was the human emperor, the victorious Buddha of battle side, feeling that the title of emperor was perhaps more deserved than many ancient sovereigns, as he quelled turmoil and safeguarded the cosmos, remaining unwavering until death. He was deeply moved, even though his elder brother was an ancient emperor, and he had closely encountered the supreme beings of the extreme path. It did not hinder him from bestowing high praise upon the great emperors of humanity. Indeed, the emperors of humanity were exceptional. Each emperor bore distinct characteristics that left an indelible mark on posterity, perhaps due to the generally frail physicality of humanity. Those who transcended often possessed a more intense personal will, etched into the annals of time. The bloodshed emperor who battled in the forbidden zones, resisting the upheaval. The ruinous ancient emperor who suffered devastating defeats and became demonic. The fierce emperor whose talent was unmatched and whose obsession led him to immortality. The emperors of humanity, in contrast to the sovereigns of antiquity, struggled to achieve supreme accomplishments despite the far inferior cultivation environment of their time, each one remarkable in their own right. The Buddha of battle felt no need to elaborate on this. Jiang Yifei's eyes were profound, resembling two condensed starry skies, with imperial blood boiling within him, granting him the sensation of being able to pluck stars and seize the moon, dominating the heavens. Yet, he restrained his wild thoughts, remaining exceptionally composed. The departed were gone, and both emperors and sovereigns had become monumental legacies. In terms of illustrious figures, one must look to the present. Was it not laughable for the victorious Buddha of battle to nod in agreement that each generation is inferior to the last? The old monkey stirred his golden armor, and at that moment, his will was unmistakably revealed. Though he had entered the Buddhist fold, his ambition remained undiminished. He was still the same battle sage king of Ur. Moreover, he still retained his mischievous monkey demeanor. Jiang Yifei's gaze flickered as he looked at the demon-suppressing pestle held by the victorious Buddha of battle. Wasn't this a blatant appropriation of the emperor's weapon? How brazen! The monkey was so esteemed. It appeared that my endeavor to gain admission to Shumi Mountain for study was assured. Jiang Yifei felt quite satisfied. However, he dared not let his guard down and resolved to approach this victorious Buddha of battle with utmost seriousness. During his journey to Purple Mountain, he had summoned the ancient Hua tree and retrieved the Li Hua furnace. With this trinity, he finally possessed the qualifications to engage in equal dialogue with anyone. At this moment, he was not merely Jiang Yifei, but also the embodiment of the will of the eternal universe emperor. Purple Mountain, are you certain you wish to accompany me? The victorious Buddha of battle fell silent for a moment. Considering his nephew and fiancé, he maintained a favorable attitude towards Jiang Yifei, aware that it was not a benevolent place. There were subordinates of the undying heavenly emperor as well as the hidden machinations of the primordial emperor. The old monkey's gaze was deep. A forebear of the Jiang family is suspected to have perished in Purple Mountain, hence my desire to seek him out. Jiang Yifei candidly admitted, acknowledging the traces of emperors and sovereigns that had once existed there. The primordial emperor is one of our human emperors, despite any hidden agendas. It is unlikely he would make things excessively difficult for a junior like me, would it? He smiled, adding, as for the undying heavenly emperor, perhaps the victorious Buddha of battle is unaware, but my ancestor once sought his whereabouts to demand an explanation. Our human race has an ancient human sovereign, who is rumored to have been ambushed and harmed by him, unable to rest in peace. His tone gradually grew indignant. resonating with the victorious Buddha of battle. How do we establish a common front? First, we must identify a shared enemy. I see. The victorious Buddha of battle's demeanor softened, nodding repeatedly. The undying heavenly emperor is indeed a great calamity for the heavens and earth, a common foe for all emperors. Your desire to learn more about him is a commendable pursuit, ensuring that one day, should he plot against you, you are not left in ignorance. Beneath the old monkey's words lay a concealed intensity of murderous intent. Since a friend of the Jiang family harbors such intentions, let us journey together, providing mutual support. The victorious Buddha of battle mentioned mutual support, but in truth, he was merely a monkey leading a few into peril. The holy prince, Jiang Yifei, and the ancient Hua emperor. Once the parties reached a consensus, the victorious Buddha of battle led them through the shattered void. Time and space morphed unpredictably as they leaped forward. Although the victorious Buddha of battle had not traversed the northern region for 2 millennia, he still remembered the path. Soon, they arrived at their destination, beholding a massive purple mountain, like an enraged sword piercing the heavens. On the horizon, 9 ridges lay sprawled like true dragons, exuding the weight of ancient times and solitude. This was Purple Mountain. In ancient times, it bore another name, the Ancient Emperor Mountain, reputed to be the burial site of the undying heavenly emperor. Of course, all present knew that the undying heavenly emperor, true to his name, had not perished but lurked in the shadows, reaping one emperor after another. The terrain here was extraordinarily mysterious, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would not have been chosen by 2 supreme beings of the heavenly emperor level. The creation of heaven and earth could also lead to their obliteration, fraught with peril. Moreover, with emperors residing here, their strategies laid out were indeed a web of fatal traps. Ordinary cultivators who dared to intrude upon Purple Mountain could vanish in the blink of an eye. Yet, with a great sage leading the way and 4 emperor weapons as their safeguard, their formidable presence instilled no fear. The victorious Buddha of battle observed the celestial phenomena, attuned to the terrain, and ultimately selected a dragon vein, raising his celestial iron staff to strike. Boom! The void collapsed, the great path shattered, and a passageway was forcefully created, leading the quartet into a dazzling starry expanse. This was a miniature star domain, crafted by powerful beings to guard Purple Mountain. The intricate array patterns were laden with lethal intent, causing Jiang Yifei and the others to feel excruciating pain in both their souls and bodies. Stabilize. The demon-suppressing pestle anchored itself in the void. In a moment of clarity, a great Buddha loomed, commanding the 10 directions, obliterating all manifestations of worldly law. A golden path unfurled beneath their feet, allowing them to traverse freely. The victorious Buddha of battle forged ahead, with the 3 closely following. At this juncture, all murderous formations and dire straits transformed into a smooth avenue. Having a guide made all the difference. Jiang Yifei glanced around, as the stars morphed into light, rapidly receding behind him. This was the pinnacle of speed, propelled by imperial weapons. Eventually, he felt a sense of discomfort, the world spinning around him, leaving him disoriented. Buzz! The eternal universe furnace vibrated gently, cascading crimson aura upon his soul, stabilizing the erratic sensations. The entire experience was brief. Just as Jiang Yifei regained his composure, they had arrived at their destination, facing a black hole, the final gateway into Purple Mountain. Open! The golden monkey swung the mighty staff, and the black hole trembled open, allowing them to step inside. Once their vision cleared, they found themselves within the Purple Mountain's interior, surrounded by numerous jade palaces and towers. The traces of time were etched everywhere, veiling the palaces in dust, and the steps were dim, lacking vitality. Upon reaching this place, the victorious Buddha of battle fell silent, uttering not a word, and simply led the way forward. He occasionally paused to ascertain their direction before proceeding. Meanwhile, Jiang Yifei and the Holy Prince engaged in hushed whispers, animatedly discussing the offspring of the undying heavenly emperor. The Holy Prince swore to the heavens that should he ever encounter the progeny of the undying heavenly emperor, he would seek vengeance for his father. But if you slay the emperor's child, you must bring me the body. Jiang Yifei made a modest request, adding, I've heard that the undying heavenly emperor may be a being from the realm of immortals, quite extraordinary, perhaps through his child's body. We could uncover secrets of longevity. Their audacity was remarkable, broaching topics of great import. The ancient Hua emperor trailed behind them, unable to interject a single word. In truth, this journey had offered him the least enriching experience, merely a formality. However, sometimes, possessing prior knowledge of certain insider information constituted the greatest gain. He had seemingly resolved to align with the Jiang family thereafter, forging a partnership to excavate some pure lands, obliterating the ancient clan lying dormant within, a complete slaughter. The two young men, engrossed in their audacious discourse, ultimately provoked the ire of certain entities. As they traversed a certain grand hall, a figure shrouded in mist, resembling a malevolent deity, abruptly opened its eyes upon the majestic and towering altar at the center. Its visage was etched with fury, exuding a sinister aura, and a palpable murderous intent enveloped it, a manifestation of one who had slaughtered countless souls. To dare to speak ill of the divine is a transgression that must be punished. Behind it, a multitude of wings unfurled, spanning the heavens and the earth, their collective tremor generating an overwhelming presence akin to a surging river of stars, poised to engulf all existence and obliterate the heavens. The ancient progenitor king, a descendant of the immortal emperor's 8 divine generals. He harbored a murderous intent on crushing those 2 insignificant insects. However, at the very moment he prepared to strike, the Buddha of battle, previously undetected in his awareness, made his move. Calmly, he raised his celestial iron staff and struck from afar. Crack! Before the ancient king could react, his head burst apart like a rotten watermelon. White brain matter and crimson blood splattered across the hall. A fragment of the primordial spirit, filled with terror, attempted to flee, only to be horrified to find itself ensnared by a dreadful force of law, igniting it into a shower of light. It wished to scream, yet no sound emerged. Only the agony of its disintegration in a brutal torment. An ancient sage fell in such a manner. Hurry, 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 Jiang Yifei bellowed, beckoning the holy prince and the ancient emperor of Hua. The 3 of them, a trio of feeble beings, joined forces to activate the cosmic furnace. The divine furnace radiated light. Streams of crimson aura flowed forth, enveloping the decapitated body of the ancient king. In the next moment, the spoils were collected within the cosmic furnace. The 2 men and 1 monkey beamed with delight. A successful collaboration. Jiang Yifei and the holy prince exchanged high fives. This was a joint venture in fishing. The Buddha of battle, disdainful of the descendants of the immortal emperor's generals, would never stoop so low as to bully them. However, Jiang Yifei and the holy prince certainly valued them. In terms of combat, they knew they could not prevail. But in fishing, they excelled. With just a few words, they had hooked a big catch, prompting the Buddha of battle to enact righteous defense. The Buddha, aware of their ulterior motives, chose to turn a blind eye, too lazy to fuss over such trivialities. Thus, it is evident that under the influence of a certain individual, the once simple little monkey had also learned to be cunning. Preserved intact, Jiang Yifei prodded the ancient watcher, noting that while it was missing a head, it was not a significant issue. Upon returning, they would skin it and dismantle its bones, putting it to good use. Right. The holy prince clapped his paws in agreement. My ancient Hua dynasty is willing to pay handsomely for this corpse. The ancient emperor of Hua lowered his voice, offering celestial gold. Celestial gold? This is certainly worth considering. The holy prince perked up at this, sensing sincerity. Heaven's witness, the monkey might be the most beleaguered ancient prince, having an unreliable father who provided little in material wealth and instead filled him with platitudes about self-reliance, urging him to ascend to the 9th heaven and subdue the 9 hells. It was bearable until comparisons were made. Once compared, the monkey's heart was filled with sorrow. Now, with someone seeking to barter, he was more than willing. Soon, they reached a mutually satisfactory agreement. Then came one fishing expedition after another. The primordial emperor suppressed the immortal emperor's generals in Purple Mountain, but, mindful of his dignity, he ultimately refrained from executing them with full force. Perhaps he also did not anticipate that the descendants would be so incompetent, with the Beidou human race failing to produce even a few worthy emperors. Coupled with a plethora of great sages, had they possessed such power, even if the ancient king in Purple Mountain fled, what tempest could he stir? It must be said, the Azure Emperor had pitifully ensnared the Beidou human and demon races. His demise led to a suppression of the Great Path, plunging the era into hardship, causing the Beidou to nearly lose all sages and the intermediary class of sage kings. Only a half-dead Gai Jiuyu and a handful of contemporary great sages remained. The more Jiang Yifei pondered this predicament, the angrier he grew, feeling compelled to find an opportunity to unearth the Azure Emperor's false tomb. What a grave injustice! The divine pit, referring to the Azure Emperor, Jiang Yifei maliciously envisioned that the Azure Emperor ultimately fell into his own trap. dismembering himself in the desolate tower during his failed transformation into the immortal domain. Perhaps it was poetic justice. Was he not ensnaring others while also ensnaring himself? The Azure Emperor's descendants languishing in the Beidou were not without reason. With such an unreliable ancestor, who wouldn't go mad, leaving behind a myriad of messes for future generations to grapple with? At this moment, Zhang Yifei could only join forces with the Holy Prince, united in their fishing endeavors. Should any ancient king be unable to resist and leap forth, the Buddha of battle would strike, one staff for each ancient king, one for each descendant of the divine generals. He advanced, delivering blows with each step. Soon, the celestial iron staff was drenched in the blood of the ancient kings, and only after a shake did it regain its luster. Meanwhile, Zhang Yifei and the Holy Prince, standing behind the Buddha of battle, chuckled as they counted the ancient king's corpses stored within the cosmic furnace. These corpses were of no interest to the Buddha of battle. For him, his heart was set on the path to becoming a quasi-emperor, aiming to sever the traces left by his brother. Yet, the two imperial sons, the princes, valued them greatly. Though they were merely scavenging, it was no shame in cultivation. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11. Zhang Yifei grinned, his eyes narrowed into slits. 11 splendid individuals. Indeed, the monkey retrieved a sacred weapon from one of the ancient king's corpses, feeling satisfied, knowing precisely what they lacked, thus willingly delivering it to their doorstep. The ancient king had been dispatched too swiftly, not even having the chance to wield the sacred weapon. Consequently, it became a boon for a few. This was a journey of tremendous harvest. However, as the Buddha of battle continued his slaughter, the ancient kings finally learned to be prudent, no longer falling for the bait. Within Purple Mountain, the ever-present allure of the Gu path dissipated, leaving behind an aura of tranquility, truly embodying the essence of an unparalleled Pure Land. What a pity. Zhang Yifei sighed. Indeed, what a great loss. The Holy Prince echoed the lament. At this moment, both man and monkey shared a profound sense of heartache, akin to watching treasure take flight. Yet before their sorrow could linger too long, a peculiar phenomenon transpired. Several imperial weapons trembled simultaneously, emitting a faint sound, as if in the presence of a formidable adversary. The duo, engrossed in their spoils, lifted their heads, scanning their surroundings to discover they had arrived at an expansive area, a plaza, flanked by a formidable stone palace. Above them loomed a massive, suspended stone wall, resembling a colossal bell. Zhang Yifei immediately adopted a solemn demeanor. Here we are. The Buddha of battle halted his steps and spoke. The old monkey, at this moment, condensed his spirit and vitality, his demeanor markedly different from before, as if confronting a fearsome opponent. Indeed, there was such an individual. Chapter 49. The Divine Phoenix's Immortal Medicine. Is this what you challenge as my Achilles heel? Before them stood an elderly man, advanced in years, yet brimming with vitality. His gaze ablaze like a torch, radiating an overwhelming sacred majesty that instilled terror. Zhang Yifei felt a jolt of alarm that he had failed to notice the old man's arrival. However, after a moment's reflection, he regained his composure. A great sage, one of the most elite among them, being detected by him would have been a true anomaly. This was a figure before whom even the Buddha of battle would tread carefully. Zhu Tian, you have arrived. I have come. You were not meant to come. Zhu Tian sighed softly. But I have indeed come. The Buddha of battle's tone was grave. The man and monkey transformed into enigmas, their relationship oscillating between adversarial and amicable. A complex dynamic. Yet, it was understandable. 2 millennia ago, the Buddha of battle had ventured to Purple Mountain in search of the immortal emperor's whereabouts. But he arrived too late. This place had already become the domain of the primordial emperor. As the guardian of the primordial emperor's tomb, how could Zhu Tian remain passive in the face of unlawful intrusion? An epic battle was undoubtedly on the horizon. The confrontation between Zhu Tian and the dual warrior Saint King promises to be an awe-inspiring clash of titans. A battle that could be deemed the mightiest collision beneath the realm of quasi-emperors. One, a direct descendant of the ancient imperial lineage, once a hero of the primordial era. The other, a guardian of emperors, showcasing brilliance from the time of antiquity. Both have intimately encountered extraordinary figures and have been guided by powerful mentors. Transcending the barriers of time, they engage in a mythical struggle in this epic. Ultimately, the dual warrior Buddha emerges victorious, narrowly defeating Zhu Tian. However, the outcome bears little significance for either party. Rather, their initial enmity transforms into camaraderie through their encounter. Otherwise, given that this is the imperial array of Zishan, With the combined might of the Imperial Classics and the Imperial Bell akin to having the half-presence of the Primordial Emperor stationed here, the dual warrior Buddha would have found little fortune, let alone the trio of medicinal herbs he ultimately acquired. Upon this reunion, Zhu Tian, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, boldly inquires about his friend's intentions. The dual warrior Buddha, after a moment of contemplation, tears open the fabric of space and retrieves the sealed divine essence containing the princess of divine silkworm, which had been transferred immediately upon the dual warrior Buddha's arrival at the Jiang residence. The monkey, though brash in demeanor, is not impervious to vulnerability. One could argue that the princess of divine silkworm serves as a metaphorical tightening band upon his head. In a world of stark contrasts, such a monkey is not without its similarities. I must save her, the dual warrior Buddha declares. Zhu Tian gazes intently, his brow furrowed. Is she truly alive in such a state? The divine silkworm has 9 transformations, granting her 9 lives, the Buddha asserts. She yet lives, possessing a glimmer of hope. I am here to secure that hope, and no one shall take it from me. At this declaration, the old monkey radiates an overwhelming battle spirit. Zhang Yifei, witnessing this fervor, contemplates that should the heavenly court exist, the dual warrior Saint King would surely create a tumult to save the princess of divine silkworm. To seek life amidst death, to undergo rebirth through nirvana. This encapsulates the realm of longevity. Zhu Tian exhales slowly. Within Zishan, I know only one entity capable of such miracles. It is the immortal divine medicine, the Phoenix immortal elixir, once followed by the Emperor. However, I cannot provide it to you, Zhu Tian states calmly. I am entrusted with guarding the Emperor's tomb. How could I betray such trust? He finds himself in a precarious position, caught between idol and newfound friend. A dilemma that weighs heavily upon him. Betraying his duty is not an option, nor can he sever this budding friendship. Nevertheless, to attain saintliness requires adaptability. In short order, Zhu Tian formulates a plan. Very well, he gestures. Let us spar. If you best me, I shall inform the primordial bell of your plight. With a hint of a smile, he extends an olive branch. His gaze shifts to the 4 individuals present, each wielding a glaring imperial weapon. An intriguing scenario indeed. 4 imperial artifacts. I surmise you are well prepared to negotiate with the primordial bell. Agreed, the dual warrior Buddha responds, casting aside his celestial iron staff and demon-slaying pestle to charge forth. His golden hair seems to ignite, exuding a divine aura that rends the heavens asunder. Come forth. Zhu Tian exhorts, his feet surrounded by radiant patterns. The imperial array left by the primordial emperor, intertwining the myriad paths of existence, resonating with eternal divine might. Not far off, at the end of the path, stand a massive stone tome, its dimensions spanning over 10 meters in length and 1 to 2 meters in thickness. As the imperial array manifests, it trembles, emanating imperial power, transforming the realm into a celestial battlefield for 2 peerless sages. Boom! Deep within this starry expanse, Zhu Tian and the dual warrior Buddha engage in fierce combat. Each gesture and movement unleashes a force capable of causing celestial bodies to fall, showcasing their extraordinary prowess. At times they pursue each other, at others they clash fiercely, their forms and profound truths weaving into a tapestry of mystique, leaving 3 spectators not partaking in this cosmic fray utterly bewildered, merely waiting for a resolution. Zhu Tian is willing to assist the dual warrior Buddha, provided the latter secures victory. Only if the dual warrior Buddha triumphs can Zhu Tian justify his actions to the primordial bell, remaining true to his duty as a tomb guardian. They unleash their true flames, and despite their friendship, their steadfast commitment to their respective paths ensures neither will show mercy. Mutual understanding prevails. This is a magnificent contest of dragons and tigers. 2 unrivaled sages conjure visions of the obliteration of star seas, embodying the illusion of an immortal king reigning supreme across 9 heavens. Every facet of their lives, their wisdom, and their strength converges in each strike, serving as both a testament to their paths and their existence. They fight with fervor, blood gradually spilling and cascading through the starry void, blood belonging to both Zhu Tian and the dual warrior Buddha. The Saint Prince watches anxiously, powerless to intervene. As for Zhang Yifei, he comes prepared. At this moment, he produces a small metallic piece, radiating crimson light, with a fleeting phoenix apparition. It is the phoenix blood-red gold. Clearly, judging by his grimace, this is one of his few remaining treasures. After forging his lifelong weapon in the heavenly furnace, he has but a sliver of scrap left, meticulously preserved. Though it is no larger than a finger, Too small even for a bracelet, its humble appearance belies its divine nature, for it is celestial gold. Closely related to the phoenix. One only needs to observe how Emperor Hengyu utilizes such material to fish in the ancient mines of Taichu to comprehend its worth. Quickly, Jiang Yifei urges, shaking the Hengyu furnace, as droplets of true blood fall upon the furnace, awakening the deity to assist him in melting the phoenix blood-red gold. The imperial weapon deity, though lethargic, begrudgingly stirs, exerting a modicum of power. The sound of a phoenix resounds faintly, and the crimson flames engulf the minuscule celestial gold, melting it away. Once liquefied, it reshapes into the nascent form of a golden chain. However, this chain is exceedingly diminutive. It is certainly not suitable for wearing. Naturally, Jiang Yifei had no intention of adorning it. He then retrieves the ancient Hua ruler, gripping it in hand, using the edge of the divine ruler as a carving tool to commence the intricate refinement of the golden chain. With deft strokes, he etches splendid patterns upon the chain, achieving a level of intricacy that defies belief. Simultaneously, he is inspired to compose an ode to the phoenix, artfully concealed within the intricacies of the design. When activated, or if a bird employs divine power, this composition will project into the void, allowing its beauty to be appreciated in solitude. Oh my, am I truly this exceptional? Jiang Yifei transforms into a craftsman. The previously timid ancient Hua emperor observes, his gaze evolving into one of intrigue. What the hell? Are you attempting to bribe the phoenix immortal elixir? Is it really necessary? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he sorrowfully realizes, why did I not think of this? To win favor with an immortal elixir using celestial gold, even if it merely yields a droplet of saliva, would be worthwhile. What is celestial gold worth? Does longevity not hold greater value? Mastering celestial gold bequeaths prosperity to future generations, while acquiring longevity grants one their own happiness. As the saying goes, children will have their own blessings, regardless of their parents' enjoyment. The ancient Hua emperor begins rummaging through his belongings. Unfortunately, despite searching thoroughly, he finds no trace of the phoenix blood-red gold. This serves as a reminder that opportunities often favor the prepared. Cough, cough. Reluctantly, the emperor watches as Jiang Yifei finalizes the golden chain and, with a gentle cough, produces a jade box containing 2 slender pieces of eternal blue gold. Behold the time-worn marks upon that jade box, a testament to the passage of years, indicative of the ancient treasures of the Gu Hua dynasty, now unearthed by this sovereign for his own gain. The nephew of the Jiang clan, he delves into familial matters, and observe, Jiang Yifei's expression turns grave, as he remains vigilant against the Gu Hua emperor's attempts to leverage familial bonds. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. To this, the Gu Hua emperor concedes and subtly suggests that should Jiang Yifei manage to please the divine phoenix with the elixir of immortality, perhaps coaxing forth a few droplets, he might be granted a modest share. In return, this eternal blue gold would rightfully belong to Jiang Yifei. Jiang Yifei's eyes dart with cunning, and he thumped his chest, affirming there is no issue. May the friendship between the Jiang family and the Gu Hua dynasty endure through the ages. In that moment, the old and the young, shoulder to shoulder, epitomize the essence of collusion. The Gu Hua emperor is struck with a thought and begins to negotiate delicately with the youth. Should he receive a bit more of the elixir, he hopes that both parties can agree on a unified account. For instance, if the Gu Hua dynasty acquires 3 drops of the immortality potion, he would only report 2 upon his return, reserving the remaining drop for his own coffers. Such matters would remain unrecorded. He desires that Jiang Yifei comprehend this mutual understanding. In these times, even an emperor faces difficulties. The Gu Hua emperor sighs, an air of helplessness about him. Jiang Yifei nods in understanding. The emperors take turns. Next year, it will be my turn. The position of the Gu Hua emperor is not a lifetime appointment. After a term, one must step down. The same holds true for the Jiang family sovereign. There is no choice but to relinquish power. In the ancestral halls of every family, a multitude of living relics observes. The reigning emperor may be formidable, yet a retired emperor is only marginally superior to a mere dog, unless the sovereign or the family leader is ruthless enough to sweep aside the entire dynasty. They must still yield to the collective will, contributing to the healthy development of their family and dynasty. Those vital strategic resources, such as celestial gold and divine medicines, cannot be managed arbitrarily by the emperor or the leader. It must be reasonable and just. Every decade or so, a thorough audit must be conducted, documenting the various allocations as a tribute to the ancestors, as if praying for their spirits to watch over them. Though the ancestors have departed, The imperial artifacts that symbolize their enduring legacy remain, should any unworthy descendants neglect their duties. The elders of the ancestral hall will summon the imperial artifacts to enforce familial law, eliminating the rot. This is a realm of cultivation. Wait. A peculiar expression crosses Jiang Yifei's face. If that is the case, is it truly wise for us to discuss such matters before the Hengyu furnace and the Guhua ruler? He has identified a blind spot. Instantaneously, both individuals fall silent. They cautiously glance at the Hengyu furnace and the Guhua ruler, these imperial artifacts nurtured by Jiang Yifei's true blood, awakening the deities who observe all. However, neither the Hengyu furnace nor the Guhua ruler utters a word. Perhaps they do not concern themselves with such trivialities, or perhaps, as embodiments of Hengyu Emperor's legacy, they are well aware of the past indiscretions of Hengyu and are lenient towards the younger generation. After all, the meat is stewing in the pot, gaining tacit approval. Jiang Yifei and the Guhua Emperor grow bolder, navigating the perilous territories of their respective family laws, dancing on the edge of recklessness. One boasts, the Jiang family possesses a vast array of treasures, lacking for nothing in divine resources. The other retorts, the Guhua dynasty governs the central continent, one of the 4 great dynasties, commanding 1,000,000 miles of territory. The Jiang nephew, are you not on the verge of transformation into a dragon? The Guhua Emperor chuckles. In the realm of dragon transformation, the most crucial resource is dragon marrow. This is a significant specialty of the central continent. With its abundant dragon veins, dragon marrow is generated from the essence of myriad veins, exceedingly rare and precious. Yet to us of the Guhua dynasty, it is hardly a concern. Upon my return, I shall bestow upon you a selection of the finest dragon marrow. Indeed, Jiang Yifei's spirits soar. Of course it is true. The Guhua Emperor affirms, having discerned certain nuances, recognizing the value of Jiang Yifei, the imperial scion of ancestral blood, offering him considerable leniency. Were it anyone else, the Guhua ruler might have struck down with his ruler, leaving the emperor in disarray. But Jiang Yifei? The Guhua ruler turns a blind eye. The disparity in treatment is glaring. However, one cannot help but feel awed. The return to ancestral blood is indeed a formidable advantage. The two conspire together, leaving the holy prince nearby in a state of astonishment. In that moment, he feels profoundly out of place. How he longs for a sanctuary or dynasty that would allow him to act with impunity. Chapter 50. The Three-World Buddha, Testing the Limits of Existence. A clandestine transaction unfolds. The epic contest of the supreme saints persists. Blood splatters across the starry sky, a chilling aura surging unrelentingly, as two figures embody the pinnacle of conflict, transcending into eternal celestial light, soaring through the cosmos, battling on the brink of transcendence. The fighting Buddha, bare-handed, unleashes a force capable of shattering the sun, moon, and stars, obliterating a section of the cosmos, his battle cries echoing through the ages, as if he has returned to the primordial era, roaring through the mountains and rivers, dominating the world. The tomb keeper of the primordial emperor, Zhu Tian, manifests a series of divine techniques, even evoking a sense of temporal power surging forth, creating an illusion of returning all things to their inception. Clearly, this is a sacred art cultivated under the guidance of the primordial emperor. The two great saints radiate brilliant light, their blood boiling, every pore aglow, exuding the boundless power of the divine. As the battle rages on, the very battlefield begins to tremble. Within the miniature star realm, one by one, dim stars are detonated, bursting forth like fireworks, illuminating the final glimmers of stellar life. Suddenly, the fighting Buddha's form comes to a standstill, transitioning from extreme motion to profound stillness, yet emanating a terrifying aura, as if a cataclysmic deluge is about to be unleashed, engulfing the world. Old Gu, the fighting Buddha's hands fall, crimson blood cascading from his arms, a mixture of his own and Zhu Tian's. I shall exert my utmost effort. Allow me to remind you, this is the culmination of my 2 millennia of arduous cultivation, aimed at severing the pathway that binds my elder brother. The fighting Buddha gazes deeply at Zhu Tian. Be cautious, do not perish. Zhu Tian is taken aback. Are you about to embark on your own imperial journey? To sever the bound pathways of the fighting Saint Emperor? Initially astonished, his expression transforms into one of overwhelming joy. Well. I never anticipated you could reach this stage. Zhu Tian's eyes blaze with fervor. The difficulty of this step is only slightly less than that faced by the primordial emperor in his time. He is the son of the Western Emperor, the imperial scion. His path was inherently marked by the oppression of the Western Emperor's Great Way, yet he transcended it through the primordial Emperor's intervention, defying fate to achieve imperial enlightenment. A legendary tale of two emperors. Now, you are the younger brother of the ancient emperor, and you two have severed the bonds of the great pathway. To engage in battle with an adversary of your caliber, I have no regrets in this life. Come fort. Zhu Tian exhorts, his vitality reaching its zenith at this moment. Roar. The fighting Buddha bellows, his aura surging dramatically, pressuring the starry sky. His offensive is monumental, and even more terrifying, he suddenly transforms into three figures. Two towering silhouettes align with him, unleashing a devastating force capable of annihilating the sea of stars. One radiates with divine light, holy and serene, resembling a golden, sacred ape, exuding a compassionate demeanor, yet possessing an imposing presence, mirroring the fighting Saint King. The other figure prompts an exclamation from the observing Holy Prince, Father. He is not mistaken. That silhouette is a mirror image of the fighting Saint Emperor from his childhood memories, his gaze both captivating and commanding. Standing there, he causes the very laws of the cosmos to tremble, rendering him the sole sovereign across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Is it the power of belief from Mount Sumeru? Zhu Tian, having followed the primordial emperor, had certainly gained a wealth of knowledge. Yet he found himself astonished in this moment. Is this the culmination of your years spent upon Shumi Mountain? Moreover, have you transcended the shackles and severed the influence of the sacred emperor's path to coalesce into a past self? Zhu Tian marveled, recognizing that such an individual is indeed a true paragon, one poised to tread the path of the emperor's ascendancy. With a rival of this caliber, his own blood surged with fervor. Fight! Kill! At this moment, 4 figures collided with one another. 3 mighty fighting saints united their efforts, besieging Zhu Tian alone, their assault shattering the very heavens. One of the sacred apes chanted sacred verses, their visage resplendent, striking with fervor, radiating a divine light that shattered the cosmos. Another, the sacred emperor, weighed heavily upon the world, contending with all under heaven, declaring supremacy over the myriad realms. And then there was the true form, ancient and unadorned, yet wielding profound wisdom that subdued all paths. It was as if he were enacting the profound mystery of the 3 Buddhas of the Buddhist teachings. The past Buddha representing bygone eras, crystallizing the paths and memories of the past. The future Buddha, ever present in the hearts of devotees, akin to the golden form of Amitabha, embodying an alternative form of immortality, achieving the eternal symbol of the spirit. Lastly, the present Buddha, bridging the past and future, endowed with immense wisdom, formidable power, boundless light, boundless life, and immeasurable might. The 3 sacred apes resonated in their energies, and for a fleeting moment, he ascended to an unparalleled realm, unleashing a brilliance of destruction unlike any before. At that instant, Jiang Yifei, who had been engrossed in a clandestine discussion with the Emperor Gu Hua about amassing personal gain, was jolted from his reverie, abruptly raising his head. He sensed a familiar essence of the Tao. Divine restrictions. The term escaped his lips. Divine restrictions? The Emperor Gu Hua initially stood in shock, before a realization dawned upon him, leaving him profoundly shaken. Divine restrictions. Indeed, Jiang Yifei sighed and shook his head. The outcome of this battle was now inevitable. Yes, it was devoid of suspense. The grand technique of the fighting Buddha, embodying the 3 Buddhas, was unleashed. It was a forbidden chapter, akin to the heavenly emperor's fist, augmented by the divine restrictions. Zhu Tian charged headlong. Jiang Yifei, contemplative, began to grasp the intricacies of the fighting Buddha's methods of destruction. For him, this bore significant insights. Not only was this a forbidden technique of a divine restriction great sage, but the very thought behind overcoming the constraints of the emperor's law was worthy of emulation. Jiang Yifei possessed the blood of emperors. He too aspired to the Buddhist path. Thus, emulating or drawing inspiration from should pose no issue. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Jiang Yifei's eyes. Alas, the emergence of the divine restrictions concluded the battle too swiftly, depriving him of the chance to further delve into his studies. Ultimately, Zhu Tian was defeated. The fighting Buddha emerged from the shadow of his elder brother's path, eliminating the brigands within the mountain. Yet, he remained an ardent admirer of the primordial emperor throughout his life. Should he fail to vanquish this inner brigand, attaining supreme achievement would be exceedingly difficult. However, this does not imply that Zhu Tian's talents are inferior to those of the fighting Buddha. One could merely argue that he was unfortunate. In terms of power and potential, it is fair to assert that the fighting sacred emperor does not match the primordial emperor. Should one exchange the fighting sacred emperor for the primordial emperor, the fighting Buddha might well find it challenging to vanquish this past self. Much like Ai Juyo, who ascended to the threshold of emperor after a millennium, only to languish for 8,000 years due to facing the Azure Emperor. Thus, what could he do in his lifetime but descend as a lesser version of an immortal king? Try it, and you may find death. What if we replaced him with the Golden Crow Emperor? Enough said. Today, I shall defy the heavens and attain the Tao. Boom! Amidst the resplendent brilliance, blinding bloodlight erupted. Zhu Tian's shoulder was stained crimson as he fell amidst the shattered battlefield. I have failed. Zhu Tian felt little sorrow, merely sighing, "Is this your Tao? Congratulations." He coughed lightly, unwilling to continue the fight, casting a spell to disperse the battlefield. Chapter 51. The High-Quality Alliance of Undying Emperors. Brother Gu. The fighting Buddha shook his golden fur, and the blood that adorned him dissipated. He gazed at Zhu Tian with concern, fearing he might be too despondent. "It matters not." Zhu Tian responded with nonchalance, unperturbed by the outcome. "I am but a guardian of the tomb. What is there to be blind to? I am aware of my potential. I am not destined to become an emperor." He recounted calmly, 3,000 years ago, I could have emerged from the divine source, yet I ultimately did not. Zhu Tian spoke with tranquility. "Let us proceed. Follow me." He turned to lead the way. "I shall take you to a place where you may find what you seek." Zhu Tian led the charge, traversing an ancient path towards the depths of the Purple Mountain. The fighting Buddha followed closely, with Jiang Yifei, the sacred prince, and Emperor Gu Hua trailing behind. As they advanced, the atmosphere gradually grew serene. They traversed the ancient primordial canon, refraining from any undue movements. Continuing forward as extraordinary phenomena began to manifest. Orchids bloomed abundantly, dragon grass thrived, purple mist surged, and auspicious colors flourished. The further they ventured, the more extraordinary the surroundings became. Ultimately, they reached their destination, beholding a colossal Tao platform, shrouded in chaotic energy that cascaded down in waves, each strand capable of crushing the cosmos. This place was extraordinarily unique and mysterious, as if it bridged the ancient, present, and future, connecting multiple realms. One could not help but marvel, for on any ordinary day, acquiring even a mere wisp of chaotic energy would incite a tremendous uproar, capable of refining it into a supreme treasure of the faith. Yet here, thousands of strands cascaded down like divine waterfalls, enveloped in a mist that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, compelling one to bow in reverence. This was a scene of sheer terror, a chaotic torrent resembling a myriad of waterfalls, each surge half-submerging the Tao platform, revealing only a portion of its grandeur. The Emperor Gu Hua stood in a daze, his flesh trembling in response to such a mythical sight, evoking an impulse to prostrate his very soul in worship. This was not a loss of spirit. Rather, such a divine miracle seemed akin to a pathway to transcendence, stirring a feeling of reverence reminiscent of primitive humans encountering incomprehensible celestial phenomena, leading to fervent adoration. Fortunately, Emperor Gu Hua stood beside him, emanating a calming light that helped him regain his composure. In truth, aside from Zhu Tian and the fighting Buddha, who had previously witnessed such grand spectacles, Jiang Yifei and the sacred prince also found their composure tested. However, they soon regained their poise. For in contrast to those who would spend their lives yearning for the path of the emperor, merely gazing upon the venerable emperors of the past, these two were confident they would eventually achieve the Tao. In that moment, the entire universe would become their backyard. If that were the case, why concern themselves with momentary victories or defeats? The future was bright. Compared to the magnificent miracles, they were more focused on tangible matters. Buzz. Two pairs of golden, radiant eyes opened. The sacred prince activated his fiery ocular powers, a trait of his lineage. Jiang Yifei did not remain idle. Closing his eyes momentarily, he then opened them, revealing transformed orbs that exuded an ethereal and sacred aura. Not merely a pair of eyes, but even his demeanor shifted, pure as an immortal, transcending the mundane, embodying an otherworldly grace. The celestial spirit eyes. Such eyes could pierce through the myriad sources of the world, unveiling all manner of concealments and deceptions. Huh! Zhu Tian, who had led the way thus far, exclaimed in curiosity. Yet before he could say more, the sacred prince interrupted with his exclamations. Somewhat, his fiery eyes fixated on the majestic Tao platform, exclaiming in astonishment, like a divine being, "The primordial emperor?" The sacred prince's golden fur bristled in an instant. What? Zhang Yifei was also taken aback, even though he was aware of the truth. Yet, to confront, it directly revealed the inadequacy of any words to describe the phenomenon. You remain oblivious to the grandeur and vastness of the Tao. Yet, upon glimpsing the Tao, should your spirit lack the fortitude to bear it, you may find yourself overwhelmed by an inescapable shock. The celestial being's eyes pierce through the very essence, revealing a figure seated upon the Tao platform, exuding an unparalleled majesty, with an aura that dominates the heavens. The most authentic power can shatter all malevolent spirits, instilling in the hearts of onlookers only reverence. Were it not for the guardianship of several imperial artifacts, it would have been challenging for the two young men to maintain their composure. Fortunately, such a phenomenon was fleeting, and upon closer inspection, it had vanished. The formidable and unique crown prince, having wiped the cold sweat from his brow, had just genuinely felt the imperial might, a presence that seemed to surpass even that of his father in his prime. He recounted, somewhat dazed, that a glance could span eons. Yet it was impossible to retain the memory. Knowing him, yet unable to articulate his essence, felt akin to understanding the Tao. The crown prince gasped for breath, as if merely describing it had drained him of tremendous energy. A single glance spanning countless years, as the vast seas transform into mulberry fields. This figure encapsulated such immense force that it assailed the souls of those who dared to probe, a fleeting moment that felt like traversing a lengthy river of time, experiencing a grand dream. Upon awakening from this dream, a torrent of words surged within him, longing to recount the marvels and splendor witnessed. Yet the profundity of the experience remained elusive, akin to a chasm, rendering him speechless. In the face of such disparity, who could maintain their composure? Indeed, the reputation of the conqueror king was well-deserved. Zhang Yifei, wiping the perspiration from his forehead, expressed his admiration. Few had earned his respect in this lifetime. Those who wielded power had their own pride. Before him, no insurmountable monument existed, for he believed that diligence would yield rewards, and stagnation was not an option. The one who had genuinely moved him was the ruthless Emperor of yore. However, today he must undoubtedly include the primordial emperor. This was a formidable figure, well-versed in the art of grandeur, creating contrasts, employing the suspension bridge effect, and all this merely orchestrated by a single chime of the divine bell. Zhang Yifei was acutely aware of the truth. The primordial emperor had long departed. 7 or 8 decades ago, he had breached that extraordinary realm within the Purple Mountain. What remained here were merely his imperial scriptures, imperial formations, and imperial artifacts, a triad that was akin to his very essence residing here, suppressing the immortal emperor's forces and serving as a distant deterrent against the unknown metamorphosis of the immortal emperor. In this realm, only a singular primordial bell remained as a divine entity. Yet this very imperial artifact had vividly crafted an elaborate facade, leaving all in awe. Thus, it came to pass that another application of the art of grandeur was revealed. Mysterious. Soon, several celestial eyes became ineffective and they could no longer penetrate the chaos. Everything at the heart of the Tao platform had become unknowable, transformed into a realm of enigma. The mysterious and the unknowable served as an effective means of protection. Zhang Yifei learned a profound lesson. The primordial bell grandly performed its act before him, leaving him at a loss for words, merely enduring the spectacle alongside the crown prince and others. However, this was not beyond comprehension. In ancient times, emperors seldom encountered each other, and when they did, conflict was inevitable. Were not imperial artifacts similarly representative of the emperor's legacies, inheriting the principles of the Tao and a portion of their grandeur? Today, 4 imperial artifacts sat in unison, having entered the Purple Mountain, while it was beautifully stated that they sought remedies to save lives. One could also perceive the underlying intention of imposing their will. The primordial bell retaliated, exhibiting an ostentatious display, which was understandable. Without the overwhelming chime, shattering the heavens would be remarkable. However, the manner of retaliation was uniquely distinctive, embodying the essence of the Back Shadow Emperor, which was indeed surprising. Zhang Yifei pondered, and found it unexpected yet reasonable. In his later years, having taken in a stray dog, he ultimately groomed it into a paragon among canines, the Black Sovereign. To think that such an eminent emperor could be considered a legitimate being. One could argue that the virtues learned by the Black Sovereign were imparted by a friend of the primordial emperor. If that were the case, the Emperor Hengyu would likely commend him. Our humanity has encountered a bitter fate, Zhang Yifei lamented in his heart. Among the emperors who emerged over the past 200 millennia, was there one who could be deemed normal? Hongyu engaging in dual cultivation. While the primordial emperor indulged in ostentation and chaos, had likely succumbed to madness. As for the supreme emperor, they even coveted the very coffins of others. Fortunately, there remained the void, which singularly elevated the moral average of our human emperors to unprecedented heights. Alas, the most tragic figure remained the void emperor. At that moment, the youth felt as if he had grasped the essence of the Tao. Each event, each occurrence, what did they signify? Good individuals do not live long, while calamities persist through countless lifetimes. He reflected on this, pondering whether he ought to revise his own moral boundaries to perhaps traverse further on his path. While Jiang Yifei was lost in thought, Zhu Tian began to murmur, as if in a dreamlike state, articulating the famous phrase that elevated the primordial emperor as prestige to its zenith. At the end of the celestial path, who stands as the peak? One glance at the primordial Tao, and all becomes void. Zhu Tian held an infinite admiration for the primordial emperor. After all, he was born in that era, growing up amidst the legends surrounding this great emperor. The primordial emperor instilled fear among the realms of forbidden life, suppressed the heavens, quelled dark turmoil, vanquished extraterrestrial deities, and swept across the 8 desolations, becoming an unmatched force both above and below. Whenever mentioned, those from Zhu Tian's era could only conjure images of strength and overwhelming prowess. A transcendent figure that inspired awe and fear in both gods and mortals alike. At that time, the term primordial had transcended mere nomenclature, evolving into a belief, embodying an immortal force that bordered on the divine, yet also approached the demonic, heavier than mountains, broader than seas, and deeper than star realms, commanding the reverence of all beings in an entire epoch. However, to return to the matter at hand, apart from the tragically fated void emperor, was not that era ruled by the great emperors akin to this? Before attaining enlightenment, the Emperor Hongyu had stood resolute amidst the starry expanse, facing challenges from all directions, with 12 quasi-emperors battling him for the right to ascend, all of whom he subsequently defeated. That battle led to the desolation of countless realms, causing the cosmic wilderness to collapse, indelibly inscribed in history, and even now it sends shivers down the spine. After achieving enlightenment, he also laid waste to the ancient primordial mines, not to the extent of wandering the immortal mountain with the primordial emperor, but he too had slain a dark sovereign, safeguarding the tranquility of an era. The Emperor Hongyu was thus formidable, and so too was the battle saint emperor. Therefore, while Zhu Tian revered the primordial emperor, the reactions from Jiang Yifei and the crown prince were rather muted. Nonetheless, it was essential to maintain appearances, especially since the battle saint was seeking assistance for his fiancée. How could he afford to maintain an aloof demeanor? Thus, he took the initiative to speak, echoing Zhu Tian. Indeed, the primordial emperor's contributions are worthy of our admiration. In the past, my brother fell victim to the schemes of the immortal old thief, and, after failing to retaliate, he could only strike one of their sanctuaries, yet could not upheave the stronghold of this immortal divine dynasty. A great regret. Reflecting on it now, it was evident that successors had risen to take his brother's place. Surely he would be deeply honored. The battle saint spoke candidly, articulating his respect for the strength and ferocity of the primordial emperor. This was directed not only at Zhu Tian, but also for the primordial bell deity to hear. Jiang Yifei cast a sideways glance, pondering who had claimed that the battle saint's lineage was solely adept in combat. Was this not a display of understanding human emotions? By establishing a common enemy, they all stood united. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since they were now allies, extending a hand, offering a few medicinal herbs, or perhaps some elixirs of immortality, should pose no difficulty. Do they not comprehend the value of a unified front? As the battle saint spoke, he raised his celestial iron staff, and, with a vigorous shake, unleashed a tremendous wave of energy that surged silently, a divine presence engaging with its kin. Simultaneously, the saint's gaze swept over Jiang Yifei. He uttered no words, yet in this silence, a deeper meaning reverberated. The youth, attuned to the melodies of the strings, calmly shook the Hongyu furnace, urging the venerable entity within to take action. Boom! The Hongyu furnace awakened, unleashing a torrent of profound energy waves. The trinity of the Li Hua furnace, Hongyu furnace, and the ancient Hua ruler exhibited unprecedented vivacity in their coordination. The divine beings stirred, sensing the presence of their kindred spirits, willingly engaging in discourse. This marked a moment of historical significance, the undying emperor's formidable alliance against his foes. The battle-saint emperor had been stealthily attacked and harmed by the undying emperor. The Hongyu emperor, born of the purple microcosm, sought reckoning from the solar Saint Emperor on behalf of the lunar human emperor. The primordial emperor, who had severely injured the undying Taoist and then stood against the undying emperor for 2 millennia, was now prominently etched on the undying emperor's list of vendettas. Ding! The resounding chime of the primordial bell reverberated, vibrating within the confines of Purple Mountain as an overwhelming aura surged, facilitating communication among several imperial weapons. From a state of mutual wariness, they transitioned toward collaboration. In that instant, all tension dissipated. The imperial weapons deliberated on significant matters, exchanged intelligence, and forged various agreements. They were the continuance of the ancient emperor's legacies, thus endowed with the authority to devise extraordinary strategies. Jiang Yifei observed from the side, a sudden itch in his hand. What if I were to include the Tai Huang sword, the human emperor's seal, the solar tower, and others into this assembly? The thought was startling. The undying emperor's adversaries were rather numerous. Chapter 52, Divine Phoenix Elixir, the Great Black Dog. The undying emperor had insidiously plotted against countless ancient emperors over the years, often launching surprise attacks in their twilight years to ensure absolute success, until he encountered an unyielding opponent, the primordial emperor, leading to a standoff that lasted 2 millennia. Some might view such actions as a manifestation of the survival of the fittest, indifferent to notions of justice. However, once one enters this realm, retribution becomes inevitable. At this moment, the Avengers Alliance was in its infancy, formed by the unification of several imperial weapons. These armaments were capable of embodying the will of their respective masters in life, akin to the alliance of several great emperors and ancient sovereigns. And this was far from the limit. It was conceivable that in the future, more members would join this collective, such as the Tai Huang sword, the Solar Emperor Tower, and even the battle garments of the Divine Silkworm clan, should the Divine Silkworm Princess be successfully rescued. At this moment, Jiang Yifei felt a swell of pride within, as the catalyst that propelled the situation to this juncture. How could he not revel in the satisfaction of his scheming? It was he who had shattered the shaking Lightstone workshop, seizing a batch of precious materials, thus paving the way for the birth of the Saint Emperor's son and the Divine Silkworm Princess. It was he who had entangled the monkey in the journey to the west with the battle Saint Buddha, playing the card of an engaged fiancé when the uncle-nephew angle proved futile. And he had determined that Purple Mountain would be the destination. Otherwise, the 10,000 dragon nest would have been a commendable choice. Upon arriving at Purple Mountain, everything fell into place. They all shared a common enemy. Was there any need to deliberate further on their next course of action? An alliance was the most prudent choice. Moreover, now that they were allied, resources and information should be shared, right? The calculations in Jiang Yifei's mind rang out with clarity. This was of utmost importance. While he stood shoulder to shoulder with, and perhaps even surpassed, the imperial prince, he was still relatively weak. Acquiring the most resources to expedite his own growth was paramount. The path to immortality was not far off. In due time, the supreme beings within the life forbidden zone would awaken, stirring unprecedented turmoil throughout the world following their failures on the path of immortality. Within a mere 200 years, Jiang Yifei could not afford to overlook any opportunity for sponsorship. If these imperial weapons each left behind even a fragment, it would suffice to satiate him. For instance, where were the prodigies slain by the great emperors during their ascension? Like the primordial emperor, who was born in a golden age, sweeping through, even the deities of the heavens would be subdued beneath his grasp. The final stretch of the imperial path was marked by the ascendance of the primordial emperor, ushering in a silence across the cosmos. Such a path was destined to be tumultuous, replete with bloodshed and loss. Yet the critical question arose: where did they meet their end? At what location did the primordial emperor dispatch them in his youth? No one knew this better than the primordial bell, the imperial weapon that accompanied the primordial emperor. This was precisely what Jiang Yifei sought. He aimed to accumulate 10,000 origins, ensuring he would not tread a conventional path. A journey to the Buddhist realm was necessary. Delving into the underworld required caution, considering the slumbering supreme beings within. Thus, one would need at least the cultivation of a quasi-emperor to harbor hope. What about the remaining gaps? After much contemplation, Jiang Yifei resolved to excavate the legacies of those ancient emperors. As potential rivals during the emperor's youth, they could not possibly be weak. They must possess formidable physiques and potent bloodlines, ideal nourishment for practitioners of the heaven-swallowing demonic technique. Achieving all this necessitated exceedingly high conditions. Fortunately, the undying emperor made a dazzling entrance, inciting a staggering enmity. Truly, the Undying Emperor was a commendable figure. Jiang Yifei decided to award him a grand medal one day, the youth's spirit sword. Meanwhile, the negotiations among the imperial weapons were fervently underway. This was inevitable, although they had a common enemy necessitating their collaboration. The ancient emperors possessed their own gravitas. Each emperor represented an invincible entity of their era, their imperial weapons embodying their indomitable spirit and pride. Among the extreme Tao imperial weapons, who could possibly claim superiority over another? Come, let's establish a hierarchy. Buzz. The celestial iron rod radiated with light, exuding an awe-inspiring battle intent, as the depths of Purple Mountain surged with potent extreme Tao energy. A golden figure emerged behind the celestial iron rod, exuding incomparable majesty, dominating the realm with terrifying presence, reminiscent of the resurgent Battle Saint Emperor. The Battle Saint Emperor, wielding the rod, instantly summoned countless auspicious rays and celestial light, erupting with overwhelming battle intent capable of shattering the starry cosmos. The celestial iron rod showcased its might. When the Battle Saint Emperor had failed to transform into a battle immortal, he left behind an unquenched battle intent, which had yet to dissipate. Instead, coalescing within the celestial iron rod, this formidable force could unleash a fraction of the Battle Saint Emperor's might at his zenith, albeit only for a few strikes. Yet, who could disregard such power? Not even the imperial weapons could. Thus, the celestial iron rod gained recognition. Following this, the will of the Hengyu Emperor manifested. The Hengyu furnace and the ancient Hua ruler glimmered, as the Li Hua divine furnace exhaled a torrent of overwhelming runes, resonating and complementing each other, each representing a chapter in the life of the Hengyu Emperor. The Li Hua divine furnace, pre-ascension; the Hengyu furnace, post-ascension, rampaging across the realms, daring to challenge the Tai Chu ancient mind, and the ancient Hua ruler, journeying through the central continent, cleansing the aura of slaughter. In the midst of contention and resolution, the essence of the Hengyu Emperor's life was encapsulated. At this moment, the triumvirate connected with the highest divine force in the cosmos, allowing the Hengyu Emperors to successfully claim a position within this Avengers alliance. The Hengyu furnace, after a brief friction with the celestial iron rod, turned its gaze toward the primordial bell, when a chime resonated, reverberating with clarity and tranquility as the primordial bell struck, echoing throughout Purple Mountain. As the host and a legendary figure who had mastered the path of the vessel, how could this imperial weapon lag behind? It was imperative to showcase its splendor and persuade through reason. Who stands at the pinnacle at the end of the immortal path? A mysterious voice echoed within Purple Mountain. Merely 7 words, yet they sent tremors through the hearts of all present. The vast cosmos quaked, rumbling ominously, wielding the authority to command the 8 desolations. Moreover, that mount-like Tao platform now radiated light, with one symbol of the great path after another shimmering, inscribing themselves into the void, akin to successive suns. Countless symbols interwove, and amidst the haziness, an ethereal figure materialized, turned away from all beings, exuding unparalleled grandeur, shrouded in chaotic energy, his presence dominating, with hair flowing like a waterfall, reminiscent of the Supreme Creator, presiding over the rise and fall of the mortal realm. His might embodied the essence of the primordial, having battled throughout a lifetime, relentlessly advancing, sweeping across the realms of heaven and earth, shattering ancient myths, and standing proudly at the pinnacle of humanity. He is universally revered. A tremendous force surges forth, vast yet not tyrannical, merely a silhouette that dissipates the domains constructed by imperial weapons, returning everything to its origin as if nothing had transpired. With a gentle breeze and light clouds, the primordial bell asserts its dominance, for this territory undoubtedly belongs to it. The imperial weapons, scriptures, and formations are all present, and coupled with the geographical arrangement of the Purple Mountain, it is destined to prevail. Furthermore, the primordial emperor has indeed traversed the imperial path with greater profundity than the War Saint Emperor and the Cosmic Emperor. Ultimately, the contention subsided, seemingly granting the primordial bell a relative leadership qualification. However, this is of little consequence. Leadership is not easily attained. The Undying Emperor is watching. Moreover, in years past, the War Saint Emperor and the Divine Silkworm Ancient Emperor allied, only to be suppressed by the Undying Emperor. Now, the Primordial Emperor has opposed the Undying Emperor for 2 millennia. Without a doubt, the Primordial Bell is the most suitable leader. As their respective positions became clear, Disputes and confrontations dissipated, and the avengers of the imperial weapons united in pursuit of a common goal. They exchanged various intelligence, sharing resources, each more grand than the last. For instance, the Cosmic Furnace introduced the information mastered by the Cosmic Emperor regarding the finest places for weapon forging in this world. The Cosmic Emperor was able to forge 2 imperial weapons for good reason. His profound understanding of the art of forging and weapon enhancement is rare, as many emperors do not possess more than 1 imperial weapon throughout their lifetimes. It is well known that the supreme beings of the ultimate path possess the universe. What kind of celestial gold cannot be obtained? Even by seizing, one could amass great wealth. The key lies in certain intricate subtleties, the unparalleled principles of the imperial path. The perfect harmony between deities and weapons, and numerous other interferences that render the endeavor unworthy. The Cosmic Emperor specializes in this, possessing an intimate knowledge of weapons, understanding where enhancements can be made to elevate the combat prowess of imperial weapons. At this moment, such information was shared by the Cosmic Furnace, yielding beneficial supplements for itself. The Primordial Bell, along with the Celestial Iron Staff, has traversed numerous forbidden zones alongside the Primordial, even frightening the underworld into retreat, mastering various great secrets. The other's master attempts to transcend, striving for ultimate sublimation, and even though he ultimately failed, the failure is invaluable experience that can guide future generations in avoiding pitfalls and resolving them. They're sharing precious resources. Eventually, even the previously aloof demon-slaying staff joined the conversation. This imperial weapon had been rather indifferent, hardly making a sound. However, with the intensifying exchange of discussions, it could no longer restrain itself, participating briefly. It recounted some insights from the Amitabha Emperor's experiments with the path to immortality, along with some of the most valuable materials, and revealed an important secret concerning the Lunar Emperor. The Amitabha Emperor had once sheltered the divine essence of the Lunar Emperor, conducting research to explore the path to longevity. The divine essence of His Majesty the Lunar Emperor? The Cosmic Furnace trembled, inquiring eagerly, where? It was keenly interested. As the Jiang family shares a connection with the lineage of the Lunar Emperor, the Cosmic Emperor had once married a goddess from this lineage, and to this day, her bloodline still flows within the Jiang family. The demon-slaying staff promptly replied, detailing a location within a certain secret realm in the starry skies. Jiang Yifei, listening intently, silently took note. This was merely a small episode within the Grand Alliance. The Imperial weapons exchanged invaluable information, a historic event unprecedented in the past. Without a common goal and a shared enemy, how could such unity be achieved? Furthermore, Imperial weapons are unique. They possess the attribute of longevity, freeing them from the worries of eternal life that plagued ancient emperors. Although there are costs involved, and they are often difficult to awaken, remaining in slumber, many things hold little significance for them, regarded merely as external, such as the undying divine medicine and the ancient medicine king. Do they care? Not all. When the war Buddha cautiously interjected, seeking medicine to save the divine silkworm princess, the primordial bell gently trembled in agreement. However, the imperial aura swept by. The symbols of the great path dimmed, and the chaotic waterfall gradually thinned, revealing a passage that became distinctly visible. The Tao platform loomed magnificently, resembling a great mountain or a grand tomb, with its rock walls mottled, bearing the marks of time. Amidst the crevices of the cliff, resilient old herbs thrived, exuding a refreshing fragrance that penetrated to the very bones. Through the chaotic mist, one could vaguely discern some withered plants on the cliff, whose age was unfathomable. Veritable kings of medicine. The seeds they scattered had already grown, filling the air with a rich aroma, as if this were sacred land, possibly entering a realm of immortals. The abundance of medicinal kings was astounding. The ancient Hua emperor was left speechless. A single medicinal king is incredibly rare, capable of extending the life of even a great sage by hundreds of years. The rarity is evident. Yet here, between the crevices of the cliff, countless had perished. The onlookers scanned cautiously, searching among the desiccated plants until they discovered vibrant spiritual herbs, their buds glistening, swaying in the light, emanating a hazy fragrance that entranced all who beheld them, alive as the kings of medicine. And this was far from the entirety. A short distance away, yet another medicinal king emitted a peculiar fragrance, stirring emotions and rendering one unable to resist. The war Buddha paid his respects and then ascended the cliff to begin harvesting. After gathering several stalks, he paused, exhibiting restraint and moderation. Suddenly, in the next moment, the void flickered and a wave of fragrant air wafted in. nearly causing everyone present to transcend their mortal forms, their bodies filled with a sense of ease, almost lifting them off the ground. A bird had arrived. In midair, a streak of fire blazed across, as a resplendent phoenix descended majestically from some part of the purple mountain, its plumage radiant, a kaleidoscope of colors, beautiful to the point of surrealism. At that moment, the primordial bell trembled, engaged in negotiation with the phoenix. However, the phoenix shook its head repeatedly, its youthful divine essence conveying dissatisfaction, clearly engaged in a haggling process. The onlookers gazed in astonishment. Had the undying medicine become sentient? The duration of their discussion remained unknown. But eventually, the undying phoenix reluctantly descended, displaying an expression. Its lively, sparkling eyes gazed at the war Buddha, as if in disdain, spitting a few mouthfuls of saliva. Spit, spit, spit. Each droplet was a precious essence of the undying phoenix medicine. The manner of this gift was vividly striking, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Had it truly become sentient? The war Buddha, caught in a moment of helplessness and embarrassment, felt the sting of disdain. Nonetheless, he solemnly accepted it as an indispensable treasure for saving the divine Silkworm princess. Yet, before he could take action to aid her, a howling black whirlwind erupted, accompanied by the sound of shattering divine sources. The wolf howled incessantly, mingled with barking. Woof, woof, woof. This emperor is furious. A massive black dog, as large as a cow, with a coat as dark as ink, broad-headed and big-eared, larger than a tiger. Ironically, its tail was bald. Such a comical sight. Jiang Yifei struggled to maintain his composure at that moment. His shoulders shook, as if he were on the verge of bursting into laughter. Chapter 53. A taste of everything in the end. However, considering the grudge this large black dog harbored, and its small-mindedness, he ultimately restrained himself. Laughter was impossible, at least on the surface. As for secretly chuckling within, that was another matter entirely. Oh, the Black Emperor. Jiang Yifei's expression turned peculiar. Why had this dog appeared now? He pondered briefly and found it quite reasonable. The group, bearing 4 imperial weapons, faced the Wuxia Bell, threatening to overturn the very peaks of Zishan. This unprincipled black dog could only be an issue for those who were truly grounded. Now, with the formation of the Avengers Alliance, the tide of battle has calmed, shifting towards a unified front. The Wuxia Bell's faction also requires a spokesperson, and the Black Emperor's expedition is deemed entirely appropriate. Considering the Black Emperor is accompanied by hundreds of cunning minions, it would be a miracle if they did not cause any trouble, so why fear being deceived? Go forth, Black Emperor. However, as soon as the great black dog emerged, its sharp gaze was immediately directed at the fighting Buddha. There was animosity between them. After all, how did the Black Emperor lose its tail? The fighting Buddha cast a glance at the dog, a somewhat awkward smile creeping upon the monkey-like visage. At this moment, the irritable dog and the sheepish monkey evoked an image in Jiang Yifei's mind from a previous life, depicting a monkey taunting a dog tethered by a leash. Alas, there was no turning back. Jiang Yifei rubbed his forehead, the scene becoming increasingly abstract, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. Years ago, I had my transgressions. The Buddha intoned, reciting a mantra, as he approached the great black dog to resolve their grievances. Woof. Had the great Wuxia Emperor still been present, a single hand would suffice to subdue you. Alas, my rise was fleeting. It is unfortunate I lacked the opportunity to confront you, you toothy black dog. Please forgive the disrespect of my past, the fighting Buddha declared, a radiant halo manifesting behind his head as he extended a hand, directing a dazzling beam of light towards the Black Emperor. What do you intend? The great black dog bristled, its fur standing on end. Buzz. The void trembled as its bald tail swiftly sprouted glossy black fur, now gleaming like the rest of its body, resembling smooth black satin. Puff. The holy prince let out an involuntary sound, swiftly covering his mouth with his hand, for otherwise it might have erupted into laughter. Yet, the Black Emperor paid no heed. At that moment, it raised its tail, the lustrous black fur shining brilliantly. As it gazed upon itself, its mouth widened into a grin, clearly very pleased. However, soon after, its expression shifted, eyes greedily fixed upon the few precious drops of the undying divine phoenix elixir and the ancient medicine king that the fighting Buddha guarded so carefully. Its claws itching as if ready to pounce and seize them. This great black dog was most fond of wealth, coveting every good thing it could acquire. Not only did it eye the fighting Buddha, but it also cast glances at the fluttering little divine phoenix in the air, its pupils darting about the endless herbs on the altar. One could only wonder what nefarious schemes it was concocting in its heart. Perhaps the antics of the Black Emperor were too much for the deities of the Wuxia Bell to bear, prompting a resounding chime that echoed throughout Zishan. Little Black, the deity softly intoned, I wish to entrust you with a significant task. The path to immortality shall soon open, and the Emperor's lineage requires a successor. The Wuxia canon awaits the arrival of a new generation of innate holy body. The ancient bell reverberated, conveying its decree. One by one, divine rings illuminated behind the Black Emperor's head, showcasing its unparalleled brilliance, transforming it into a veritable celestial canine. It bore a great mission. Evidently, the emergence of the Avengers Alliance has led the Wuxia Bell to entertain different thoughts. The law of the great Emperor Hongyu has Jiang Yifei, while the legacy of the Fighting Buddha has the Holy Prince. Both factions of the Avengers Alliance boast figures of imperial caliber striding across the world, displaying their prowess, continuing the ancient rivalry between emperors. But what of the Wuxia Emperor? There was no successor. To suggest that the Wuxia Bell harbored no such intentions would be implausible. However, could the Black Emperor truly be designated as the successor? While it is conceivable, for the Black Emperor has indeed been sanctified by the blood of the Wuxia Emperor, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for it to cultivate and comprehend the Wuxia canon. Yet, the Wuxia Bell harbored reservations regarding the character of the Black Emperor. After all, it had previously acted with impunity, and the Wuxia Emperor had merely allowed it to run amok, a case of lax oversight. It was just a pet. Why dwell on such matters? But if the successor displayed such conduct, what would outsiders say? The illustrious reputation of the Wuxia Emperor could be tarnished in an instant. The dignity that turns its back on the masses would crumble, reduced to dust. Woof. When it came to serious matters, the Black Emperor became earnest, leaping onto the altar and shouting, Tell me, where's the Emperor? Great Emperor, come forth and meet Little Black. Clang. The Wuxia Bell trembled lightly, its chimes sweeping over the area without an ounce of hostility, instead bestowing a sensation akin to enlightenment. The Black Emperor quieted, patiently awaiting an answer. The Emperor had not perished but may be caught in a dilemma, the deities reassured. Even the undying heavenly monarch, at such a level, managed to survive from the twilight of mythology until today. Admittedly, the Phoenix's rebirth is of a unique lineage, but how could the master be any less? Endless and eternal. The great path leads to emptiness. The deities of the Wuxia Bell conveyed earnestly to the Black Emperor that the Wuxia Emperor still lived. As for his whereabouts, they cannot say. Perhaps he lingered on the border between the realm of immortals and the mortal world, caught in a quandary. Is that true or false? The Black Emperor's canine countenance radiated boundless joy, yet a shadow of doubt lingered. Was the deity merely spinning tales? Whether true or false, why not verify for yourself? The deity of the Wuxia Bell whispered, I cannot leave this place, tasked with suppressing the undying heavenly monarch's myriad legacies. Only you can undertake this endeavor. All right. The Black Emperor's eyes sparkled with determination. I will go. Even if I must uproot the entire world, I shall find the Emperor. The Black Emperor's spirit soared. The dog was resolute. However, as the saying goes, old habits die hard. The dog, having solemnly focused for a mere short while, soon reverted to its mischievous ways. Awoo! It howled, leaping and bounding. Old buddy, bring me some divine elixir. The Black Emperor lunged towards the undying divine phoenix elixir. Yet the elixirs could soar and evade, far beyond the grasp of this dog that had just recently risen from the ashes. The little divine phoenix, with an air of pride, soared away without a glance at it. Have we not been friends? Lamented the Black Emperor, disheartened. Chirp, chirp. A sound of the phoenix echoed. A youthful divine thought resonating as the little divine phoenix expressed its sentiments. The translation is roughly as follows. What manner of dog are you? Do you wish to be my friend? You are merely lusting after my form. How base. In summation, the undying divine phoenix elixir held a significant grudge against the great black dog. Perhaps it was due to the countless lecherous expressions the Black Emperor had displayed in the past that instilled a deep-seated fear in this divine herb. The Black Emperor retreated, evidently realizing that it had no chance of acquiring anything from the undying divine herb. However, that mattered little. The Wuxia Emperor possessed vast wealth. The elusive, undying divine phoenix elixir might escape, but the ancient medicine kings would not. Awoo! The Black Emperor transformed into a streak of black lightning, dashing towards the altar. In that moment, it embodied a diligent gardener, harvesting herbs from the towering cliffs of the altar. As it gathered herbs, it shouted, Trust me, I'm doing this for safety while traversing the wilderness. The expressions of the onlookers were nuanced. What manner of person was the Wuxia Emperor, that he could raise such a dog? Beneath the deconstruction of the ancient emperor's majestic divine rings, What was the true essence? We must take a dialectical view of the Wuxia emperor. We cannot deify him. In Jiang Yifei's heart, the little person was laughing uproariously while hurriedly drafting notes. His mind churned with mischief, yet he feigned indifference, vowing it was not due to the Wuxia bell's unseen gaze that instilled a sense of dread within him. Clattering, a string of phoenix blood golden necklaces trembled, playfully lifted by a finger, swaying towards the undying divine phoenix elixir. The surge of divine power caused the necklace to radiate a dazzling glow, captivating many gazes, especially that of the little divine phoenix. Your Highness, the future sovereign of the Azure, the most exquisite phoenix emperor destined to conquer the universe 100 millennia hence, the Jiang family extends its most profound salutations to you. Jiang Yifei presented himself with utmost decorum, embodying a demeanor of earnestness. He forged a connection with the undying divine phoenix elixir, offering gifts as tokens of his pure admiration and yearning for its companionship, devoid of any ulterior motives. The necklace crafted from phoenix blood and crimson gold was merely a small token of his sincere intentions. With a sudden flutter, the undying divine phoenix, albeit skeptical, soared through the air. In an instant, a golden path shimmered and vanished. As the divine phoenix unleashed its prowess, it exhibited remarkable speed, showcasing the true capabilities of the undying elixir. These divine medicines possess the innate ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, should they choose to evade capture. Even those beneath the status of a quasi-emperor would find it impossible to ensnare them. This instinct for self-preservation stems from their previous existence, often as the fruits of celestial kings, transformed upon death. Even as the ages shift, they remain objects of envy that only the supreme beings of humanity may gaze upon with favor. As they meander through the mortal realm, there's an underlying spiritual guidance, a subtle call for revival and rebirth. They follow the paths of ancient emperors, observing the profound doctrines of humanity to ignite their own enlightenment. Legend speaks of a formidable figure from the chaotic ancient times, known as the Merchant of False Medicines, who divided himself into 6, entrusting parts of his essence to various divine herbs, traversing through myriad epochs. In a fleeting moment, the necklace vanished, now clasped in the talons of the young divine phoenix. The more it gazed upon it, the more enamored it became, for the divine essence of the phoenix blood and gold enveloped it in comfort, making it the most fitting celestial treasure. Perhaps there is merit in the folklore that such celestial gold is forged from phoenix blood. Unperturbed by the sudden intrusion of the young divine phoenix, Jiang Yifei remained composed, patiently guiding it to explore the functionalities of the gift he had bestowed. Infuse it with divine energy and observe, he instructed. As he guided the phoenix to channel its divine power, a radiant light erupted from the necklace, manifesting a composition titled Ode to the Phoenix, extolling the noble virtues and character of the phoenix. What of vanity? What of purity and elegance? And so forth. The young divine phoenix grew increasingly fond of the necklace, reluctant to part with it. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Jiang Yifei continued to offer suggestions, prompting it to unveil new capabilities. With a gentle tremor, the necklace manifested 9-colored auspicious clouds, enveloping the young phoenix in a cozy embrace akin to a massage chair. Fully automated, offering comprehensive and meticulous care, it executed an exquisite technique derived from the forbidden chapters of the great Emperor Hengyu, with Jiang Yifei capturing its essence and inscribing it upon the necklace. This was an evolution of life, a means of immortality, as well as a tool to nurture herbs and flora. The Hengyu furnace. This apparatus served not only as a forge for weaponry, but also as a crucible for alchemy. Indeed, the great Emperor Hengyu possessed immense talent in both domains. After all, why else would he manifest as the divine farmer upon the awakening of his imperial corpse? The divine farmer, who discerned the myriad herbs. At this moment, as this divine ability was activated, it proved benevolent towards the undying divine elixir, massaging the young phoenix in a manner that brought forth contented coos. The onlookers remained speechless, their gazes towards Jiang Yifei laden with a mix of curiosity and complexity. Who were these individuals, engaging in such audacious conduct? Where was their sense of propriety? Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd, Jiang Yifei maintained his composure. Though I may appear somewhat sycophantic, in the end, I shall possess all that I desire. Is this mere flattery? Nay, this is profound affection. He remained unperturbed by the mundane judgments of society, eloquently conversing with the perpetually insecure, undying divine phoenix elixir. How vulgar are the masses, who only seek to slay and plunder the fruits of these divine medicines cultivated over millennia, driven by insatiable greed. Such base behavior. But I, Jiang Yifei, am different. I embody the noble virtues championed by ancient emperors, advocating for the harmonious coexistence of all beings, further evolving into a doctrine of universal compassion. In my eyes, not merely ordinary beings, but even the undying divine elixirs are worthy of my protection. At this moment, Jiang Yifei radiated an aura of sanctity, akin to a paragon of virtue. The ancient edict of the great Emperor Wushi, proclaiming the absence of saints in the world, seemed to shatter at this instant. The young divine phoenix, thoroughly enjoying its massage, expressed its contentment with soft chirps, in agreement with Jiang Yifei's words. Their camaraderie blossomed, culminating in a bond akin to sworn siblings. Jiang Yifei, gritting his teeth, took a step back and affectionately addressed the phoenix as sister. The young phoenix, its vanity thoroughly appeased, reciprocated by calling him Brother Yifei. They felt an instant connection, as if they were long-lost siblings reunited after many years. At this juncture, not only mere mortals, but even the esteemed imperial weapons were left speechless, their worldviews profoundly shaken. How could such unabashed individuals exist in this realm? They observed in silence as the scoundrel manipulated hearts and bodies, while the divine phoenix, caught in the throes of vanity, involuntarily bestowed 5 precious droplets of its essence upon Jiang Yifei. 5 droplets, a substantial quantity, even surpassing what the victorious Buddha held. Chapter 54. The Unruly Ones. Deceiving for wealth and shelter, the divine king rescued. In this day and age, honest individuals and even honest monkeys find it arduous to navigate. He brandished the ancient imperial weapon and ventured into the Purple Mountain, overcoming countless trials with great effort, ultimately facing the formidable Zhu Tian and encountering the Wushi Bell. What scene this was? It mirrored the struggles of an honest individual seeking a match, relying on parental connections to facilitate an introduction. While the celestial iron staff negotiated with the Wushi Bell, achieving a meager opportunity to make his request. Even amidst such hardship, the spoils were scant, a few droplets of the undying divine phoenix elixir, barely sufficient to revive the divine silkworm princess. Yet on the other side, the scoundrel made his entrance. A rose clenched between his teeth, offering celestial gold gifts, directly wooing the young divine phoenix, who, in a fit of joy, willingly relinquished its precious essence, appearing quite pleased with itself. In fact, had Jiang Yifei not been too poor and weak to support the young lady, perhaps this divine phoenix would have fled with him. What a shocking turn of events. The imperial weapons watched in collective silence, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, grand waves of divine consciousness intertwined within the network of the imperial weapons. The youth exuded vibrancy. The deity of the Wushi Bell remarked, its tone peculiar, addressing the Hengyu furnace. Normal, quite normal. The Hengyu furnace erupted in laughter, embodying the carefree spirit of its master. This statement reverberated through the imperial weapons, causing them to tremble, as if the Hengyu furnace had unveiled momentous revelations. The great Emperor Hengyu, too, however, glancing at the languid and reticent Guhua Qi, an imperial weapon from the Guhua dynasty, they suddenly grasped the situation. Unlike other emperors who typically forged a single weapon throughout their lifetime, Hengyu had two. The little fellow's thoughts were far too scattered and varied. He ought to focus on the celestial iron staff as critiques. Nevertheless, the Hengyu furnace remained unfazed, observing that the youth's attention was insufficiently concentrated, which may dampen his future achievements. However, he would likely thrive and flourish. That was enough. I have seen numerous imperial heirs, most of whom sacrificed themselves in the struggle against darkness, perishing in pools of blood. The deity of the Hengyu furnace suddenly grew serious. Now, with a descendant returning to ancestral bloodlines, I truly wish for him to avoid treading the old path of combating darkness. Yet, the path to ascension is opening. He has no choice. The Hengyu furnace sighed. Seeing Jiang Yifei was akin to witnessing the imperial heirs of the Jiang family from years past. Compared to the Void Emperor, the lineage of the Hengyu Emperor endured much greater tragedy. The Void Emperor at least had a single descendant, sealed in the present age. But as for the Hengyu Emperor, all his heirs had perished. To speak plainly, the esteemed artifacts present here embody the formidable forces of the imperial realm. With the sacrifice of the Jiang clan being the most profound, the bloodshed faced by the Hengyu furnace is unparalleled. The immortal iron rod, the primordial bell, the demon-subduing staff, they must all take a back seat. Were it not for the primordial bell, which belongs to the overwhelmingly powerful primordial emperor, having traversed the imperial path far and wide, the throne of the Avengers leader might well have been occupied by the Hengyu furnace. It possesses both the righteousness and the merit. Its contributions to the mortal realm are monumental, forged in the glory of countless imperial scions who valiantly fought and fell amidst the chaos of darkness. The Hengyu furnace has shifted the conversation into a weighty domain. Yet, in the next moment, it transitioned back to a more jovial tone. After all, young people, bursting with vitality, are not expected to be overly serious, are they? A hint of subtlety and mischief danced within the divine consciousness of the Hengyu furnace as it addressed the deity of the primordial bell. Surely, my dear primordial friend. You must agree. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not wrongfully accuse my master. The deity of the primordial bell retorted with righteous indignation. Yet, amidst the backdrop of the frenzied black dog harvesting ancient medicinal herbs on the Tao platform, such words appeared rather feeble and powerless. The Black Emperor has truly disrupted the atmosphere. Compared to Zhang Yifei's casual banter about the undying divine phoenix's elixir, the two of them resembled a pairing of the dragon and the phoenix, equally matched yet unable to outshine one another. While Zhang Yifei might have been able to rationalize his behavior through familial teachings, the Black Emperor, having followed the primordial emperor since childhood, could never escape the stigma. Thus, in the end, the deity of the primordial bell ceased its attempts at evasion, abandoning all pretense, and allied itself with the Hengyu furnace. History is penned by the victors. As long as one emerges victorious, what significance does a fleeting embarrassment hold? The primordial bell and the Hengyu furnace veered the conversation into a different direction entirely. Future generations will surely embellish it. Indeed, did you not witness the size of my master's fist, akin to a clay pot? It is meant to subdue the defiant. These two imperial artifacts, exchanging banter, reminisced about the devious exploits of the young primordial emperor as he traversed the imperial path, how he shattered the ancient roads, ensnaring those old-timers who sought to stifle the prodigies. They spoke of the romantic escapades of the Hengyu emperor, weaving tales of his entanglements with numerous young supreme goddesses along the ancient roads. They took pride in their audacity, believing that with merely a fraction of their focus on cultivation, each of their masters could ascend to the status of an emperor. What extraordinary talents they were! The immortal iron rod and the demon-subduing staff momentarily questioned their own existence as artifacts. They attempted to voice their thoughts, only to find themselves glaringly out of place alongside these two. Is this truly the demeanor of the human emperors? The immortal iron rod sighed. Not entirely. They are merely exceptions. The demon-subduing staff attempted to defend humanity's emperors, asserting that there still exist normal individuals, such as the Buddha Emperor. Enough, do not speak. The immortal iron rod dismissed, displaying a hint of disdain. What is wrong with the Buddhist lineage? I am not unaware. They thrive on salvation, which is far more perilous than the deceit of those two. As the immortal iron rod spoke, the demon-subduing staff found itself at a loss for words, realizing the validity of the argument. That makes a rather compelling point, the demon-subduing staff pondered, before reciting a Buddhist chant, retreating into silence. Having dispelled the demon-subduing staff, the immortal iron rod glanced around, feeling utterly disheartened. At that moment, it could no longer suppress its thoughts about the caliber of its companions. Could this motley crew, each seemingly a potential pitfall, truly accomplish revenge against the undying emperor? The scoundrel deceives both heart and body. Though the little divine phoenix had lived for an extended period, the nature of the undying divine medicine constrained her, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with someone as cunning as Zhang Yifei. In no time, she had charmed her way into referring to him as her younger brother, bestowing upon him elixirs as gifts for her newly acknowledged sibling. It was truly a case of being sold, yet still helping to count the money. Of course, the little divine phoenix did not emerge entirely empty-handed. She had acquired a phoenix blood golden necklace, a splendid complement, which also contained fragments of the Hengyu Emperor's insights into alchemy, presented as a parting gift. This would aid in her growth. Were it not for this, the transaction would have been exceedingly one-sided, and the primordial bell would not have allowed it to transpire so passively. While the undying divine phoenix elixir may be easily deceived, the primordial bell, as a guardian figure, is not so easily fooled. This is the essence of divine medicine. Zhang Yifei, upon close inspection of the little divine phoenix's gift, found the elixir to be fragrant and enticing. Merely inhaling its aroma invoked a sense of ascension, causing every pore in his body to open wide. The splendid manifestations surrounding him, divine phoenixes soaring, crimson clouds descending, ethereal lights flickering, and a captivating scent enveloping him. Each drop of the elixir resembled a tiny phoenix. Consuming it could resurrect the dead and facilitate a rebirth, a transformation of the very essence. If the elixir was this miraculous, how extraordinary must the divine medicinal fruit be? Should one consume the entirety of the undying divine phoenix elixir, even at the pinnacle of the extreme path, one could extend their imperial life. Jiang Yifei marveled at this, yet felt little greed. Perhaps it was due to this untainted intention that the undying divine phoenix elixir could establish a sibling bond with him. Though the little divine phoenix appeared innocent and naive, she was simply pure, not foolish. Sometimes, the more innocent one is, the more piercing their perceptions become. Striking at the heart, words may deceive, yet one's true nature is unyielding. The little divine phoenix, with her simplistic mind, could discern that Jiang Yifei coveted her, but not to a detrimental degree, especially when contrasted with the presence of that large black dog and further enhanced by the gift of the phoenix blood golden necklace. Everything is susceptible to comparison. However, she remained blissfully unaware, not comprehending the true nature of the scoundrel's affections. Deceiving both body and heart was merely the beginning. He still had plans to ensnare her further. Divine Phoenix sister, Jiang Yifei glanced towards the Tao platform, which was a realm of chaotic origins. One of the rare sanctuaries in the world, rivaling those blessed lands within the life-restricting zones. After all, it was the unparalleled terrain of Zishan, which evolved the profound mysteries of the universe, although devoid of the immortal aura that would allow supreme beings to prolong their existence. It surpassed the restricted zones in every other aspect. The ancient medicinal herbs that had grown and withered upon it stood as testament to its worth. Were it not for this, could the undying divine phoenix elixir thrive so abundantly? The growth of divine medicine is indeed selective regarding its environment. As luck would have it, Jiang Yifei possessed a divine herb of his own. Are you not curious why I'm treating you so kindly? Jiang Yifei inquired mysteriously, retrieving a withered seedling from a precious box, a Kirin divine herb. The Jiang family's environment could only support its initial sprouting. As for its future growth, that would be a challenge. However, once the connection to Zishan was established, this would no longer pose a problem. Zishan is uniquely blessed. A sacred sanctuary continually washed by chaotic source energy, the perfect setting for the growth of the undying divine medicine. In an instant, the previously wilted Kirin divine herb sprouted vigorously. Its roots quivered, straining towards the Tao platform, akin to a person stretching their neck. For you see, it has found a long-lost kin in you. It played a crucial role at the onset of my cultivation, and I am grateful for this bond that has manifested in you. Jiang Yifei spoke words that seemed incredulous, yet the little divine phoenix was entirely captivated. Her attention was drawn to the newly unveiled Kirin divine herb seedling, which fluttered down from the air before Jiang Yifei, her lively eyes inspecting the little Kirin closely. Chirp, chirp. She emitted a tender thought, greeting the little Kirin warmly. Alas, this divine herb had once faced calamity, and after its rebirth, all memories had faded. Leaving it with a childlike understanding, everything was starting anew. Chirp, chirp. The little divine phoenix expressed a hint of sorrow. Just then, Jiang Yifei showcased his warm-hearted demeanor. Though it may not remember its past, you can nurture it moving forward, and it shall become our little brother in the sibling bond. When the time comes to engage in battle, simply summon it forth to charge into the fray, shall we? It resembles a cunning wolf, enticing Little Red Riding Hood. These details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that his persuasion has succeeded. The little divine phoenix tilted her head in contemplation before acquiescing, eagerly grasping the little Qilin and soaring toward the corner of the altar, where a cozy nest awaited. Not far from her nest, the little divine phoenix diligently excavated a small pit and carefully planted the little Qilin within. Instantly, the Qilin's divine herb radiated brilliance, emanating boundless purple aura and auspicious hues, as if bestowing blessings upon the mortal realm. Woof, woof. The large black dog, engrossed in foraging for herbs, was startled and lifted its gaze, drooling profusely, before dashing forward with the intent to claim it as its own. Jiang Yifei observed this with a faint smile, yet before he could intervene, the little divine phoenix erupted in fury, chattering and hopping about, summoning the might of the primordial bell, isolating a realm that the Black Emperor could never reach. Howl! The black dog howled in lament, as if it had missed out on a fortune. Its covetous gaze fell upon Jiang Yifei, eyes gleaming with greed, as if intent on devouring him whole. Failing that, it would force him to write an IOU, transferring ownership of the immortal Qilin herb to itself. In response, Jiang Yifei merely raised his hand, summoning the ancient Hua ruler into his grasp, resembling a disciplinary rod. The implication was clear. The Black Emperor, perturbed, averted his gaze in resignation. Satisfied, Zhang Yifei meticulously sealed the divine phoenix's elixirs. Thus, the objectives of the journey to Purple Mountain were nearing completion. Save for one final task, he surveyed his surroundings. The victorious fighting Buddha had commenced tending to the divine silkworm princess, while the ancient Hua sovereign stood submissively in the presence of the human emperor's sacred ground. The holy prince had ventured farther afield, drawn to the primordial sutra, exploring it as if attempting to pry open the tome. Only he remained, enjoying a semblance of leisure. Senior Zhu Tian, he stepped forward, clasped his hands in respect, and produced a portrait. Might I inquire if you recognize this individual? He may well be within Purple Mountain. Perhaps he traversed this place around 4 to 5 millennia ago. It was an image of Jiang Taisu, poor divine king. A few years prior, Zhang Yifei had vowed to rescue him from the depths of Purple Mountain. Yet, it was only today that he had taken this step. This individual does exist, Zhu Tian affirmed confidently. He was indeed familiar with Jiang Taisu, a prodigy. However, he had ventured into Purple Mountain too early, risking himself as a formidable king, daring to challenge such a perilous realm, an audacious display of ignorance. One must remember that prior to the primordial emperor's arrival, not only were sages present, but even quasi-emperors roamed these grounds. Such powers were intended for the eldest son of the immortal emperor, serving as protectors. Jiang Taisu had braved the depths of Purple Mountain, only to meet his downfall. That fall lasted for millennia, a struggle for survival. Chapter 55. The Bounty of Nature and the Canine Celestial Master. Taisu, the divine king, Jiang Taisu. Were this individual's life to be penned as a tale, he would undoubtedly be the protagonist. His early years were marked by triumph, ascending to greatness, dominating his foes, and capturing the hearts of many, sailing smoothly through life, with nothing beyond his reach. However, his latter years marked a turning point within Purple Mountain, transforming him into a figure of despair, a tragic hero. How woeful! Sealed for 4 millennia, he endured until the end of his life. Ultimately, even when emerging from Purple Mountain, he faced the profound sorrow of witnessing the demise of his former beloved, leaving him in anguish. Despite his remarkable talents, his revival amidst the silence of death did not restore his heart. Otherwise, the original timeline would not have necessitated Zhang Yifei's sacrifice during the sacrificial rites for the Eternal Universe Emperor with such unwavering resolve. It was a life devoid of meaning, no longer concerned with existence or demise. From this tale, one may draw the conclusion that in this world of cultivation, one ought to embrace a sense of reverence. One must bide their time and exhibit humility. Not everyone can boldly carve their own path like Yi Fan, who had a sister to support him. More often than not, the outcome resembles that of Jiang Taisu, a millennium of prosperity followed by 4 millennia of suffering. How audacious for a formidable divine king to venture into the treacherous depths of Purple Mountain. Observing Zhang Yifei, one could see his cautious demeanor. He forged connections and assembled a 4-member team, equipped with 4 imperial artifacts, before daring to confront the challenges ahead. This prudent approach garnered the approval of the Eternal Universe Furnace, which recognized his cleverness. Overthinking can lead to a lack of purity in one's heart, potentially diminishing future achievements. Yet, regardless, he would undoubtedly lead a prosperous and fulfilling life. That was sufficient. The Eternal Universe Furnace had witnessed too many imperial sons depart and wished to avoid the repetition of tragedy. I recall this individual, Zhu Tian remarked, gazing at the portrait, nodding thoughtfully. Approximately 4 millennia ago, he arrived at Purple Mountain, seemingly in search of something. However, he did not succeed. Upon his departure, he fell victim to the schemes of the immortal emperor's ancestral line and was completely ensnared. This confinement lasted for millennia. Zhu Tian sighed, acknowledging his exceptional nature. Most individuals, in such dire circumstances, would have perished at the hands of the ancestral king's ambush. Yet, he did not. He persevered, clawing his way back from the brink of death, seeking a sliver of hope, preserving his own life. He forged his own path. Zhu Tian's eyes sparkled with memories. But it was also due to his struggles for survival that he ventured too deep into certain hidden areas of Purple Mountain, rendering any rescue impossible. As you know, he explained, Purple Mountain was not originally the stronghold of the primordial emperor. It belonged to the immortal emperor. The foundations and doctrines of the immortal divine dynasty lie dormant within. One could say this is a bastion of an ancient royal lineage, perhaps even more formidable, akin to the celestial court revered by myriad races. Do not underestimate the presence of great sages. Even quasi-emperors have lingered within the divine source, enduring the passage of time, awaiting the opportunity to ascend to immortality. Yet, with the arrival of the primordial emperor, they were suppressed. Zhu Tian conjectured, piecing together what he could. As he had not personally experienced those times, he had arrived at Purple Mountain only later. Allow me to elaborate. The bell tolled melodiously. The primordial bell interjected. Even though this is the stronghold of the immortal divine dynasty, what of it? To the emperor, they are but ants, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. A host of great sages and even quasi-emperors lack the qualification to command my presence here for millennia. Great sages and quasi-emperors in this era may be viewed as supreme masters by contemporary beings. Yet, during the reign of the primordial emperor, what were they? To him, even those who do not meet the utmost threshold can be annihilated with a flick of his finger. However, a minor incident occurred within the immortal divine dynasty. Back then, the immortal empress incited chaos, sparking a minor rebellion in the eastern wilderness, resulting in countless casualties. The emperor, in his wrath, sought to obliterate the immortal lineage of Purple Mountain. Yet, at a critical juncture, an exceptional figure intervened, securing them a fleeting chance of survival. The deity of the primordial bell recounted, referring to the immortal divine dynasty's foremost general, Ning Fei. What a pity! Had the immortal emperor not obstructed his path, he could very well have been the first emperor of the early ancient era. He was a figure destined for imperial greatness, rivaling the might of the original holy body in combat prowess, and capable of contending with true emperors and ancient sovereigns on equal footing, an alternative path to enlightenment. His existence provided the immortal empress with a semblance of protection, allowing them to endure a while longer. The primordial bell revealed profound secrets that captivated the attention of all present. What lay within the depths of Purple Mountain? Few truly comprehended the situation. They only knew it was perilous, but to what extent? Bewilderment was evident on their faces. Nonetheless, although Ning Fei was formidable, even the supreme figures of the Forbidden Zones had not been spared from slaughter. The underworld itself would flee at the sight of him, unwilling to engage. Do not be mistaken, the primordial bell gently remarked. Even if he had not ascended to imperial status, slaying him would not be a challenge. In mere moments, he was subdued without waiting for the emperor to deliver a fatal blow, leaving the undying divine dynasty unscathed. Only for the conflict between the primordial emperor and the undying heavenly monarch to erupt. In the forbidden zone of the undying mountain, the undying Taoist took action. The primordial bell sighed deeply. The creatures within the Purple Mountain were not mere beasts. They possessed considerable backgrounds. When pushed to the brink, they unleashed their ultimate moves. Summoning the undying heavenly monarch. One must consider the master when striking a dog. Is that not so? The undying divine dynasty, being ravaged, was a slap in the face to the undying heavenly monarch, an ancient deity who could hardly stand idly by. There would undoubtedly be a countermeasure. The undying Taoist was one such countermeasure. It was a battle that raged across the heavens. The undying Taoist, being the embodiment of the undying heavenly monarch's faith, emerged independently. In terms of power and means, he may not possess the unparalleled constitution of the undying heavenly monarch, a trait stemming from the ancient Ten Fiends racial advantage. Yet he was well-versed in various divine techniques and spells, wielding combat power that equated to 70 or 80% of the undying heavenly monarchs. At the moment when the Purple Mountain's undying divine dynasty was on the verge of annihilation, he sprang forth to draw fire. The primordial emperor arrived upon hearing the commotion, incapacitating him, separating his physical body from his primordial spirit, sealing them both, affixing them to the divine sealing list, akin to a hand pressing down decisively. Through the various wicked interrogations and dissection of the undying Taoist, the primordial emperor set his sights on the undying heavenly monarch, thus commencing the most apex and astonishing confrontation of the mortal realm. At this level of struggle, the incident involving the undying empress, which served as the catalyst, became trivial. After suppressing the undying Taoist, with the undying heavenly monarch lurking ominously, once this titan was forced back, the remaining undying divine dynasty held little significance for the emperor. The primordial bell remarked that the undying empress had lofty aspirations, but a fragile life. She could never amount to anything substantial. As for the first divine general, burdened by love, willingly binding himself, his path in this life was irreparably severed. With the undying empress in his grip, the first divine general dared not act. Thus, when the emperor departed, I took it upon myself to suppress this group, recounting it to the letter as the primordial bell had done. It provided everyone with a reasonable and coherent narrative, elucidating just how perilous the Purple Mountain was and the terrifying struggles endured. Ultimately, it concluded with the victory of the primordial emperor's faction. However, even though the primordial bell currently held the upper hand, One could not push too hard. A fish dying and a net breaking would bring about great trouble. Yet, listening intently beside them, Jiang Yifei suddenly conceived a bold idea. Perhaps the primordial emperor had spared the undying empress, merely awaiting the spectacle to unfold? Ning Fei and the undying empress, what a tragic pair they were. A sycophant pitted against a gold-digging woman. Did the undying heavenly monarch not fear the consequences of such folly? Jiang Yifei, observing the primordial emperor through the lens of the Black Sovereign, believed this emperor was secretly harboring malice, eager to witness a grand performance. Therefore, he created various opportunities, defeating the undying Taoist, repelling the undying heavenly monarch, and then refraining from killing the undying empress and Ning Fei, hastily suppressing the situation. His motives were far from pure. The primordial bell was unaware of how Jiang Yifei had slandered the primordial emperor. It continued to explain to Hanyu Furnace, treating it as a means to maintain the stability of the Avengers Alliance. Otherwise, it would be somewhat indefensible. Your territory, having ensnared a prodigy of the Jiang family for 4,000 years. What suffering have they endured? That young man, Jiang Taishu, with such meager strength. Yet he managed to entangle himself at the heart of this struggle. It could only be deemed unfortunate. The powers of those quasi-emperors intertwined with mine. And even Zhu Tian could not rescue him. At most, he could provide some indirect assistance, allowing him to repeatedly claw his way back from the brink of death. The deity of the primordial bell spoke clearly. It warned everyone not to be deceived by Zhu Tianshu's vibrant demeanor. Even the victorious fighting Buddha could contend with two opponents. Yet why did he sit idly by while Jiang Taishu suffered for 4 millennia? For 1,000 years. What a concept. Do not speak of tempering. In the age when the Nine Nether was sealed and the Azure Emperor's path reigned supreme, one could soar to the threshold of becoming an emperor in just over 1,000 years. 4,000 years of agonizing struggle in the Purple Mountain, merely to break into the Sage Realm, at most taking a few more steps. This cost-benefit ratio was utterly disastrous. Behind this unreasonable scenario lay the ultimate clash of powers. Zhu Tianshu, a mere great sage, lacked the capability to interfere. To offer aid, at the very least, would require several quasi-emperors, and perhaps a few imperial artifacts as well. The deity of the primordial bell chuckled. Now, you have fulfilled this condition. Jiang Yifei and the Gu Huawang exchanged glances and simultaneously spoke. We beseech your assistance, esteemed elder. Very well. The deity of the primordial bell consented. It summoned Zhu Tianshu, instructing him to lead them to a designated location, where at a specific juncture, the imperial artifacts would strike together, breaking the Purple Mountain's partial configuration, thus sufficing to rescue that young man. As commanded by the emperor, Zhu Tianshu bowed respectfully. He then turned to nod at the others, taking the lead. Aside from the true form of the victorious fighting Buddha, who was busy aiding Princess Shinshan, the remaining 2 incarnations acted alongside several others, with imperial artifacts in tow. Even the busy black dog, gathering herbs, stealthily followed suit. They marched with vigor, as if to shatter the heavens themselves, reducing them to ash. The terrain of the Purple Mountain was intricate, with numerous pathways all managed by the undying divine dynasty. However, having been here for tens of thousands of years, Zhu Tianshu was akin to a local guide, with him to lead, twisting and turning. They soon reached the location where Jiang Taishu was ensnared. Along the way, some minor events transpired. Jiang Yifei stumbled upon a treasure. Unsurprisingly, he discovered the Source Heavenly Book. At the edge of a spacious grand hall, one of the many winding paths, a skeleton lay, surrounded by fragmented stone garments, tattered and unrecognizable. Nearby, a silver tome, crafted from metal, with 100 pages, felt extraordinarily heavy in his hands, inscribed with 3 ancient characters. Source Heavenly Book. The strokes were bold and powerful. The characters solid and weighty, resembling 3 azure dragons coiled together. Jiang Yifei's eyes sparkled with delight, grateful for nature's generous gift. He clasped his hands in a mock gesture of reverence, then casually picked it up, eager to peruse its contents. The Holy Prince observed him with curiosity, leaning forward to glimpse the text. Additionally, a dog's head rested on Jiang Yifei's shoulder, watching intently. Smack! Jiang Yifei snapped the book shut, issuing a solemn warning. I must make this clear. This Source Heavenly Book is a legendary text passed down across the Eastern Wilderness, regarded as the highest scripture for cultivating source techniques, revered by numerous source practitioners. However, throughout history, those who have mastered the Source Heavenly Book and become legendary source masters have met tragic ends in their later years, dying uneasily, seemingly taken by the denizens of the underworld. I do not wish to bring harm upon you. So whether you wish to read, it is up to you. The underworld? Huh. The holy prince scoffed. I battle the heavens and the earth to carve my path to supremacy. Would I fear them? What? The black dog laughed derisively. If they do not seek me out, I shall go find them. Those whom the emperor could not kill, I shall slay. The grievances the emperor could not avenge, I shall take upon myself. The undying heavenly monarch. The underworld. Once I escape and locate the small, innate holy body Tao, I will cultivate it and send it forth to vanquish that lot. The black sovereign proclaimed boldly, eliciting hisses of disdain from the two imperial princes. Hush! They regarded him with scornful glances. This dog is utterly shameless. If you were to slaughter recklessly, that would be one thing. Yet you intend to seek a substitute? The black sovereign, however, remained unfazed, merely extending a paw to help Jiang Yifei reopen the pages. His earnestness in learning a craft was truly commendable. At the same time, it stirred a sense of concern within. Heaven forbid, this large black dog might wreak havoc upon the sacred stone chambers of every holy ground, and then gamble stones to acquire a few holy maidens from those esteemed families. As Jiang Yifei envisioned this scene, his expression turned exceedingly peculiar. Yifan's audacious maneuvers have now been transformed into the brazen exploits of the Black Sovereign. Hiss! He suddenly inhaled sharply, realizing that if it were truly the case, the entire eastern wilderness would descend into chaos. Jiang Yifei had already begun to silently mourn for the various sacred places in advance. A black dog, the new star of the Source Celestial Master, was rising in the eastern wilderness. This scene was so stunning that it was beyond imagination. Jiang Yifei mused to himself, his worldview shattering in the midst of this revelation. However, after this disillusionment, a smile of eager anticipation lit up his face. As long as the Jiang family remained unscathed, he had no qualms about reveling in the spectacle, no matter how grand it became. Moreover, with the large black dog's fearless spirit, he was certain that, given the right coaxing, the two of them would not hesitate to conspire together, unearthing the secrets of various ancient clans, only to eradicate them entirely. Should the Black Sovereign's endeavors go awry, would the Wuxia Bell not dispatch enforcers to quell the disturbances? With the formidable ancient Tian Shu presiding over the matters, success was assured. With this thought, Jiang Yifei fell silent, allowing the large black dog to paw through the Source Celestial Book, unveiling its profound mysteries. Instantly, ancient characters emerged, twinkling like stars, illuminating the eyes of several onlookers. This scripture commenced with clarity, serving not merely as a sacred text for seeking origins, but also expounding the interconnection of heaven, earth, and humanity, ultimately aiming for the unity of the celestial and the mortal. Gazing upwards, one observes the phenomena of the heavens. Looking downwards, one discerns the laws of the earth, studying the patterns of birds and beasts, as well as the suitability of the land. The internal energy burgeons, while the external energy takes form, and the interplay of both ensues. Chi scattered by the wind dissipates, while that confined by water remains stable. The ancients congregated to prevent scattering and guided movement to establish stillness. Such profound principles, even Jiang Yifei, the holy prince, and the large black dog, descendants of ancient emperors, found themselves greatly enlightened after interpreting them, akin to perusing an imperial scripture. This was, of course, to be expected. The source technique, a path once traversed by emperors. The source of the netherworld, the underworld sovereign, walks this very path. Otherwise, the underworld would not be at odds with the Source Celestial Master. Both spring from the same origin. The underworld was established by the underworld sovereign, yet this very force harbors the deepest fear of him. They worry that one day, the underworld sovereign might return and effortlessly seize everything from them. Thus, they remain on high alert, leaving no trace unchecked, treating the Source Celestial Master with utmost hospitality. A fate destined to be ominous in their twilight years. The Source Celestial Book, this scripture, constituted the foundational aspect of the underworld sovereign scriptures. A secret art devised by the transcending tribulation celestial lord to unearth a fateful burial ground for himself and to evolve the reincarnation seal. Mastering the source technique to its pinnacle allows one to seize the creation of heaven and earth for oneself, accelerating the formation of the reincarnation seal. Thus, although the transcending tribulation celestial lord, Chao Yuxing, spent his life eschewing slaughter and effortlessly ascended to emperorhood, his innate talent was indeed remarkable. The scriptures he expounded upon were not necessarily inferior to those of the imperial sovereign, the undying heavenly sovereign, or the ancient scriptures of the Wuxia emperor. And in this moment, they naturally stirred something profound within the hearts of those present. Each of the three gleaned something valuable. The Holy Prince, by observing the source technique, gained insights into the diverse terrains, geological structures, celestial changes, and the underlying principles of yin and yang, as well as the five elements. He internalized these mysteries, preparing to unleash his battle intent once they coalesced. No matter the myriad transformations of heaven and earth, with but a single strike, he would shatter them all. In the struggle against heaven and earth, only the combat Saint Ape could prevail. Without a deep understanding of the cosmos, how could one contend with heaven? How could one vie with earth? The Holy Prince aimed to deeply comprehend the laws of the source technique, intending to utilize it as future sustenance. When he broke through its barriers, a transformative leap awaited him. In contrast to him, the Black Sovereign embarked on a different path. The large black dog specialized in formations, deconstructing the laws of the grand cosmos, reconstituting them to yield the desired outcomes. The source technique unfolded before it, revealing the varied aspects of the universe, aligning with celestial phenomena above and presenting terrestrial maps below, grasping the principles of creation and stabilization. This profoundly impacted it, for the source technique served as nourishment, harmonizing with the path of formations. Should the source celestial array and the Emperor's slaughter array merge, a terrifying future awaits. The lethal setup of the 99 dragon veins of Kunlun Mountain could very well be resurrected by the Black Sovereign, a monkey and a dog, each achieving enlightenment. What of Jiang Yifei? His intellect occupied a lofty vantage, yet the foundational scriptures of the Source Emperor were not to be underestimated. Upon earnest examination, various flashes of inspiration illuminated his mind, as if the heavens themselves were eager to impart wisdom, fearing he would not partake. The source technique is wondrous, skillfully employing the myriad creations of heaven and earth. The intricacies of the Tao and the dynamic forces behind it are inextricably linked to the human being and the grand cosmos. At this moment, the celestial phenomena within his wheel of fate transformed incessantly, continuously accumulating. The sights of the starry heavens, the azure skies, the yellow springs, the radiant brilliance illuminating the world, and the ethereal ascension to immortality, all were in a state of flux, yearning to be situated within the particular terrains of the bitter seas. Purely ethereal phenomena are the Tao, intangible and elusive, yet when they materialize, expressed through the lens of terrestrial formations, it undeniably signifies a monumental advancement. If one day, these phenomena and terrains could be further analyzed, transforming into forbidden chapters that construct the gateways to human potential, perhaps the chaotic path uniquely belonging to Jiang Yifei would manifest. My path is realized. The youth's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he softly murmured, when he once again beheld the passages recorded within the Source celestial book, particularly those pertaining to the secret realms of the Western Sovereign. His spirits soared even higher. A splendid harvest indeed. He smiled, sweeping his sleeve to gather the skeletal remains, intending to return them to their descendants for a proper burial. This was, for now, a conclusion to the causal chain. Oh, the large black dog howled, raising its head high with unabashed confidence. With this source technique, the future of this sovereign is promising. On the day I attain great mastery, the world shall bow to me. It was prideful, its large paws dancing in the air, sending ripples through the purple mountains. This drew glances of astonishment. Bow down, tremble. This sovereign is destined to dominate the heavens and command the earth. After a few moments of self-praise, the Black Sovereign turned its gaze upon Jiang Yifei and the Holy Prince, its head held high, seemingly expecting the two to worship it as its subordinates. Cough, cough. Jiang Yifei plucked the ancient measuring ruler from the void, gripping it with one hand and stroking it with the other, his intentions ambiguous. Meanwhile, the Holy Prince remained silent, but made his stance known through action. He retrieved a celestial iron staff from his uncle's manifestation and slammed it onto the ground, causing a small section of the road beneath to crumble. Woof! The Black Sovereign howled once more, barely retracting its candid thoughts under such formidable intimidation. An imperial weapon is indeed impressive, it grumbled, pondering how once this sovereign emerges, it would excavate that ruthless one's domain, allowing the devouring demon jar to reappear in the world. At that time, who would dare to bully you, great Black Sovereign? The large black dog was deeply infatuated with the devouring demon jar, its love profound. After all, years ago, in pursuit of the ruthless one's domain, it had sought to excavate the devouring demon jar, only to suffer a setback in the Yunduan mountain range, trapped for 18 years and nearly perishing inside. Had it not been for the protection of the Wuxia, The outcome could have been dire. Perhaps a living dog would have turned into a dead one. Upon hearing the Black Sovereign's mutterings, Zhang Yifei's expression morphed into something peculiar. However, he quickly composed himself. He held no intention of cautioning the Black Sovereign regarding this matter. In fact, he was rather eager to witness a grand spectacle, one where the Black Sovereign clashed with a certain rotund individual amidst a cataclysm of thunder and fire. After all, neither of these characters were virtuous. The Black Sovereign harbored a wealth of malice. And Zhang Yifei could not forget that it was this very rogue who had thwarted the Jiang family's archaeological pursuits, severely hampering his grand endeavor of cultivating the devouring demon technique. Zhang Yifei concealed his wicked thoughts, saying nothing, allowing the large black dog to fantasize about a bright future. And thus they arrived. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Zhu Tian, who led the way, finally came to a halt. They had arrived at an ancient mine, where purple-hued rocks formed ethereal passageways, shimmering with a faint, otherworldly glow. The ground beneath their feet was uneven and pockmarked, while the walls of the mine were adorned with numerous stone bones, starkly visible and reminiscent of ancient life forms, interwoven with the violet mountain's essence. After traversing a further 100 steps, they encountered a smooth, crystal-like purple wall. "This is the place," Zhu Tian remarked, gesturing with a distant finger. Zhang Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he set down the ancient measuring tool and seized the Hengyu furnace, striding boldly forward. Holding the furnace aloft, he exuded an imposing presence. Upon reaching the purple wall, the divine furnace emitted a radiant glow, releasing an aura that seemed to resonate with something unseen. Suddenly, Zhang Yifei felt a flicker of inspiration, and following the sensation, he paused beside the rock wall. Simultaneously, the might of the Hengyu furnace resonated with an entity, rousing it from the brink of oblivion. Before long, a shadow emerged from the rugged stone, outlining a ghastly figure, its bones starkly visible, resembling a skeletal form. Long hair cascaded down, surpassing the frail body behind, evoking a sense of pity and profound weariness. "Are you a descendant of the clan?" A voice rasped, echoing within the mine. "Are you Jiang Tai Su, the Jiang God King?" Zhang Yifei replied solemnly, his expression earnest. "The Jiang family has come to rescue you." "It must have been quite the endeavor for my family to locate this place," Jiang Tai Su weakly responded, his breath nearly spent. "The Purple Mountain has been relentless. I have endured too much suffering here. Be cautious and do not act recklessly." Jiang Tai Su continued intermittently. "I sense the imperial weapon of the family." "Have you brought the Hengyu furnace?" "Indeed," Zhang Yifei affirmed. "I have also brought several allies. With 3 great sages and 4 imperial weapons combined, we should be adequately equipped." Jiang Tai Su, perhaps overwhelmed by the revelation, found himself momentarily speechless. What formidable figures has the family produced? For imperial weapons? Are there really 4 supreme sanctuaries in the eastern wilderness? Have they all come together? But what are the great sages? Is it possible he has been sealed for more than 4,000 years? Has the oppression of the Azure Emperor finally passed? Jiang Tai Su was engulfed in confusion. Yet Zhang Yifei paid no heed to these thoughts. He merely pressed the Hengyu furnace against the rock wall and turned to call out, "I implore the esteemed elders for assistance. This is it. Unleash your might." With that, he leapt into the divine furnace, transforming its aura dramatically. The 2 incarnations of the fighting Buddha, along with the great sage Zhu Tian, exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. The celestial iron staff and the demon-slaying pestle found their way into the hands of the fighting Buddha, while the ancient measuring tool was grasped by Zhu Tian. With a collective roar, they raised their imperial weapons, connecting their energy with that of the Hengyu furnace, unleashing a catastrophic force. In that moment, it felt as though the very heavens and earth were collapsing. The 3 great sages and the 3 imperial weapons resonated in unison, striking the Hengyu furnace and propelling it forward. The entire Purple Mountain trembled under the assault, as their targeted strike was a pivotal juncture, an intersection of immense significance where the boundless bell suppressed the undying emperor's lineage. The disturbance was monumental. The might of the emperor surged forth, unstoppable at that moment. From this very spot, the barrier shattered, piercing through the mountain range, and a brilliant divine light erupted into the eternal starry sky. An infinite explosion of radiance surged forth, dazzling and magnificent, outshining even the blazing sun. Beneath the emperor's power, a fallen star streaked across the sky, exploding into a dazzling display of fireworks. The denizens of the northern domain trembled, their very blood and bones crying out in despair. Countless beings prostrated themselves upon the ground, gazing towards the purple mountain in reverence. The discord ignited by Jiang Yifei was transformed into an unexpected tranquility. The aura of the emperor, not merely the resurgence of an imperial weapon within the northern domain. A figure of ancient magic, an elderly man shrouded in the weight of time, rose beneath the protection of a great cauldron, his gaze alight with astonishment. Was this not the power of at least 3 imperial weapons? No, 4. The heavens of the northern domain were about to change. This was a consensus shared by many. The tendrils of various sanctuaries and clans stationed here quivered with excitement, restlessness, and urgency as they opened the gates to communicate with their headquarters, rapidly transmitting the news back. Ha ha! From a place several 100,000 miles near the Purple Mountain, a sinister voice suddenly echoed. Laughter erupted, a cacophony of madness. Following the laughter, obscure words resonated, shaking the very foundations of the world. Most mortals could not comprehend the utterance. However, through the 3 years of the ancient divine language's dissemination, some had begun to understand. I am free. Wuxia, you cannot imprison us. A figure emerged, towering and formidable, akin to a demonic god, as if to tear open the very fabric of reality, with the starry sky above and the netherworld below. He appeared behind the Purple Mountain, a shadow, standing tall. A great demon breaking free from chains, announcing his return to the world. From him emanated threads of imperial might, reverberating throughout the ages. He was not an emperor, yet bore the essence of one. Suddenly, a resounding bell tolled, heralding the awakening of all beings. The entire northern domain, and indeed the eastern wilderness, resonated with the ancient sound of the celestial bell. Chapter 57. The ailing old man, the rotund Taoist, the first divine general. The demon god emerges, the ancient bell resonates. All of this transpired in a fleeting moment, as the overwhelming power of the eastern wilderness surged forth, making it known to the world that a transformation was upon them. At this very instant, countless beings trembled with fear, and numerous sanctuaries quaked, bowing in reverence towards the Purple Mountain. Those who sensed impending doom felt ominous foreboding rising within their hearts. Was this the dark upheaval foretold in ancient legends? After all, the aura was too terrifying to withstand. In the southern domain of the eastern wilderness, beside the banks of the Jishui River, an ancient mirror ascended, illuminating the vastness with 9-colored brilliance, blossoming into ethereal flowers that stilled the waves of time, accompanying the bell's toll, restoring peace to the land. The void mirror. Suddenly, an ancient imperial presence enveloped the Yaoqi sect within the northern domain, the resonance of the great Tao reverberating deafeningly. The celestial maidens of Yaoqi halted their tasks, bowing earnestly as they gazed skyward. In that vast expanse, streams of green energy cascaded down, each as thick as a mountain, grand and heavy, akin to celestial rivers descending from the heavens. In the distant sky, a solitary world flickered into view, chaos swirling, elemental forces in motion, amidst which stood a tower of imperial tears forged from green gold, partially obscured. The Western Emperor's Tower. As a vessel of the great Tao, it now radiated divine might, expanding a realm of its own. Within the tower, a divine being, tears glistening on its cheek, seemed to awaken, gazing towards the Purple Mountain with a hint of concern, as if ready to strike at any moment. Undoubtedly, this was a significant hidden ally of the Avengers. The Jiang family possessed 2 imperial weapons, both crafted by the hands of the Hanyu Emperor, yet no matter how formidable, they could not rival the Boundless Bell. After all, the Boundless Emperor had a mother, the Western Empress, and the Boundless Bell could summon the Western Emperor's Tower for assistance. Moreover, it was entirely possible that the father of Wuxia, one of the 9 great sacred bodies that once roamed the heavens and the earth, still retained a weapon, which might very well resurface. A dual emperor lineage and 3 supreme beings. Such a configuration was truly overwhelming. Buzz, under the oppressive reign of the Eastern Desolation Emperor. Both the Void Mirror and the Western Emperor Tower mobilized, preparing for the impending storm. It was then that the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron of the Radiant Light Holy Land resonated. Soaring into the heavens as a multitude of black dragons surged forth from within, roaring towards the sky and shaking the ancient firmament. The imperial weapons of the Eastern Desolation manifested. Upon them shone an extraordinary brilliance, reminiscent of an impending strike from a great emperor of antiquity. Chaos! Chaos! In the southern realms of the Eastern Desolation, a frail elder emerged from a deep pool, his complexion as ghastly as if he had 1 foot already in the grave. However, upon hearing the celestial chimes of an ancient bell and witnessing the emergence of a demonic deity, A fleeting glimmer of sharpness ignited in his eyes, as if he could cleave through an entire world. Yet, this seemed merely an illusion. Soon, the ailing elder relaxed, no longer fixating on the trivial matters of the northern domain, for he had already foreseen their outcome. More importantly, he was intrigued by a certain target. For years, he had wandered through the southern regions, meticulously calculating the day when a particular ancient lotus would wither and its path fade, tracing certain remnants. Where had the Azure Emperor vanished to? The sickly elder sighed. Once a formidable demon emperor, he had aspired to establish a celestial court for the demon race upon the eastern desolation, a fact not shrouded in secrecy. Alas, the Azure Emperor ultimately did not realize this grand vision. Subsequently, it was said he had perished. The elder deduced that this demon emperor was likely interred within the eastern desolation, perhaps even in the southern regions. Thus, over the years, he had traversed countless miles, eagerly embarking on a quest to unearth the tomb of the Azure Emperor. This frail elder had been suppressed by the Azure Emperor's path throughout his life. Tragically, he had never laid eyes upon the Azure Emperor himself, not even in the manner of a defeated challenger who could accept defeat with grace. The Azure Emperor had passed away before his birth. With over 1,000 years of time, he had approached the threshold of the imperial realm, merely needing to reach out and leap to transform into a brand new emperor. Yet alas, defying the heavens, he failed, even in death. The emperor's path remained under his dominion for a millennium. The sickly elder, undeterred by misfortune, paid a steep price for his disbelief, suffering wounds to his path and enduring 8,000 years of stagnation. The more he pondered, the more his ire grew. In a fit of rage, he began to roam the eastern desolation, eager to uncover something of significance. "Master, what are you doing?" At the water's edge, a little girl with 2 horn-shaped braids and exquisitely delicate features gazed up with wide, curious eyes. "I am seeking celestial affinities, but alas, such encounters are fleeting and elusive. It appears I have little hope," the sickly elder sighed. "Celestial affinities?" The little girl leaned in inquisitively. "Xia, do you know why the Azure Emperor was able to attain the status of emperor during the ancient era of the post-desolation, becoming the foremost figure of the last 100,000 years?" The elder stroked his beard, recalling the immense benefits he had once gleaned from a celestial transformation pool. The Azure Emperor's true form was that of a green lotus, which took root in the mud and was planted upon a piece of green copper at its birth. I suspect it may have been a fragment of the legendary celestial cauldron from that era. That fragment, which accompanied the Azure Emperor in life, might also have accompanied him in death. "This is my curiosity and pursuit," the elder mused. "I believe that if I can locate the Azure Emperor's mausoleum, I might discover accompanying relics, including that piece of green copper and the fabled Desolation Tower." The elder, possessing profound wisdom, could not hide his yearning when speaking of the Desolation Tower. It is said that the tower once quelled celestial beings. The little girl gasped at such a revelation, her youthful innocence shining through. Though merely 4 or 5 years old, she was remarkably perceptive. Do celestial beings truly exist in this world? Who knows? The elder shook his head. Yet, even in the absence of celestial beings, there are many matters and artifacts related to them, as if guiding us cultivators towards exploration, perhaps leading to some gain. Only the right opportunities remain elusive. The elder lamented. Throughout his life, he had been endowed with talent and ability. Otherwise, he could not have approached the edge of enlightenment under the pressure of a great emperor's path. Regrettably, he lacked just a few strokes of fortune. "If I cannot find the Azure Emperor's mausoleum here in the eastern desolation, I shall return to the central plains to search for the even more mysterious celestial transformation pool," the elder resolved. "I have already obtained clues linked to the great dragon veins of the Qinling Mountains." As he spoke, the elder stepped out of the pool, leading the little girl away. However, not long after they departed, from a nearby volcanic crater emerged a rotund Taoist, his face covered in soot. Clad in a Taoist robe and adorned with a golden crown, he bore no semblance of a true ascetic, his figure plump and rosy, clearly not a serious practitioner. "Strange," he muttered to himself, cradling a dusty small bowl in one hand, resembling a jar lid, while the other hand gestured in calculation, pondering the heavens, earth, and the spirits. "Where exactly is the Azure Emperor buried? I've excavated so many sites, yet found nothing." This plump Taoist seemed to share the same obsession as the sickly elder, both fixated on the Azure Emperor's grave. Such a pity for the once mighty demon emperor. Though he was reckless enough to dismember his own body, he hasn't truly departed yet. Has he? 2 parties are already scheming to exhume him. Determined, the Taoist bolstered his resolve. "I have even dared to visit the lair of ruthless beings, losing 9 lives to finally unearth the swallowing heaven demon cover. What could possibly be more formidable than that? He vowed to push his limits and create new glories. In this world, there is no tomb I fear to plunder. Such is the case for both ruthless beings and the Azure Emperor. However, the plump Taoist's gaze shifted towards the northern domain's purple mountain, his eyes gleaming with insight as if a profound perception had awakened, revealing treasures hidden within. Whose tomb lies there? I shall go and take a look. Wusher, a name echoed, summoned by a godlike figure. He roared towards the heavens, disturbing the starry sky as falling stars streaked across the ancient void, threatening to shatter the earth and obliterate vast landscapes. Yet when a bell tolled, it seemed as if the entire cosmos was subdued. Time appeared to reverse, returning everything to its origin. No progress. At that moment, on the deepest Tao platform of Purple Mountain, countless imperial formations illuminated, shining across the ages and transforming into an overwhelming divine energy, causing a great bell to come to life. A hazy figure, shrouded in chaotic energy, emerged from the Wusher bell. That was the deity of the Wusher bell. The Wusher Sutra moved of its own accord, approaching the deity with ease, revealing a page that unfolded before him. The deity of the Wusher bell then raised a hand and struck down upon the demonic figure. In an instant, the land of the northern domain revealed countless terrifying scenes to the world. The prior moment resembled the eastern desolation being reverted to the primordial era, where all celestial phenomena ceased to exist and only chaos flowed. The next moment, it appeared as if all beings had been cast into an infinitely distant stream of time, where the essence of the universe faded, and even the cosmos, destined for decay, bore a lifespan. One represented the infinitely ancient past, while the other signified a far-off future. One flowed upstream, while the other flowed downstream. They complemented each other and interconnected, evolving into a boundless torrent of time, manifesting as a supreme divine ability. Endless beginnings and endings, all paths leading to emptiness. Wusher, the demonic figure, roared once more, but this time, his tone was laced with horror and despair. Unite. He cast aside the dignity of a strong man, calling upon his companions for assistance. Thus, several other demonic figures emerged, half of their forms breaking free from their seals, unleashing their divine powers in a cataclysmic display of might. Boom! The heavens shattered. This is the aftermath of the slaughter unleashed by the nascent emperor. They are formidable, and their lethality is commensurate with their might. Alas, beneath a chaotic hand, everything appears so fragile. With a resounding crack, as if swatting a few foul insects, those divine manifestations of the demonic gods were obliterated, reduced to ruin amidst the cosmos. Furthermore, the ripples of the nascent bell's massacre spread forth, directly targeting their true forms, intent on shattering their souls and annihilating their very essence. Concealed in the shadows lies a grand phoenix nest, crafted from phoenix tree wood, adorned with ancient imperial formations that now radiate light, seeking to dissipate the murderous intent. Yet it is futile. The overwhelming power of the nascent bell dares to strike against the immortal emperor in the midst of his rebirth. How could it possibly regard the nest he left behind? Even with the indestructible empress residing within, it scarcely matters. Until a figure emerges, a venerable old man with flowing white hair, leading a limping horse and wielding a battle spear. Parting the starry sky, he stands against the nascent bell, the greatest hope of the undying divine dynasty, the foremost divine general. When a nascent bell tolls, its waves resonate endlessly. The imperial formations shine ever brighter. The nascent scriptures turn page after page, as all celestial deities lament, yearning to submit to the principles of the nascent emperor. The deities of the nascent bell grow earnest. They even contemplate calling forth the vial of the nascent emperor's refined blood, long hidden in the depths of the Yaoqi. After all, the adversary is also a unique prodigy who has transcended the bounds, a supreme being capable of slaying themselves, who could even claim their lives. Chapter 58, The Ultimate Devotee. Winds and storms from all directions. Ning Fei, the foremost enforcer of the undying divine dynasty, the mightiest divine general. In truth, the glory of the first ancient emperor in the primordial era should have been his. Unfortunately, he was born in an unpropitious time, encountering the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor is an extraordinary figure. After ambushing the imperial sovereign, he retreated for millennia, sealing himself away until the sovereign's path waned, only then to ascend as emperor. He lacked the audacity to shatter the sovereign's oppressive path and defy the heavens to achieve enlightenment. Steadfast, cautious. These two words are deeply ingrained in the essence of the immortal emperor. Perhaps, in the future, he will find himself pursued by a trio of challengers who will catch up to him within a mere 100 years, rendering his arduous centuries of cultivation a mere prelude to his downfall. He lacks the courage to forge ahead, to embrace death in pursuit of life. Thus, even though the phoenix is the most adept at rebirth and the cyclical regeneration of existence, naturally aligned with the path to transcendence through the mortal realm, he falters. The Emperor of the Wild had even drawn upon the true phoenix's techniques for transformation. Yet he stumbles, requiring the blood of various emperors to catalyze his evolution. A hand of good cards squandered to ruin. Yet, one must concede that he is a victor in life. He overthrew the sovereign's reign, established his own divine dynasty, and ruled alongside myriad races, with beauty flocking to him. Ning Fei's plight is the most tragic. He not only lost the ancient imperial throne, but also saw his childhood sweetheart run off with the immortal emperor. Still, he serves the immortal emperor, solely due to the presence of the immortal empress. What a spirit of devotion is this? Even the nascent emperor could hardly comprehend it. This emperor, whose character is mirrored by the Black Emperor, pondered whether, should the immortal empress bear a child for the emperor, Ning Fei would choose to adopt that child's surname. Such absurdity breeds all manner of strange thoughts. Thus, the immortal Taoist head was shattered, a divine decree pressing down upon the sacred cliff, separating the immortal empress from her physical form, while Ning Fei remained unscathed, merely confined within the Purple Mountain. In response, the nascent Bell swore an oath in the name of the nascent emperor, vowing not to harbor any malicious intent or desire to witness the immortal emperor's folly. The nascent emperor, what a paragon of virtue he is! How could he engage in such nefarious deeds? The deities of the nascent Bell clenched their fists, akin to cauldrons, as the nascent scriptures fluttered incessantly, causing the very earth and myriad paths to tremble, as the ultimate laws of the cosmos revived, inscribing the emperor's formations upon the Purple Mountain. In the remnants of Yao Qi, a small chest trembles gently, as if something within is about to burst forth, stirring ripples that could shake the world. Ning Fei, solemn, raises his silver spear, embodying an aura of unparalleled slaughter. On one side stands an unparalleled prodigy who is transcended, while on the other lies the remnants of a celestial figure of the emperor's caliber. As they merely stand in confrontation, two beams of light pierce through the fabric of reality, illuminating the cosmos. The heavens intermittently shower down myriad auspicious colors, at times manifesting torrents of blood rain. Everything becomes a haze of uncertainty. Such is the intensity of their clash. Who could fathom the scene should a true battle ensue? Fight! Do not linger. Deep within the immortal mountain, an old man clutches the chaotic, flying divine herbs, muttering to himself, hoping for mutual destruction. Simultaneously, in several life-restricting zones, a glimmer of awareness awakens, as a slumbering supreme being casts a glance. The power of the nascent one. Has the nascent truly perished? I find it hard to believe. Within the primordial minds, an ancient emperor whispers, having endured from the primordial era to the present, they have encountered countless extraordinary beings. Yet few possess the overwhelming strength that could terrify even an ancient emperor, vastly differing from ordinary emperors. In the realm of life-restricting zones, the underworld would flee at the mere sight of him. It is akin to the sacred spirit ancestor S realm, which faced off against a formidable emperor and was utterly obliterated. One person, so intimidating, could silence even the mightiest of supreme beings. Is he truly gone? Who can say? But the unrest in the Purple Mountain 80,000 years ago cannot be feigned. Perhaps he has truly perished, much like the combatants aspiring to transcendence, or like the lunar deity venturing into the path of immortality, never to return. Another supreme being's consciousness stirs, carrying an icy chill. Let them fight amongst themselves. It does not concern us. The undying divine dynasty, the nascent emperor's contingency. I wish to see what unforeseen outcomes arise from their bloodshed. The immortal, the greatest schemer of antiquity, accompanied by a mere hound, dares to act brazenly. What wretchedness is this? A supreme being scoffs. Once their conflict concludes, perhaps we can seize some advantage from the blood of an alternative, transcendent figure. I have yet to experience it. As for that peculiar bell, I wonder if, upon shattering it and refining it within my weapon, I might attain further enhancement. He anticipates. Yet soon, his anticipation morphed into ire. Coward! He cursed, frustrated by the outcome that did not align with his desires. In his discontent, he closed his eyes to concentrate, to rest, preparing for the opening of the path to immortality in a few hundred years. The attention of the supreme beings dissipated. This is because the nascent Bel and Ning Fei have chosen to cease hostilities. Perhaps they too considered the prospect of mutual destruction, unwilling to provide an advantage to outsiders. Upon the altar, amidst swirling chaotic energies, the deity of the nascent Bel turns away from the multitude, treading upon an unseen celestial path. As the supreme laws of the cosmos recede, no longer casting their formidable presence upon the mortal realm. Deep within the purple mountain, Ning Fei gradually regains the youthful vigor of his earlier days, his once proud stallion transformed back into a limping horse. His visage grows older, his strength wanes, and with a sigh, he turns to return to a tranquil, secluded realm. There, a maiden, still bearing the appearance of youth, anxiously awaits. Upon seeing Ning Fei's return, her face lights up with joy. Ning Fei, are you unharmed? Fortunately, a glimmer of softness flashes in Ning Fei's eyes. That's good. The maiden exhales in relief. That accursed nascent Bel. She complains, cursing with a tone less than kind. Ning Fei watches quietly, and in a moment of reverie, he seems to glimpse a distant past, when he and she were still childhood companions, in a scene reminiscent of this one, listening to her grievances. Perhaps this is not so bad. Ning Fei's thoughts drift far away. Is the deity king still alive? The mastermind behind it all has once again emerged from the celestial furnace, bearing a skeletal form, with several imperial weapons striking together, shattering all obstacles. Jiang Yifei seizes the opportunity to have the celestial furnace retrieve Jiang Taishu, whose bloodline is intertwined with his own. As for the subsequent matters of cleanup, that responsibility will be entrusted to the primordial Bel. He has unwavering faith that the primordial Bel will manage everything with utmost propriety, leaving no room for error. In the original timeline, a multitude of ancestral kings would emerge, a phenomenon that could hardly be dismissed as mere frustration from the primordial Bel. After all, those imperial weapons had intruded upon the sacred grounds of Zishan without consent, demolishing homes without a second thought. Who could bear such an affront? The deity of the primordial Bel would undoubtedly feel incensed by your incessant meddling. Thus, I shall unleash a few ancestral kings upon you, allowing you to indulge in your own chaos. Of course, there must be a limit to this. Consequently, the guardians of the heavenly prince, descendants of the eightfold divine generals, found themselves devoid of any formidable saints, a situation easily managed by Zhu Tian. But now, the Hengyu furnace, the Guhua measuring rod, the immortal iron staff, and the demon's subduing pestle are all allies of the primordial Bel, with the Avengers Alliance fervently assembling. How could one betray their own? Certainly not. Thus, no ancestral king shall escape. However, from the moment Zishan erupted into turmoil, it was destined to become the eye of the storm. In truth, the tempest has already begun to spread. Winds and rain from all directions converge upon Zishan. Chapter 59. Everyone as a demon. Unparalleled ruthlessness. The primordial Bel suppresses the undying divine dynasty, and any would-be emperors attempting to flee are relentlessly subdued. The tumult of that battle was nothing short of earth-shattering. Across the eastern wilderness, anyone with sight could perceive the celestial phenomena that stretched across the heavens. Stars fell, the eternal echoed, and the cries of gods and Buddhas resonated with a terrifying aura that left all hearts in turmoil, rendering no soul capable of remaining calm. The sweeping force of the Bel surged through the northern domain like a blade, resting upon the throats of all beings, the more powerful the cultivators, the deeper their sense of helplessness and uncertainty. The mighty trembled, each drop of their blood, each fragment of their bones, lamenting in agony at that moment, until the battle came to a close. The primordial Bel eventually subsided. Yet the storm that had been unleashed was destined to grow ever more ferocious. The guardian of the radiant light, sacred land, was howling, his voice hoarse and strained, as if seeking to expel the most profound terror of his life. He commanded the ears and eyes of the entire radiant light, sacred land, sparing no effort to utilize all channels at his disposal to uncover the truth of the matter. The radiant light, sacred land was in a frenzy, but in fact, they were not alone. Numerous sacred lands across the eastern wilderness, not to mention the distant realms of Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Ridge, and Western Desert, were all stirred into action. Curiosity about the underlying events gripped everyone, particularly after senior elder of the Ji family spoke up. The void mirror had been stirred by imperial might. That was the majesty of the emperor. Upon uttering these words, the world was left in shock. The emperor, when named so distant, it has been nearly 10,000 years since the last sighting of an emperor. Since the Blue Emperor's ascension, the world has not witnessed the presence of an emperor. It is said that the ancient emperors have long since passed into oblivion Otherwise, how could they be labeled as ancient? Yet on this day, an unparalleled divine might resounded, ringing the alarm for the world and awakening their reverence. Likewise, it ignited fervent aspirations. Could it be that a great emperor transcended the tides of time and lived in this era? One could hardly deem it an exaggeration to label such a being as immortal. My heavens, could it be that an ancient emperor yet lives? This revelation left many astonished. Elder figures gasped in disbelief. No, those emperors could not possibly still be among us. No one could live for such an eternity. Could it be that someone has ascended to the rank of emperor? Others countered, providing their own perspectives. No, you all are mistaken. A supreme power has arrived. At the moment of the Zishan incident, he was neither too far nor too near, and he heard the furious roars of a demon attempting to escape its prison. Uttering a name, Primordial. The truth of the matter is intertwined with this name. Primordial? Who is this individual? Many were perplexed. Time has buried too much. Just a mere 10,000 years has allowed humanity to perform astonishing feats, such as daring to challenge the Blue Emperor's tomb, seeking the Qinglian weapon from the Four Poles, or harvesting divine herbs from the forbidden lands of antiquity. What can one say of history that dates back at least 80,000 years? Until ancient sacred lands, having read extensively and watched the world transform, unveiled the secrets that allowed the name of the primordial emperor to rise from the depths of history, shocking all into clarity. What is primordial? At the end of the celestial path, who stands at the peak to witness the primordial Tao become void. This is a supreme sovereign who has pushed the divine might of the ancient emperors to its limits. An ancient emperor of the human race who attained enlightenment over 100,000 years ago, revered by the people of his time with the highest accolades. With primordial S emergence, the great Tao becomes void. That is the highest myth of the universe. Such news spread like wildfire, igniting fervor across the northern domain and startling the world. People eagerly delved into history, exploring ancient tombs and biographies, gleaning insights from various channels, gradually uncovering the magnificent and righteous image of the primordial emperor, truly comprehending his unparalleled might. In just a few days, the world swiftly came to understand some of the secrets of the primordial emperor. The information spread with incredible speed. Some of the most ancient sacred lands had ancestors who once worshipped the primordial emperor and even competed against him, leaving behind the richest historical records. Rather die than see the primordial. These were the words left by the ancestors of the heavenly demon palace. A lesson steeped in blood and tears. The status of the human race was not a gift, but rather something forged by each and every human emperor. Among them, the primordial emperor was the most prominent. In the ancient years, the human race and the demon race were in constant friction. Various celestial demons roamed the universe, and the lineage of the quasi-emperor Great Demon, Shu Yueqing, was part of this true ancient heritage. Alas, at the peak of that era, it was Primordial who personally brought an end to it. The primordial emperor, a great terror. Before achieving the Tao, he single-handedly received imperial weapons, suppressing the greatest talents of his era. One particular dynasty among the four great dynasties of Central Continent faced great embarrassment as past defeats, buried in the annals of time, were unearthed. The tragic failures of their ancestors became stepping stones to exalt the grandeur of the primordial emperor. People fervently discussed the unparalleled brilliance of the primordial emperor. In years past, a prodigious talent from an immortal dynasty in Central Continent, strikingly handsome and rare in antiquity, was on the verge of creating a miracle, poised to become the next great emperor following the dynasty's founder. Throughout history, no single lineage has ever given rise to two emperors. If he succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a feat and a miracle. That prodigy had indeed brushed the edge of emperorhood, and barring unforeseen circumstances, was likely to succeed. But he encountered the primordial, who had yet to achieve the title of emperor. At the border between Central Continent and Eastern Wilderness, he battled with primordial, employing even the most extreme weapons, yet ultimately fell to primordial, who effortlessly received the ultimate weapon and, instead of being reduced to ash, overpowered his opponent, shaking the world. Tales upon tales of exploits were unearthed, crafting a mythos. Yet, why did such a supreme emperor leave no legacy behind? Some pondered in confusion. Who knows? An ancient being, akin to a living fossil, shook his head, eyes gleaming with longing, walking a broad path beneath him. It is said that the primordial emperor spent his life turning his back on the masses, leaving only a silhouette for the world to behold. Perhaps there has never been a hero worthy of his attention, someone who could inherit his legacy. This is mere speculation, yet it is surprisingly accurate. Likewise, it ignited the ambitions of countless cultivators. An emperor, perhaps alive, having previously displayed divine might. Or perhaps deceased, with his weapon echoing his legacy, the legendary primordial bell. Is life or death of consequence? It is important, yet it is also trivial, distilling the key concepts. A simple yet profound impression forms in the minds of the people. The legacy of an emperor, the imperial scriptures, and the imperial weapons. This is more than sufficient. In an instant, cunning cultivators began to declare, if the primordial emperor cannot leave behind his legacy, it would be an immeasurable loss for our human race. A regret too great to fathom. The legacy of the primordial emperor, long lost to the endless passage of time, is on the verge of reemergence. We, the determined, are ready to risk it all. A brand new sacred realm of the extreme path shall soon manifest in the northern domain, Purple Mountain. Let us journey to Purple Mountain to pay homage to our human emperor. In no time, chaos erupted in the eastern wilderness, and the northern region descended into even greater turmoil. The instigator, Zhang Yifei, has exacerbated existing conflicts, amplifying tensions further. Crimson has become the prevailing hue of this tumultuous epoch in the northern domain. Many eyes gleam a fierce red. They are a pack of merciless, frenzied wolves. Greed remains an unparalleled driving force. Previously, it was the oppressive power of fear that held sway. As the Jiang clan and the Radiant Light's sacred land engaged in a war of attrition, each sapping the other's strength while reaping the harvest of ordinary cultivators. Yet, such a state could not endure indefinitely. Cultivators possess not only legs, but also the ability to soar. As time elapses, when the northern domain's cultivators have exhausted their numbers, who will remain to be harvested? However, the current situation is markedly different. People are clamoring to enter, surging forth into the northern domain in droves. Many, emboldened by the belief that the timid shall perish while the bold shall thrive, rush headlong into the fray. As the populace swells, so too does the chaos. And the bloodthirsty nature within them is incited, giving rise to rampant acts of violence. In the name of justice, some may choose to cower before stronger foes. Yet, driven by unprecedented temptations of profit, what does it matter to strike the strong while weak? With reckless abandon, they declare their willingness to slay any clan before them. This time, the northern domain has no room for the faint-hearted. The countenance of the Jiang clan's sovereign bears an unusual expression, for madness has gripped everyone. Indeed, an elder twitches at the corners of his mouth, recognizing that the Jiang clan has played a significant role in fomenting discord alongside the Radiant Light sacred land, thus cleansing numerous minor sacred lands to cultivate an atmosphere of fear and fury, leaving countless souls to seethe in silence. The entire northern domain has reverted to the chaotic backdrop of ancient warfare, where peace is an anomaly and conflict reigns supreme. The darker the night, the more fervently do the people yearn for the dawn. The legacy of the primordial emperor is not merely a heritage. It embodies the hope of survival amidst the struggles of the extreme path sacred land. The elder sighed, his emotions complex. He exchanged a silent glance with the Jiang clan sovereign, both rendered speechless. Ultimately, the Jiang clan's role in these affairs is far from noble. They are the undisputed puppeteers behind the scenes. However, when their prince dispatched divine beings from the Dao Palace to return from Purple Mountain, bearing a covenant marked with the insignia of 5 imperial weapons, along with 2 ancient medicinal herbs and a drop of the divine phoenix's elixir of immortality, all dissenting voices were swiftly silenced in their infancy. So be it. If I am a shadowy figure, I take pride in it. Not a single elder within the Jiang clan dares to voice opposition. All of this stems from the emergence of a great sage from within the family's depths. He emerged from the divine source, rejuvenated by the essence of medicinal kings and divine elixirs, capable of battling for another 300 years. At this moment, this great sage of the Jiang clan is recuperating within the ancestral temple, adjusting his state, absorbing the essences of the sun and moon. The heavens and earth fluctuate between brilliance and darkness, their myriad transformations resonating with the imperial formation inscribed by the celestial emperor deep within the Jiang clan's legacy. Within the ancestral temple, he is not alone. Another figure, the monarch of the ancient Hua divine dynasty from a bygone era, also a great sage, is present. The ancient Hua monarch, while aligned with Zhang Yifei, has undeniably contributed to the ancient Hua divine dynasty. With a fragment of celestial gold and a series of subsequent transactions, he exchanged rare dragon marrow born from the ancestral dragon vein of the central continent for 2 drops of divine elixir essence. The ancient Hua monarch secretly kept 1 drop, swiftly returning the other to the ancient Hua divine dynasty, where it was combined with various precious medicines to forge a longevity elixir. thereby unlocking the family's potential and summoning forth a revered ancestral sage. Consequently, the ancient Hua divine dynasty entered a fleeting period of prosperity, rivaling the ancient royal families in terms of supreme power. Upon the revival of the ancient Hua sage, he promptly made his way to the Jiang clan to meet with their great sage, rekindling ancestral connections and seemingly aiming for a deeper cooperative relationship. They intend to lay bare all their resources to one another, distributing them according to need. All treasures aiding cultivation shall no longer be hoarded strategically, but rather consumed by every member. This includes, but is not limited to, various rare spiritual items, celestial gold, and divine mines. This monumental shift can be likened to expending the accumulated wealth of their respective families and dynasties over millennia in a single epoch. Such actions are unprecedented. To cite a few examples, the divine source is a valuable asset, suitable for cultivation, yet its most extravagant use is rare among the sacred families. Those who possess such precious items typically use them to seal certain individuals and entities, shielding them from the ravages of time. Even a solidified divine source, while less effective than its liquid state, can still be utilized through various methods, potentially sealing away for 1,000 years, thus enabling the family to draw upon their heritage in times of crisis, perhaps even turning the tide. Similarly, the primordial fate stone can be refined and used to comprehend the mysteries of life. However, in consideration of family interests, it is usually employed to carve openings in the 9 orifices, allowing for the absorption of the essences of heaven and earth, thereby nurturing a medicinal garden capable of producing medicinal kings to bless future generations. In short, this is termed sustainable development. Yet today, such considerations have been cast aside. Regardless of the resources at hand, utilize them all. This is a total commitment to foster every gifted and promising individual. Clearly, this is a response to the path of ascension 200 years hence. Both the ancient Hua sage and the Jiang clan sage have traversed the blood-soaked storms of their past, with some even having witnessed their ancestral emperor, the celestial emperor, perhaps as descendants or even great-grandchildren. They have seen their forebears and are acutely aware of the perils of life, as well as the realities of the path to ascension. The Jiang clan situation is manageable compared to other forbidden zones, but reconciliation with the primordial ancient mind is fraught with difficulty. Should the supreme being within that forbidden zone ascend, all would be well. But if they fail, in their desperate quest for survival, the ascendant may resort to feasting upon the essence of countless beings, and the Jiang clan, with their intertwined fates, would inevitably face calamity. When that day comes, what use would their amassed treasures be? When all are dead. In light of this, it is far better to gamble everything and await the birth of a miracle. Miracles do exist, especially when they learn of the ancient Huatru and the Celestial Emperor's furnace joining forces in Purple Mountain, along with 5 Imperial weapons. As time progresses, more Imperial artifacts may unite under this formidable alliance, perhaps enabling them to weather the impending tribulations of the Ascension Path. The 2 great sages convened in the ancestral temple, their gazes icy and indifferent. They understood Jiang Yifei's previous proposals to stir unrest across the northern domain. They acknowledged the legitimacy of the bloodline's resurgence in the form of the Celestial Emperor's furnace and the ancient Huatru, for they had no choice but to accept it. However, both sages harbored lingering dissatisfaction. The Emperor's son has shown too much mercy. This is unacceptable, since he has resolved to cultivate the devouring heaven demonic art. How can he be indecisive? He must inform the younger generation that it is not a matter of revering the bones of ancestors who have rendered great service to the family and dynasty. Those essences must be extracted. The ancient Hua sage coldly declared that the devouring emperor, also known as the ruthless emperor, should not be lenient towards others. If one must be ruthless, let it be towards one's own kin. This ancient monarch, shockingly cold and ruthless, sent chills down the spines of those who heard him. How many could bear to unearth the coffins of their own kin, including their descendants? The Jiang clan sage's eyes flickered, hesitating for a moment. Yet, he soon relinquished his reservations. After all, they are but remains, it matters little. The desecration of ancestral remains pales in comparison to the annihilation of future generations by the perils of life, leading to total decline. By that time, which rogues would dare to desecrate the sacred tomb of the Jiang family sages? Rather than allowing such desolation, it would be far better for us to take matters into our own hands and strive for a glimmer of hope. Chapter 60. Shared Physiques, the Twilight of Hengyu. Following in accord with the great sage of the ancient Hua divine dynasty, the Jiang family, with their esteemed identities and formidable prowess, could act with impunity within their respective clans and empires, facing no resistance whatsoever. They issued commands personally and even took the initiative to unearth the graves of countless ancestors. Such resolve and determination were both terrifying and formidable. Perhaps this was the very essence that allowed them to remain sealed until this day, having been refined by the ancient emperor's divine source, evading the ravages of time and being sent to future generations. The archaic era differed greatly from the primordial. On the ancient Big Dipper star, there were few environments capable of naturally generating liquid divine sources. Only the ancient emperor possessed the might to refine the essence from the vast cosmos to artificially create liquid divine sources. In other words, the Jiang family's great sage and the great sage of ancient Hua were deemed worthy to re-emerge countless years later primarily because their inherent nature aligned with the judgments of the great Emperor Hengyu. Who chose them? As such paragons, what weighty responsibilities did they bear? To turn the tide and set things right. This demanded an extraordinary will and execution power, enabling feats beyond the capacity of ordinary mortals, rescuing an imperial lineage from the brink of disaster. Those lacking such resolve would have long since succumbed to the passage of time, peacefully passing from existence. At this moment, their actions served as a lesson for the imperial offspring of several 100,000 years hence, imparting to Zhang Yifei the true essence of ruthlessness. What does it mean to be ruthless towards others? If one embarks on the path of the ruthless emperor, one must possess a heart fierce enough to be relentless towards oneself and one's kin, the supreme beings of the life-restricted zones, who plunder the life of the entire universe, are the greatest scourge and calamity. If the Jiang family lacks strength and the ancient Hua divine dynasty is no better, lacking the capacity to seize the universe, what then? They would first turn their efforts inward, sparing no expense to accumulate their first fortune. The remains of their predecessors were to be excavated without hesitation. Only through such means could they, in the most improbable circumstances, forge a formidable demonic emperor to contend with the primordial ancient minds. When Zhang Yifei received the gifts bestowed by the two great sages, comprising over 100 sources of various physiques from their combined efforts, including but not limited to various divine bodies and royal physiques, he felt utterly numb. The ancestors' remains were to be unearthed at their whim. Goodness, the youth felt as though he had been schooled. Indeed, he wielded external advantages, was clever and ingenious, and played grandly. However, when it came to the essence of ruthlessness, he fell far short compared to these true sages and heroes who had fought their way through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Naturally, in this life and the last combined, did he even possess a fraction of the age of these two great sages? Each of them had lived for 7 or 8,000 years. For them, sometimes breaking through limits felt almost like child's play, their resolve and will unfathomable. Are you familiar with the Black Sovereign? This large, dark dog, fond of betraying those familiar to him. When he learned of the recent actions taken by the two great sages, did not flaunt the identity of the master of the Zhejiang Dao, but rather quietly tucked his tail and distanced himself. Even the Black Sovereign did not wish to provoke such ruthless individuals. Take it all, it's all yours. The great sage of ancient Hua said to Zhang Yifei, his elongated eyes revealing an endless coldness. He had once been a formidable emperor, commanding vast territories and countless lives. Do not be disdainful. We have done our utmost. The Jiang family's great sage said softly. After all, our two families have only established our lineage for a relatively brief period, not yet reaching 200,000 years. By scavenging various royal bodies and precious physiques from the ancient Big Dipper, forging marital ties, and integrating external kin, they had solidified their bloodline as foundation. Each golden age has been our grand feast. Those who rose amidst the mundane, yet failed on the imperial path, had they any thoughts of propagation, would invariably find themselves entangled with our sacred dynasties. The Jiang family's great sage observed Zhang Yifei's astonished expression and calmly elucidated, thus, the sources of our physiques flow into our hands, with descendants occasionally awakening over the long passage of time. The Eastern Wilderness divine body is merely one of the more apparent examples. Every 10 to 18,000 years, one will awaken. The great sage remarked that these were merely fundamental practices. Throughout the years, the Jiang family had buried numerous divine bodies within their clan. To unearth one that held little significance and send it to Zhang Yifei was hardly noteworthy. The example of divine bodies was but one aspect. Many other royal physiques existed. The Golden Age was a time of rising talents, a jubilant celebration for the supreme, sacred lands and noble families. Following the competition for supremacy on the imperial path, amidst the ensuing chaos, they seized opportunities to absorb many promising young talents into their families. Jiang Yifei pondered briefly and grasped the implications. Just as in the original timeline, the affair between Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue unfolded. Had Yi Fan not ultimately defied the heavens and achieved enlightenment, becoming the heavenly emperor and establishing the heavenly court, would not Ji Ziyue have employed a subtle hand, prompting Yi Fan's descendants to change their surname, effortlessly integrating them into the Ji family, and thereby enhancing their lineage with the legacy of a sacred body? Should this bloodline continue, one day a descendant might awaken the sacred body, and the Ji family could again boast a peak power capable of challenging the life-restricted zones. A lucrative venture, sowed across the annals of time, evoked both awe and dread. Occasionally, the great sacred lands and dynasties would engage in marital alliances, exchanging seeds of bloodline. The great sage of ancient Hua added coldly, "To this day, the ancient Hua divine dynasty has allied with the other three great dynasties, with princes and princesses marrying for mutual benefit." Jiang Yifei listened, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. He could vividly imagine such scenes. When the imperishable emperor frolicked last time, he abducted someone of the feather transformation body and stellar body as a son-in-law. What about the divine Zhou dynasty? Divine Zhou dynasty. I'm rather ordinary, having only managed to secure a radiant body. Ancient Hua dynasty. Shall we exchange? This way, both our dynasties would possess all three types of physiques in our bloodlines. Divine Zhou dynasty. Sounds good. Goodness. Jiang Yifei inwardly lamented, there's truly only this one word. These great sacred lands and dynasties are quite adept at playing their games. One joy shared between two people becomes two joys. A single physique shared between two dynasties enriches the foundation of both bloodlines. Regrettably, the time we have built our legacies is still too short, insufficiently long to digest and develop. It has merely witnessed a few golden ages. The Jiang family's great sage side, the void, the great emperor, the anarchy, and the imperishable are not enough for us to exploit. Had we begun from the early days of the archaic era, perhaps we could have created genuine miracles, even capable of contending with the life-restricted zones. A glimmer of brilliance shone in the expression of this great sage. Life-restricted zones? Nearby, the previously unnoticed Zhu Tian displayed a look of astonishment, turning his gaze toward them. The Black Sovereign also reacted similarly, his tail erect, as if his face bore the words, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you know who lies within the life-restricted zones? One battle capability? Even a fully realized sacred body would struggle, unless truly an emperor." However, the Jiang family's great sage dismissed the dog's skepticism. He pondered and recounted a secret from the past, a personal experience. As a descendant of an emperor, he had encountered the great Emperor Hengyu. Physique and bloodline are a form of miracle. He reminisced, some say the blood of our ancestors flows within our descendants, a unique form of longevity. Physique and bloodline. They're the most concrete manifestations. The Jiang family's great sage turned his gaze toward Jiang Yifei. Imperial offspring, you are the finest testament. The bloodline of our ancestors has awakened within you, embodying the principles of the supreme path. This is a miracle of life, affirming a truth. Just as bloodlines do, so too do physiques. He then looked toward Jiang Taishu. 5 millennia ago, the unparalleled divine king who vanquished all foes in the eastern wilderness now lay weakened in a pool after being rescued by Jiang Yifei. This pool, carved from 5-color jade, was a spring of ethereal beauty, enveloped in swirling clouds and radiant mists, infused with the wondrous transformations of the Purple Mountain, transforming into a divine spring that nourished the body and sustained life. Jiang Taishu had claimed this sanctuary, reaping its benefits, yet amidst this, one being was decidedly displeased, a dog, discontented by the intrusion. This was its bathing sanctuary. However, when Jiang Yifei offered a substantial bribe of pure luo silver, the dog's demeanor brightened, abandoning all scruples. Jiang Taishu utilized this opportunity to recuperate, as a drop of divine phoenix elixir was applied to his brow, allowing him to fathom the profound meaning of nirvana and ponder whether he could truly live once more. He possessed a divine physique, and in this moment, he was invoked by the great sage of the Jiang clan to recount the miraculous nature of life. This led to an absurd contemplation, reminiscent of the late thoughts of the great Emperor Hengyu. This rather irreverent sovereign, who had once been the best ambassador for a friend, contemplated in his twilight years, yet found himself incapable of verification, leaving the path for future generations to traverse. Emperor Hengyu had explored the path of the devourer of heaven. comprehending its principles, which involved the convergence of myriad bloodlines to ultimately achieve the chaotic body. This was a groundbreaking breakthrough, far more practicable than the legends of the dual cultivation of the sun and moon, as there were indeed individuals who had succeeded. The great sage of the Jiang clan spoke slowly, noting that their ancestor hailed from the ancient star of Zy and had practiced the teachings of the two sovereigns of the sun and moon. Yet, even upon attaining the status of emperor, he could not unify the paths of the sun and moon into chaos. The sage held great admiration for those formidable emperors who could accomplish such feats and willingly delved into their methodologies. However, the results of his research were limited. The ancestors sensed that this path was fraught with peril, where even a moment's carelessness could lead to calamity, wherein a height of virtue could invite an even greater malevolence. To refine the essence of various physiques might challenge one's path, destabilize one's existence, and skew one's true self. Even if one ultimately achieved the chaotic body, would they still remain themselves? This uncertainty lingered in the ancestor's mind. Yet, from this contemplation arose a thought. What if one were to cultivate according to the principles of the devourer of heaven? What terrifying tribulations might one encounter? And what if an entire clan were to pursue such a path? The fusion of yin and yang, the propagation of life, the incorporation of diverse bloodlines and physiques. What if such a methodology were employed to amalgamate the essences of myriad physiques and bloodlines within the descendants? Upon uttering this notion, the assembly fell into stunned silence. How audacious! The Emperor Hengyu, a figure whose thoughts often strayed into dubious territories, truly dared to imagine. For the act of procreation is inherently preordained, requiring no fear of encountering demonic tribulations. When all physiques awaken and all bloodlines revert to their ancestral roots, coexisting and merging as one, might this not give birth to a true, chaotic body? The great sage of the Jiang clan continued, unfolding reasonable speculation. It was said that the ancient star of the Big Dipper was once transformed from a primordial chaotic body of the mythic era. Could it possibly be such a fortunate being, the culmination of countless generations' unconscious efforts, merging the myriad bloodlines of the vast universe, leading to awakening and the creation of myth? If such a vision could materialize, the Jiang clan might one day dare to approach the ancient minds of Taichu and converse with the supreme entities within. The great sage painted a beautiful dream. Alas, it remained but a dream, a whimsical notion that occasionally flitted through the mind of the aging Emperor Hengyu.